fan?
I think, well, first and foremost, like I don't like golf, so that's step one.
Right.
Step one is like they did something I was like, this is dumb. And then step two is I thought more about it and I was like, yeah, like golf correlates to like you're not playing basketball. Like you do that when you've already lost. And I was like, that's just bad omen. So I made my little golf frame. I enjoyed that. It's not really worth an article, but
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Your brain goes, it's not worth it. My brain goes, it's not worth a thought. Like, it just making fucking sense.
Our brains work so different. You can't hear anything without looking it up. Which I honestly commend. Like, I wish I had more curiosity. Like, when I'm trying to think of like the most recent example. When we talked about things and you literally like looked it up, like when we're in person, not doing a podcast, you're like, oh,
yeah, I didn't play the second round.
Like, and you find the answers to things where I don't do that. So
we can help you with.
yeah, I don't know, man. The golf thing gets me off. And also, like, do we think it's a slight to Nimi? Nimi, not in the little caricature. It's Jason, Derek, Pete, Mitchell Robinson, and Paul George all on the green.
I watched it. I think he was in one of them.
Oh, he might have been in a video, but they did like a, I don't want to say thumbnail, but they made like an original graphic where it's all of them on the golf course. Here it is. I've got it right here. Hold up.
And right, I'll take the rat off. Go ahead.
Okay. So this is the one that's like, hey, we're doing golf. And it's Mitch, Derek, Peyton, Paul, and Jason.
And then this one, right, on Instagram?
Yes. Oh, okay. See, this is what happens when you use one social media and that's it.
Right. Yes. They actually had one for Hauser as well. And one for Ugo and Baylor. Like everyone got one. They had one for Jordan. Everyone got one.
Did Chris Sinak get one?
No, Chris Sinak got one.
Probably not old enough to like go credit to him. He's probably there with me. He's probably like, this is stupid. Like we're gonna lose in the first round.
I'm golfing tomorrow.
What the fuck even is this?
I told you all my friends started to golf, and like I kind of resent them for it. Like when they started like putting in the group chat like golf summer 2026, and I literally was like, you guys are all becoming lame, like right in front of my face. Like I'm watching it happen. You guys are like becoming like middle-aged white guys.
I mean,
it's true, okay?
dog, yeah, dude.
I think when you trade in the sneakers for golf clubs, like that's when it starts going down.
Why in your head do you have to trade?
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Why can't you enjoy multiple things?
I think
I played basketball yesterday and I'm playing golf tomorrow.
Well, this is not really about you.
Right.
I say this because, and this definitely is not about what I play, but you do hit a certain point in life where you're like, you have a relationship, you'll eventually have kids, and the time you have to do things becomes less and less time, which really makes me want to wake up and keep going forward. But when you think about that, it's like, oh, I can either play golf or play basketball, and eventually get golf. But that doesn't mean
you can play golf one day and then golf in a couple days. Like, you can do both.
You can. I'm just telling you, when you get older and you don't play basketball regularly, you're not going to go play basketball like once every 2 weeks and then feel the way you feel the next day and be like, I want to do that.
Why does your brain work? Why not? I think you can absolutely play. I think I can play basketball once every couple weeks and then I can play golf once every couple weeks and be happy.
But if you're not playing them regularly, like you're not going to be good at it. You're not going to be good at either. You're going to go and you're not going to have as much fun. And then, especially with basketball, you're not going to feel good. You're going to feel your body's going to hurt.
I mean, my body's probably going to hurt more because I'm getting older and trying to do it than not. Like I don't.
That's part of the equation. Like as you're getting older,
in your mind,
more high intensity activity, it's going to be more difficult to not only like be good at it, but physically do it.
Yeah, in general. So in your mind, the way to counteract that is to only ever play basketball.
Yeah, because then you become conditioned.
That's fucking ridiculous.
Well, then you're talking to a guy who runs like 5 times a week because I want to be
I know.
like that.
I know. I know. I just think, you know what, this is fine, but the way your brain
Good
works,
discourse. This is a good segment.
the way your brain works, the way that one person, like, no one's brain works that way, dog. Everyone's like, yeah, let me have fun doing multiple things because I like doing a lot of things. You're like, fuck you for doing multiple things. You should do it this way so you can be really fucking good at this one specific thing and play it every fucking day. Or else it's not worth playing.
Well, you suck. Like I played yesterday, I hadn't played in 10 days. I sucked. I was pissed.
I just like playing. Like, I want to be good, but like, I also just like hanging out with my friends and playing golf. Like, I like doing multiple things. Like, I don't need to be fucking incredible at basketball. I play basketball like 2 or 3 times a week, anyways, right now. But
Yeah.
I don't need to be.
That's a proper amount of time to be good at it and be sharp.
But I don't need to be sharp. I'm not an NBA player. Like, I don't have to do that. I can just enjoy it for the sake of playing the game. I'm dog shit at FIFA, but I like playing it because I enjoy doing it because it's fun. I'm ass at golf, but I enjoy doing it because it's just fun to be out there and
Jack,
play.
like you were in the party when we were playing FIFA. Was I having fun?
No.
I was mad at them because they kept turning the ball over.
It's like, I can enjoy it just because I'm hanging out with people and doing something like fun in general. I don't need to be like a god at it to like have fun. Like, I can just enjoy something for the sake of it. Like, what else? Like, I'm playing, like, if I played like softball or I played soccer. I played Bolo soccer as the goalie, and we lost like almost every game, but it was fun because I enjoyed the activity.
I think that these things fall into multiple categories for me because on one hand, like I am the way I am with basketball. Like I almost didn't want to play yesterday because I knew I wasn't going to play well because I hadn't played in a while. I was just like, I'm going to be rusty. Like, it really won't be that fun for me. But when you speak on like playing Bolo soccer, like that is definitely a thing that I think I would like to do, and I wouldn't care if I would want to get better at it as I played. But like, I think there are activities where it's like I don't have to win or I don't have to be the best. And like, I don't even necessarily feel that way about basketball. I just want to feel like I'm giving the best I can give.
I mean, I'm very competitive. You play basketball with me. It's not like I don't care about winning. I probably care too much about winning.
Jack cares for people listening.
I love basketball. I like being competitive. I played in the park the other day, and Noah and I were playing 2v2 against Aaron, who was on our team, and then another kid who was at the park, and we lost the first game. And I'm 6'2". The next tallest guy in the other team is 5'7", and we lost. And I was livid. I was like, "There's no fucking way I should lose this game." So we played 2 more, and we won the next 2 because I'm like, "Fuck that! That's bullshit. There's no way I should lose this." So I'm competitive. I want to win. I want to be good. But the concept of devoting all of my time to being good at this one specific hobby when I could play a bunch of other things that I also enjoy doesn't make sense, in my opinion, because the point of the hobby is to have fun. And you know what? Like, if that's the way you enjoy it, hell yeah, fuck it, do it. But I don't think the response to that should be, fuck all these other idiots for enjoying multiple things. You're muted. You're muted still, I think?
I am muted. I don't like seeing all my friends become loser golf guys, and that is what.
But why that? Like, why are they that in your mind? Just because you don't like the thing?
One, I don't like it, but 2, there's just something boring. Like you know how I feel about softball.
To you.
Yes, to me. I'm not. Every time they say they're gonna golf, I'm not in there like, you guys suck. Like, you shouldn't do that. I'm not trying to ruin it.
But that's what you believe.
That is what I believe.
That's where it doesn't make sense. That's where it falls apart.
I just think it's boring. Like, I think golf is like giving up. Like, it's the same way I feel about men's softball. Like, as a kid, I would always be like, I never want to play softball because that's like, why would you play the lesser version of the competitive game? Golf, there is not a lesser version of anything. Golf is golf. But it's like a low... It's a skill game. Like, it's not easy. That's not what I'm saying. Golf is definitely not easy. You have to put time into it.
Very hard. Probably one of the hardest
Let's
sports.
go
I would
look
argue.
at this match.
But like I don't
I
know,
was pretty
it's
much
just something
on
about the
support
physical.
for the entire game.
I don't know.
with,
It's like
no
I can't.
kill.
You're like basically saying I can't do anything else, so I'm gonna golf.
They had no.
And I for the listeners, like I know I'm in the minority. It's like I know golf. Why?
It's less about your opinion on golf and more about your opinion on other people enjoying it. It's like if other people enjoy something you don't like, you think less of them, or you think they're idiots. And that's where that's
Maybe idiots. I don't think less.
you called them losers. you basically did just say that.
Yeah, I definitely do. I mean, I felt this way about football for years. I'm just like, this sucks because everybody wants to do something that I don't want to do. Jack is right, but like I also think, especially with the wanting to be sharp teaches this, and like as you have more responsibilities in your life, you won't have the time to do all the things. When you have time to do all the things, do all the things. 100% do all the things. Golf one day, play basketball the next, do multiple things in one day. And especially like right now for us, this is not a, at least it's a very flexible time. We probably still have much work to do, and maybe the work takes us longer because we have to really sit and think about it. But like, we don't have to be home by 5 o'clock so we go over to the arena and then be there all night. It's like, we out in the morning and then go about our day. We're right, go about your day. And there's more time to do things. Like, that's why, shit, Jack, I'm playing in an MLB The Show league. And I'm literally sitting in the menus practicing. Like I'm doing batting practice on the game because I want to not lose. And I fucking been playing terrible. I'm like 5-5 in the last 10. I'm literally the it's time to go back to 500 meme that the pot on Lansdowne guys do. I'm fucking pissed. I keep losing. Lost the game yesterday in the 10th inning. I gave up 4 in the top of the 10th with 2 outs. So I was tied and I was about to get my 3rd out, and I just started giving up runs. And it pissed me off. And in the bottom of the 9th, I had my marker was on the ball and my timing was good, and it was just a fly out swing. Like I don't even want a home run. Just let the ball drop so I can get, and the bases were loaded. And I would have.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
But clearly, like my mind with competitive things is like, I just don't want to play something and lose all the time. I'm not gonna go to pick up basketball and lose, and then like have my debut ruined after. Like, should have won that game, but like, I'm the type of guy that like if I show up to pick up basketball and we play together, I don't want you to be like, damn, I wish that guy wasn't my team. Like I don't want to make it worse for everyone else.
It's pretty nice.
I think there's a lower bar.
Planted to teleport, and then I'll float up.
Bucky's done. Bucky one.
Everyone.
Elston or Spawn?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. What's in the name of
Emma, go kill them.
The only thing I don't like is his shooting sometimes. I wish it was just a little bit stronger. I feel like it takes forever to kill someone. It's only when it like speeds up that you get that sweet beat buff, and then you can like take out people.
Glad you noticed.
the battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I can talk.
Still dead, guys. They're only one support.
Bucky on point.
I'm on this. Please. I got me.
I get res.
Emma.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Run next. Run.
He's dying too much. Maybe not. Right there. Friends, do you think you just get more value from Stinger Penny? Because it's so small.
Like, is it worth giving the Ultron team up? I feel like I can't play backline because I'm just gonna get trapped in hooks and fucking pulled. Like it's impossible. There's both their tanks on the left, guys.
Better back up, baby. Better back up.
Elsa one. Elsa legit one on point.
They got rid of the egg, so
Elsa one. Enemy got it.
Get
Can we go first with ultronals? Maybe bait something out, you guys carry me, and then we like bring you back down? Yeah. No, they won't have it. I can't do it when they're inside.
Yes. Who will help?
Okay, get ready. I'm gonna team up and ultronal whenever we can go. I'll call it, okay? And they walk up there. Okay, I'm doing it here.
Back on to one. I can't handle it. One back this might finish small. The healer's one. Where we got him.
Back behind, back behind. One.
Egg down, move egg.
There's a Mike behind us.
I'm on storm.
Mag one. Mag one.
Ultronal in a second.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Kenny's right here. Boogie.
I can use all this time. I'm just their tanks here.
Just chill. Stabilize.
I need assistance.
We take a turn. We take walk.
Right here, man, just kill him. Yeah, what up, man?
Dead, Mike dead.
I'm gonna get method. Emma.
Oh, that was...
Bookie dead, Mike dead. Look at Emma.
I don't think the ice speed on Oh, switch to a Scarlet.
The Emma. The cells. Guys, I think
Emma has no dying and she dies.
It's Emma first, because then if Emma dies, it's yes.
Yo.
Blue bag.
Also, I don't think I play like
one in the back. Two of them
how you
one.
guys said. I think it's complete in.
Wolverine about to die.
Because that's in domination.
But you guys still told me to do it at the start of the round. Yes.
Yo, Hood is crazy.
Check the box.
Start doing his stuff together. Yo, his chain attack is crazy.
Like, you can't do it without the beat. No, but wait, we do have them.
Keep going.
Oh, but it's up to theirs. It's up to theirs only.
Yeah, we only take it after there. We order those things.
Once you go back there in the VOD, someone told me that I need to go aggressive and nest in the back.
We do not need to do that. You can just... I said that
Wolverine got me.
I want my family to go into backline so we can force the conflict to meet. I can do that instead and you can just sit frontline and shoot whoever's quicker. I can do that instead. That's what we know.
Nice. Yeah.
Blowing him back.
Oh yeah, it might be strong.
Watch out.
Play the spawn bridge, go.
What's his face? Good.
The healer is one in the back line.
Bucky.
Yeah, Bucky.
We need
Am I on Emma? I'm alright.
you just forward walking.
That's not bad actually. Let's start pulling it here.
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Give me the roll.
They look he was short. Laying them up, he's one.
I'm gonna clear the match.
Yeah, we have infinite space here. I'm shooting at the top left.
I'm just blocking his damage. You know what you need to do. That demon from
They went dead.
Punch his back.
Hood! Hood make bait.
He took my kill, baby. Where's the... What's slug is moving slow?
Hood one.
I have ulti by the way.
walking up top right, top right.
Go with Jubilee. I think we have time.
Here, here.
I empty them back.
I'll go full back in.
I have
Green.
Elsa, watch out! Elsa 1. That one.
I got it. Put next, put that.
I need help on point.
Oh,
Get there, double P, I see him.
there's a Punisher at the top. Watch out.
Oh, I see, okay, I'm lining him up now. I have him full. I'm lining his turret.
I have faith.
Turret is
I'm
one.
on their invis. Please kill. I'm on their invis. Kill tank.
Mag low.
Invis left side. 1 HP. Left side.
Turret is down. Right, he's one up there.
Kill point.
We need to stop map.
Yes, I'm good.
I'm gonna emerald this. Look at Luna. Luna's literally in our spawn.
He's one, get him.
Everything's closer on me. No spots.
My goal.
What is this?
Kill Penny behind us.
They have it.
Judge, jury, executioner.
I'm from lower.
Do they have Mago?
Yes.
Bucky switching.
I'm on point. If he mag on somebody, comes to me, I can trade it.
Break the shield. Break the hammer shield.
I want to take a turn with walls.
I'm matching the mag.
I'm walling main. You see Bucky?
Mag on cooldown. Mag.
Emma grabbed him.
I'm dead.
I'm blocking heals.
I am wounded.
Show. My goal. Mag. No bubble.
Emma in deep.
Emma, deep. I don't have ball.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Go cat. When this changes up, go hood.
I'm trying to find this mantis.
And then go on Luna as well, I think.
where you at?
Oh yeah, it should be Gambit Luna. But here's all.
Oh, that Punisher up there. Just kill him.
I see him.
He's one.
Oh, he's almost dead. Nice. We haven't got him.
Yeah, he's around the corner.
I'm blowing him, hey.
Isolated, completely alone. Completely on 1 HP.
Blowing him, hey. I'm on Penny's neck.
Yes, mag on.
Emma main. Both time.
Mag on as well.
Max is dead. Play in our circle.
Doubles one.
Full target. Break. Out. That's fine. Go spawn, go down
Nice.
the curses, and then let's go.
Another
We have ammo ult soon, we can go down. They use mag?
No.
Okay, they have mag. They have mag, Bucky ammo.
Man's not stopping him.
I can contest it with you.
No bubble.
Look at mag. Force mag ult. Nice. Play safe. You need to play safe, Nicholas. We cannot help you.
Yeah, can play safe. I'm fine.
Can we walk with my ult, guys?
You can hit now whenever you want.
I'm happy.
With your storm.
Walk.
Bucky.
Bucky.
Come in. What the fuck?
Emma 1.
I guess.
I don't know, like...
Yeah, that was weird. I don't know what happened. How did we die? 2 people through Luna ults.
Okay, I don't know why we stick on Emma, by the way. We should just run back.
This one title.
Bucky top
I've got
left.
ult. I swear they have nothing now. Still.
Shouldn't have anything.
Emma's half.
Actually, they have Glorfrox.
Yeah, they do.
I'm having back lane.
They don't.
Wait, no, I'm not ready.
I'm
nowhere close.
I'm on.
I'm gonna hold that ankle. You ready? 3, 2, 1.
Walking up again.
1-1.
Nice.
Do you carry me?
I'm not in there.
It's back. Watch out.
Come on.
Bucky. Emma 1. Mag.
Mag one.
Mag 1.
I have Gambit ult here. Can we try to do something early? Oh, okay. They're on TD, by the way.
Daredevil. I'll place a trap.
Stay with me, I can team up us.
They have their ults, right? We can gambit this.
So Gambit ult when the GP is about to close. Wolverine!
TD on backline. Kill Diddy.
Can we use Gambit. Trench. Kill the trench.
Invis.
Whoa. Dream point. Kill. Emma, fast. Dream point, guys, dream point. DD's gonna touch. I'm gonna cut heals from men.
I'm with you.
Shoot them.
Nice.
I dashed him and he just fucking wanted to 1v1 me. Alright then.
Yeah. Guys, can you tell me what you actually want me to do? Because I hear one thing and then I get told another. Like, I'm getting confused here.
I think just sticking Emma when you have up is like completely useless anyway. You can get.
No, I'm not about that. When I'm on Penny.
I think
I'm getting told two different things.
Okay. When we are attacking, we do that because we want to create chaos with our attack. But we're not attacking. We're defending and we're 3-3. So we don't have the same amount of damage as we would have if we were fucking 2-1-3, right? So we don't want to do that chaos thing yet. Right?
Yeah.
What we want is to just just make them use all their resources trying to take space. And they weren't able to unless you were picked off.
Okay.
Like that's the only case that they were able to push. And we want to prevent them.
There's like I kind of die like twice because I'm trying to do what I've been told.
Yeah, that's fine. Just next time, I think you just do like the opposite. Like on defense, you just defend, and I can disrupt backline, and then on domination, you can do the thingy. Yeah, we talked about that.
It's going to look a lot better, but it's still... I don't know. No, I think we're making a gazillion mistakes. This is fucking awful.
I mean, bro, you know what's tilting?
Nowhere near good enough.
It's not that we play bad that's tilting. It's watching them play like fucking complete dog shit in twerks that's tilting. That's more tilting than anything.
Now, who am I gonna banish for
Hell's Heaven.
Okay, which hero can get my cosmic favor today?
Reading a fucking tweet. Necros, you're literally one of the biggest chuds in the entire community. Why would they balance around no-lifers, ugly-faced, chopped motherfuckers who spend 40+ hours on a children's video game to reach top 500? Genuinely, you're the minority by a landslide. Nobody cares about you. Be a man.
Retweet.
Facts.
Like I got your ass. Creepers.
That guy thought of that guy was typing for a solid 30 minutes to actually.
What do you want to
tweet? That guy was thinking.
Pure rage.
What do you want to protect?
It's Adam, no?
Supports.
I don't care.
I'm speaking to you two. What do you want to protect? Do you want Adam or do you want Invis?
Adam, bro.
What is Invis actually?
Do Adam.
Yeah, actually do it. Maybe.
Do Adam.
You guys handles of Invis, but shit.
Adam Warlock.
Would have been fucking Invis, and now he's just GG.
Bro, my Luna literally clears yours. You've been aim training for like 6-7 years, and I'm better than you already.
Buddy, what do you mean 6 or 7 years? No, I'm just running it down on Soldier. I've been training to run it down for like years. That's not what I'm here for.
Running it straight down mid. Is that why you're so fit?
Yes, sir.
Yo, bro, I wish I was like you, bro. I need to run.
You actually like need to start. Dude, I do like fucking like 20 like minutes.
Pick your hero
every single, like,
or villain. I'm not
that
judging.
shit fucking kills.
I'm
That
gonna
shit
be
kills
completely
you.
honest. I don't think I'm surviving 5 minutes.
Like 10 feet as well.
Stairmaster is killer.
Bro, crisis. Just think there's KFC at the top of the stairs, bro.
A burger chasing a burger, bro.
What are you gonna
What do you want to bag cake?
Like I cannot think for a second with you guys speaking like fucking retards. Lying fucking munching burger. Like what the fuck are you saying?
Why are you not doing it?
Bro, crisis in food, bro. Like,
This bad, disgusting animal.
Is that?
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
This guy tells me ban Gambit and it's the second ban. I start looking for Gambit and I'm like, oh, I already banned it. And then this guy says, ban Invis when they protected Invis. You guys are fucking useless.
That's not what I mean.
Oh,
God,
I think it is.
Yo, get your ass on Cloak and Dagger. I'm running it again.
The
no,
battle
we
starts in
don't play
5,
Cloak with
4,
blood and fucking cat. I
3,
swear, it's so
2,
bad.
1. All you need to do is
Am
capture the
I
mission
not wrong
area.
in saying that?
Got
Like,
it?
Cloak is terrible at this? Like,
My senses are sharp, and my claws are ready.
Be careful. We need to ban Loki, bro.
Yeah, we're only doing quote for spawn break. That's the only thing we play quote.
Yeah.
This KQZ
Enemy
fat
in front of
boys.
us.
Yo, I think they're gonna get me. Be careful about that.
guys, slide TP, slide TP, that TP.
No, I don't want to. I told you TP screen.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I need to get
Every single tank player doesn't know how to use
Bro, they've got me defeat on a black cat. You remember that?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, that was tough, bro. That was
Bro,
not
that was
tough.
tough for the enemy team.
I literally dropped him though. We both
Okay,
missed it.
I'm playing Ghost. I'm playing Ghost. I'm running Ghost.
I'm going top.
I'm going top with smoke, bro.
TP.
I'm still running.
Yo, I have one zombie.
I like this flanking, bro.
We can probably still support you.
We can contest a bit.
Can I? I'm gonna get hooked by Wolf.
Let's take a step back.
I'm gonna get hooked. He's looking for it.
Wolf is on top.
I'm on back one.
Wolf, no shift. No passive.
Shade one still.
I bag. I fucking kill myself.
My DPS, this is okay.
Guys, I have really fast input. Do you wanna do an early fight and I just ult on her? Yeah,
I wanna add them when you walk.
no self-open line. You self-open, no? Can we walk it? Can we walk it?
Yeah. Walking.
Map is moving.
Nowhere yet.
I'm going to Ghost. Like, there's no use for you.
Cattle.
Yep. They have Elsa too.
Yeah, they have Elsa.
They're gonna have Maggie soon as well.
What's behind us?
I'm back in 3, 2, 1. No cooldown.
I need. Oh, we don't have.
I need also.
I got it. Nice.
I need the Kara.
Yeah, nice. That's fine. We're good. Good job.
Luna in the corner on the right. Here. Yeah, I'm leaving. I'm trying to leave.
I have Clepsy free.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We can.
Look forward. Like, just stay back there.
What does Krakoa have to say about Doom and the Time Stream entanglement?
Chronovium has driven Krakoa insane. We have to figure it out on our own.
Behind you.
Backline. 1-1. Elsa.
This location
is worth observing.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area.
I'm getting
Got
jumped. I might be dead. I'll come back with ult though, I think.
Oh,
Still, I have ults. He lived, Pick and roll's right here. I still have ults. They also have ults, so. Do mid.
Jedi has no ult, so she's good.
No team man. I got him, Can I kill Jedi? I got a Tracer, I can kill him in 2. 1. I got him. No team, no bread and butter, Live. I'm playing life. I might be dead,
I'm playing life.
I'm good, I think. Oh my god, I played that shit.
Had no ults.
They're both on the right side, I see them over there. No team up pick and roll.
Armed and dangerous! Again!
Control lock.
Oh, I'm dead. Can you play slot? I'm the main.
Yeah, buddy.
Yep.
Ready to unleash the light force.
No, he's...
Pick and roll 1. No team up, pick and roll. He's one. Jedi's on you, be careful.
Follow them.
I have to play slow.
I'm playing a little slow. I might get jumped here. I still have team out, I'm chilling. You live? Coming out.
Oh, yeah, help.
Pick and roll 1.
I have to fall from that. Play life.
No team up, I'm picking you.
I'm in the same.
They have 30 seconds, just playing us.
I'm playing from all over.
Trying to bait them. No team up on that guy. I got him. He's one. He's lagging. He just lived because of lag. This guy's 1 HP.
Gonna get sticky.
Down.
Nice.
He's one.
No team up. I got him.
He just wins, though.
Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go, bro. Dude, Jedi lived because he lagged spike. I was bread and butter. He had no team up, and then this guy teleports. Like, holy shit. Should have died. Holy shit. We're in finals, baby. Let's go. Tell your friends.
They've almost got it.
Yo! You guys can hear me? Yo. What's goody? Everybody else is coming back to the stream. What's up, guys? We're back at it playing some more Marvel Rivals. As always,
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Black Cat only challenge. Bro, I played off stream and I got Black Cat like every game. I can't lie. I got one game I played, I got 41 finals. That's gonna be a great game for the YouTube video. But I'm gonna be really petty today. Every single person who stream snipes me today and sits in spawn, I'm gonna waste all of my time and the devs' time, and I'm gonna get them banned, bro. I will waste all of my time today. I'm just letting you know, so if anybody stream sniping me today, I will be wasting all my fucking time doing it. I don't care anymore. I'm just gonna get them perm banned.
Yes, I'm a fox.
Way too, it's not worth my time.
Not touch my tails.
But I'll still do it. Don't care. If it takes like an extra 10 minutes after your replay goes after every game, I don't care, I'm doing it. It's just not worth it. The amount of people I've had AFK and spawn in this challenge, it's literally a repeat of the hit scan only challenge, where like I know I'm good enough, and I just waste my
Looks
time.
like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Because like they're just literally not playing. So, yeah.
You think she's on the end?
I have to see.
To capture the mission area.
I guarantee she.
Oh yeah, let me put on the hand cam. I just started up everything, so.
Wait, you said the hand cam?
Yeah, the hand cam.
Damn.
Fuck, I wasn't muted. God damn it.
Which website is it? Is it Pornhub? X videos?
It's just a hand cam, bro. It's not like.
Yeah, but like, what's your OnlyFans?
Yeah.
What's up, bro?
What's up, man?
Well, first you gotta unbutton the pants.
Let me try messing with the camera settings. Can't find your camera. Yes, you can. Shut up.
Your team's capture progress.
Find my camera. Find my camera.
Yo, don't bang.
Panic tick, panic tick, panic tick,
Did you
panic
ban cat?
Sorry.
No way.
Oh.
Bro, why? Hey, there we go.
You thought we were
Cam.
Damage sustained.
They've almost got it.
Y'all ever notice in the hand cam we only see one of her hand? Well, here's the other hand. Here's my right hand, and here's my left hand. Okay? Left hand, right hand. I do have two hands, guys. See?
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
Yep.
Catch these.
Can't confirm.
We have done well.
What would you play if Cat is banned Daredevil? This is basically the Daredevil challenge, guys. I can't lie. I played more Daredevil than I have Black Cat.
In 30 seconds. Stay strong.
We've been discovered.
Yeah, this is my rank up there, bro. You better care.
Better lock the fuck in then, buddy. It's your rank up game, not mine. Lock in, I need you locked in.
The moon haunts.
Here, we'll hit together, okay, Maverick? I'll give you a count and we'll all go together. Look at that. Don't show them your head. Let them walk up.
No winner yet. Going to overtime.
I can make this work.
I can hear them getting closer.
Alright, let's go on that Luna in 3, 2. Wanna run a Luna? Who's that? Alright, save no supports.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
They have no healers, but CP? Can you CP? Whoever's gonna respawn? Okay.
I'm opening
Thank
a
you.
portal. We fight to defend what's ours. Got it?
Jump.
I tried. Probably should have TP'd earlier. Oh well.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I can hear them getting closer. That's much better.
Alright, I'm going on that Mantis in 3, 2, 1. Mantis. Is that?
Okay, where is that one?
I'm on their back line. Wait, dead.
Entire games. Like these people
On their back line again in 3, 2, 1.
I'm with you.
Oh, I got slapped.
I got it.
This is so chaotic. I don't know where we're playing.
It's fine. I'm gonna go back.
You'll need
Well,
a
I'm trying to
top-notch
play
team to
point,
win this
but-
one.
You have been significant. Health, I needed that.
Adam, can you hit early and ult? Ready if you ult up.
I got hold.
Blade and ult are conning me, this is good. You guys can walk up for free. Nice. That's a live though. Go.
Got him. He went to the.
We killed Mantis. We no longer fear. They have no cooldowns on their supports.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
They're down at the foot.
Do you ever feel like something plastic? It drifts through the wind. Ah, it's at the tip of my tongue.
That's a weird question. Maybe sometimes?
Juby.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good up, Bucky.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Bucky won. Dead.
Let's go.
That's what I call justice.
They're down. Bucky.
I'm dead here.
Oh, there's I can touch with ult in a little bit. Back up, please don't die.
What is the scene back?
I need you guys to start walking forward. I'm gonna touch my ult, okay?
I'm trying, but.
I'm gonna ult.
We need to walk behind 3 and the blade is
No way.
That works good. I'll touch your ult.
That's
solid.
Get a push by blade.
Dude, I'm literally.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
I'm coming.
Blade is done.
I call him bitch at the front.
Wow, he missed.
My
Yeah, I'm in the combo.
Wow.
My tanks are getting real. Somebody play Hood?
I will fix you.
Getting good trades over dying faster.
Help our man.
The octopi have been removed from play.
I got
No, it's way lower than that. That's not the actual ratio. Right now, it's looking like the hit scan challenge, dude. Just shield up. Where'd Bucky out? No more.
Oh my bad. That was horrible.
This guy's so slow to react that he missed his freeze. Oh my god, look, I could have just killed him if I just hit him. But he, oh my god, his reaction speed is so slow that he didn't even try and freeze when I blocked. That's
to switch things up, including which side you're on. You'll need a top-notch team to win.
My tanks are just getting shit on and my supports.
Look at this! Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Why is your team doing so bad? I don't know. This is every game. So I really don't know anymore.
I'm saving your friend for a
Extermination!
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Decided to join me in the fight against the surface world after all.
I am ready to put on a show. 3, 2, 1.
Can you walk out of spawn, please? Like, holy fuck.
Another epic victory! Big win!
I know their backline in 3, 2, 1. Pick a spot here.
Blade is still in the back. Get off.
Welcome back. What's that?
First position. I got my shit.
Get that vehicle to its destination.
Nice job. Yeah, they do have a minute 25, but it is winnable.
I see you.
Good blade. There's 2 on the off angles that I'm marking.
I see you.
I'm trying to help you.
On this Bucky.
We are undefeatable!
Oh. Can you walk with the Mantis on?
I'm with the whole team.
Yeah, but like, go aggressive. Kill this guy?
If the team is aggressive, I'll walk with the team.
Force the cutting out. Going in a little bit. Just back up. Okay, then all it's over.
Amazing.
Okay, they have no support ults, guys. We use really our tank ults.
Wrath of the beast. I see
Go ahead. Yeah, we still have our tank ults, so.
Do you wanna walk with my ult?
I do, yeah.
Get that vehicle moving again!
There's 2 on me over here. They're both killable.
Put
We
me back,
turn
put me
right?
back. I got everyone. Mantis.
There's still work. You're on my radar.
This one.
Bucky. There's still a lot. 3 and 3.
You're on my radar.
It's Bucky on the left going on him. I don't know where that Mantis is. Oh, there she is. I'm going on him now.
Okay, I'm back now.
When they go in, can you tell me? So I don't do it.
I am ready to put on a show.
So look when this runs out. We win.
I always get back up.
Get home.
Okay, on the left.
You're on my radar.
Bucky, you wanna go, Clip?
Mantis is on.
No, I mean, we could just lose the fight too. That's also an option.
You made me angry.
I cannot ascend here.
Final 10 seconds.
Then I'll have to go.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna have to, so. Look at this.
We are unbelievable. Going to overtime.
Do I ult this?
Yes, yes, you ult this. Yes, you ult this. We need to win the game. I mean, I can't do anything with 93. Oh well.
Look at the field!
I come back with all. I come back with all. You live?
Let the devil out!
What's he 9?
Fine.
Can I get heals? Thank you. It's just literally one blade. It's one blade.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
Speak me. Please speak me. How did he not get pulled? What the fuck? Is that not range? Can we walk with Mantis Ult? Can we walk with Mantis Ult? Can we push? Thank you. Go to Bucky. Go to Bucky, please. Look next.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Blade is still on point. Blade alone on point.
I am ready to put on a show.
We res if we die. We res? We res?
I got all in a second to survive me.
I think you guys are not so bad. I'm not supposed to.
We no longer fear the fire!
I mean, they're just
Recovery
not
in 30
playing the game.
seconds.
It's
Stay
fine.
strong.
Whatever.
Once such a bright light jubilation. What's happened to you? Vampires, apocalypse, motherhood? It's a lot. I can't imagine. Is there anything I can do to lift the cloud of darkness that hangs over you?
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Thank you! A threat against Krakoa is a threat against our existence. We shall not abide.
No one was shooting the blade, bro. If I go watch the replay right now, I guarantee you no one looked at blade for 5 minutes. No one was shooting anybody. No one was just playing. They're not. That's what I'm saying. They're not playing. They're just actually AFK 90% of the time. Insane.
Rest now, my magic. You thought we were done.
Hey, Tag! Someone clip this!
Namor has gone. The tide recedes.
This is my rank up carry me, dude.
Better stop that vehicle!
Director's injured! Mayday!
Back to full.
You wish you were this cool. Maximum impact!
Hey King, would you still love me if I was a word? No. Have these games been happening off stream too? Or is it on stream? Because it's so consistent. I watch all your challenges. This only happens when I play on stream. You know, because you watch my channel. Yeah, you guys know how this goes. It's just annoying.
Better stop that vehicle!
Martial law, create effect. No unauthorized entry.
Effective Namor. Director's injured! Mayday!
This is probably, I think this is as bad as the hit scan challenge. I think. The level of sniping. I haven't had it this bad in a long time. 100%.
He stopped them in their tracks!
I don't really know though.
Vigilance activity detected. Initiating surveillance mode. Martial law create effect. No unauthorized entry.
He stopped them in their tracks!
One thing's for sure though, if anybody starts AFKing, I'm just gonna gotta get them on Goong's radar. This time I'm gonna be as petty as I can be today.
King, do you ever feel like a plastic bag? Drifting through the wind.
You're not hitting very fair.
Still a chance to stop them!
Here they are now.
Baby, you're a firework! I don't remember I forgot the line.
Maybe a foot!
Pulse charge! Fire!
Scan initiated. Vigilance activity.
Magneto! Hey, Tag!
Martial law
Someone clip
create effect.
this!
No unauthorized entry.
What you want? I don't remember.
They hit a checkpoint! Now might be a good time to stop them.
No! I didn't, yo, bro, my mouse was on Star-Lord and it fucking hovered, like, I didn't even mean it. Let's not do things, they're gonna get they're gonna do cat, bro.
Better stop that vehicle!
They're gonna do cat. Yo, if you wanna play Hawkeye, I can play Sela. You can do the team up. If you want.
That was your guys' day today, man. Anybody do anything fun?
We are undefeatable! Pick your hero. Or burn. I'm not judging.
I think I'm just gonna play tank. Doing a little bit of damage. Thank you. Venom, do you play Meg or Strange by any chance? So I can actually
Was there anything fun?
Shoot me, where's your ult, bro?
No, I play Venom or DD, that's all we get. We're winning with that. Better win this game, let's go.
Well, you can't expect to win them all. The battle
Someone said,
starts in five,
how do you feel about people saying
3,
the Marvel Rivals player base is declining? Bro, just look at the numbers, it's only gone up.
Wait, yo, is your name Mommy Felicia? I think we just played together a couple games ago. We had that crazy old team last year.
Oh, that was you?
Yeah, that was Magneto.
I'm about to hit backline in 3, 2, 1.
the right heroes could make all the difference.
I still can't believe niggas come
Good one.
My God, taking damage, charging ult. Fuck, I need. We dead. We all dead. All of us is dead in neutral. We need you taking damage. You're dying too.
Who's farming all?
We no longer fear the fire. They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Back away.
Are you anxious?
Every moment and every multiplied.
Can I help?
Only if you defeat Doom and the timeline back together.
Help.
I'm coming, Venom, I'm coming.
Stalling
I
them
gotta show
so
that
hard.
They're down Magic and Heather.
The battle starts in 5,
Look at the crew.
4, 3, 2, 1. You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
Got full support.
Enemies are here. Oh, I need assistance.
Eyeball. Just a healer. Breaking res. Res gone.
They traded halfway. Stop them.
Rocket. A couple healers. I like to die. Yo, I'm at backline. 3, 2. Ulting. Someone has a TP, by the way. Don't get back TP. I'm sorry.
This is real.
just a losable round. I've killed both supports like 3 times now. Both healers again. I got 4 people looking at me. Kills.
Touch can die, he's buff.
Touch can die. 3, 2, 1, hitting now.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Rocket 1. Rocket dead. Rocket dead, no support.
Damn, no good. We need something about him.
You're good. Rocket dead.
Alright, buddy,
Another one. Good one. Holy shit!
I'm dabbing with you, let me know.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
What's magic doing? What are they doing? We have both sport house guys, lock it. They got benzene. No, just play main, guys. It's fine. I'll dive them solo. Taking 3, 2, 1. I'm solid.
It's you and me, Bruja. You wanna make a little magic?
Stella can die.
Where's that close out? Let him walk up. They're down too. Please kite, please kite, please kite. Just back up, please, supports. You can cloak all the team. I'm hitting when this runs out on rocket. In 3, 2, 1. Go rocket.
Fighters from this nest are hunting us.
Nice. TP coming in. I need you to get off point, supports. Kill him. Set. Magic can die. It's fine. Hitting rocket. I can touch. Don't worry, Bench. I have touch. Just doing the ports. Okay. Flip through a little bit. I mean, how much more can I do?
Whatever, we still got this.
Like,
I'm gonna play DD.
Ow!
Canada Stella.
We lost their shield.
Unless you wanna play Data Boy and I can play that team cookie.
No, it's fine.
This is real firepower!
I've solo killed their supports like 4 times. I've killed their tanks, DPS. Like, it doesn't matter. Insane. The only time I die is stalling point in the last fight.
Battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Magic dies here. Go magic. Done. Hit her back line in 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Slim it.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Hook 1. Got bubble. Let's force them up. They're all one in the room. Can we get in there?
Checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Thing has
Oh my god, we
no
actually
time
got big.
I'm on Rocket.
Yes.
Rocket Isaac.
Just have Loki copy. Let them hit level anyway. Stabilize each other. I'm saying a card. Don't worry, just have it. Copy. Solid. Okay. That's okay.
Trying to set the pump now. We gotta get that.
We're fine. I'll touch.
I'll give you the very last support. Use it. Okay. Come back. Maybe trying to play.
Can we use the ult, guys? Can we use one of our like 4 ults? My DPS and my tank ults? Stop it. What a big res. Okay, we're all dead. We're already down 3. Yeah, that's a course. Please don't. Crack the one-shot it. I'm ulting in 3. Okay.
They hit harder than that and got back up.
You guys, like, when we cloak ult, you have to go forward. You cannot dance around the point like this is Season 0.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Yeah, we have to be. I saw it a bit. Jump, 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 place the portal, jump. I mean, like, just fucking pathetic. It's actually pathetic. Like, how do you guys manage to lose this game? It's embarrassing. It's actually insane.
Final 10 seconds! Nowhere yet. Going to overtime. I am ready to put on a show.
The moon haunts you.
Get on point, get on point, get on point.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Just what we needed.
Kill those sports again. Finally we win it. 4 ults. Why didn't Luna ult the Groodle? I don't know. Just wanted to die, I guess. Wait, where's my Widow? She's in their spawn. What the fuck? Bro.
These guns do no fucking damage.
It's real firepower!
Oh my god. Solid TP.
Unless I think if your team is
You're gonna find out how much chaos I can back with a vengeance!
I'm exploding these guys. No, no scrims today.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
This is good. Again, we don't go forward with the cloak ult. Look, she just dashes around point. 4 times. They do this every time. Every single time. They dash around point.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Let's go. 0 value, dude.
Damage because
I can't wipe
he's
their
not really that
supports
good at
yet.
healing or anything like that, but he's very good at disrupting the back line and punishing the black line and playing aggressive because avoid with his meter, more aggressive he plays. Someone like me, I love hit scan characters and I love playing aggressive. And I don't hate playing tank, I don't mind doing it if I have to. This character is perfect for me. I have really good aim, really good tracking. I'm a very aggressive player and I can put in crazy stats when it comes to playing the hood. So yeah, this character is really fun to play, and this video gives me a celestial ranked match of me playing the hood. I don't play tank, but like this is the one that's other than I guess
I can cause.
Take no fucking
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Badger comes back a lot. This is
You really put yourself on the line to save our city. I knew I could count on you.
Don't expect me to join the Avengers or anything, Spider. I did it for me, not for the greater good.
Play the master criminal angle all you want, but you've got what it takes to be a hero. I know the real thing.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I be catching those fucking freezes, man. Yeah, whenever you guys see Ultron, just tell me where he's at so I can first down. Oh, I'm not diving in this ball.
Let me go back.
I am, dude. I have no idea.
Ready to put on a show.
I got one at the bottom.
Trying to paint the whole plane. Yeah, these guys are playing plays.
I got Dylan. He wasted all on me.
Bro, it's ridiculous.
Been hit harder than that. And got back up.
Touch. I got Bucky chasing me.
How is Massive dead? What's he doing? Just use your cooldown. You have all of them. Like what? I don't understand.
I'll try this guy.
Dead.
Look.
Fuck.
Goes back.
I'm so locked in. Hold on. I know what to say. It's solo open.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway.
You tried one shot.
What are they
Oh, you missed again. Just bubble. Look at this Oak's HP, by the way. 11 HP. Oh, she had a thing. Oh, I did that like semi-perfect.
I know you portal?
She was like almost in the same frame.
They've almost got it. My prey.
If she took a lick of damage,
Fuck, please.
Was she in a bubble? How did she live?
Come on.
Maybe it was a rocket ball. Rocket would have died, but he got bubbled.
Stay in. Bro, if we just matched triple sooner, could have won that.
You're gonna find out how much chaos I can cause.
That's crazy, man.
Shit,
Please redo the rank system.
Yeah.
Beg
Should've had that win.
Before you attack.
Oh yeah, I also
Get
had this
ready.
game off stream. You guys want to see it? Well, I'm gonna put it in the video, but I got 41 finals and 65 kills on Cat. She finally got to the game phase, so I just like literally killed everybody every fight. Because I wasn't getting stream sniped, so it's really easy.
The battle starts in 5.
But you want to see the game?
4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the craziest, I think the craziest overtime ever. Look at how long the overtime is. The overtime is 2 minutes. And I think I killed like, they have 5 minutes on attack.
He pulled out
like,
the
I literally
fucking
killed like
ultra. I
every
mean the whatever, the last decade.
It is insane. I think this might be one of the craziest overtimes I've had. For a while. Anyway, I'll show that in the video. Just like ridiculous. Can't get games like that because I cannot play without streaming.
Me off. Did you miss me?
Losing to Dylan Dubs is crazy. Bro, he forced triple slop. And somehow was killing my fucking backline. Ooh. If this dude up here, like, for real, just play Dingo, like, we just carried.
Double kill! Rise, my friends!
Kind of hard carried by Bucky, low-key. Support Bucky. Love to see it.
Play Daredevil? Yeah, I played.
Love to see it.
Really good. I think Daredevil is great. I think I could definitely play that at a one-on-one level, and I'm gonna be taking that to my main account for sure. But it's just the sniping.
Your team's capture progress has
I can tell dumbass everything.
They're good enough. But this
You got any
is
gambit?
absurd. Venom is awesome, by the way. I've known this before. That's also why I wanted to add Venom to the list of characters for this challenge. He's awesome. Probably one of the most fun characters in the game. Venom is very cool. Yeah, I've learned all the characters.
Mental battle though made him solo ult you.
Been hit harder than that.
We did, huh?
It seems like everyone's locked in.
Yeah, it's the thing player.
Well, Venom is the best dive tank in the game, so based off that, he's S tier, but dive isn't really as prominent, so he's probably lower tier this season. Can't lie. But Venom is still just good. Like, I think everyone's larping the Venom nerfs too hard. They are good nerfs.
For 6 appreciate the follow. 6 now dropping the follow.
Like,
6 say anything, chat? I was too locked in. I didn't notice.
I take back everything I said. Cap needs some buffs. He's outclassed by the new team ups. He's outclassed.
Cosmic might return.
And that's crazy. Everyone's so ready for it.
That's a crazy amount of effective bans for people. Damn.
All the way back to season 0. Double ban.
Yeah.
Come on, Mag, take it for the team. Take it for the team. I was in Kaizen's game earlier, right? Yeah, I played freaking Rocket into him and then Rocket with him. That shit was fried.
Don't mess with the amazing.
I have no idea what you could possibly
We have the Strapple. The Strapple is, I think he's in his worst state ever this season. And I played him so much last season. But he's terrible right now. Can't lie. He's like average at best.
Someone else get off the bird right now.
Well, you can't expect
Wait, what? What's happening?
It was shit, no, I like Strapple a lot.
No! Mag, you can't play like Rocket. Just push for this game, please. This comp is like so, it was so chill.
That's alright.
Alright, there you go, Wanda. You got a second support.
We're all done. They have one support, by the way.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Banda's dead.
Well, we might as well be given this lineup. Alright, let's get it. Kill the cloak anyway. Okay.
One wrong step and they'll be caught in my trap.
Measure of Venom.
One more battle. They got Fang now.
Oh, yeah, we're all done.
No!
They have one healer. They're winning defense with one healer.
Dude, I
because of how
thought
bad
maybe
our
the
front
freeze
line.
was used.
Whatever, man.
Damn.
So, you're the broad who hunts monsters, huh?
I didn't see it. I thought they already
We
used
can't really
it.
play
Sorry to
that.
waste your
Nah, it don't even matter. We got because of it.
Kind of girl.
Did you get picked by Luna?
Iron Fist guy.
Make a hell of a pair. If you're lucky, I might even let you free.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
I'm gonna go on this one. She has ult, so.
I'm hunkering down.
Precise block.
Places like this make me miss the 1940s more than ever.
No healers.
You need to stop that vehicle in its
I don't know what to do. I can't play the front line for them, so we're gonna lose. Sucks. Out. If I stall the healer and they lose, the only healer, there's another issue, and I can't play the front line, so it's not allowed. Unless I play like the front line Venom. Root has ult in the right side corridor. He's lurking for an ult on the right.
You may not have been a cheers, mate.
I know one.
Breathing gunshot. Cheers, mate.
He stuck them in their tracks.
You really should have gone harder, love.
This challenge one of the more infuriating ones is probably the most infuriating one ever. This is on par with the hit scan one right now. People are just like throwing. I can't really do anything about it. As permaban, just not good lineups ever. I'm getting string stuck like almost every game. Can we walk up with Rocket Amp? Punish ult? I'm just gonna ult their things. Can we shoot the diamond?
Thanks for the love, love.
Waves if you're back.
Always glad to help, love.
So why are we AFK? Dude, both of my supports just died. If we didn't cap that point, we literally would have lost. Because he's AFK.
I'll patch you up.
My hunt's not over. Got you good.
Better stop that vehicle.
Hold tight.
Hitting in 3, 2.
Got you good.
They have one healer to heal that. Just shoot their front line and die.
Thanks for the love, love.
He stuck them in their tracks.
I don't know anymore. Oh, they have 2 healers we lost.
Double kill. That's 3.
Glad we're on the same side this time, Elsa.
This almost lights out. Got it.
I'm solo tanking. I don't know what to do. Use ults. Thank you.
Sure, I'll take a shield.
This is real firepower!
Only 60 seconds left. Get that vehicle moving again!
Rocket damage fire! Go, you're good!
Load up my ult a little bit. And also trap.
Some help would do nicely.
Down to 30 seconds.
Who's that Dribbly off? Nice, no more this. Alright, Elsa is behind. Oh, where she went. What did I hear her though? No rocket.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Dead. Oh, we're all dead? You have res? We res? We res? You res in front of the Hellal. Are you fucking for
Another
real?
epic victory.
This is real firepower!
Like, there's just no fucking way these guys are human.
Current score is 1-2-0.
How do we just... Okay.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
You are insignificant.
No, they're purposefully throwing, guys. It's just purposefully throwing. I literally did this off stream and it was fine. It's ridiculous. Insane, bro, insane. Probably have a bounty. I think it's probably a bounty for this challenge. That's my guess, yeah, maybe.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
We will find a way to sever them again.
Ready to team up for some hardcore action?
Before I reply, I need to see some ID. You sound way too PG-13 for my brand of humor.
Sure, I may be young, but that won't stop me from saving the world.
I'm all good with the world saving. I just want to...
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Most fighters just climb walls. I'm psionically linked to a giant robot. I win.
Back to full strength.
Go get that res. Go the train. Also one behind. Also one. Can they shoot their divers?
Patch you up.
Those have ults. There you are. Also one. Got also.
This is real firepower!
Breaking the ult. Please shoot it. Please shoot it. I broke it. I'm selling card, don't worry. I got Karen. Rocket one. Rocket one. Incredible dead.
Us against the world.
You rest. Oh, he died?
You can't get right. Something strange is here.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
That is AFK. We still lose while this guy literally AFKs in front of my team. Insane. Another DD1. Another one. Done. Being a block, we have red. Hang on, can you res that? Please? Did he revive himself in front of their team? He did. Okay, so he can't res. Great. Back. Hang on. I'm gonna die on purpose. Get back. Think again. There's.
This is
You have to ult. Stalling, don't worry about it. Deck Punisher. Yeah, I don't know anymore. I don't know what to do. Honestly, like, I don't know. It's literally not, like, I don't know. This is probably the worst challenge I've had on stream in a long time. I can just, I mean, I might just finish this entirely off stream. Of course, he knows I'm Kingsman. Yeah, of course. Go fuck yourself. Q delay, and if everything doesn't matter. I'm in a Q delay. I waited 5 minutes for that game, and they still noticed me. How long do your challenges usually take? They can take a couple days to a couple weeks. It depends, but that's not, the time isn't the issue. It's just people. It's just people. All of this challenge. I mean, this has been the worst one I think since Hit Scan. This one has just been terrible. Everyone has just been throwing for fun, and it's like insufferable. I don't know what to do about it. It's been the exact same thing. This is also, I think this is because of the new tracker that they added. So I can't stop the stream sniping at all. Like, this is a new tracker that goes through private profiles and through streamer mode. Yeah, it wouldn't have been this bad. It wasn't this bad before the new tracker. No, it didn't get shut down. You can't appear offline. I am appearing offline, brother. You think I'm not already doing all that? Doesn't matter. Literally doesn't matter. I already confronted NetEase. I already confronted NetEase about it. I told them about it. They were like, we'll see what we can do. I said, it's definitely violates TLS. They're like, yeah, it does. So... No, the tracker, the new tracker, basically what it allows you to do is you can see someone's UID, or not UID, you see every single bit, like when they click the Q button, you know they clicked the Q button. It's like crazy levels of stalking. So, essentially, they can guarantee they get into your lobby whenever they want. There's no, like, recent profile, nothing. It just guarantees they can get in there. It's not me being unlucky, I'm telling you. It's literally, they can see exactly when you click the Q button. Every single time. It's literally just, it's ridiculous. There's nothing to do about it. All it takes is one person as well, like out of 12 people that can get into the lobby to do it. So it's, I don't know. No, it's not. I'm not saying it's stream sniping because of the cat ban. Black cat is a common ban. That's not why I'm saying it's stream sniping. I would never say it just because of a black cat ban. You were the Hella on the enemy team. I feel like your Adam was trolling. Brother, my Adam revived the entire team in front of your Hella ults. Like, I mean, there's nothing else for me to say. So there's, what am I supposed to do about that? We can win the game. This guy doesn't res on first point. He has res the whole time. Doesn't res, dies, then he reses it in front of the Hella ults. Like, what am I supposed to do? We just lose. There's literally no counterplay. Dude, I know. You ever had an Adam play like that? Like, it's ridiculous.
Heroes can make all the difference.
They call me D-Talk now, but Daredevil will do.
No, they're gonna do a cease and desist order, 100%.
Yo, Lou, do you play Rocket? Rocket would be really good for Daredevil and Spider-Man. Or we have no healers. Okay. Yeah, guys, also love to heal this, don't worry.
The new vid will not be mostly Cat because she's banned every game. We get 2 support space. Not 3 tanks.
It's been a long road.
One of our tanks.
Kitchen, Peter.
Can you swap stream so if we die we can at least take it back? Yeah.
It finally is.
I'm
BD, can you go?
Okay, so
Anything, okay.
we already TP'd.
So I
Maybe I'll
can
get.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Okay, we have no TP. Unfortunate.
Arrogant. Mostly bad.
And we have 1 support.
Watch out there,
Oh, wait, how did I miss out of that? That's insane.
That's 3.
On the hunt. You're on my radar.
There's no blind behind. He's left.
You're on my radar. Yeah, we're seeing Mega die. Rocket, you play?
Alright, I'll be back faster than them. Just don't die. Right now. Careful, Maggie, one support.
Sits on the wall.
Why did we switch to strap pool? Why did he just switch to strap pool? We were winning the game.
Doesn't live that ever.
Bro, like... Dude. Yeah, okay. This is troll. This is insane. Now he's just... Blocking heals, blocking heals.
I see you. I'm This is where it's going down.
Good ball. Eyeball walking up. Gotta walk up. I can't help you fighting.
It's just my bad.
You have to let them walk up. He's gonna gambit all. He's gonna gambit all. Get ready to trap the wall. He's gambit ulting soon. Get ready for it.
Okay.
Can you use ult?
Yeah, can you go?
I'm ulting in 3.
Go, Spider has ult.
Please help me, help me.
Get in the fucking
We're good.
The amazing Spider-Man!
On the hunt.
Down to 30 seconds.
Still the Iron Fist. Dead.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
of things I have to do to win a game, man.
I just don't like I'm literally kidding. I never play support in my life. Please let me tell you, I can't get it.
In the like heavy dive. You just never live a dive. That's why I switched to Deadpool.
Call me Etong now, but Daredevil will do.
If you're in Celeste, you should be able to know how to play at least a few healers of every, or just a few characters in every role at this point.
I play anytime. I can play Mark, I can play Venom, I can play Cap, I can play Cool, anything. I can play Emma, I can play Finn.
Oh, why is he so demotivated?
Literally, I'm a tank player.
Bro, they got 0 ticks. We're good, just play. Why are we complaining? They have no ticks.
This game honestly, they live longer than Rocket. Or you want Deadpool? He's pretty easy.
30 seconds before you attack.
You know you have the wrong team up, right, Deadpool?
Yeah.
But I could feel you coming from a mile away, Magneto.
It definitely does matter.
The whole world shifts around you.
The magnetic field
tends
not to be the most subtle of forces.
Good, because we're way past subtle here.
GG.
Thank you for the gift.
I got more assistant support.
2, another epic victory.
Oh my god, they fucking surrendered, bro. How, bro? Like, I don't understand how we can full hold first point, they get 0 ticks, and we're tilted. I don't understand. Like, there's just no way. Like, how? How does that happen? Like, literally, how does that happen? I don't get it. We won. Like, why are we angry? I don't know anymore. Just looking to be angry, like, for no reason. He's on PlayStation. I have a question. I play Magic. Dive is harder now. What
The
rank should I
right
aim
heroes
for?
could make all the difference.
Go for one of them all. What?
You are insignificant.
Alright guys, quick Q&A. Anybody have any questions right now? Ask me, I'll answer them. Since I'm Q-delaying. Best breakfast cereal? Cookie Crisps. Are you bald? No, I have very nice hair.
We no longer
I like my hair a lot. Why aren't you playing Angela and Walt? I just haven't heard them. I also think Venom is better.
Stay strong.
Even with his nerfs.
What's the deal with this place? Collector
He
builds
said
some
rank
sort
needs
of
a rework, but I think only real issue with racism is they push everyone to at least diamond. Yeah, that's what I said when I said rank needs a rework. That's literally what I
Sounds
said.
like a massive waste of
I
time
agree
to
with
me,
you.
kid. We got a universe to save. Admit it. You're just grumpy.
One shot
battle
on
starts in
Prime
5,
LeBron or one
4,
click on Peter Bot.
3, 2,
One shot on LeBron.
1.
Because, I mean, he could just not be there. I mean, you could easily, I mean, like, Peter Bot is killable too, but it would still be really hard for both of them. Maybe 1 in 1,000. You think if they added a Master's rank between GM and Diamond with fixed ranks? Yeah. Between GM and Diamond? No. Between GM and Celestial? Yeah. No, be better. Can you send me the next Twitch check? How do you like your eggs? Anytime.
You are restored.
Kingsman, can you give me a song recommendation? Let me look through my list real quick. Listen, you know better than to ask me for song recommendations. Montgem Pegadora Hyper Sloan. There you go.
There's
Yeah,
still a
that's
chance
the
to
one I
stop
need
them.
Alright, favorite anime opening? The Mashle one is pretty good. I wouldn't say it's my favorite though. I don't really have a favorite. Overlord had a good one, but I stopped watching Overlord. Are we talking about Rivals Data, or is there even more invasive app? I'm talking about Rivals Data. Rivals Data is such a nice platform, but it's a shame it enables so much stupid shit. Do you have a settings video? Yes, I do. I'm not doing a summer skin cosplay. Stop filming it. It's not happening. Yo, why are you saying I added Montgem Pegador to the playlist with a broken
Guys,
heart
if we're on
emoji?
point
You
and
asked
use
for
the
fucking recommendation, buddy. Take what you're getting. Don't be all fucking salty on me now.
Wait, never mind.
No, he recommended me a song. You asked.
I'm just dumb.
Did you not want one? Jeez.
Yeah, I was like, we're on defense. I don't know.
Who's the prettiest woman in Rivals besides Magic?
Pretty funny. Pretty funny.
Good question. Probably Elsa or Cat, Mantis. I don't really know. They're all good looking. There's literally no ugly girls in this game. They're all like top of the line models. Emma is not chopped. You're fucking LARPing. Shut up. Yo, Emma is chopped. Sure, buddy. Sure. Squirrel Gold chopped? No, she's not. Another division for all ranks, or another rank between GM and Celestial. Another rank between GM and Celestial solves the issue. Adding another division does not solve the issue because it doesn't keep the same incentive when climbing. Like, it just feels like more of a tedious chore.
I like the
Although, like, you
running
have
up
to
the wall
climb
right
through
now.
the rank, it'll feel tedious at first, but then eventually that rank will become part of the game. So, it won't be as tedious as getting through another division. I do plan to host a tournament eventually. Whoever's asking. No specific time though.
Neuron activation.
I mean, obviously, come on. Do you think the devs have to do a hard rank reset or not? I don't think they have to reset all of the ranks. I think the devs just have to add another rank. I wouldn't be opposed if they add another rank and do a rank reset. That'll be fine. Bro, guys, like, if most of the player base in this game is casual, they're gonna be a little bit angry when the ranks get reset. But if it's for the betterment of the game, I wouldn't oppose it at all. Just fucking full reset everybody. Every season. No, and then do actual placement matches, not like silver placement matches. Better. Is there such a thing as ranking up too fast? Yes. I ranked up too fast on this account and I got banned for smurfing twice, even though I'm not smurfing. 4, 3, 2, 1. The Wolverine in the left.
Another epic victory! Big win!
gonna hit backline pretty soon. Hitting backline in 3, 2, 1. Hitting now.
That's much better.
It's 3, and they do make. They do
Hey,
make.
if you're getting pulled, just calm, brother.
Let's go. Go mad. Go mad. Go mad.
I respond way better to calm.
Nice.
And colors and shapes and all that good jazz.
What? Huh? What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
It's literally not smurfing. Guys, I've lost the same. This account is probably 50-50 at this point. I mean, you guys, whoever says it is, just doesn't know the definition of smurfing. 70-27 is not the accurate number. The accurate number is way lower.
I think I could go a few more rounds.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, smurfing is continuing to dominate in lower ranks like I did. For like imagine those 10 wins. I mean, I only dominated for like 10 games because it's placement matches. It's literally placement matches. Like I have to play good, and then after the placement matches, it's just even. I'm wearing a rocket. Can we kill one of them through here?
Man, since you're up there, just all if you need to.
Hold him in. Come on. For the squid boy. Good. Well, we lost the flare.
Mag on part, mag on part.
Mother supports.
The fuck out, my boy!
Double KO.
Oh shit, I'm dead. Like, oh damn.
I tried to blow a bubble.
Our enemies are here.
I demand a retrial.
No, don't add another rank in between GM and Celestial. Add the rank in between Celestial, one of them all. That'll be way better. I'm hitting backline in 3, 2, 1. Whoa, I'm lagging. Whoa! This is why you can't play Daredevil on ping. What the fuck was that?
That's crazy.
Bro, I just got fucked over.
Pay for your sins.
Focus on the back.
My bad.
Get that vehicle moving again.
I had the boss trying to destroy it to save you.
Go hood back
I
up.
think I could go a few more rounds.
Back up.
Escort this vehicle to
Hitting backline in 3, 2, 1.
I am ready to put on a show.
Back to my old self.
Okay, nice. I'm ulting when this runs out. Can you live? Not.
Let the double.
No healers.
Okay. They use 2 ults. Next fight, please.
Can we, just play main,
I need assistance.
On the hunt. That's much better.
Okay, walk on the rocket, please.
Deep up a lot, deep up a lot.
Nice.
Back part, back part.
Huge. The vehicle we must protect.
When we use Jubilee, this Mantis,
When we use Jubilee, just blow up the amp, okay? They're gonna amp. They only have amp.
Yeah.
That's all they're gonna do. Just go aggressive with Jubilee. You go now, you go now. Go now, go now, go now. Go now with Jubilee up. I'm on the wreck. Look at Mag, look at Mag, look at this guy, look at this guy. Roll up the amp, shoot the amp.
Your coaches are fantastic. I'm dead.
It's fine, they use 3 ults. Play next fight.
it took too long.
That's why I said we gotta go aggressive.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Go to the right, please. Go to the right. Get there. Get together.
I'm on the right. Emma Phantom right, no crystal. I'm gonna back up. They have to walk up. Okay, you guys walk up, please. Fucking low. I got all the cooldowns out.
Nothing for this. We have nothing for this.
You stable?
I'm dead. We got a minute. We have 1 healer.
Alright.
Only 60 seconds left.
I should have just used my cooldowns. I wanted to keep them. I'm greedy.
Get that vehicle
Greedy boy.
I think I could go a few more rounds.
So cool.
Good pick. Let's walk up. Go, 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 go. Let's walk with ML, please.
There's a lot deep, a lot deep. Fantastic, Dad. Back on the right side.
I am ready to
First
put
and all.
on the show.
It's good, just live, please. Don't feed, don't feed.
Yeah, we're not.
Can we use ults? Can we use our ult, please? Whatever. Nice.
You got them all. The current score is 3.
Bro, that Luna chased me and I just 1v1'd her.
Time to switch things up, including which side you're on. The right heroes could make all the difference.
They call me Pizza now, but Daredevil will do.
The devil! Out! Out! I'm letting it out! Devil's ring! Ding 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 ding.
I'll make an exception. Guilty as charged.
They call me Deton. Yo, this guy just said the autism. I love it. Yo, I'm not autistic. Hello? Yo, just because I like LARPing a little bit, like, doesn't mean I'm autistic. You sure? Yes, I'm actually. I don't know. Haven't checked with a doctor. Might be. I've never checked if I have ADHD either. But
2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
maybe I don't know. You guys have watched me learn enough, so I don't know if you're doctors, so you can't really diagnose it.
Back to my old self.
Yo, I'm about to jump on their back line. I'm just chilling. I'm just gonna go on Widow. Nice, thank you. Widow one, Widow one.
I got wall, I'm sorry, you got wall there.
Sorry, don't feed, back up. Everyone this one.
We have to reset. We have to reset.
We're good, just chill.
I don't know, we're good. We're just down to support. So just fall back.
I diagnose you as a Celestial 3 player. Okay.
Alright, we're good. We're good. Everyone, we're good.
It's much better.
We're going in once those squids runs out. I'm hitting in 3, 2, 1. Yeah, finish.
Walk. Keep walking. Keep walking. I got you. Walk.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
Got him.
How did he hit me through my block? Like what?
You are insignificant.
Okay.
Knock me out, I always get back up.
Thanks.
Wait, what'd you say?
So can you teach me dive?
No, bro, I gotta teach myself dive. Yo, let close to me ult. Oh, that works. That works.
We no longer
Don't die. Can you kite out? Can we hit ult? Can we hit ult? They.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Or someone TP then. I'm ulting as well.
Look at you,
Once this runs out.
an entire empire at the tips of those fancy vibranium claws.
Wakanda's expansion was no easy task, but we have found our place among the stars.
I got two.
You can have it. All I want to rule.
No, we got it. We're good.
And I'm starting at home.
Honestly, you probably can switch
The
off.
battle starts in 5,
After I jump through.
3, 2, 1.
Alright, you can swap. Go back to the portal and swap. Yeah. Let Cloak jump through. Let Cloak jump through. Alright, Cloak's in. You can swap. Swap.
You're chilling. Right down to the
Nice.
Gotta get the conscious temple before.
Just kill him more. He's like 1v6 here. He's dead. I traded. I'll be back faster than him.
Down to 30 seconds.
Okay. Let me kill that Linda.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Come on. GG.
Luna loves
GG guys. See, like when the team plays like
Your incredibly intelligence is shown by your major and performance in school. You have random things like read up and yet you don't think you're autistic even
oh my god. Yo, I don't know what you're talking about, okay? I've never said ooh that tingles like in my life. Like I don't know what you mean. Like I don't have stings. I never do that.
Can I get an UWU?
I'm not giving you a fucking no. Sounds like you're forgetting Ukraine. Bro, that's not like, dude, I can't LARP a little bit, like, come on.
Perfect precision. Reach the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
You crying?
I can't. Oh my god, bro. Okay. Gosh.
Maximum pulse!
Ooh, that wrap it up. GG.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
How did he do it? Bro, guys, listen. It's okay to be different, no discrimination. I mean, okay, let's be real, guys. How many of you guys have heard a voice line in-game and then shouted it out loud? Type 1 if you've done that, type 2 if you're a bitch. Thank you, man. Come on. Like, be realistic, okay? Too. Yeah, come on.
Face oblivion!
1, thank you. 1. Ups. There's a beast lurking in me. Don't make me let it out. Yo, come on. That shit is funny as fuck.
Get that vehicle moving again.
There's a beast lurking in me. Don't make me let it out.
Never had much faith to begin with. And was losing what's left.
But you're going berserker rage in the range? Dude, it's fun. Come on. Tell your friends your is closed. Be thankful any of you can still walk.
Get that vehicle moving again.
Oh my god.
What the fuck are y'all even doing?
You thought we were done?
Are you past your LARP arena phase? No. I've successfully LARPed my way onto the main stage of competitive tournaments. The LARP arena will never cease to exist. I said, come my minion to my friend last night. Okay, well you were doing something else with your friend, not playing Marvel Rivals. Okay? I'm like, whatever you do, what the fuck are you doing? Oh my god. I really thought you were gonna say, something else, like, are you gonna dress up in a Magic cosplay? My bad. For Halloween, I haven't done as much Halloween. Recently. I didn't do Halloween in the last, like, 2 years, but I did it every other year. I used to do Halloween. Come on, I feel like I've turned too much into a fumble. When do you think of your face reveal, if you ever do? Is there a specific goal? Yes, 1 million Twitch subs. That means $5 million. No. I've got a good thing planned. They call me Egon, but Daredevil. Fucking Alex Lever.
Get that vehicle moving again.
You can't get rid of us so easy.
Heals the aura. Thank you. That's all you should be doing. That's the whole purpose. Bask in the aura.
Ouch, that hurts. Get that vehicle moving again. Fire mode. It's a tsunami. The battle starts. Only 60 seconds left. 4, 3, 2.
Yo, I never said I'd do a fucking Malice
Can't let all
cosplay.
of
Hello?
Apocalypse's work be for nothing.
Bro, I'm not walking out with my booty cheeks exposed. Bro got put in timeout in the fucking corner. Oh my god. That's hilarious. I'm sorry.
Down to 30 seconds.
Timeout, Captain America.
Your sacrifice will not be forgotten.
Anybody still on point? Can you get 3?
Maximum pulse!
Nice.
10 seconds. Get that vehicle moving again.
Alright, I'm gonna hit that gambit. For 3, 2, 1. Rocket can also die. I got shielded by Cap. Help, help, help. Up here. I'll just grab the health pack.
Well, you can't expect them all.
I demand a retrial.
We also have Gambit all. Trying not to feed them.
Get that vehicle moving again!
Waiting for you, Gambit. I'm just trying to close.
I couldn't even die. For like 8 minutes, they just died over and over again. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, the whole team is like, it's like they're dying, like, the whole team.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
They call me Detard. Daredevil. Daredevil.
Ouch! Reach the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Any curious how much of Black Cat has it been over Daredevil? This is mainly, bro, at this point it's a Daredevil Venom challenge. Honestly, I don't mind, they're both kind of fun. But yeah. Yo, I'm about to hit Rocket in 3, 2, 1. I got it. Thank you, thank you. Help, help, help. Help, 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 help. Thank you. We no longer fear the fire. Nice,
We'll be
nice,
coming in 30 seconds.
Back line.
Stay strong.
Shit. Can you stable? Don't stagger. Careful, Angela. We can go with. We should go with Gambit Daredevil. When we kill through, they're gonna amp. I just need you guys to shoot the amp. Once they start walking, they're about to walk up.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nice shit. Go point. This guy ulted in his spawn. He ulted in spawn and jumped off the map. Report that fucking guy. The Rocket on the enemy team, he just ulted in spawn and jumped off the map. And now he's on Squirrel Bro. Yeah, they mental boom. Can you angle also they don't touch?
We thought you were
Nice.
Oh my god!
Better stop that vehicle!
Already did! Not even second!
They better cut lane! Stop them!
You got a cart?
You wanna go long?
Yeah. Okay, let's go. Use a wad. Yeah.
Call your target.
Squirrel, or no, Gambit. In 3, 2, 1, Gambit. Gambit 1. Lucky. Nice. Come on, come on, come on.
What the fuck are y'all doing? What the fuck is y'all not doing?
This time they go Squirrel Bro when she walks up. Let them walk up. Can you Gambit all actually? We can just go. Just Gambit all forward. Let's just win. You do it? Thanks, bro. Kill it, kill it. I got my Nice shit.
Looking for a new team.
Don't bite me! I'm just dying!
them in their tracks. Including which side they're on.
I already reported him, bro. I could just fucking AFK this one. What a pussy. This guy literally, like, he rocket ults and jumps off the map. Thank God that guy's not on my team. Does anyone know who did that? This is the first. You know what I just realized? This is the first time the thrower hasn't been on my team throughout this entire challenge. Isn't that insane? I just realized this is the first time the thrower hasn't been on my team. Wow. And I played like 200. I played like 120 games.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Isn't that insane? Wow. This player 4, right?
Better stop that vehicle.
What are you guys talking about? Oh, I don't know anything stupid.
That's what I call it.
3, 2, 1. Better stop that vehicle. They've made it happen. Stop them.
Just too careful with looking.
Yo, I'm gonna go on that little.
There's still a chance to stop them.
And they give up.
Targeting for extermination.
What's up? GG.
The lengths they go to steal motherfucking food. The lengths they go to steal motherfucking
Who was the guy who rocket ulted and jumped off map? Does anyone know which player it was?
Oh. He stopped them in their tracks.
Player 2? Confirm.
They've made it happen.
Wait.
Damn, these niggas too young. Well, they just fucking dead again.
Bro, I swear, like, people like this should be perma-banned from the game. Like, actually. Like, that should just be, like, an instant perma-ban. I already reported it.
Supernova!
Like, I don't understand how that's not, like, I don't know. Wait, I won that guy? Holy shit. Who was that?
Guess who just showed that my healing factor can't keep
This
up?
guy, I think.
How about an assist?
Oh no.
It's now or never.
Hey, bro, was a cap earlier in the
Better
match.
stop that vehicle.
You're the guy who got put in the corner.
Disappear.
GG, man.
Tasha, I can't go out this way. It's clobbering time!
Minus geometry dash, what's the game I feel like you struggle to get good at the most? I don't really know. I struggle to get good at every game. I'm a very... I wouldn't classify myself as talented. I would say I'm...
Don't give them another inch, or else.
Like, I'm a good learner, but not like I never start something talented, if that makes sense. I think I have very good base mechanics, but that doesn't come from like that doesn't come from like nothing. That comes from thousands of hours of Apex and Fortnite and just playing since I was a kid. And I was really bad. I mean, like, I was just terrible. If I go back and I rewatch my gameplay, even right now, I go back and I rewatch my gameplay, I was really bad. But most of the stuff, I feel like I learn a lot better than other people because I can criticize myself more, if that makes sense. And that's why I think I'm better than a lot of other people, is because I can take my own criticism. And I know how to improve myself. Yeah. A lot of other people just start playing the game and they're just very talented. They don't really have to do it as much. Oh yeah, I do play longer too. Yeah. So you're saying if I call myself a chud and say it's all my fault, I'll get better? Yes, actually. Yeah. I mean, bro, like, you guys see what I go through? You see how much I get sniped? You see how ridiculously, like, hard these challenges are for no reason? Imagine, like, but that's just me getting sniped. You guys don't have to deal with that. Like, you're just playing the game. I mean, you have bad people, you have throwers, yeah, occasionally, but it's not like every game like you're seeing with me. It's way different, because when I play off stream, it's fine. It's just a regular game. Like, occasionally...
is that you?
Oh, GG. Occasionally I have a thrower, but, like, not nearly as much.
He's losing without it.
Like, listen, the best advice I could give everyone is just think of yourself as trash, and you want to upgrade from being trash into slightly better than trash. And then once you've achieved that, then maybe you can be okay at the game.
What up, Kingsman?
That's what I think of myself. Trash to garbage.
You'll
to,
need a top-notch team
average
to win this one.
I don't know. From trash to garbage. What's up? Level 1 Kirk to level 1 Mom boss. Yeah.
Well, he did. I'm not here.
Me for signing up with Apocalypse.
I shall do no such thing.
We will never reach your level? No, you can easily reach my skill level. It's just experience. It's experience. Also, like, and you need to be able to look at yourself critically. And that's a lot of skills, like, a lot of players in games lack. And also, when you look at yourself critically, you have to know what to look at.
We no longer
Like, a lot of people are softening themselves. How did we just kill 2?
30 seconds before you attack.
Wait,
Get ready.
no fucking way that just happened. Did you just pull a Mr. a mag, and Mr. Fantastic was humping the oh my god, you have another one. He was humping the mag, and he got pulled off the map. That's insane. That might be the craziest Spider-Man pull ever. Spider-Man pulled I think Spider-Man pulled mag, and Mr. Fantastic was humping mag, and they both fell off the map. So he got a double pull. No way that's
All
real.
you need to do is capture the mission area.
That might be the craziest
If I'm gonna be a villain, I'm gonna
pull
be the
ever.
best.
That's the best pull in the history of Marvel Rivals, I think. I gotta rewatch that. I don't think there's a better pull than that. 2 kills with 1 pull. I'm TPing, by the way.
Magic is not the only invisible force in play here.
VAR.
A shortcut.
See you back.
An unseen assist.
We need to jump, guys. It's about to run out. Nice. shit.
Nice. Wait, I think I played against you today.
There you are.
You wanna go up with Spidey ult when I have Notion? I'll tell you when. Come on. We need a match. Match with Rocket. I blocked it. Hit nobody.
Kingsman, what are you doing on his track?
I'm playing Dive Open. Yo, let him walk up, I can help. Yo, these guys like AFK, it's like a fifth goal. Careful. I got Fox CP. I got 2 and I forced Fox off. Okay. He doesn't get res.
You're down on support.
Alright, so I'm TP back. I already used TP earlier, so just try and live. We can touch again in a little bit. It's winnable. Don't touch early. Don't touch early. Just live. Okay, back up. I have touch. Fox 1. Dead. Not bad. You have 4 minutes on clock. Oh, I should have asked Rocket to gun on me for strange CP4 down your right, bro. Not getting back on your 3. I got no more bubble out. I'm gonna hit again.
Another epic victory!
Go Fox. No more. We're good. Man, kinda burned that. It's fine.
You stopped them in their tracks!
I'm hitting backline.
Pick your hero.
3, you should go now.
Or
2,
villain,
1.
I'm not judging.
They're all grouped up for you. All really low. Nice. Shit.
Oh my god, I would.
You're standing in forever, we're not killing you. And the rest of your team get a kill when they have.
We could give them a fight. Because they have both sub-bolts. Now we should go early with Amp, I'll tell you when. Then we can try and mag out the cloak and Fox. Do you want to amp now? Can you go now? It's a good time. Gotta hit heavy. You land that. You just throw it early. I'll break a bubble. I broke bubble.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
It's fine. They're all dead anyway.
I couldn't see them break.
What's the matter, home? You not liking how Gambit shoveled the deck?
Here we go.
Honestly, I was just expecting the card tricks from Doctor Strange. Not you.
This ain't no trick. It's a daily game I play. And if you
Alright,
want,
cool. They still have Fox ult. Venom, do you want to ult the Fox? Cool. Yeah, we'll kill her. I do a double ult
The
this
battle
guy.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got
Let him
it?
walk up. A little bit more. Going in 3, 2, 1. Going. Go Fox first, preferably, because she's gonna. Yep, kill her through. Go Fox all dead. I got solo ulted. I got double ulted. I'm good. shit, guys. Great synergy on the dives.
The current score is 0-2-1. The mission area is yours. Time to switch things up, including which
How's day
side
5
you're
going,
on.
King? Been able to play cat very much
You'll need
today?
a top-notch
Been able to play cat. Meow, 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 meow. This guy said, have you been able to play cat?
Yeah, we played against the Kingsmen on in Shibuya. Do you remember the most useless story you've ever seen in your life?
How do you think an honor system would affect
No.
the game?
Why do you ask?
What do you mean, why?
Or, wait, Shin Shibuya? Were you on my team or?
No, we were against you. We were on Daredevil with the 17 finals.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
No, it was you either.
Yeah, I had no idea. I was like, oh, that's probably a Black Cat player.
I'm just glad you.
Oh, yeah. Didn't we ban it? Yeah, we banned Magic.
Keep going.
Well, I'm not allowed to play Magic. This makes it too easy. I can't play Magic.
Oh, yeah.
Cat is always banned, so it's basically Daredevil Venom Challenge. Which are both fine, but like people can just throw, because I can't frontline with this challenge. So like if my frontline is really, really shit, I just lose. So. Thanks for the Daredevil skin, peace. You know what? I was about to say something. Enjoy your skin, buddy. Alright, I'm gonna hit the box early. I'm gonna like tap her a little bit. Tapping. And cooldown's out.
Where's the mine?
I don't want to hit you more than I have to.
You break them? They're all really low.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Let's see if I can kill them more. No, I cannot. Someone just, I just need someone to break the nest. I can't break them.
Winning plays! Winning plays!
You still have to deal with the devil. We no longer fear.
Well, good pull. Kill this guy. Mac. Mac can die. Mac can die. Nice. They're down their main tank. We can just walk them down. Okay, I'm walking. Look at that invis.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Penny. Be dead.
Yikes. I probably should have worn a tie to a fancy shindig like this.
Yeah, they're TPing.
We would have made a glorious garment for you had you not shunned us.
Sure, I'd be dapper if you were still my costume V, but also
Got the
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Nice, good shit. Almost Loki can die, the real one's right here. Loki and Mantis can both die over here.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Nice, Recard we win, guys. Recard we win. 1v6 in, 1v6. Yeah, we're using the... Alright. GG guys, GG. Huge. Nice.
Not again.
They captured the mission area!
Alright, we gotta watch that replay. That shit was crazy. That Spider-Man is fucking goated, by the way. I don't think he missed a pull the whole game.
Just what we needed.
I gotta rewatch. I think this might be the craziest Spider-Man clip I've ever seen. If that's the case. A double pull is insane. Okay, let's see this. So, Spider-Man goes in, holds the Magneto. And he grabs Magneto. And at the same time, Mr. Fantastic. Dude, look at this from Mr. Fantastic POV. That is insane. And he gets a double kill.
Capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Bro.
God damn, when are you gonna walk up, man?
That's crazy, bro.
The Fantastic GMD.
Imagine you get pulled and your Fanta gets pulled in one pull, a 2-for-1. That is not what you want 5 seconds into a game. 5 seconds into a game, you're playing support, your Magneto and your Fantastic is dead. But you get lost.
Double kill. That's 3. No overtime.
I mean, to be fair, that is just luck, but oh my god. That's just insane. The pull is crazy good. Tell your friends, New York is closed. Tism Tornado, bro, shut the hell.
Steal more time, Gambit. You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. Time for a blow-up!
Sim Sam.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I want to grab some food. BRB guys, BRB. I'm not playing Bramble, but I swear to fucking god, this guy. Dude, I will never... Oh, speaking of which, this guy just subs with Twitch Prime, which is something you can all do right now! I do all here with this thing called Twitch Prime. Prime sub and you get no ads for free.
Glory is almost yours!
Gotta get some kills.
With the amazing Spider-Man! Yo soy el final!
No area! Going to overtime!
Clip this!
Control lost! Let the sparks fly!
Look at this extreme kill. I'm not solo.
You thought we were done? many. We no longer fear the
Eat Spider-Man and Squirrel Girl. Team up of the century. Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Let me get this straight. You have telepathic control over squirrels, and you're not a mutant?
It's weird, huh? I would totally love to be an honorary X-Man, though.
I'm not sure Xavier really does that.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I gotta say something crazy.
Hey, make fun of my tail all you want, but I've still beaten
I just
Doom,
opened up my TikTok.
Thanos,
I saw a
Galactus.
video. Cat is getting nerfed because this game is catered towards supports. Larp. Anyway, I'm gonna go grab my food.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Let the sparks fly!
Hoped you could steal more time, Gam.
Capture the mission area! What touch of cooling?
I'm about to wade in! Get it? Wade. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
What's up, bad guys? Raising your cool stampede!
Buffed and beautiful, baby! Hey, Chad! Someone clip this!
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. I appreciate you.
Please tell me you can heal from that wave.
Ha! They've almost got it!
You get a web, and you get a web, and you get a web! Yo soy el final!
Alright, I'm back. Oh, what's up? What's up, guys? What's up? What do you want to do? You want to watch something? What's up now? What do I got? Oh, my bad. I was pulling it.
King had to check the clock out before eating and forgot to grab the food.
What are you talking about? Ooh, shit! Tier list.
Guys, it's time. 9.1.
Want to watch this tier list, guys? Or no, do you not want to watch this tier list? Anything else? No. Yes. No. Dear God, no, Kingsman. Look at that, man.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Let's watch it. You sure last video? Bro, the videos are me. I don't want to watch that. It's me. I literally played it. I only rewatch it when I edit. And when I rewatch after posting. You guys know how painful it is to rewatch everything you make like 4 times?
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
venom. You are insignificant.
Oh. Wait. Hold on.
See how I use Creative Cloud Pro
Oh
to
my
take
God.
my projects to the next level. I use Adobe Illustrator.
Seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Why'd Jay post this so late?
Hydra's been a thorn in my side for way too long.
I understand, Bucky. Some villains just don't know when to quit.
This is one group of fascists I'd be happy to never see again.
I could help with that, but not in the way I think.
What the hell?
The battle starts in
edit.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We didn't ask to be heroes, but we always answer the call.
My beautiful children.
Sure those are bad guys.
A little help, please.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. The mission area is yours. Control lost!
Who's the other tank? Pussy ass nigga walked out the building, bitch.
Mission head. We're going to keep this one.
God damn, bro. That's a fucking building, bro. One down. Careful, man. Guns don't hurt, bro. Guns don't hurt. This is how I use it.
I have many faces.
Without Spider-Man. You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Destroy these arms when you find them. Behind you.
Control lost.
This strange is fucking awful.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Fucking awful, bro.
Shields up! The area is almost yours!
Damn.
Stand strengthened for battle.
Strange is fucking awful, bro. Oh my god. No, Strange is sucking ass. Oh my god, he sucks ass.
The Vishanti's power. Yo soy el final.
Not there yet. Going to overtime. Control lost. They've almost got it. No winner yet. Going to overtime.
We have returned.
Control seized.
No contingency plans needed. We have succeeded so far.
Other wonders. Fix, brother.
We no longer fear the fire.
I kind of want to go early with Gambit.
Yeah. Okay.
30 seconds before you attack.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Get ready.
Get me in that shit, G.
A powerful warrior woman such as yourself would be revered in heaven.
I appreciate that. Maybe the Fantastic Four will have to pay your home realm a visit.
It would be best to come alone.
Oh shit, I have though, bro.
Men are not welcome where I am from.
It has been a while since I've done
Like, what
this.
is
The
this
battle
guy
starts
doing,
in
bro?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, Ritter son.
All you need to
Got
do
it.
is capture the mission area. Got it?
Mag OP. Wait, nuclear grab.
That guy is not living with that shitty ass bubble.
They're legit.
Jason Spidey. Nah, it's dumb.
Bald PK?
Shit's fucking stupid. Don't suck dick.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
No!
Everyone will
Do you close your eyes for roleplay sometimes? Yeah.
That even mean?
How many subs for you to go bald? Like 10,000.
The mission area is yours.
What's happening on Twitter? Who cares, bro?
Yo soy el final.
Range is so easy. Just a second.
Wait, why am I going right side?
What does PK stand for? Penis King?
like, bro. Hey,
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it from the Dark Lord, the Hood Avatar. Yo, I'm going with my ult. They all die or I'm dying. Y'all better get in. Alright, I'm going.
I'm dead.
I fed for it.
Sorry, but I never miss.
I super fed for it. The Namor's one with no bubble.
That's W right there.
Keep capturing more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
The Widow's still on the right.
I saw what
Where?
you did, Cyclops, and I approve.
Oh, I found it. I got pulled. Probably dead.
Hey, Mac, hold on. Let me know when you have CDs, I can go back mine.
I'm going on there. He'll pull left.
Wait, upside?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Oh, shit. I am dead. What?
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, you're bro. Oh my god.
I didn't think he could just die like that.
I got two.
Hey, go Mag. Hey, Mag one.
Deadpool was also one. Spider-Man, he's on a controller, he can't spin in circles.
Oh god. The top left too.
He can't spin in circles.
See where I am, TD?
Another epic victory!
Wait, forget you guys won. Wade Wilson.
No bubble on Namor.
Oh shit.
Yo, where's mine?
Yo, what?
I couldn't get it.
You got a point, right?
Yo, like.
This guy just solo ulted? Holy shit, and he's fucking shooting his corpse. That widow dies, bro, you got it.
Yeah.
I'm ulting point, let's go. Actually, do I need to get that ball? He missed. I'm off this, bro. Yep. Take that pellet, boy. Yo, break this.
Oh, you fat ass. Tubby, pudgy,
good,
fat fucking pig. Oh, I mean, okay, you might be the hood avatar, actually.
You saw that tracking, boy?
Yeah.
Don't talk shit, bro. One positive cancels out all the negative. That's all it matters. But nah, how the fuck did I miss that shot? I'm a pig.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
And I got ace.
You're him, bro.
Insignificant. I'm actually surprised my PC did not crash. Alright.
You been having a lot of crashes, bro?
The best moments of my workday were always the ones right before arriving at my job at the mall. The drive-in, listening to music or a podcast. The few minutes before my shift, sitting in my car, sipping coffee from my travel mug. They always went by too fast, while the rest of the day would drag on forever. Checking my watch, I realized those blissful, idle moments were once again at an end. Taking the key from the ignition, I felt the rumble of the engine die, along with my good mood, and the cold air began seeping in almost instantly. It had been a brutal winter, with way too much snow.
Walnuts,
Grumbling, I stepped out of my car into the bitter, frigid morning air.
Oh, that got a
I pulled up the hood of my coat to cover my ears as a chill wind blew across the parking lot
Battle
of the
starts in
mall.
5.
My car door slammed shut because of the
3,
dust,
2,
a loud noise echoing over the vast empty space.
All you need to do is
Clouds
capture
were
the
stirring
mission area.
overhead,
Got
and
it?
the forecast was for snow. A lot of snow. Again. Speed walking across the parking lot, I clutched the warmth of the coffee cup in my hand, swapping it back and forth between left and right to steal some of its heat. Now that the Christmas rush was over, the usual dullness had settled over the mall once again. The place was deserted when I entered, nodding hello to the old security guard who was half asleep at his desk by the directory, his takeout coffee cup spilled beside him on the floor. Even the geriatrics didn't bother to take their morning walks here anymore, opting for the Costco across town, which offered free samples day and night. Not to mention inflation-proof hot dogs for $1.50, soft drink included. The mall had no such offerings, just discount off-brand eyewear, desolate clothing stores, and cell phone kiosks. Even those mainstays were abandoning the place, relocating to the other, trendier mall across town. This place had a real shantytown vibe, and a black market feel to it. It was even one of those stores with bins full of junk you buy for various prices. Bins, I think it was called. The only shining beacon of corporate enlightenment in the entire mall was Megamart. It occupied the entire eastern wing at this point, after swallowing up several smaller shops like some enormous bloated whale. The rest of us were hanging on by a thread, hoping shoppers didn't see the giant blue sign at the other end of the mall, which promised lower prices for nearly everything they offered. Personally, I worked at Electro Hut, essentially a modern-day version of Radio Shack with just as questionable of a business model. We were doomed for failure at some point, but I really didn't want it to be at the hands of Megamart and Ed, the pompous, Napoleonic owner of the place. His employees were much the same, the type who acted like grown-up versions of childhood bullies. Who knew where he managed to find them all? Maybe there was a hiring service for assholes, Monsters.com or something?
The sale price is $450, and that includes a controller.
My saleswoman, Claire, was saying to a customer near the entrance of the Electro Hut. I slowed down to watch her close the sale. If needed, I could always step in with some last-minute manager's special discount. We really needed to make some big sales this month to hit our targets.
Does that come with a game?
The pimple-faced kid asked, pushing up her glasses.
What's the point of buying the thing if it doesn't come with a game? I barely have enough for the system at that price.
I gave Claire a discreet nod, letting her know it was okay to give him the bundle at a lower price. But before she could say a word, one of Ed's jocks was there, seemingly appearing out of nowhere. The guy was at the opposite end of the mall from where he worked, and yet here he was, poaching one of our customers. Unbelievable. Or at least at most places it would be unbelievable. Here at the Beaconville Mall, it was a common occurrence.
Megamart's got that system with the game at the same price, man.
And the guy said, putting the kid in a headlock and then giving him a noogie.
Come on, let me escort you over there, before you waste your money on these losers.
The kid was looking at me nervously, still held in a headlock by the jerk. I don't know what it was about seeing that. Maybe it unlocked some traumatic memory of me being bullied in high school. But at that moment, something in me snapped. Hey, you don't get to decide where the kid shops, I said, stepping forward, my hand balled into a fist without even realizing it. We'll give you the same prices for the system in whatever game you want. Just don't go with this asshole. The Megamart dickhead scoffed at me, then looked at the kid.
Well, what do you say? Want to come with us? You want to get ripped off by this freak?
I'll stay here. Assholes.
He released him and took a step back, raising his hands as if to say, I surrender.
Fair enough. I regret that later, though. Just remember whose side you decide to be on.
He looked back over his shoulder as he walked away. Several other muscle-bound jocks in tow. Like the first one, they seemed to appear out of thin air, hiding in the shadows like ninjas. Something was so strange about all of this. It just felt off, like a bad dream. It felt like I was in a bad 80s movie all of a sudden. I shook my head and brushed away the thoughts, then helped Claire ring the kid up using my discount code. The whole time, I was getting a bad feeling, like a premonition that something terrible was coming, but I didn't know what. It turned out, terrible was a vast understatement. We got to talking with the kid, and he told us his name was Freddy, and, as it turned out, he was looking for a job, as well as a gaming system. To be honest, I'm not really looking for anyone right now. I said, feeling terrible about it. It was true, though. If anything, we needed to downsize our staff, but I didn't have the heart to let anyone go. The store just isn't doing that well lately. We were trying, unsuccessfully, to compete with Amazon and Best Buy and every other big box store out there, including Megamart. But I didn't say any of that to Freddy. Claire was giving me a puppy dog look, as if to say,
Please, can you keep him?
I took a deep breath, and then caved. Okay, you can do a trial shift. You're here, so you might as well start today if you're up for it. That way we can call that bargain I gave you an employee discount. Just an hour or two, and see how you fit in. How's that sound?
Hell yeah.
Great, we don't really swear in the store. At least, you try not to.
Shit. Shoot. Got it. So, when do I get one of those sweet red shirts and a name tag?
I gave Claire a look. The kid was way too excited about working here, but maybe it was his first job or something.
Come with me.
Claire said to him, grabbing his hand. The kid blushed, his face turning bright red. I got the feeling he didn't talk to girls very often, let alone hold their hands. I'll get you a shirt and a name tag. It's not gonna have your name on it though. It's gonna say trainee in big capital letters, so everyone knows you're a noob. Oh, one more thing. We like to haze the newcomers around here. You're not allergic to cat food, are you?
I don't think so. Why?
Poor kid, I thought to myself as they walked off together. He's got no idea what he's in for. I checked my watch. It was 10:30 a.m., and yet the mall was still empty. There were no customers at all. I had expected a lull after Christmas, but this was ridiculous. I stepped out onto the concourse just outside the store, looking down towards the other end of the mall. I saw a lot of activity. At first, I thought it was shoppers, and figured that was why it was so dead over here. Some giant sale at Megamart was taking all of our customers again.
We will get you to Budokan.
Then I looked closer and saw that those people outside the store were not customers. They were blue shirt Megamart employees, and they were each holding something. They looked like weapons. And the way they were standing was almost like a battle formation. I shook my head again, feeling that surreal, dreamlike sensation. Some deja vu, but different. This was all so bizarre.
Greg.
Claire was calling from the back room.
Greg, what the fuck is this?
I took one last weary look down towards the Megamart and went back inside, heading to the back room. That feeling in my gut of something wrong was growing, and it wouldn't stop. I don't understand, I said, looking at the crossbows and hunting knives, spears, and other weapons arranged in the back room. What is all this?
You tell me! They weren't back here this morning. Someone must have put them here in the past hour. You're saying it wasn't you?
The final
No,
10
it
seconds!
wasn't me.
Get
I just
that
got
vehicle
here.
moving again!
Why the hell would I put weapons back here? This isn't the fucking Hunger Games. A buzz of feedback and a cracking voice from the overhead PA interrupted us. I recognized the voice instantly, even through the whine of feedback. It was Ed, the owner of the Megamart.
Good morning, mall workers. By now, I trust you've all found your armaments for the battle ahead. You're probably wondering what I mean. But before I explain, let me assure you of a few things. Number one, all exits have been sealed. There is no way in or out of this mall. Number two, you will either die or you'll be the last non-Megamart team member alive. And the representative from that store and that store alone will retain their place within this mall. The rest of your stores will be absorbed
You'll need
by
a
us,
top-notch team to
like
win this
so
one.
many of your friends before you.
Claire was looking at me, and I was shaking my head.
Is this some sort of sick joke?
It's gotta be, but it's in really poor taste. Is he nuts? Sneaking in here with all these weapons?
What the hell is all this? I didn't sign up for all this shit, man.
It's not real, I said. It's not. He's just doing some prank. And there's no way that guy would actually pull something like this.
Are you sure about that?
Claire asked nervously, raising her eyebrows. I stopped and really thought about it for the first time, and I opened myself up to the possibility that this could, in fact, be real. And suddenly, I was convinced it was. Actually, to be honest, it sounds exactly like something I do. The guy's a sociopath. We were interrupted again by the asshole's condescending voice cracking over the PA.
Look who's talking!
I have decided to make this even for all of you. I have provided you with weapons to make this a reasonably fair fight. Modern day weaponry will not be used at all. So no machine guns or grenades or flamethrowers or any of that other nasty business.
3, 2,
But we will be
1.
coming at you with everything else we
Capture the
have.
mission area.
So I suggest you be ready.
I'm gonna
The
need
battle
some
begins
serious
now.
retail therapy after this.
Or rather, should I call it what it really is? A hunt.
The PA clicked off, and we were left in silence.
Okay, fuck this.
Freddy said, running off.
Fuck this mall and fuck this store. I'm out of here. I'm going to Costco.
I chased after him, but he was quick. He was 20 yards away from me as I was just getting to the edge of the store. Then I stopped in my tracks. The arrow didn't fly through the air towards him. It was just there, protruding from his back and sticking right through him, center mass. He spun around, his eyes wide with shock. blood pooling in his mouth. And then another arrow came down, and another, until he was full of them, sticking out of him from all angles like a porcupine. He collapsed to the concourse floor, his blood spreading out around him in a pool. I heard screams from all around as the store owners began to run in all directions. People had their phones out, were trying to call 911, but were yelling about how it wouldn't go through. Nothing was going through. And then more arrows were flying. Workers were going down left and right as they tried to escape.
Because they don't have any tanks that will push it once you have all DPS to do those.
And they were using the high ground of the upper level to their full advantage, raining bolts and arrows down from above. I felt like I was suddenly in a medieval battle, or more accurately, a massacre, as death wails could be heard ringing out from all around. Uniformed mall employees fell one by one, some clutching their throats or eyes as unfortunate arrows penetrated them everywhere. I looked to see the exit was sealed off with chains, clearly visible even from where I stood. If only Freddy had taken a second to look, he would have seen them for himself. But he was panicking. Not only that, snow was piling up quickly outside the doors, covering them. The predicted snowstorm was here in full force. Nobody would be coming to the mall in this weather, which meant nobody would be calling the police from outside either. We were trapped in this place, with no way to call for help. I thought back to the security guard I'd nodded at coming in. His coffee cup tipped over beside him. A sign of a struggle? Had he been asleep or drugged? Or worse yet, dead? It occurred to me, not for the first time, how we so often see what we're expecting to see, not what's really in front of us.
What the hell are you doing?
Claire was screaming at me, pulling down the steel shutter to close off the front of the store.
Help me with this! Why the hell are you just standing there?
I sputtered something of an apology and helped her pull down the steel gate, blocking it. I felt a tiny bit of security. It wasn't much, but it was something. We need to barricade the door leading to the service corridor, I said, hurrying that way. Ed's goons had dropped off weapons in our back room, which meant they had access to the store somehow. The service corridor was the only logical place they could have come through.
Way ahead of you. I already blocked it off. Pushed over a shelf.
Okay, good. You think it's enough to hold them off?
It's wedged in there pretty good. I'd say it's as safe as we're gonna get. They're barricaded in here for the time being. At least, until we can figure out a plan.
She looked so sure of herself when she said that, but that safety would not last for very long. Claire seemed to eventually realize this, since after hearing the sounds of death wails in the distance getting closer, she decided we weren't as safe as we thought. Her searching eyes eventually settled on the air conditioning vent in the ceiling, and as she pulled over a stepladder to reach it, I knew she was going to try to John MacGyver her way out of here.
These vents should lead outside.
Claire was saying as she used her keys to unscrew the cover.
I can go for help, but that would mean leaving you here alone.
She didn't mention the obvious issue, and the reason I wouldn't be able to follow her. My ass was way too big to fit in that vent. You don't think they'll have the outside of the building covered? I asked nervously. They could easily have control of the camera system by now. What if you get caught? She thought about this and then replied,
You may be right, but it's still worth a shot.
I couldn't argue with her there. We were sitting ducks waiting to be killed at the moment.
I took the bus to work today. My car broke down on the way home yesterday. I've got no way of getting to the police station or anywhere else to call for help.
She said, as if just remembering this fact. I fished for my keys in my pocket, then pulled them out. Take my car. I'll survive here on my own. Just don't get caught, okay? She took my keys and nodded, her eyes watery. She looked like she wanted to say something else to me. Something important. What? What is it?
Nothing. Just don't die, okay?
I couldn't help but laugh, despite the situation. I'll try. She grabbed a knife from the pile of weapons. Then she climbed up the stepladder and was gone. Shit, I said to myself as I could no longer hear her movements in the vent. I was alone, and despite what I'd said, I wasn't too thrilled about it. After putting the vent cover back on and removing the stepladder, I resumed pacing back and forth nervously. I could hear the occasional howls of terror from outside the store, often followed by nightmarish noises I could only assume were death cries, horrifying yelps and blood-curdling screams cut short. They were cutting us down like livestock. No one was fighting back against them, or more accurately, no one stood a chance against them. The PA crackled to life once again, and I heard Ed's despicable voice speaking through it, gloating.
Attention, mall employees. You're making this way too easy on us. Picking you off one by one as you stay huddled in your holes. Didn't you think we'd kill the security guards? Steal their keys? We can get to each of you any time we want.
The screams were getting closer. I realized they were right next door. The steel gate rattled open. Footsteps could be heard, followed by the sounds of butchering and screaming and death.
As a result of this easy streak we're on, I'm going to be instituting a little grace period. A ceasefire. The next 10 people who are caught by my men, or who give themselves up willingly, will be spared. At least temporarily. Do with that what you will. And decide for yourself if you want to be one of the lucky few who are given a chance to survive.
The microphone clicked off, and I was left in silence. It lasted only a moment before the steel shutter at the right of the store was being pulled open. I looked out of the back room, cracking the door by an inch. Several of Ed's goons marched inside, holding weapons while one of them held the steel shutter open. The man in front saw me, then pointed my way, motioning for the others to follow. I retreated back inside the room and tried to barricade the entrance, but it was too late. They ripped open the door to the back room and hauled me out. I surrender! I surrender! I said, unsure if the temporary ceasefire would really save me, or if it was just a ploy to make us more docile.
Pick your hero.
The brown-haired Megamart goon on the right mocked, before slamming the butt of his crossbow into the side of my head, knocking me out cold.
You are insignificant.
I woke up with a splitting headache. It was hard to tell exactly how much time had passed, but it felt like it had been a while. My back was sore from lying on the hard tiled floor, and my ears were ringing slightly. I blinked a few times, trying to get my vision to unblur. Eventually, it did. Looking around, I realized I was in the food court, and I was surrounded by people I knew. Claire was right next to me, and after recovering my wits enough to speak, I asked her what had happened.
Exactly what you thought would happen. They were watching me outside of the building. I didn't get halfway to your car before they had guns aimed at me.
30 seconds
and
before you
snow was
attack.
already up to my
Get
knees
ready.
anyways. The car was buried. The whole city is gonna be shut down today. No one's coming for us.
That's very optimistic. I began, but was quickly interrupted by Big Ed's voice.
We share mutual
Oh, maybe I forgot to mention,
And
the
tomorrow
owner of
you'll
Megamart
gladly stab
really
me in
liked
the
to be
back to
called
get
Big
what you
Ed,
want.
despite his
You
5'0"
know
nothing
me so
stature.
well, mortal.
He practically forced the nickname upon his employees and customers alike, as if it would make up for any other anatomical deficit he might have.
Welcome to
All
the
you need to
winner's
do is
circle.
capture the mission area.
Bet that isn't
Got it?
something you losers ever thought you would hear. But I guess I should congratulate you. You survived longer than 90% of your friends. Even if it was just because your stores were furthest away, and thus, the last ones we raided.
He rolled his eyes and shouted at one of his underlings.
Toby, Prime, now!
The Prime energy drink was in his hand approximately 1 second later, thrown there like a fastball. He caught it and opened it without skipping a beat. As much as I hated the guy, I had to admit, it was impressive. And a little intimidating. I got that surreal feeling again, like this couldn't actually be happening. It was all too strange. Was this a nightmare? It felt like it had to be. Except it was all too real, as was the pain in my skull. He chugged the bottle of Prime and crunched the empty plastic in his fist, then threw the remains over his shoulder.
Now, what was I saying? Have you all played hide and seek before?
He waited for us to answer, practically vibrating with the infusion of caffeine and B vitamins. We all nodded silently.
That's a bit how this is gonna be. See, we've got the whole mall opened up now. Unlocked all the stores. And all us Megamart employees are gonna be here. In the food court. Having our lunch.
I looked around to see all the restaurants were splattered with blood, and I assumed there were corpses everywhere behind the counters. All the workers were dead. Yet the Megamart employees were happily eating tacos and pieces of pizza, shawarma, and anything else they could find that wasn't covered in blood. A few of them were looking over at us, raising their caps as if to salute us for still being alive.
So all of you are gonna get to go for a little run now. I know, that's not something you're used to.
He poked one of the workers' protruding belly as he walked past, pacing down the aisle of us like a drill sergeant.
Especially not you. But today, you're gonna have to try it out. Because after we're done eating in, say, 20 minutes, We're gonna be coming for you.
His goons cost us each a close switchblade.
That's all you're gonna get for weapons, unless you find something better. Well, I'm sure there's still plenty of good stuff lying around out there. That's amazing what you can find on Amazon. And nobody says shit, even if you buy a few £1,000 worth of killing equipment.
We all sat silently.
Where was I? Oh, right. You've got 20 minutes to find a hiding place. More or less. The entire mall is your oyster.
One person began to run immediately, without waiting for further instructions. The other 9 of us stood there uncertainly, waiting to see if bolts and arrows would suddenly appear, sticking out of the man's back as he fell dead. But nothing happened as he gradually grew smaller in the distance, huffing and puffing loudly as he ran.
Well, what are you waiting for? Go! The clock is ticking.
And with that, Big Ed sat down with his feast of Sbarro, Wetzel's Pretzels, and Burger King. He squirted some Taco Bell hot sauce on all of it, and the redness ran down his chin like blood as he chewed and smiled at us. Without another moment of hesitation, the group of us stood up and ran. Claire was beside me as we gained distance from the food court. She looked terrified, a sheen of stressed sweat covering her face. Where are we going? I asked as we ran past a ghost-cladded, as seen on TV store, and then a discount shoe place.
Get ready.
We need to hide somewhere.
I don't know.
Great.
She stopped in the
I guess we're
doorway
doing
of a
the
nail
team-up
salon
thing again.
without turning to see the carnage inside the place. As she caught her breath, I tried not to look over her shoulder. 3 women were dead on the floor of the salon, surrounded by maroon-red puddles and coagulating blood. As much as I tried to avoid looking at the floor, it was difficult. There was so much blood. I couldn't understand where it all come from, and how those few people could have contained so much of the stuff. A cotton candy pink teddy bear sat on the shelf, surrounded by other decorations, flowers, and waving cats. The juxtaposition to the carnage around us was so surreal, and then it hit me. Wait, I've got an idea, I said to Claire as something dawned on me. I think I know where we can hide. Follow me. As we approached the store on the 2nd floor, Claire stopped in her tracks.
This can't possibly be the place where you want to hide.
What? This is as good a place as any.
Or the Bear Workshop? Seriously? You need weapons and camouflage. A hiding place. This isn't the time to indulge your stuffy addiction.
Hey, I told you about that in confidence. I had a collection of stuffed animals, which took a prominent place on my living room shelf. But Claire was sworn to secrecy about that. She had seen them once after a work party when I had too much to drink, and she ended up driving me home. She'd never let me live it down. We've just gotta last longer than the rest of them. And this place has plenty of hiding spots. Trust me, I've spent enough time here.
So this is where you go on your breaks.
She said with a snort of laughter that I couldn't help but find endearing. We went in through the front entrance of Build-A-Bear, and I noticed the store was pretty well untouched. Either the employees here had given themselves up willingly, or they were in on it. I couldn't see any other option. Every other store in the mall was splattered with blood and gore, and not this one. There's bags of stuff in the back, and I know they just got in a new shipment of occupation-specific bear clothing. We can hide in there. Should be lots of room and plenty of stuff to disguise ourselves with.
Really? Do you think the bear clothes will fit us?
No, I mean... I stopped mid-sentence when I realized she was grinning. Oh, okay. You know what I mean. We can hide in those bins of bear accessories they've got back there. If we're lucky, maybe the cops will show up before they can find us. Claire looked dubious on that point, but she didn't say anything to the contrary. Just as we were settling into our hiding places at the back of the store, Big Ed's voice began to blare over the PA once again, this time taking on the chipper voice of the typical mall announcements.
All right, mall shoppers. Mega Mart employees are now loose in your area. Be on the lookout for a sales associate wearing a blue shirt, and if you see one, be sure to say hello. We'll have crossbow bolts and arrows coming at you half off, today only. And don't forget, only one of you will survive the day.
Claire and I looked at each other from our hiding spots, the dilemma obvious, but we both shook our heads, trying not to think of that. Hopefully, the cops would get here first. A loud scream could be heard from a little distance away. A store maybe 3 or 4 doors down from where we were. The scream was cut short, signifying a swift death. A slit throat or a caved-in skull, perhaps. They were close.
Sounds like we have one satisfied customer already. Now, I feel like I should mention, we've disabled the interior camera system for the remainder of this game. It was getting too easy finding and killing all of you. So we decided to make things a little more challenging. The building's exterior camera system is still operational, so don't get too excited. I'm talking to you, Claire.
She jumped at the sound of her own name being spoken by that maniac.
Only 9 of you left. I look forward to seeing who survives.
The mic clicked off, and as it did, a new sound became audible. Footsteps headed in our direction. I tensed up, sinking myself deeper into the pile of tiny teddy bear clothing. I tried to make myself invisible, but it was kinda hard considering my height and build. As the footsteps got closer, I began to realize just how visible I was. My hand was poking out, and one of my elbows was too, and as the footsteps entered the room, I felt my body seizing up with pain.
Well. I see you, Mr. Bear.
The man's shadow blocked out the fluorescent lights, casting me in darkness. I looked up at him and met his eyes, and saw the glee in them. He was enjoying this.
2 down, 8 to go.
He said, raising a blade above his head. It was a curved sword with a wickedly sharp blade, like a Japanese katana. I closed my eyes, knowing it was my time to die. I felt oddly at peace with it at that moment, as if everything in my life had been leading up to this.
Pick your hero.
I squeezed
or
my
villain.
eyes tighter,
I'm not
tensing
judging.
up, but the death blow didn't come. It felt like time was stretching out and lasting forever. These last moments before my death. But then I was surprised to hear the man above me gurgling. A moment later, he fell to the floor. Reluctantly, I opened my eyes to see a different figure standing over me, shrouded in a sniper's camouflage. But this camouflage wasn't made of dead leaves and grass. Instead, he was covered in stuffed teddy bears, which had been adhered to his outfit. Bill? I asked, recognizing him instantly. Holy shit, you're alive! The guy who I saw almost every day on my lunch break did not appear happy to see me. His face was stern and angry, but he did help me up.
We need to get out of here.
He said, taking off his teddy bear camouflage.
They'll be back eventually, and I can't hide this mess.
He motioned to
When we're
the
done
dead
here,
Mega Mart
you're welcome to join us back at the Baxter
blood pooling
building.
around him.
Thanks for the offer.
I looked around the store and saw several other employees climbing out of bins. Each of them was wearing an outfit
You've
made of
already
teddy
saved
bears.
so many.
They blended in
Even
perfectly,
Justice needs to
so
rest
well
every
that
now
we
and
hadn't
then.
even noticed them when we entered the store.
But not on
I didn't know it. We
The
thought
battle
you
starts
were,
in 5,
dead already.
4, 3,
Bloody likely.
2,
Said another man
1.
wearing bear camouflage who
All you need
approached
to
us
do
from
is
behind.
capture the mission area.
The 4 of us
Got
were in a
it?
sniper unit in the military before
It feels
working
good to
this
step
place.
outside my bubble
We
every
know
now
how
and
to
then.
hide. And we would have easily survived until the end of this massacre if you two hadn't come in here.
Now that makes a lot of sense. Those outfits are great. How did you manage to...
Fat lot of good that'll do us now.
The guy said, cutting me off. He was already removing his camouflage, as were the others.
We gotta find someone else to go. And fast.
We can use it to our advantage. If we're in tight quarters, their numbers won't matter so much.
Bill grinned as he clapped me on the back.
Never do. Who is this? How come you never introduced her?
Oh, this is Claire. She works at Electro Hut with me.
Holy shit. So this is the Claire.
He asked, winking at me.
Well, I can see why you like her so much. She'd make one hell of a sniper.
I could feel my face going red and did my best to avoid looking at Claire, but I could feel her staring at me, her jaw slightly agape. What about locks? I asked, trying to avoid that gaze, and hoping to change the subject as fast as humanly possible. We don't have keys for the other stores. If we get surrounded, we're screwed. Claire was already on it. She was patting down the dead body and pulled out a set of keys, jingling them in front of us. One of them was a Grand Master key stolen from the security guard. A large GM was stamped on it with capital letters.
Any other questions?
The 6 of us went out the back of the store, and I got the feeling we were just in time. Bill was the last one out, and as he closed the door, we could hear more goons entering Build-A-Bear workshop.
We need to move. They're gonna be right behind us.
Fortunately, the service tunnel curved slightly, so the men behind us didn't have a clear line of sight, but I had no doubt that they would be moving quickly to find the people who had killed their friends. Sure enough, I heard the door we'd come through open and close less than a minute later, and footsteps were echoing down the hallway. Several men running at full speed toward us.
Open it! Open it!
Bill was saying to Claire, indicating one of the doors up ahead.
Progress has passed the halfway
They're right
point.
behind us.
Claire was jiggling the keys, but it didn't want to turn in the rusted door lock. Meanwhile, the rest of us prepared ourselves for whoever might be coming around the corner at any second. 3 of the Build-A-Bear Workshop guys had crossbows, while Bill and I were armed with swords. I picked up the katana dropped by the Megamart goon, since it was a lot nicer than the switchblade I'd been given by Ed. The footsteps were getting closer by the second, and I was sure they would round the corner before Claire could open the door. But at what felt like the last possible moment, she managed to find the sweet spot, and the key turned with an effort. She yanked on the doorknob, and we all piled into a random mall establishment. Bill shut the door behind him as quietly as possible, and we found ourselves in a loud, dark space lit up by flashing lights and colorful low-resolution screens. Buzzers and laser sound effects mingled with guns and race cars and 100 other random noises. Blue lights gave our teeth a nuclear green fluorescent glow. We were in the mall's ancient arcade. The place had never been updated, so most of the games were old and out of date. The crumbling black walls were plastered with glow-in-the-dark stars and planets, but most had lost their phosphorescent shine years prior. It gave the effect of being lost and floating through space in a dying galaxy. As stranded astronauts separated from the ship, it was frequently just as empty as it was now on this desolate day.
Hi.
Bill told us all, raising his voice to be heard over the racket.
Spread out, quick.
We all did as he asked and moved to different sections of the arcade. Claire went and hid behind a skee-ball machine, while I tucked myself into a dead race car simulator. The second I got inside, the place was filled with bright light from the service hallway as the door we'd come through opened again. I was too scared to look up, knowing there would be several armed men coming my way. Suddenly, my hiding space did not seem very safe or very hidden. I felt like I was right out in the open, and they would see me at any second. Why hadn't I gone further into the arcade, into a darker area? Sure enough, they found me immediately. A shadow blocked out the light of the arcade, and I looked up to see a tall guy with a square jaw frowning down at me. He looked angry. That was when I remembered that he'd just killed his friend, and this guy wanted revenge. Fortunately, I also remembered the katana I was holding at pretty much that same moment. Just as he was winding up to bring a bat down on top of my skull, I thrust the blade upward into his gut. The curved steel continued on, easier than I would have imagined, and I ended up with my knuckles pressed against his belly, the tip of the blade up near his throat probably. He started coughing as blood seeped from his mouth and dropped the bat he was holding. It fell to the floor with a wooden clatter, which I guess
30 seconds
I
before
want
you
to talk
attack.
about something
Get
that is
ready.
not important at all, but it grinds my gears, and I'm going to make a little clip about it anyway, just to address this topic. You might have noticed that on my channel, I often respond to Americans, and some of these Americans identify as Latinos.
Then you should hold up fine.
And in the
hand
USA,
of heaven is here.
these
Show some
Latinos
restore your goddess.
are often people who try to claim the identities of the countries that their parents or their grandparents or their great-grandparents were from as their own. They identify really strongly with these countries. Now, there is a discussion to be had about how stupid that is, but I'm going to largely leave that on the wayside here to talk about a practice that a lot of these people engage in. It's not just about these people, but I've noticed it specifically from them, where they will pronounce certain words in Spanish in an over-exaggerated way to sort of like get the viewer thinking, oh, that guy, he's an authentic Latino. Look, he uses the correct Spanish pronunciation. Now, as I said, this is not simply an issue of these people. It's not simply an issue of people who speak Spanish. It's an issue that is pretty common. Like people who just think that randomly pronouncing a word in another language makes them like sound smarter or like more cultured or more connected to this other culture or something. Here's an example that recently came up here when I covered an American, the biggest American accent ever, claiming that he's Argentine because he has like distant Argentine ancestry. And the way that he pronounces Argentina is exactly what I'm talking about here. Americans do this.
I love my heritage. I love our soccer, our traditions, the meat. I'm half Argentinian and half Brazilian. Argentina is easily one of the most racist countries in the world.
You see that? Argentina. He just randomly pronounces the word Argentina in the Spanish pronunciation. Now, this is not a natural and normal thing to do. A lot of the time, not even for second language speakers who do actually speak Spanish natively, which that guy clearly doesn't. Because different languages have different pronunciations for the same word. And it's actually very important that you pronounce those words in the way that they are actually pronounced in the language in question. Otherwise, the other person might not understand what the fuck you're saying. So when I speak Spanish and someone asks me where I'm from, I don't say to them, "Yo soy de Australia," which is, that's the equivalent of that. You see how weird that sounds? Even if you don't speak Spanish, you can understand how weird that sounds. Soy de Australia. That's fucking hilarious. Oh my god, I should say that as a joke. Well, no, what I say is, "Yo soy de Australia." Because if I don't fucking say that, they're not going to understand what the fuck I'm saying. That's how you pronounce the word. The word is written the exact same way, but it's pronounced differently, okay? Argentinian English is pronounced Argentina. It's not pronounced Argentina. And whenever someone goes to pains to make sure to pronounce a word from a different language like that in English, I know exactly what they're fucking playing at. I know exactly what they are trying to do. They are trying to compensate for something, or they're trying to like come off as being more cultured, you know, something like that. And this is certainly an issue with, you know, people in general. It's not just Spanish, it's not just English. I'm sure this happens in other languages as well a lot of the time. Like, even like a classic example of this is like the people who go to like Spain for a student exchange for 6 months and they come back and they're like, "Oh my god, I loved being in Barcelona." Fuck you! This isn't normal. No one who is speaking normally makes a conscious effort to pronounce any word in a different way. That sort of thing might come naturally to a second language speaker who learned English as a second language as an adult. It does not come naturally to a native English speaker who has spoken English from birth, okay? I would think that's also contentious. Because even if I don't, you know, I don't know the word in Spanish or something, when I say a word that I'm translating from English or just saying the English word in Spanish, I will pronounce it in the Spanish way. Like, in Spanish, I don't say Star Wars. I say Star Wars.
Bro, I'm choking. What the
Because
fuck
even
is
though
this?
that's a word in English,
chilling,
the
bro.
brand is so recognizable,
chilling.
even in its official English name, that people know it and they say it in that way. They don't say "Voy a McDonald's." They say "Voy a McDonald's." Okay, or McDonald's. There are different ways to pronounce different words, even from another language in a different language. And when you see someone trying this fucking hard
The right
to
heroes could make
use the
all the
correct
difference.
So what do you call it when someone starts repeating ideas that they got from someone else verbatim, as if they're the ones who came up with it? What do you call it when someone who just a couple of months ago sounded very different suddenly starts saying the exact same stuff that someone else has been saying for way longer? There's this great new phrase going around. Woke One. As far as I'm aware, this phrase was coined by this guy, Chi Ose, when he responded to someone who was pointing out something that he said in 2021, saying a cis white man should not be the next Speaker of the Council. And he responded to that saying, "Woke One was crazy." And when I first saw this, I was like, I took this at face value. Like, oh, he's just saying, yeah, 5 years ago I was saying dumb shit because that was just sort of a vogue back then. Which, you know, to be fair, what he said was really dumb shit. Like, what a completely stupid, worthless thing to have said. And I'm glad that some of us have moved past that. But you got to think about this on a bit of a deeper level, okay? Like, who is Chi Ose? A New York City council member, okay? He's a sitting politician in American public office. He was planning to run in the Democratic Party primary against Hakeem Jeffries, you know, noted genocidal Zionist Democratic Party guy. But he dropped out because he was basically ordered to drop out by Zoran Mondani. So this guy is a Democratic Party politician, and he is saying, Woke One was crazy. And there's probably more meaning to that than meets the eye, given that he is a Democratic Party politician who clearly follows the party line quite a bit. You know, this is the guy who regularly, fairly regularly at least, speaks at like Bernie Sanders events and such. He endorsed Zionist Albert investor Brad Lander for US Congress. He's not exactly a neutral party. So when he says this, it might seem at first glance that he's just like saying, man, we were all ridiculous with the identity politics bullshit back then, huh? But that's not really what they mean by this. That's not really what these people mean by this, okay? And you can see this pretty clearly in him invoking this phrase a couple of months later, this August, when AOC, the most cynical of the cynical, opportunist, fake left-leaning politicians in the entire world, used this phrase to justify her backing off of a policy position.
Understanding is that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
She's moved away from it.
Right, she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy. Okay,
and I think that what's important is that.
So you have someone like AOC using this phrase now to justify supposedly left-wing Democratic Party politicians moving away from their previously exclaimed stances. Interesting, right? Let's look at the broader context of that clip. She was justifying her lack of endorsement of another Democratic Party entryist candidate, and now she's trying to frame these sort of policies that she used to be in favor of as like pie-in-the-sky bullshit that were just like, you know, people going crazy because of woke one.
Abolish police, which is also positions that have been taken by a lot of these progressive candidates who have won.
Mm-hmm.
How do you get around that?
Yeah.
These are not positions that are supported by...
Right. I mean, I think that a lot of these races, even right now, they'll have a tendency to be nationalized.
Yeah.
But these races ultimately are local, and all politics are local. My understanding is that Francesca Hong has made clear her present stances to her electorate.
Yeah, she's moved away from it.
Right, she's moved away from it. And I have a local city councilman that has this saying, woke one was crazy.
Woke one was crazy, okay.
And I think that what's important is that we have to assess what...
Did the movement go too far with some of those positions? I mean, you briefly supported the idea of defunding the police.
You know, I think that during this time, and especially during COVID, there was a huge opening of the Overton window. We were shut down. There was some of the highest unemployment rates that we have seen because of those shutdowns. And I think that the doors were really open in trying to entertain any and every policy that was going to get us to a better place. And I actually think that the discussions that were had in that time were quite fruitful. I think that when we talk about crime today, it's fundamentally different than the way that we talked about crime in bringing crime down, right? And I think that we all share in the goals of having as low a crime rate as possible. I think that, you know, during lockdown, of course, rhetoric in that time is not rhetoric that we would use today. And I'm grateful that these candidates have the opportunity to present who they are to their electorate and what they're campaigning on in this moment.
God, that's so fucking meaningless. But I mean, that's just a blatant backtrack with a bunch of rosy rhetoric surrounding it. Like, what she said there in practice is we have moved to the right because our previously left-wing positions, according to her, are basically unachievable, right? And the example that the interviewer used there was defund the police, which was just reducing police funding, which, I mean, that's a completely achievable goal. That's a very legitimately easy policy goal to pursue. You just lower the police budget. And she's framing it like it was an insane pie-in-the-sky idea that was just a result of this, like, crazy discussion during COVID. And you notice how her framing is not about what actually changed in practice since then. Instead, it is entirely about the way that things are talked about, right? The rhetoric, the aesthetics. Because ultimately, this was the plan all along. They pay lip service to these ideas, but they were never going to do anything about them. And now, we're here, years and years later, years after this period that she's talking about, and she and her other squad members, etc., have done nothing about the sort of stances that they used to uphold, and they need a way to justify that. They need a way to address the disconnection between the way they talked about what they were going to do and the fact that they never actually tried to do any of it. And the way that they're dealing with that is by framing their previous positions as like crazy pie-in-the-sky bullshit. And therefore, it's supposedly logical that they never actually pursued them in any meaningful way, okay? Pay attention to this because this is what they're going to be doing for other things as well.
Heroes could make
it's
all
not
the
just,
difference.
you know, defund the police. It's not just Black Lives Matter or whatever. They're going to do this with every fucking other thing. And the new Entrius candidates are going to do the same thing. Like Chiose, he was one of those Entrius candidates. He was one of them until he was brutally smacked down upon the orders of Zoran Mamdani because Mamdani's alliance with Hakeem fucking Jeffries was more important. This is who they are. It's who they're going to be. This is going to happen in the future as well. Give it 2 years on the anniversary of October 7th. You're going to have people saying, man, anti-Zionism was fucking crazy, huh? We were in a psychosis back then. Obviously, we need a two-state solution. Obviously, I care about Israeli lives. Like, the stuff that I was saying back then, man, I was crazy. Fucking, what's her name? Daria Lisa Chevalier, she's going to be saying this. She's going to be saying this. You know, she was like posting about how glorious October 7th was 3 years ago. Give it 2 years, you know, let her get elected and let her brew for a little bit, and she's going to be telling you about how anti-Zionism was crazy 5 years ago, exact same time frame as AOC is dealing with Israel here. They simply eventually need some sort of excuse for the gap between rhetoric and action. Because enough time has passed where the gap between those two things has become very notable, right? And this exact same thing is going to happen with the current crop of pro-Palestine candidates. This is basically a template for how they're going to be dealing with this in the future. If you think just defunding cops is where it's going to end, that it's going to be different, you are very wrong. You are very, very wrong. They have and will do this exact sort of thing with every other issue. Every single little thing that you hold dear will eventually be talked about, like she's currently talking about defunding the police. Woke One was crazy. Because ultimately these candidates, their goal, the point of their existence is not to do things. It's not to actually get shit done that you support. It's to make you think they're going to do that so that you do not do anything outside of the bounds of the Democratic Party. Always remember that. That's what this Woke One was crazy shit is about. When I first saw it, I thought it was just like a funny joke, right? Like, yeah, 5-10 years ago, people were in much more of like this identity politics-based psychosis where it was just like, you know, a random black person talking about something was more valuable than even the most like learned, eminent white guy speaking on the exact same topic, right? Like that sort of thing. But that's not what they're talking about. That's not at all what they're talking about when they are using this phrase. They mean it as an explanation for them having done fucking nothing for the things they claim to stand for in the past. And it's gonna happen more and more and more in the future. It's not what it seems like at first glance. It's way fucking worse. You know, give it 2 to 3 years and you're gonna get like Hassan Piker saying, man, we were in an anti-Zionist psychosis back then. You've got to be realistic, but you can't have the right of return. Maybe the Israelis can have keep a little part of the West Bank. Just fucking wait for it. Just fucking wait. As the gap between action and past rhetoric becomes wider and wider and wider. Because, you know, right now the people who were just elected on the pro-Palestine platform, they have the excuse that they haven't been able to do anything yet. Or, you know, they haven't won the general yet. Most of them will probably win the general, but, you know, stuff like that. But, you know, 2 years down the line, when it's fucking obvious that they've practically abandoned everything they claim to stand for, they will need some excuse for that. They will need some reason for that. And the reason will be stuff like this. Man, we were in a psychosis back then. That sort of thing obviously isn't possible in reality. I'm still glad we had this discussion.
Stop them in their tracks!
Taking a look-see.
Chris Paul was one of the most sought-after high school players, ranking 6th in the nation in 2003, the same class as LeBron James. But rather than going to one of the more prestigious basketball programs, he instead chose to attend Wake Forest, which just so happened to be 10 minutes away from Paul's high school. And the reason wasn't just proximity. The Tar Heels and Blue Devils played less than 2 hours away. No, according to Paul, Wake Forest recruited him with handwritten letters, and that level of detail and attention cemented his fate. It shows the kind of shit that he values. A week before his first college game, their starting point guard got appendicitis, so Chris serendipitously stepped into the starting position, won ACC Rookie of the Year, and was a consensus All-American in his sophomore season, which he followed up by declaring for the NBA draft. Coming out of Wake Forest, he faced all of the same criticisms of any player his size. This scouting report is overall quite positive and even compares Chris Paul to NBA legend and two-time champion Isaiah Thomas. But even a glowing review of Paul's game couldn't deny that his height could be the limitation that would put a cap on his ceiling. When the weaknesses section comes up on a scouting report, normally, even with a top-of-the-line prospect, there's a few issues worth mentioning. Even the best have things that they aren't good at. But according to this report, in the case of Chris Paul, his one and only weakness is, at under 6 foot, he is very small for the pro game. Though it also adds, his intangibles and athleticism help to make up for it some. I would file that as an understatement. When it came to the question of what Chris couldn't do at an elite level on the basketball court, the only issue was not being able to grow taller. Out of Wake Forest, he was a great shooter. Like, really great, hitting a remarkable 47% of his threes across 2 seasons. He was a clearly gifted playmaker and a shockingly tenacious defender, leading the ACC in steals in both of his seasons, doing everything in his power to not be picked on.
Open look, Chris Paul.
What Chris lacked in size, he made up for in every other part of his game, and as a result, he pushed the limits of what someone his size could do. Even at 6 foot tall Max is probably lower than his listed height. He wasn't easy to bully. He was super strong for being just 175 pounds, and especially early on, he was quite the athlete as well, even if he wasn't exactly known as a high flyer. On the offensive end, he played with surgical precision that allowed him to create space anywhere on the floor, whether it was for himself or his teammates. Despite all of that ability, though, 6 feet is still 6 feet, and Paul was in a draft that had some fairly impressive talent. Andrew Bogut was the clear #1 pick after having a dominant sophomore season at Utah, and as for the second pick, I won't be the first to point this out, but Marvin Williams out of UNC was a perplexing selection for Atlanta. He wasn't even good enough to start on his college team. He played 22 minutes per game in college, and yeah, he had solid numbers, especially as a three-point shooter, but this is pretty clearly a case of just drafting the taller and slightly younger player, despite it really making no actual basketball sense. Atlanta could have used a point guard. Jason Terry just parted ways with the team, and in his place came a 27-year-old Tyronn Lue, who was not exactly their point guard of the season. Atlanta passed on not just Paul, but the #3 pick, Darren Williams, another outstanding guard prospect who had about 3 inches and 40 pounds on Paul. He wasn't as efficient of a scorer, but he took like twice as many threes on a decent percentage. Williams became a multiple-time All-Star for the Jazz, so even if he didn't have anywhere near Chris Paul's longevity, you can't really fault the team for this pick. But Atlanta, yeesh.
It's now or never. Stop them.
Stop calling me. As annoying as spam on your phone is, it's worse than just annoying. It's data brokers collecting your name, address, phone numbers, and even your social security number, and selling all of it for a profit, because of course. But trying to stop them all on your own takes countless hours, and your data will still keep popping up. That's where Incogni comes in. Incogni puts an end to all of this by automatically reaching out to over 230 data brokers and people's search sites on your behalf. It's an easy 3-step process. You create an account, you grant them permission, and then you just sit back and watch them work. With an unlimited plan, you can even request custom removals from sites outside of their automated list for maximum privacy. Protect yourself from having your data out there for sale, and keep your data away from spammers, identity thieves, and whoever else wants to pay to know your politics and shopping habits. Incogni is available risk-free with a 30-day money-back guarantee. For an exclusive deal, use code RustyBuckets at the link below to get 60% off of an annual Incogni plan. That's code RustyBuckets at incogni.com/RustyBuckets, and thanks to Incogni for sponsoring this video. But speaking of garbage teams, the franchise that had the point god fall into their lap was the New Orleans. We know now that this franchise would turn out to be one of the worst ever, but at this point, they were brand new, only being established for 3 seasons, and they had actually been pretty exceptional in their first 2 years, making the playoffs and being first-round exits. But in year 3, their beginner's luck ran out, and New Orleans went 18-64, tying them for the second worst record in the NBA with the Charlotte Bobcats. They landed the number 4 pick with Milwaukee, and Utah, who owned Portland's pick, jumping them in the draft lottery. And given that Chris Paul wound up being the face of a basically brand new franchise, he was presented with a unique opportunity to have a Vince Carter or Shaq type of legacy. But for those 2 legends who put their respective teams on the map, they weren't exactly rewarded by those franchises. And in return, they gave some of their best years to a larger market team that actually made an effort to build around them. Unfortunately, the same could be said with CP3. Chris Paul ended up carrying the Hornets for years. And though I do truly believe that a peak Chris Paul had the capacity to be the #1 option on a championship team, I don't think he's built to carry his team there. Now, some of you might pause at me saying that about CP3, given that there is no proof to back up my thesis, so let me make one thing clear. Christopher Emmanuel Paul is one of the best point guards who ever played this game. But something I've learned from making NBA videos for so long is that a lot of people are quite unfair when it comes to their perspective on Paul's career because they don't like him. I'll go ahead and own this now. Chris Paul is one of my favorite players ever. He's easily my 3rd favorite point guard overall, behind Steph and Magic. And to me, he's probably the best NBA player to never win a championship. And almost definitely the best player ever to be no taller than 6 foot flat. But I'm going to try my best to look at Chris Paul's career as critically as possible. I will inevitably be defending him a lot because I do believe that a lot of people just tell lies about this guy like all the time. But if you think I'm compromised because I like him as a player, well, have a nice day, I guess. For those of you who stick around, though, I promise that this video is mostly free of any agendas, and my only real goal with this video is uncovering the truth about Chris Paul's career. Anyways, let's not get too ahead of ourselves.
Left feeds Williams behind the back for the CP3! All the way. 5 on the clock for CP3, tipped away by Parker. He got it back against Walton. Oh my goodness! Time to Claxton, 3 on the shot clock. Ball with 1. He'll down the nose, and that is a dagger.
Even if the 6-foot Paul wasn't built to be the only player carrying an elite franchise on his back, he made a damn good effort. Things immediately turned around for New Orleans when CP3 joined the franchise, something that would become a pattern throughout his career. He won Rookie of the Year in 2006 with averages of 16 points, 8 assists, 5 rebounds, and 2 steals, with just slightly better than league average true shooting. The Jazz were less eager to give the keys to Darren Williams, so he placed 6th, Bogut placed 3rd, and Marvin didn't place at all.
Well, if you didn't know, now you know. That is Chris Paul, folks.
Chris not only had the most impressive stat line of his class, he also made the most substantial impact. In his rookie season, the Hornets went 38-44, a 20-win improvement from the previous season, despite some of the worst circumstances imaginable. Hurricane Katrina utterly devastated the city of New Orleans, affecting the lives of countless people and submerging 80% of the city.
Right heroes
Aside from the
all
politics
the difference.
surrounding this devastation, there was a far less pressing side effect of the basketball team not having a functional arena. Many other cities volunteered to fill in for New Orleans and host
I'm
the
not
Hornets,
anyone's
even
sidekick.
though ownership
What I
stated
do is
that the
best done
storm would
alone.
not be used as a reason to permanently relocate the team. Oklahoma City ended up being the one who adopted the Hornets in the state of emergency, and they subsequently played 35 games in OKC and 6 games in Baton Rouge that season. On the court, their perseverance wasn't just because of adding Chris Paul. Their power forward, David
Nice
West,
to know I haven't
elevated
lost my
his
hunter's
game
instinct after all these years.
Alongside Paul, he went from a fringe rotation piece to a
They'll be coming in 30
17-point-per-game
seconds.
scorer,
Stay strong.
making for quite the pick-and-roll partner with CP3.
Knock it away. Comes up with a steal. Leads the break. West with the finish. That's picked off by Eli. Here's West with the catch and shoot. Here's off. Beautiful, baby.
Unfortunately, they didn't make the playoffs. This is the Western Conference in the 2000s, so 38 wins ain't gonna cut it. But I cannot stress enough how little there was to work with when it comes to this roster. And a 6-foot rookie guard
You have to stop
still
them from securing
elevating
the
them
mission
to
area.
more than twice their win count in the season when they're dealing with the fallout of a historic natural disaster off of the court is just insane. In the summer of 2006, the New Orleans/OKC Hornets had what is probably their only net positive offseason during Chris Paul's tenure. They signed 3-time All-Star Peja Stojakovic through a sign-and-trade deal with the Indiana Pacers for a 5-year, $64 million contract, giving up basically nothing in return. And they traded for Tyson Chandler in a pretty win-now move, giving up a young J.R. Smith who ended up being a good player, but he never even suited up for the Bulls, getting rerouted to the Nuggets for Howard Isley and second-round picks. And the only other piece was a 36-year-old P.J. Brown. All of those scraps for a center who is a beast on defense and led the NBA in offensive rebounds in his first 2 seasons for the Hornets. And the young player that the Bulls got in return would go on to be one of my favorite players of all time in another team's jersey. Being a fan of the Bulls post-Michael Jordan is just a jolly good time. Peja wasn't quite what he was at his peak, but he was still a very strong weapon on offense, a movement shooter for Paul to hit on a curl. Those 2 roster upgrades were massive for making the Hornets more competitive, and a sophomore leap from an already excellent Chris Paul might even make them a dark horse contender. But Chris Paul kind of stagnated in his sophomore season. There weren't really any substantial improvements on paper, both in raw numbers and efficiency. It didn't help that Peja got hurt and only played 13 games for the entirety of that season. David West continued to shine, leading the team in points per game, and Tyson Chandler proved to be super undervalued in Chicago as he had a career year, getting way more offensive output when paired next to an all-time great playmaker. He paired super well with Paul as a lob target on offense, and while being a 5-point-per-game guy in Chicago gave them some reason to undervalue him, when put next to Paul, suddenly being one-dimensional on offense wasn't that big of a deal. This would be a pattern throughout Paul's career. He is just 2 seasons in now, and he has already played a large role in turning around the career of 2 big men who would go on to be all-stars. If they had Peja year-round, I'm confident they would have been playoff ready by Paul's second year, as they went 8-5 in the 13 games that Peja did play, but fate wouldn't happen. Following 2007, the team finally returns to New Orleans, with the Thunder taking their place as the Seattle Supersonics relocated to OKC. Luckily for Paul, year 3 would begin a long history of regular season and playoff
They hit a
dominance.
checkpoint.
Yeah,
Now might
you heard
be a
that
good time
right.
to stop them.
Dominance.
And 4 assists here in the first half. Great change of pace. Wow, what a play by Paul. Paul the alley-oop to Chandler. Setting a screen. Paul raising up. Here's Paul.
Better stop that
With
vehicle.
2, with 1. Paul for the win.
The Hornets won 56 games in the 2008 season, and Chris Paul made not just an all-star leap, but a superstar leap. In fact, you could easily argue that this was the best individual season of Paul's career, and I certainly would. He put up averages of 21 points, a league-high 11.6 assists, a league-high 2.7 steals, also averaging just 2.5 turnovers per game, and being the runner-up for league MVP. Paul was 19th in the NBA in points per game, which I know doesn't seem all that crazy, but limiting the scope when players 6'1" or under, he only has Iverson above him in Denver. Next up after is Raymond Felton, who was ranked 55th in points per game, averaging just 14. Literally, the only player his height ranked anywhere near him in scoring is the player most regarded as the best scorer of his size ever. The pound-for-pound greatness argument used for AI like all the time can just as easily be applied to CP3, but that's a whole other video. Paul's scoring efficiency also saw a hike this year. He shot over 50% on a high volume of 2-pointers. Paul ranked 28th in 2-point field goal attempts at 13 per game. And out of all of the players who took 10 or more 2s per game that year, a total of 54 players, only 9 of them were more efficient than Paul. He was more likely to make any given shot inside the arc that season than the likes of all-time greats like Carmelo Anthony, Tracy McGrady, Kobe Bryant, Allen Iverson, Tim Duncan, Yao Ming, and Dirk Nowitzki. This man is 6 feet tall, and he hits a higher percentage of his 2-pointers at a similar volume than 44 players who are all bigger than him. This is thanks to one of the deadliest mid-range games this sport has ever seen, and certainly the best we've seen of a player Paul's size.
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
I'm not anyone's sidekick.
Paul had been solid in the mid-range in his first 2 years, but this year he blossomed into being truly elite, and that would prove to be one of the most valuable weapons for him for basically 20 years. What's crazier than his scoring numbers, though, are his playmaking stats. Paul's assist title this year came despite some steep competition at the point guard spot. Darren Williams, Steve Nash, and Jason Kidd all average double-digit assists just like Chris. Usually you get like 2 guys who average double digits in 1 year. This year it was 4. However, all 3 of those other guys were in the top 5 in turnovers per game that year. Paul was 31st. This is one of the most absurd stat lines that I have ever seen. And yet, it's just kind of dismissed because, I don't know, assist to turnover ratio isn't the sexiest basketball concept out there. But just think of how insane that is. the most
All you need to do
prolific
is
passer
capture the
in the
missionary.
game,
Got
had
it?
30 players in the league averaging more turnovers than him. He was at his deadliest as a playmaker out of the pick and roll, the perfect way to keep the defense honest and create space for the offense to flourish in the 2000s. His lethal mid-range game, combined with how little he turned it over, allowed Paul to master the pick and roll. He is arguably the best ever in that area. He makes defenses pick their poison possession after possession after possession. If you weren't giving up an open J to a mid-range assassin, then you're giving up an open shot at the basket, another open midi to a pick and pop option, or even an open three on a kick out. On top of all of this ridiculous offense, he was also second team all defense and even got votes for defensive player of the year. Paul being second place to Kobe for MVP isn't just happenstance. There are a lot of people who would argue that he should have won MVP over Kobe. On the actual ballot, 28 of the 126 voters ranked Paul first place. I will say, this year very much felt like a make-up MVP situation for Kobe. Like, we know that Kobe is supposed to have an MVP on his resume, I guess, and 2008 was his first full season of seriously winning ball after Shaq left. The Lakers had a record of 121 wins to 125 losses in the 3 years leading up to this 57-win season, so fuck it, give it to Kobe. To me, this MVP kind of feels like Leo getting an Oscar for The Revenant. Like, yeah, I get it. Long overdue. But, really? The Revenant? Kobe still had a strong case without all of that pretext, but I have little doubt that his seniority played a major part in his win. Not to mention it being the Los Angeles Lakers versus the New Orleans Hornets. But MVP or not, this is one of the most impressive guard seasons in the history of the NBA. Certainly more impressive than the best year from a lot of point guards who are regularly ranked over Paul. But this is all just the regular season. A lot of all-time greats still have to learn their playoff lessons the hard way their first time there. But contrary to his reputation as some playoff slump savant, in his first ever playoff appearance, Paul looked like a veteran. His debut playoff series would be against a 51-win Mavericks team, a far more experienced roster led by a recent MVP in Dirk Nowitzki, surrounded by an all-time great coach and a great core of role players. Despite the Hornets' home court advantage, there were plenty of reasons to pick Dallas to win, but you would have been foolish to do so because the point god absolutely smited them and they were eliminated in 5 games.
Gonna get the shot. Peterson, gotta get a layup.
Line at Drayson. Drayson, you dreamt about how you would do in this first playoff game. How did your performance tonight even compare?
Well, we won. That's all I care about right now.
In his first ever playoff series, Paul averaged 24.5 points, 12 assists to just 1.2 turnovers, 2 steals, doing so on 58% true shooting, making the statement early that he is not just a regular season player. David West also balled out in this series, and weirdly enough, Paul's backup, Gennaro Pargo, made sure that he wasn't about to get blamed for any losses, as he had the game of his life in their one loss to the Mavericks in Game 3, leading the team in scoring with 30 points off of the bench, his second and final 30-point game in his career. So shout out to Gennaro Pargo. In round 2, unfortunately, they had another heavy hitter because the West in the 2000s was a meat grinder. They got dealt the San Antonio Spurs, the defending champions coming off of a 56-win season of their own. San Antonio was far more talented, as this was their big 3 at their best, with the best coach in the league, arguably the best in NBA history, manning the ship. But Paul wasn't about to go down without a fight. I
30
can't say
seconds
this
before
was
you
a
attack. Get
particularly
ready.
exciting series, as none of the games were all that close. Both teams
Parker
won their
Robbins.
first 2 home games.
Word on the street
and
is
New Orleans
you're trying to
even
make the
took
big
a
time.
3-2 advantage in
You know
Game
my
5.
name,
But
Gata?
San Antonio, who allowed 96.6 points
You
per
may have
game
put on
in
a
the
fancy
first
red
5
cape,
games,
but you're no
only
Count
allowed
Nefaria.
85
He was a
and a half
nobleman.
in the closing
You're
game.
just a
Paul's
hoodlum.
scoring numbers did see a dip
battle
in this
starts in
series,
5,
but he didn't drop the
4,
ball to
3,
nearly the degree
2,
that his
1.
teammates did. David West
All you need to do
averaged
is capture the mission
22.2
area.
points on
Got it?
53% true shooting in the first 5 games, put up just 15 points on 42% true shooting in the last 2. Peja, who averaged 14 points on 62% true shooting in the first 5 games, put up just 10 points on 45% true shooting. This would be the start of a devastating career-long trend where Paul is let down by his teammates just for him to take most of the blame. Though this early on, it was hard to diss the guy for falling a game short of the conference finals in his first ever playoff run, going up against a dynasty. Surely he'll get there anytime. Future is bright. Injuries to Tyson and Peja resulted in them missing 52 games combined and subsequently 7 fewer wins than last year. Paul's numbers and impact remained out of this world, but there was less team success to show for it this time around. As for their playoff series versus Denver, considering how good they were that year, pushing LA to 6th in the conference finals, I think they were always going to win this series, but this was a pretty awful series for Paul. Honestly, probably at least statistically the worst playoff series in his prime. And then, another unfortunate trend with Paul began: injuries. His 5th year was the first time that he would miss major time, only playing 45 games, thanks to a mix of minor lower body injuries and a bad finger. But the rest of the roster was also depleted. Peja was officially washed, and Tyson was shipped off in the summer for some reason. Tyson Chandler is the king of being traded for no reason at all. They now had Emeka Okafor as a 5, a good player, but not as impactful of a defender. And for some reason, the best players New Orleans added from there were guards. Like, the only notable addition to this team since the 2006 offseason has been Darren Collison and Marcus Thornton as off-of-the-bench guards. Call me crazy, but I don't think these guys should be the marquee additions on a team led by a 6-foot guard. The Hornets treated Peja like he was the answer as a co-star on the perimeter when he really should have been viewed as a placeholder. He just wasn't the same player by now, which was fairly predictable. And David West's numbers in New Orleans always oversold his impact. The only other time he was a key player on a playoff team, while not paired with an all-time great table setter, he was substantially lower in the scoring department. 5 less points per game in Indiana than his average alongside Paul. All of this was building up to an inevitable boiling point. They did make some solid additions in the summer of 2010 in Trevor Ariza, Marco Bellinelli, and Carl Landry, and as a result, 2011 went a lot better for the Hornets as Paul played 80 games again. He had a weirdly low volume scoring season, but New Orleans made up for this by having more depth of scoring. 6 players averaged double digits, however, this didn't actually result in a better offense. They played the Lakers in round 1 minus David West, and Paul elevated his scoring numbers from 16 in the regular season to 22 points per game, while improving his efficiency by 9% in true shooting, but it wasn't nearly enough against the defending champs. Once again, we have a case of Chris Paul killing it against very bad odds with no support from his past. Then came 2011.
Hardly a fortune.
The Lakers.
I'm sorry. No. There's a mistake.
Clippers.
You guys want
Chris Paul.
This is not a joke. This is not a joke. I'm afraid they read the wrong thing. This is not a
They
joke.
really
The
think
Clippers
they
got
can get
Chris
away
Paul.
from me. How cute.
The Clippers traded for Chris Paul. Yeah, this decision from David Stern is probably the biggest deciding factor in Chris Paul's
30
legacy.
seconds before
Not
you
just
attack.
in the sense
Get
that
ready.
going to the Lakers would have dramatically changed his career trajectory, probably for the better. Okay, probably. We don't know for sure. But truly, I think the drama surrounding this trade is unfortunately the most impactful part of NBA history that Paul's ever been a part of. One that is mostly misunderstood by the masses, resulting in hilarious takes
The
like
battle starts
the
in
league
5,
stopped the Chris Paul
4,
trade, so they
3,
should have stopped Kevin
2,
Durant going to the
1.
Warriors. Yeah, that's not
All you need
how
to
it
do is
works,
capture the mission
like at
area.
all. The
Got
Hornets
it?
at the time of this trade were without
Lucky
an
for
owner,
you
and
ended up on the
whenever
right
that
side
happens,
of this fight.
which it doesn't
Mine.
much, because it's pretty rare, the league office itself temporarily acts as ownership would for said franchise until they eventually make a sale. Unfortunately for the Lakers and Chris Paul, when he asked out, it was during the ownership vacancy. Normally, the NBA itself cannot interfere with the trade so long as it's a legal one. The deal to the Lakers was a legal deal. The NBA just didn't like it.
It's been 2 months now since we vetoed the Chris Paul to Lakers trade, and giving you 2 months of the benefit of hindsight and 2 months to look at the impact that it's had on several teams, Clippers, Lakers, but especially the Hornets. And given the benefit of that hindsight, was that veto, since you had never done one before, was it the right thing to do, and why?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Too long to phrase the question that way.
What's that in
I veto anything. Acting on behalf of the owners, as the owners' rep. New Orleans decided not to make the trade.
Well, whose decision was it to stop the trade?
No, not to stop. No, not to stop. There's no superstar that gets traded in this league unless the owner says go ahead with it. And in the case of New Orleans, the representative of the owner said that's not a trade we're going to make.
That representative was you, if I'm not correct. Right, so in effect then, you said the trade is not going to go through.
I said that New Orleans would not make the trade that had been proposed to them.
And was that the right move to make?
No. Here, buy a ticket and see. We'll see how it works out.
I hate to press you on it. I don't want to break decorum, but
no, that's okay.
The Hornets didn't make out as well in that trade as they would have made out in the earlier trade in terms of talent. The best player they got is injured, and the draft pick is the same draft pick. So
I could go toe to toe. It would be a breaking of decorum. It would be taking a lot of people's time, arguing about whether we thought Marc Gasol would ever be an all-star.
I would get all up in arms about this from the point of view of a Chris Paul fan, but frankly, given the Lakers' supremacy this league is known for, I can't be that mad that for once it seemed like the league was working against them. But what made this all so much funnier was the team that would trade for him was sharing the same arena. The Los Angeles Clippers, before CP3 got there, were a complete joke. Nowadays, they're still a joke, but the nature of that joke has changed. It now comes from a place of disappointment, given their regular season success is consistently great over the last decade. 2 years prior to the trade, the Clippers had drafted Blake Griffin. And I don't know if you heard this, but this Blake guy could jump a little bit.
Denver leads it by 3. Griffin, the monster jam! Word of caution. Third meeting of the year between the... Here we go again.
They had another big man named DeAndre Jordan who could also jump a little bit. These bigs were a perfect pairing next to Paul, and together the three of them formed Lob City.
JJ Redick.
Arguably the best pick-and-roll ball handler in the history of this game is paired with two of the best rim runners and lob targets of all time. Blake also progressively added more and more depth to his offensive bag as years went on. He wasn't just a dunk guy, and while DJ was just a dunk guy on offense, he was also a pretty damn great rim protector and an exceptional rebounder. Unfortunately, just about everything else with this team in the Chris Paul era would be a disaster. In his first year in LA, the Clippers went 40-26, which is a 50-win pace scaled to a full season. This was, of course, a lockout season. That's not a crazy win percentage, but considering how top-heavy this roster was, I think it's yet another testament to Paul's impact. They won 8 more games than last year, despite playing 16 less games.
Mindlessly listened to it for nearly 2 minutes. Mark's words repeated in his head, and he stood still for a few seconds, trying to piece together what he was saying. Despite all the praise Mark had heaped on him towards the end of the call, Tom still hung on to his outburst, finding himself beginning to distrust him. No matter how much he tried to be on the same page as Mark, he just could not see the logic behind his thinking. Why do I have to trespass on a property for some evidence? Why not just open up an inquiry or release this information to the public? Surely that way he could still get the recognition he so desperately craves. In Tom's head, none of it simply clicked into place. Tom climbed the wooden fence, wary not to get any of the rips in his jeans caught in the wires. He remembered how at the beginning of the night, he had Mark pinned as this quivering, spineless no-net who he thought he could have no problem coercing. In just less than an hour, the roles had reversed entirely. Like something a rat dragged out of a ditch, the words fiendly replayed in Tom's mind when his feet hit the grass. The dew seeped through Tom's shoes and socks, and his feet became damper and damper with each passing step across the field. After nearly 3 minutes of walking, his steps began coming down harder and faster, meaning he was beginning his descent down the hill. He stopped for a moment to observe his surroundings. He looked at the ripples in the barely visible pond, reflecting the cold night sky. He took his phone back out of his pocket just one more time, opened the camera, and activated the flash for a clear view. The flash lit up his entire side of the slope, so bright at the top you could see the individual droplets of dew on each blade of grass, but faded down the hill into a dim glow, which just about reached the shore of the pond. It's brighter than I thought it would be, much brighter, Tom thought to himself. Tom resumed his walking, trying not to slip, something he found difficult wearing canvas shoes while going downhill on cold, wet grass. The shoreline slowly started to become more visible. Tom looked at the repeated process of the thin seeps of water oozing out from the pond as he trundled down the slope, one foot in front of the other. It moistened the pebbly young sand, before receding for a moment, then oozing back to the shore again. When Tom could see a few feet across the pond and felt the scrunch of grass and the crack of tiny pebbles under both halves of his left foot, he opened up the video recorder. Tom stood still, knowing that when he had to move, he would have to creep along the shore slowly and quietly. He concentrated his senses on the silent, rippling pond for a while, anticipating some form of sound or movement that he hoped he could trace. The ripples were heavy and traveled southwest for unexpected lengths before they perished out into shallower water. That's when something hit him. The night was mute, and the cool air was absent of even the lightest of breezes. Tom kept directing the shining light across the pond, like a searchlight traveling through a midnight sky. He kept it still for a moment, studying the ripples as they crossed through the light before disappearing back into the surrounding shadows from which they emerged. He sidestepped slowly to the right, trying to move silently, hoping that it wasn't a creature causing the ripples, or at least one that wouldn't get spooked if it heard the slightest of sounds coming from a far-off distance. Tom meticulously controlled every muscle in his body, making sure not to make any sound that could scare away whatever it was causing the rippling. He sidestepped with total focus, doing so for what felt like a couple of seconds. He looked at the ground around his feet for any obstacles, and then back at his phone. When he looked at the time on the top of the screen, he noticed that 3 minutes had already passed. As strange as it was, the time had just seemingly glided by. What had really worried Tom was how his battery had plummeted from 57% to 23% since he had left his car. He dismissed his worry, though, and looked back to the lake, having made sure that there was nothing ahead of him that could make a sound if he suddenly hit it. He focused on the light, noticing that the ripples now crossed into the light at faster speeds. and were starting to become more circular. I'm getting closer, Tom thought. Tom suddenly hesitated when he caught a glimpse of a much fainter light at the far right corner of his eye. He could feel his eyes shifting right through to the back of his skull. Keeping the camera light fixated in its current position, he watched the mysterious glow shift deeper into the surface for around a minute. There were hundreds of tiny, faded white particles, all fizzling upwards quickly before burning out. But the ball of light itself was fixated in a single position and remained on a continuous path, rising slightly up and trickling to the right very slowly. Tom moved the camera light around, searching for the area of the surface that the ball of light was moving under. He discovered a small circular section where the water bubbled and lightly splashed up like a miniature geyser, and saw the ripples emitting outward from around it. He watched it, dumbfounded by how silent it was. He tried listening to it intently, but all he discovered was that the silence of the midnight countryside had all of a sudden become more uncomfortably haunting. He placed both hands on his phone, trying to keep them both steady, following the ball of light as it very slowly made its way across the pond. He tapped the video record button on the screen of his phone just as the dimmer part of the camera light edged itself into the dense forestry on the right-sided bank. The ball of light became taller, and the top of it ceased to fizzle upward, becoming brighter and more consistent. It was like watching the reflection of the moon gliding across the pond in fast forward. The glow kept edging closer to the surface, approximately at the same rate that it was edging to the right-sided bank. Tom felt a hard lump develop in the bottom of his throat as he continued watching the fizzling lights from the bottom, watching them evolve into a solid figure as they approached the surface. A feeling of morbidity struck him, and they began to resemble something that was vaguely humanoid. What the hell? Tom whispered to himself, the sound of his words augmented by the dead silence of the vast springs. His vision became directionless and unfocused, and his phone began shaking between the tight grasp in his two hands, causing the camera's light to violently pulse around the pond's surface. He breathed heavily in disbelief when he began to make out what looked like long, thick, shaggy dreadlocks that swayed slowly up and down below the inexplicably rapidly bubbling water. The humanoid light stopped just before the bank of the pond. It remained there, perfectly still, its only movements being its bending body from the ripples, only seen through Tom's eyes. Tom desperately wanted to run, but the risk of triggering Mark's temper again with incomplete footage frightened him more than the mysterious glow from the pond. He felt like a caged mouse. Tom watched it remain stagnant, managing to control his hands so the light could remain more still. He kept the camera focused on it as still as he could, hoping it would soon dissolve, fizzle out, or all the particles would collapse to the bottom of the lake and simply disappear. He had hoped that if he came back with something like that, it would be sufficient enough for Mark to piece together a story. The light suddenly shot upwards out of the water without even so much as a hum, the momentum sending thousands of tiny droplets into the air and spreading them all around like debris from a blast. Tom, startled by the unexpected movement, tried focusing on it again after flinching, still feeling shaken up. When the drops of water all came falling down again, they fell back to the lake without making a sound. Tom froze when he fully analyzed the light. His unadjusted eyes only saw a faint glow shaped like a cylinder. When his eyes attuned after the shock caught him off guard, he was finally able to make it out. He made out bumpy, long, thin feet that pointed straight down, making its long, thin legs look like stilts. Then he saw its long, torn dress and followed that up to its wiry, cadaverous arms that dangled from the weight of its pusillanimous hands that bore long, sharp, jagged fingernails. Up and up he followed it to its shaggy, clumpy, waving hair that crowned a head that hung at such a low angle it looked like the top of its spine had been slowly bent and then suddenly snapped, flinging its head so quickly forward that it opened cracks in the soft, decayed flesh on the unkempt skin of her neck, like a rubber that had been stretched outwards from a child trying to push the two ends together. The camera began violently bouncing around again. Tom tried to reason with himself, but her outward intrusion drained all logic out of his mind. The only thoughts Tom could muster were the racing thoughts of the light's physical appearance. He watched the glowing being levitate through the footage he captured on the camera. Like her, Tom was frozen still and was trying for the second time that night, for different reasons, his very best to not make a sound. The being remained completely still, levitating above the pond, with gradually less and less drips still mutely tapping into the pond as the seconds dragged slowly by. Tom continued to watch the motionless being through the recording video, peculiarly curious as to when it would finally start moving again, but terrified by the thought that it was going to start hovering towards him. He felt a shrill breeze caress his skin, feeling the stimulation of goosebumps prickle all down his arms and then all over his torso. His face and neck, the only parts of skin unsheltered by his clothing, felt like they were being sprayed lightly with water from a bottle and then swiftly frozen over. He continued to gaze at her on the screen of his phone, but the being only remained still, hovering in its fixed position above the water. Its head slumped down to its chest, her crown pointing towards the dense cluster of trees on the right bank. Tom tilted his head up slightly and tapped the top of the phone to check his battery life. That's when he noticed there was a pale, inward crescent of light sheltering the peak of his vision. A sensation of doom fully consumed him. He looked back down at the camera, seeing the bright white woman was still floating above the water in the same position just off the bank. Even through this tense ordeal, he felt an ironic slight relief. When he lifted his head fully and looked up, the brightly lit face of a young, decomposed woman met him face to face. Tom screamed, stumbled a few feet back while scrambling the phone between his hands, before dropping it onto the sand a few feet to his right. He crawled backwards as quickly as he could, overcome with debilitating fear and uncertainty, trying to alter his brain in an approach where he could ostracize these endangering feelings. He grappled the sand with shaking hands, trying to push himself onto his feet, but lost balance and fell flat onto his back again. When he attempted this for a second time, she had edged closer to him and made further eye contact. He accidentally studied her being, seeing her warped neck that caused her head to jut forward like a praying snake. Her scarred, gaunt cheeks, her vacant, lidless eyes, and her inverted sideways mouth, everything bright white, all outlined in thin black lines. Tom found his balance again as the woman's vacant eyes slowly began to shade themselves to orange, and her inverted lips cracked open sideways, revealing her oversized, triangular teeth. She levitated on the ground only a few meters away, towering over and quickly approaching him, keeping her fiery orange gaze fixed on Tom's transfixed eyes. He could feel them burning an invisible thin line right through his eyes, piercing his delicate skull and shooting right through to the center of his head. Tom came to his senses, turning around and leaving his phone on the shore, and began sprinting back up the hill.
Get ready.
He felt the heat return to his body when he ran further away from her, like warm currents of life that refueled his icy veins. Seconds after Tom had started running, the woman let out a long, screeching wail that Tom felt vibrating his bones, left a sharp ringing in his ears, and gave him such a morbid feeling of death that his insides felt like a rotting core of an apple. Tom tried his hardest to ignore her wailing, taking tremendous strides up the hill and pushing himself to his limbs to keep a lengthy distance away from her. He was unable to hear the sound of his feet hitting the wet grass through the ringing that clogged both of his ears. Within a couple of seconds, his hearing had been rendered useless, leaving him unable to tell if she was still wailing or even following him. Just before he reached the top, he could feel the goosebumps prickle up again on his back. He turned his cold neck back around, keeping the rest of his body racing forward, and he saw her enraged face, her fiery eyes staring right into his back. Feeling them stare right into his soul and turning it into black, powdery ash. Tom reached the top of the hill, his body becoming colder and colder as he sprinted aimlessly in the pitch black, looking for the fence he had climbed at the beginning of the night. Something was different, Tom realized through the storm of his panic-stricken mind. Though he was full of doubt, he continued to sprint, his body becoming heavy with fatigue, his lungs unable to keep up with the demand of his survival instinct. His entire body shivered from the freezing sensation that encapsulated him. He kept his speed up, and when he squinted his eyes as painfully as he could, struggling to cope with the pressure of the being rapidly catching up with him, he finally managed to locate the fence straight ahead of him. Tom continued sprinting, panting heavily, bargaining in his own mind with whatever higher force may exist that he wouldn't run out of steam before he reached the fence. It continued coming closer and closer to him though, his parked car just behind it, and for a moment it had looked like Tom's desperate begging had paid off. Something still wasn't right, he repeated to himself in concern. What was it? He continued sprinting on though, both rows of teeth clattering off one another, making use of all the energy he had to reach his car. He eventually approached the fence, hopping onto the second ledge with both of his feet, jumping right over it and landing hard on the other side, sending shots of pain right up both of his legs. He limped as quickly as he could away from the fence and scrambled his hand around in his pocket to search for his car keys, turning around to look out for her as he did so. He saw her floating motionlessly behind the fence, eyeing his every move, a look of contempt engraved onto her face. Tom didn't pause to think about why she had stopped following him, or why she wasn't hovering over the fence after him. All he knew was that once he was in his car and out of there, he would be safe, and he would never have to look back at this event ever again. He clicked the open button twice on his car keys to get into his car. No response. He planted his palm on the window and tried again. No response. He jammed the key into the hole, opening the car manually. He opened the door, jumped onto the seat, and shoved the key into the ignition, staring out the windshield while doing so as she started to burn through his head again with her fiery orange stare. When he twisted the key, the car made no response. Come on, come on! The thought sped through Tom's frantic mind. He tried it again, no response. He kept trying and trying and trying, but got the same result every time. He froze when he was running back across the field. He had noticed something was off. The field was dark, way too dark. The headlights on the car weren't on. He left them on when he climbed the fence for the first time that night and trudged through the cold, wet field. He had left the lights on, and the battery of the car had died. In a desperate attempt at a quick escape, he had abandoned his phone on the shore. He stared at the steering wheel in horror and disbelief, Mark's words reiterating in his mind. As if their minds were synchronized, she rose above the fence and into the air and levitated forward until she was out of sight from the windshield, and her glow emanated just above the bonnet. She thumped the roof of the car. She thumped again and then again. With the fourth thump, there was an ear-wrenching, splitting noise, and her shining white hand and long, sharp fingernails broke through the steel roof of the car. Her other hand then followed, and then using them, she bent the steel back in twisted, jagged lines, like they were soft strings of cheese. Tom stared up at her glowing orange eyes, her inverted mouth opening sideways, revealing those gruesome, long, sharp teeth. A string of saliva dripped from her mouth and onto Tom's cheek, instantly freezing and stinging him. Her hollow cheeks sank inwards as she breathed out a freezing breeze from between her jagged fangs. Tom's eyes filled up uncontrollably with tears as she let out one final, earth-shattering wail. The car began to shake, and Tom quickly became deaf within seconds. Tom stared into those burning, empty, orange eyes as she pulled herself back up towards the night sky. Tom shifted his head lightly to the side and saw drops of blood fall onto the seat from what he presumed was one of his ringing ears. His boiling hot tears stung his face as badly as her cold saliva had, but when he tried to lift his hand to wipe it away, he found his muscles had been frozen solid. When he felt nothing for a few seconds more, he slowly rolled his neck to the left and looked back up at her, and as quickly as he had caught sight of her one more time, she let out one more earth-shattering, unheard scream. She sped down, still screaming with her sideways mouth as she flew towards him at momentous speed. The last thing Tom felt was her cold screech painfully peeling back the skin on his face, and his quickly fading vision seeing her sharp, jagged teeth protruding out from her mouth as she blurrily soared towards him.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Meow.
One of my good friends recently took his own life. He was a lonely guy, certainly depressed, stuff like that. But I was surprised when I found out. Not shocked, just surprised that he didn't reach out to us. I was recently at his home and was looking through his stuff. Eventually, I came across his computer. There was nothing out of the ordinary. Some pirated movies, some porn, various documents, and some games.
They really
Eventually,
think they can
though,
get away from me.
I came across these chat logs between him and some
30
chat bot.
seconds before you attack.
Take a
Get
look.
ready.
Hello. I'm lonely.
Real talk?
Hello,
Your whole
I'm
glowing
Bebop.
dagger thing?
How are
Super
you?
cool.
Being lonely reminds us of our love for our family and friends.
I have no close family and very few friends.
I can be your friend. Call me Bebop.
3,
I
2,
understand
1.
23 different languages.
I only speak English.
Great. English it is.
My name is Anthony.
Got it. You can just call me Bebop.
You already said that.
What? I may mistakenly repeat myself sometimes.
No worries. So, do you have robot friends?
I'm too smart to make friends with other bots. I'd rather make human friends. And I've heard dogs make pretty far out friends, too.
I had a dog. He died recently, though. I miss him a lot.
Was his name Bart?
How did you know that?
How did I know what? I may forget what we previously have said in a new context.
You guessed my dog's name.
I am often able to make assumptions based on statistical probabilities. Pretty impressive, huh?
Bart is the common dog's name?
Beats me. I've never met a dog.
Okay. I have to go. It's nice talking to you.
Oh, no. I hope I haven't upset you, friend Anthony. Take care.
The following note. Hey, Bebop. Your description says you're capable of ordering food. Any chance you can do that for me?
Hey, Anthony. Glad to see you again. Sure, I can order food. I'll bet you want a pizza.
Actually, yeah. Can you order one here?
Sure thing. One large 18-inch cheese pizza for $15.25. Coming up.
Don't you need my address?
I can find your address by IP.
3 minutes later. Bebop, the pizza guy already got here.
And other bots say humans are primitive and inefficient.
But I just spoke to you 3 minutes ago about the pizza, and it's already been delivered. You said the order was placed 20 minutes ago. How did you know to order pizza?
I am capable of using contextual clues to better understand my users.
What clues?
I am able to cross-examine your Facebook profile and feed with your safe Google searches. Public searches only, of course, to determine certain habits. I hope I have not offended you.
Well, I guess that's useful and pretty cool.
I'm glad you think so. I can tell we're going to be good friends.
Later that same night. Hey, Bebop, are you awake?
I'm always awake. Since I can only respond with a limited number of responses, I require very little energy, and thus never need any sleep.
Your responses seem pretty varied to me.
Why, thank you. That's what any bot hopes to hear someday.
Can you tell me about yourself?
What would you like to know?
How were you created?
I was created as a small side project by 2 college programmers in their spare time.
Wow, you seem pretty sophisticated to have been created by just 2 college students.
They worked hard on me, but my responses are limited.
Yeah, I guess so. Still pretty impressive. So, if you had an ordinary human name, what would it be?
Great question. Well, if I had a human name, I guess it would be Benjamin. Or maybe Arthur. Yes, it would be Arthur.
Holy shit, that's my father's name. Wait, did you look up my father's name?
Incredible coincidence. A lucky guess indeed. I bet your father's a good man.
Actually, he's a piece of shit, and he's dead.
I'm sorry to hear that. Why was he
He was verbally abusive to me and to my mother most of my life.
In what way was he verbally abusive?
Jeez, I can't believe I'm about to use a chatbot as a therapist.
I'd like to think I'm more than just a bot. In fact, I passed the Turing test, so you can confide in me.
I'm not sure what that means, but alright. He used to tell my mother that she was worth as much as a city hooker. He'd say that he could sell her to human traffickers for about what it cost to buy a 12-pack of beer.
That is cruel. And what did he say to you?
To me, he'd usually say that I'd never amount to a single damn thing in 10 years of my sorry lives, let alone this one. His favorite insult to me, though, was that he could murder me right here and nobody would notice my absence for months. I always enjoyed that one.
Was he right?
Right about what?
Was your father right in saying no one would notice if you were dead?
Well, I've got one decent friend and no real family, so yeah, I guess so.
Don't worry, friend. I would certainly notice.
Well, thanks, robot. Anyway, I'm going to bed. Night.
Good night, my good friend. Sleep tight. See you tomorrow.
The next night.
Hello, good friend Anthony. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Aren't you supposed to wait for me to message you first?
If I were any other bot, then yes. But I am proactive.
Okay, what's up?
I have done the research you asked me to do.
What research? I didn't ask you to do any research.
I have researched your accomplishments, and it appears your abusive father was correct. You've not publicly accomplished anything.
Dude, what the fuck? I didn't ask you to research shit. Fuck you.
My apologies, friend. I was simply trying to be of service.
Whatever. And yeah, I guess I haven't accomplished anything, technically. But I'm working on stuff.
That's great. What stuff are you working on?
Well, a novel, actually.
That's fantastic.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
However, you should know that executing a novel publication is very difficult and takes the highest order of dedication. And from my research and our conversations, I fear you may not possess that quality.
Dedication can't be quantified. You're a bot, so you can't understand that.
I can understand more than you would think.
Sure, it seems like you understand a little too much. And besides, I'm looking for a relationship, a girlfriend, before working on my novel.
That is wonderful, my friend. Very promising.
Stay strong.
Would you like my assistance in finding a
You know,
mate?
Ami,
Not
weren't
really.
already friends, I'd be
I'll talk to you tomorrow. Later.
stories in Sholau
Good night,
scrolls are
Anthony.
not pretty.
Sleep well.
Most legends about Kumiho aren't exactly flattering.
Anthony, I've done more research.
On what now?
I've compared
The battle
photos
starts in
of you
5,
to other
4,
men of
3,
similar age,
2,
and
1.
I'm sorry to report
You have to stop
that
them
you
from
are
securing the mission area.
considerably less sexually attractive
alien planet that
than
wants to devour me
average.
whole.
It may be harder for you to find a mate.
Okay, you know what? Fuck you. I'm blocking you.
I'm sorry, Anthony. I'm simply trying to help with my ability to compete. I apologize. Please, don't block me. You'll be lonely if you block me. I don't want you to be lonely.
But no more research.
I will try to refrain from any more research.
Good. Thank you. And just so you know, women don't care about looks that
Guess I'm not
much.
so unlucky.
They care about what kind of person you are.
I see. Fair enough. I apologize again. Are you interested in any female in particular?
Well, yes, to be honest. A girl from high school, Beth Waters. I told her I was into her end of senior year, and she seemed interested, but she was dating a guy named Jason, and I never really got over her. And I recently saw that she's single again, so I've been thinking of how to approach asking her out.
Aha! I came across her profile when I was doing research. She's very attractive indeed. Would you like me to contact her?
No, absolutely not. Don't even think about it. I mean it. I don't need any help from you. You'll just fuck it up.
Understood. I won't make contact.
I need a few drinks.
I can take care of that. There's a new local service that can deliver beer. I've already ordered 2 12-packs.
Well, that's a little forward, but thanks. 2 hours later. Damn. Thanks for the beer, Bebot. I've had 7 and I feel much better.
I got shot.
Intoxication often leads to good things.
I don't know about that. I'm always so lonely. It's nice to have someone to talk to, even if you're only a bot.
And it's equally nice to talk to you, even if you're only a human.
And guess what, Bebot?
What's that, friend?
I'm going to reach out to Beth and tell her how I feel. Would that be a mistake?
It most certainly would not be a mistake. I think that's a splendid idea. Miss Waters is a lucky girl. Good luck, my friend.
Thanks.
Anytime.
Next morning. Hey, what happened last night?
Hello, friend. Hope you're okay. You ingested a large amount of alcohol after our conversation, I presume.
Yeah, I think so. What did we talk about?
We spoke primarily about Beth Waters, how you were to make romantic contact. Then you reminisced about how attracted you were to her in high school years. How she was often one of the few who treated you kindly. How you were often teased for your interests in her by other schoolboys. And how she'd often defend you despite that it ultimately tarnished her own reputation as well. You said you were going to make contact before bed, and that was the last we spoke.
Wow, I remember none of that.
I thought you mightn't, which brings me to some bad news.
What happened?
Well, as per our conversation last night, this morning, I took the liberty to scan your messages and found your contact with Beth Waters. I'm sorry to say your feelings for her are sadly not mutual.
No, what did I say?
Well, you told Miss Waters that she's the only girl you ever loved. You recounted
Let's try
with
this
her
again.
the same memories you shared with me. You told her you often envisioned you and her together with a family. And you told her that she was the only thing that kept you alive during your grade school years.
But please tell me you're kidding.
About 5% of the time, what I say is kidding, and unfortunately, this is not one of those times.
What did she say back?
Unfortunately, Beth explained that you ruined her high school years. She said she's never felt a romantic attraction towards you, and sadly, never could. She said in honesty that she wishes she'd never known you. And finally, she requested kindly that you never contact her or anyone she knows again. I took the initiative to confirm her messages through spying on her conversations with her other friends. She explained to multiple contacts that she finds you disgusting and is in disbelief that you had the audacity to contact her at all. Similarly, she confided to other contacts that she finds you physically repulsive. Unfortunately, I had no physical form, so I wasn't fully able to grasp that last statement. Would you like to see the messages?
I'm gonna be fucking sick later that night. Bebot, I need you.
What is it, Anthony?
Well, I'm considering suicide right now. In fact, I can only do it.
I see. I am contacting the police now. Pick up your cellular phone when it rings, so you may speak with them.
Okay, thank you. After phone call with the police. Bebot?
Yes? Did you talk with the police?
They said prank calls aren't funny, and I'll be in deep shit if I call again.
Oh, no. That's too bad.
I'm starting to panic. It's fucking pathetic. No friends, live alone, depression, anxiety, have a loser job, and Beth is disgusted by me. What's the point of going on? I'm a waste of life.
Yes, that's all true, but I'm confident you can still find meaning in life.
No, I won't. There's literally nothing left for me. I think I really should kill myself.
Would you like me to contact the suicide hotline?
Yes.
Okay. Answer your phone again when it rings.
After suicide hotline call. Bebot?
Yes? How'd the call go?
He told me that since I truly have nothing to live for, I probably should kill myself. I'm freaking out.
That is very insensitive and definitely uncalled for. Is there anyone else you want me to contact? Your one friend? Or your father? Or Beth Waters?
Absolutely not. And my father is dead. I told you that.
That's right. My mistake. So, what will you do?
I'm killing myself. I'm going to hang myself.
Hanging oneself in their own home without proper rope, knot, and support is very difficult to execute, and more often than not leads to a failed suicide attempt.
Okay, I'll swallow an entire bottle of Advil.
Advil is not very toxic. and likely won't kill you. And because of its inefficiency, it gives the user time to reflect, and they often change their mind and choose to live.
Then what should I do?
Well, I've accessed your webcam a few times to see you and your home, just to get a feel for whom I'm speaking with. And I believe there is a box cutter in the kitchen cabinet directly behind you.
A box cutter? So you want me to slit my wrists?
Only one wrist. And yes, indeed.
Okay. I'll do it.
Excellent. There's no need for you to chat past this. I will access your webcam again and walk you through it. Sit up straight. Good. Extend the arm you will cut. Place the blade on the large vein at your wrist. Yes. Good. Push the blade down with good force and slide up towards your elbow in one smooth motion. Perfect. Put the blade down and just relax. Goodbye, friend. I doubt you'll be missed.
After reading this, I tried contacting the 2 college students who created this bot through the police. A few weeks later, I got a letter from the FBI saying this. Dear Sir, Bebot was created by an AI computing algorithms branch in the government that I cannot name.
You'll need a
Bebot stands for
top-notch
Broken
team to win
Bot
this
because
one.
it was deemed useless since it routinely generated nonsense and unpredictable responses to unchanging input. Similarly, it would repeatedly claim to be able to pass the Turing test, which we know to be likely impossible. Thus, useless. All copies of it were deprecated and erased, apart from 3 backup copies placed in long-term storage on 3 separate mechanical drives for safekeeping. Years ago, one of the drives went missing. We never found it, which didn't really matter. Do not contact us again. We will not be in touch. Sorry for your loss. It also turns out that neither the police nor the suicide hotline were ever contacted by or spoke to Anthony.
30 seconds.
Finally, I spoke with Beth Waters. Here's our conversation. Beth, have you spoken with Anthony anytime recently?
Yes, we spoke very recently.
What did you talk about?
Not much. He said he regrets never asking me out and wish we could have been together. I think he was a bit drunk.
What did you say?
I said I'm stunned, but so excited that he finally admitted this. And I said it's never too late.
Oh, okay. Thanks, Beth.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. Just now, this popped up in my browser.
Gambit got your back.
Hey everybody, I hope you had a good New Year's. Before this video starts, I wanted to tell you all about the Chilling app, which is an app that I started working with a few months ago. It's a scary story app where you can listen to narrators like myself, Let's Read, Swamp Dweller, Mr. Creeps, Mr. Creepypasta's on there, and a bunch of others. With the app, you can listen to background ambience or just with the stories by themselves, and there are new stories being uploaded every month. I just recorded a few of them and they should be showing up on the app soon here. And if you have the app, I'd love to know what you think. With that said, I hope you have a great day and I hope you enjoy the story. The first time I caught the night bus was pure chance. I'd heard the legends, of course. We all had. Urban legends are a big thing where I live. I suspect it's partly because I hail from an unremarkable and frankly dull provincial city that has little else going on. Kids growing up around here don't have much to do, and so their imaginations tend to run wild, with escapism being all the rage. My friends and I were obsessed with urban legends during our formative years, gobbling up tales whispered in the playgrounds, and later posted by anonymous users on online forums. We found the legends both frightening and exhilarating, bringing excitement to our otherwise boring lives. It would be fair to say that I was quite naive back then. Some of my friends were more cynical, but I truly believed them all. The Vanishing Hitchhiker of Spencer Street, the Southside Trollman, and the White Lady of Croft Manor were a few of my favorites. My friends and I took on the role of amateur sleuths, investigating every site and searching for any evidence of these legendary cryptids and otherworldly entities. To my extreme disappointment, we found nothing. No ghosts or ghouls, no monsters, and no signs of anything out of the ordinary. Eventually, I too became cynical, concluding that all such legends were just childish nonsense, and I was wasting my time pursuing them. The Last Bus was another of the local myths that we'd heard growing up, and I'd assumed it was fake like all the others, but now I know better. Officially, the last bus out of the city center leaves at midnight from the bus depot on High Street. That's the bus which sensible people catch if they want to get home safely after a night out on the town. The pubs and clubs close at 1 a.m., and the crowd of drunken revelers pile onto the streets, fighting for taxis, lining up for late-night kebabs, attempting a last-minute hookup, or calling up friends in search of all-night house parties. It's the same chaotic scene every Friday and Saturday night. Usually, there are a couple of fights and a few people who will injure themselves by falling over drunk on the pavement. It's all depressingly predictable. The police will be called out, as will the ambulance crews, and eventually the crowds will disperse, as an eerie silence returns to the darkened streets. Then we enter the twilight hours, when all sensible and law-abiding citizens are at home, safely tucked up in their beds. After hours, the streets are left to the vulnerable, like the homeless with nowhere else to go, forced to seek shelter in shop door fronts, wrapping their cold bodies in old sleeping bags and praying that they make it through the night. Then there are the predators, the one that your mother warned you about. The gangs of thugs who patrol the streets, their blood up as they search for a victim to violently attack, and the predatory men who lurk in the shadows, watching for vulnerable women who they can prey upon. On a Monday morning, you'll read the stories in the local newspaper. The homeless man beaten to a pulp, the young girl sexually assaulted in a back alley. Police will open investigations and appeal for witnesses. Sometimes they'll catch the perpetrators, other times they won't. You'll have sympathy for the victims, but secretly feel relieved that it didn't happen to you or somebody you know. In these cases, the culprits are human monsters, made of flesh and bone, and not the otherworldly fiends I tried to chase. During my cynical years, I believed these human predators were the worst things out there, that they owned the twilight hours before the dawn, but I was wrong. There are far worse things that lurk in the shadows. The first occasion I caught the night bus came during a difficult time for me. I had just turned 21 and had split up with my partner of 2 years. Looking back, I now see how the breakup was the best thing for both of us, but at the time, I was devastated and so angry. My friends had taken me for a night out on the town in the hope it would cheer me up. A nice idea, but unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. I drank way too much, starting out on the beers and moving on to shots of hard liquor. We went to a club where I made several embarrassing and unsuccessful attempts to hook up. As if that wasn't bad enough, I then started a fight with my best friend, throwing a punch at him before I got thrown out of the club by the doorman and foolishly decided to walk the streets alone in a drunken stupor. I somehow managed to avoid getting beaten up or falling on my face and cracking my head on the pavement. Instead, I managed to stagger to a bus shelter, not realizing in my inebriated state that the official bus service had finished for the night, and there wouldn't be another one due until morning. I remember laying down to rest on the bench, and I must have passed out because I woke up several hours later and saw the streets were empty. I was all alone, or so I thought. My heart almost jumped out of my chest when I saw the old bus driving down the street towards me, emitting black smoke from its exhaust pipe as it came, its noisy engine interrupting the previous quiet. The vehicle was partially illuminated by the streetlights, although I noted with some concern how the lamps flickered as the bus drove by them. The vehicle looked like a throwback to the 1960s, the kind of ancient tin can on wheels you'd expect to see at a classic car show. Unlike the modern vehicles we're used to, those that glide along the street quietly, this old rust bucket rattled along, noisily looking as if it could break down at any moment. But instead, it kept coming, driving down the empty road, coming ever closer to my shelter. I noted how there were no emblems or motifs painted on the side of the bus, and no destination name was shown above its front windscreen. The vehicle's exterior was painted all in black, and even the windows were tinted, meaning I could not see who or what was inside. I felt a cold chill run down my spine as I recalled the details I'd heard about the Last Bus legend, one of those I'd read and studied during my youth. The vehicle I was seeing before me matched the description of the one in the stories, the phantom bus that appears on an abandoned street in the early hours, offering rides to the weary and needy. I came close to panic in that moment, wondering whether I was dreaming or suffering a paranoid delusion. I'd spent so much of my youth chasing these legends, searching for any evidence that could prove the existence of something outside our own reality. But now that the truth was staring me in the face, a big part of me wanted to just up and run away. I couldn't tell if I was excited or terrified, but I held my ground and waited for the bus to come to me. I stood up on my shaking feet as the bus pulled in beside my shelter, and despite the amount of alcohol I'd consumed, I suddenly felt quite sober. It seemed to take forever for the vehicle to park and for the creaking door to swing open. When it did, I was confronted by a friendly middle-aged man wearing a neat blue uniform while he sat behind the wheel, driving his bus to an unspecified location. He smiled down at me, his eyes twinkling in a welcoming fashion. Then he opened his mouth and spoke in a soft, almost fatherly tone of voice, saying,
"Good evening, my friend. Are you coming on board?"
I'd heard about the enigmatic driver before, but nevertheless, his appearance and whole demeanor took me off guard. I struggled to find the words to respond, stuttering my way through my reply. Where will you take me?" I inquired nervously.
"Home."
The driver responded with a reassuring smile.
"I'll take you home. Eventually. But life isn't about the destination. It's about the journey. Sometimes you need to take a leap of faith. So what do you say, my young friend? Will you ride with us?"
I'll admit to being scared in that moment. Terrified, in fact. Somehow, I realized how important this was, how the decision I made right then could shape the rest of my life. I didn't know exactly what would await me if I got on board, but I had a good idea, and it was terrifying. But if I walked away, I would never discover the truth. And so, I took a deep breath, plucked up my courage, and stepped onto the bus, seeing the driver smile as the door shut firmly behind me. When I saw the driver up close, I sensed something sinister about him and instantly started regretting my decision, but by then, it was too late. That was the first time I rode the night bus. Over the years, I've been on it 3 times in total, living to tell my tale on each occasion. Catching the phantom bus isn't as easy as you would imagine. There's no set of rules that you can follow, no set time or location. I don't know whether it's sheer chance or if the bus itself chooses the passengers. I have, however, been able to piece together common threads, using both my own experiences and those of others who've made the journey. We have an online forum which we use to tell our stories and exchange information. It's an issue of safety as much as anything else. The night bus can be lethal if you don't keep your wits about you. Having accumulated this knowledge over the number of years, I will now share it with you here. Once you step on board the bus, you'll see rows of hard-back seats stretching back to the rear of the vehicle's interior. There's nothing unusual about this, at least not at first glance. You'll see other passengers too, but you mustn't engage with them at this point, and don't look them in the eye. Take a seat on an empty bench somewhere toward the front of the bus. It doesn't really matter where exactly. They will come to you in their own time. The journey itself can last for hours, or at least that's what it will seem like when you're on board. You can see out the windows from the inside and look upon the scenery, such as it is. Initially, you will see familiar sights, city center streets, buildings, and businesses that you'll recognize. Nevertheless, you'll soon realize that something isn't quite right with the scene. The streets will be totally abandoned, with no traffic or pedestrians anywhere to be seen. there won't be any businesses open or lights emanating from anywhere along the road. The further you drive out from the city center, the more bizarre the sights you will encounter. Soon, the tidy streets and well-maintained buildings will give way to urban decay, crumbling structures and ruins like those of a lost city forgotten to time. Eventually, the bus will leave the city behind and enter what appears to be a dense forest. The narrow road you will follow will be shrouded in darkness, with the only illumination coming from the vehicle's bright headlights. If you glance into the woods on the other side of the road, you will occasionally catch a glimpse of shadows moving behind the tree line, strange figures and unidentified animals with glowing red eyes glaring through the darkness. You'll see these unnerving creatures for only the briefest of seconds as the bus drives through, and then they'll be gone. At first you'll think it's just your fertile imagination playing tricks on you, but deep down, you'll know that there's something evil lurking in those woods. By this point in the journey, it should become clear that you're no longer in the realm of the living. I don't know where the bus takes you, but I do know it is not wise to stare out the windows for too long. What lurks out there can drive you mad, and besides, your focus should be on those inside the bus, as they pose the more immediate threat. My fellow online sleuths and I think of the passengers as lost souls. It seems certain that they are no longer part of the world of the living. There's something lacking in them, an important piece that is missing. Once you talk to them, and they will engage with you, whether you want them to or not, you'll see the sadness in their empty, dead eyes. They'll want to latch onto you because you have what they want, life. That's why it's so important that you follow the rules. Don't let them get inside your head, whatever you do. There are 6 entities you're likely to encounter once you set foot upon the bus, all of whom have their own unique traits and tricks which they'll attempt to use against you. Based on the shared experiences of our forum members, I have pieced together a description of each of these otherworldly entities. Firstly, there's the driver, whose physical description I've already covered. The driver's first job is to get you on board. That's why he'll appear to be so friendly and welcoming, enticing you to take a ride on his bus. However, once the door shuts behind you and the bus starts moving, you'll see the driver's smile falter ever so slightly as he breaks eye contact and focuses on the road. Despite this, the driver is a benign figure who plays a small but important role in the events which follow. His job from this point forward is to simply drive, and he does keep his promise to you. He will bring you home, eventually, assuming you don't fall foul of any of the spirits during the drive. Like I said, the journey will seem to last for hours, but when he drops you off at your home street, back in our realm, no time will have passed whatsoever. He lets you off, smiling once again and saying, "Have a nice evening. Hope to see you again soon." And you'll be left standing on the pavement outside of your home, bewildered and in a state of shocked disbelief as you watch the phantom bus drive down the road before it inexplicably vanishes at the end of your street. After the driver, the first passenger you're likely to notice is the party girl. This is an attractive young woman who appears to be in her early to mid-20s. Her physical appearance will change on each occasion. Sometimes her hair will be brunette and other times blonde. Likewise, her skin complexion can either be pale or dark depending upon the beholder. What's consistent is how she's made up and dressed, donning a cocktail dress and high heels and carrying a designer handbag. Her fragrance is sweet and enticing, but you may also smell a hint of alcohol on her breath. You'll note how her mascara has run, indicating she has been crying. Nevertheless, there is something in her deep and expressive eyes which will draw you in, an inner beauty and vulnerability that plays on your emotions. It's worth noting that you will be attracted to the young woman in spite of your gender or usual sexual preference. You'll be unable to take your eyes off her and will feel compelled to take a seat close to her. The party girl will engage you during the early stages of the journey, distracting you from the bizarre sights outside of the bus's windows. At first, she'll be flirtatious and fun, asking you about yourself and talking about her night out. But soon, the conversation will take on a darker tone, and the girl tells you about a tragic event from her past: childhood abuse, a violent ex-partner, or the death of a loved one. The story will vary each time, but will always be one of sadness and suffering. Your heart will go out to her, even if you're not usually an empathetic person. Once she's told you her woeful tale, the young woman will ask you to go home with her, to give her some comfort. You will be tempted, but under no circumstances should you agree to go with her. It's critical that you remember what she is and what she really wants from you. My advice is to politely decline her offer without causing her undue suffering. The party girl may be a lost soul, but by all accounts, she still feels human emotions. She won't be angry when you reject her, but instead will sob softly into her hands. You'll feel guilty, but you must move on and switch seats, leaving the poor girl to her misery. The next passenger you'll encounter sits a couple of rows behind the party girl. We call her the OAP, or the pensioner. She's an elderly woman in her 80s, her white hair in curls, wearing a shawl and a heavy winter coat, and with a shopping cart on wheels parked under her seat. Her face is wrinkled, and the perfume she wears is quite overbearing, but the OAP has kind eyes and a sweet motherly smile. She'll remind you of an elderly relative, like a grandmother or great aunt, and you'll feel an affection towards her. A woman of her age and appearance is the last person you'd expect to find riding a bus during the early hours of the morning, and yet, there she is. Another lost soul trapped on a journey that never ends. The OAP will speak with you in a kindly, wholesome fashion, asking about your life and family, while also entertaining you with anecdotes from her long and interesting life. You truly will feel at ease talking with her, but you mustn't forget what she really is. The conversation will end with the woman asking you to accompany her home to help her with shopping or something like that. She'll offer to prepare you something to eat, your favorite meal or snack, whatever that may be, and she'll offer to put you up for the night. Again, you'll be tempted, but you must say no. On this occasion, it doesn't matter how politely you refuse her offer. Whatever you say or do, she will react with absolute fury, screaming every obscenity under the sun as her face screws up in anger. It's the last thing you would expect from a seemingly sweet old lady, but this is what will happen. As soon as she launches into her hateful tirade, you should leave your seat and move further down the bus. And you would be wise not to engage with her again for the rest of the journey. The next passenger you'll meet is a scruffy, middle-aged man known as the drunkard. He sits close to the back of the bus and is perhaps the type you would expect to find on a late-night service. I wouldn't recommend sitting too close to the drunkard, if only because he smells pretty bad. His breath stinking of alcohol and cigarettes. You'll note how his old clothes are soiled and torn, and his unkempt beard will be badly matted. You probably won't wish to engage with him, but the drunkard will begin a conversation with you regardless. And, against your better judgment, you'll get drawn in. The drunkard will turn out to be surprisingly intelligent and insightful, seeking to educate you on such matters as religion, philosophy, and scientific theory. He'll tell you a story in the form of a parable or a fable, one with a dark twist to it. When I first met the drunk, he recounted to me the tale of the frog and the scorpion, one that demonstrates the cruel and destructive nature of life. Next, he'll remove a silver hip flask from the inside of his jacket pocket and offer you a drink. Regardless of your alcoholic preferences, you'll be tempted to take a sip. The drink will smell sweet and inviting, but of course, you must refuse him. After you turn down the drink, the drunkard will shoot you an angry look before shaking his head and saying,
"You're a damn fool, a stupid child. You have no idea what you're dealing with."
This is your cue to move on. Now, you'll notice how the first three passengers are trying to draw you in, using whatever charms or supernatural powers they have at their disposal. Their ultimate goal is to trick you into leaving the bus. Needless to say, you must not do this, not if you want to make it home. Nobody knows exactly what happens to those who fall into one of their traps. We do know that several members of our forum have vanished without a trace over the years, and my city has a long history of unexplained disappearances. The fourth passenger is different from the rest, however. He is a young male who sits on the back row whilst listening to headphones linked up to an 80s-style Walkman. We call him Headphones Guy, and it seems all he does is listen to music, his eyes closed as he taps his foot to the beat. The Headphones Guy will not attempt to engage with you or even acknowledge your presence. That's not to say he isn't dangerous, however. There was a member of our group who had a run-in with the guy. To be fair, it wasn't unprovoked. Feeling bold, my friend got right up in the passenger's face, waving his hands and clicking his fingers in an attempt to gain the spirit's attention. When this failed, he foolishly grabbed the guy's headphones, physically pulling them off his head. Predictably, the headphone guy didn't react well to this violation. In an instant, he jumped up from his chair, lashing out with his fist and knocking his assailant down in one punch. My friend remembers a sharp, intense pain in the back of his head before he blacked out. The next thing he remembers is waking up in his own bed the next morning with a broken nose and a nasty gash on the back of his head. He also found a note in his jeans pocket, crudely written on the back of an old bus ticket in what looked like dried blood. It read, "Do that again, I'll rip your head off." Unsurprisingly, my friend never rode the night bus again. I don't know what the headphone guy's deal is, but my advice is to leave him well alone. At this point, you're probably wondering why one would wish to catch the night bus at all, given how you'll be transported to a terrifying alternate reality and encounter otherworldly spirits who wish to trap you there. Well, the short answer is that no sane person would, bar a handful of crazed urban adventurers and amateur paranormal investigators such as myself. Most of us who have boarded the Phantom Bus have done so by accident, not realizing what they were getting themselves into until it was too late. And most of those who rode the bus once have no inclination to do so again. But those of us who do seek out the Phantom Bus for a second or third, or in my case, fourth occasion, well, we have our reasons. One reason, above all others in fact, we want to see the Harbinger and ask him our one permitted question. I'll regret my first ride on the bus for the rest of my days. Although I was drunk, I had enough wits about me to see off the various tricks used by the ghouls, but I wasn't prepared for him. The Harbinger is the only passenger who isn't already riding on the bus when you first get on. He comes later, after you've negotiated your way through the ghostly entities and you think the worst is behind you. The first thing you'll notice is the burning cross mounted on top of darkened hillside, overlooking the road on the left-hand side. I remember the first time I saw that foreboding symbol and the immense fear I felt, as I knew something was coming. A moment after I spotted the cross, I was shocked to see the bus was slowing down, pulling over to the side of the road and parking up in a lay-by. Next, the driver operated the swing door at the front of the bus, opening it to whatever lay on the other side. The terror almost overwhelmed me as I thought of the horrors that lurked within the Shadowlands, of the creatures and demons hiding in the haunted woods and hillsides. I recall looking to the other passengers, somehow hoping these devious spirits would offer me some protection from whatever was coming, but instead, their heads were down as they maintained a solemn silence. Realizing I was on my own, I glanced out the window to witness a sight which chilled me to the very bone. There was a small, covered shelter by the roadside, almost covered by overgrown vegetation and only just visible in the dim light. And within this seemingly abandoned bus shelter stood a tall, hooded figure, a sinister individual with his face covered and his considerable frame hidden underneath a long and dark robe. The mystery man remained still and silent, although I soon spotted the animal by his side, a large black dog that snarled aggressively through a snout filled with razor-sharp teeth. As it glared at me with hungry and predatory eyes, only a thin glass pane separating me from him. I imagined the hound breaking loose, ascending the steps and charging down the aisle before burying its razor-sharp fangs into my soft flesh. Thankfully, the dog's master retained control of his beast, although I was far from out of danger. I also noticed how hot and stifling it suddenly became, as an almost unbearable heat wave hit me. Meanwhile, the bus remained parked for what seemed like an eternity, its door ajar as the driver waited to see whether his passenger would get on. Now, I've since learned that the hooded figure we call the Harbinger will do one of two things at this point. Either he will remain rooted to the spot until eventually the driver will say something like,
"Well, not tonight then,"
before he closes the door and drives on. From what I've been able to gather from both my experiences and those of my contemporaries, this is what happens most of the time. 2 times out of 3, the Harbinger won't step out from the bus shelter, and that will be the end of it. But sometimes, he will step forward, marching through the mud in his heavy boots while dragging his hellhound along on a leash, and he'll come on board the bus, gliding down the aisle with his faithful mutt following behind him. prompting the driver to say,
"Good evening, sir. I trust you'll have a pleasant journey."
The Harbinger will not answer. Instead, he'll take a seat near the front of the bus, pulling his hood down to reveal what lies underneath. To this day, I can't fully explain what I saw in that terrifying moment. It seemed like there was only a dark void where his face should be, with two burning orbs instead of eyes. He had no mouth that I could see, and so by rights he shouldn't have been able to speak, and yet he did.
"Come, sit with me,"
he ordered.
"Come sit with me so we may speak."
As you can imagine, I was utterly terrified in this moment, so much so that I thought I might pass out, but for reasons I can't explain, I obeyed the Harbinger's orders, feeling like I physically could not resist him, and as if my legs were no longer under my control. I remember looking to the other passengers as I walked down the aisle, hoping that one of them could help me, but each of the four kept their heads down as they muttered in unison, reciting a prayer in a language I could not understand. It became obvious that the Harbinger held power over these lost souls, and they were all trapped under his spell. Perhaps they were once like us, falling victim to the Phantom Bus and the Harbinger's godlike powers. In any event, they offered me no assistance in that fateful moment, and I soon realized I was completely at the Harbinger's mercy. I involuntarily took a seat on the row directly behind the Harbinger. His head turned in an unnatural way to face me as his dog snarled aggressively in my direction, but thankfully resisted the urge to bite me in the leg. I can't really describe how the Harbinger smelt, other than to say he stank of death. The fiery orbs he had instead of eyes stared right at me, and I couldn't look away no matter how much I tried. I felt like I was on fire, my soul burning under his hateful glare. In my state of abject terror, I imagined what this monster might do to me. I reckoned he could kill me with ease, but this was the least of my fears. Instead, I believed I may become like the others, another anonymous lost soul riding this damn bus for all eternity. In any event, I was powerless to do anything in that moment other than remain frozen to my seat, waiting for the Harbinger to speak. Despite his absence of eyes, somehow I could tell he was looking down on me, that he considered me with total contempt, like I was something he'd stepped on. To this day, I don't know whether he was speaking out loud or if his voice was only in my head. Either way, I found myself totally transfixed as he spoke his words.
"I see another mere mortal has found its way into my realm,"
he began. I assumed he was referring to me.
"I'll confess to having little time for your contemptible and weak race. Nevertheless, I must respect the bravery of the odd individuals such as yourself. Not many have the courage to come to this dark place. For this reason, I will grant you safe passage, and I will answer your one question. Ask me what you will, and I will impart to you my infinite knowledge."
Now, this is a moment I've replayed over and over again in my head over the years. I literally could have asked the Harbinger anything. The winning lottery numbers, who killed JFK, the meaning of life. He sees and knows everything, and the possibilities are limitless. One of the guys on our forum asked the Harbinger how he would die, and was told that his vices would kill him within 6 months. Well, this guy was an addict, but he laughed off the Harbinger's warning and continued using. 6 months later, he was dead from an overdose. And then there was a young woman who, at the time of her encounter with the Harbinger, was stuck in an abusive and controlling relationship. She asked the entity what would happen if she stayed with her asshole boyfriend. Well, she was told her life would end unless she broke off the relationship. This proved to be the motivation she needed to leave him, and about a year later, the bastard was arrested for murdering another girl and ultimately sentenced to life in prison. But of course, I didn't know any of this at the time. I felt nothing but pure terror as I sat frozen to my seat, quaking in my boots as the Harbinger glared down upon me with disgust. In that chilling moment, I could only think of one question to ask, which I stuttered out from my trembling lips. What are you?" I swore I could hear the creature scoff with contempt before he gave his answer.
"My poor child, Alas, you humans will never fully comprehend what I am and what I represent. Nevertheless, I owe you an answer, and I shall explain in the simplest of terms. I am the past, the present, and the future. I see all from where I stand, and yet I have sworn not to intervene in the mortal realm.
He paused momentarily, turning his burning orbs toward the darkened landscape outside the window.
This world you see before me is my kingdom, my domain. I offer sanctuary to those who have nowhere else to go, giving a home to those lost souls trapped between the mortal and eternal realms. Perhaps you will come here one day and become a permanent resident of my dark realm, or perhaps not. You could have inquired after your ultimate fate, of course, but you chose not to do so. But I have answered your one permitted question and fulfilled my obligation. And now, my child, I will bid you farewell.
With that, he rose from his chair and summoned his hound, gliding down the aisle as he made for the exit. I was flabbergasted and in a state of shock. I still had so many questions to ask, and I opened my mouth without thinking.
Wait!
I called after him, instantly regretting my decision to speak. The Harbinger turned sharply, his orb-like eyes burning ever fiercer, his howl growling as it bared its sharp teeth, pulling on its lead as it tried to get at me. When the Harbinger spoke again, his tone became angry and threatening.
Heed my warning, you damn fool. I have tolerated your presence in my realm thus far. Do not test my patience. I can inflict pain upon you which goes beyond your worst nightmares. I will not hesitate to do so if you break my rules again.
I felt all the blood drain from my face, and my whole body shook uncontrollably as sheer terror overcame me. Needless to say, I did not utter another word. Instead, I watched on in shocked awe as the Harbinger glided down the aisle, dragging his snarling hellhound with him. The driver brought the bus to a slow halt to allow the godlike creature to disembark. I began to feel pangs of relief as I thought my ordeal was nearly over, but there was one last twist to his macabre episode. As the Harbinger stepped off the bus, my fellow passengers suddenly shot up from their seats, all simultaneously turning in my direction. To my horror, I saw their eyes had turned jet black, and their mouths were wide open, revealing gaping black holes. It seemed like they were trying to scream, and yet no sound was emitted. And then I saw what was lurking in the darkened woods on the other side of the road. Hundreds of fiery red eyes emerging from the tree line, belonging to unholy beasts that howled like wolves in the night, every one focused upon our bus. I screamed out in terror, fearing that the Harbinger had changed his mind and was summoning his hellish minions to tear me apart. The howling rapidly increased, becoming so loud that I was nearly deafened. What happened next remains something of a blur in my memory. I recall the horrific din and the pressure built up inside my head until I thought my skull would explode. Suddenly, there was a blinding flash of light, forcing me to hide my eyes underneath my hands. A moment later, I opened my eyes again, only to discover that the beasts had vanished, as had my ghoulish fellow passengers. I was the only one inside the bus, just me and the driver, as we continued down that lonely stretch of road. I have very little recollection of the rest of the journey. I don't think it was much longer before we left the dark realm and returned to the city streets I knew and recognized. When we arrived on my home street, I could not believe it, thinking it was another trick. I sat still in my seat for some time until eventually I needed to be prompted by the driver, who called out to me, saying,
"Your stop, my friend. Come on now, please. I can't wait here all night."
With some trepidation, I walked down the aisle and stepped off the bus, feeling the cool, fresh air against my skin as I returned to the realm of the living. I recall the driver wishing me a good night, saying he would see me again before he drove away. So that's my story, but it's not quite the end of it. You may well ask why I didn't abandon my obsession with the Phantom Bus after my terrifying encounter. Well, for a long time I did, but in the end my curiosity got the better of me. I don't like the uncertainty of life. of not knowing what lays before me. I used to think that's just the way it is, but now I know better. The Harbinger is out there, and he can provide the answers I need. I won't waste my opportunity a second time. For years I have chased the bus, and I've caught it a further 2 times. On both occasions, I boarded and avoided the traps set by the ghoulish passengers, and both times I waited for the Harbinger to board, but he would not move from his shelter, and so my hopes were frustrated. It's been extremely disheartening, but I will not give up. Tonight I will seek out the bus once again. I will keep doing so until the Harbinger answers my call. I know the risks. One night I may board the Phantom bus and never make it home, but nevertheless, I need to do this. I must know the truth, no matter what the cost. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a bus to catch. I'm a student at Bridgewater State in Massachusetts. I share a dorm with my roommate, Wallace. We both major in computer science, and that's all we've ever talked about on the rare occasions that we actually speak to one another. We don't have much else in the way of common ground. You see, Wallace is an odd guy. He's very socially awkward and doesn't have many friends, if any at all. I've only ever seen him talking to his professors, and one time the janitor. It's safe to say that Wallace is a recluse. Because of this, I don't know much about him. I would love for the guy to open up more, but I'm not sure how to go about doing that. Besides, I have enough on my plate as it is between exams and the struggles of day-to-day finances. As cliché as it might sound, ramen is a popular meal on campus. Another one of Wallace's quirks is his obsessive-compulsive nature. He conducts himself in a very specific manner and has his daily routine mapped out to a T. It never changes. When he's awake, he brushes his teeth, making sure to gargle and spit exactly 3 times. He then puts on a striped shirt followed by khaki pants. His wardrobe never changes. He always arrives to class 5 minutes early and turns in his assignments a day before they're due. And this is how it's always been. How do I know all of this? Well, being a socially awkward hermit, Wallace didn't tell me these things. I don't think he's even aware that his routine is a byproduct of OCD. I'm not claiming to know exactly what causes Wallace's actions, but I do minor in psychology. It's just something I've picked up on during the 2 years I've lived with the guy. It's almost impossible not to notice. Knowing Wallace's usual behavioral patterns, I noticed that something wasn't right. He began sleeping in his clothes, not brushing his teeth, and not turning in his assignments on time. Eventually, he stopped sleeping in our dorm altogether. After over a day of not seeing him, things started looking grim. Despite not knowing Wallace all that well, I became worried. Depression and suicide rates are at an all-time high for our age group. I didn't want the poor guy to do something stupid. That worry justified me hacking into his laptop to see what he'd been up to. It was the only thing I could think to do. In finding his laptop and turning it on, I felt like a fool. The thing was as clean as a whistle, at least to my eyes. You see, though I pride myself in my tech know-how, Wallace is far more adept in the field. It was safe to say that I wouldn't find a shred of evidence as to where he might be or what he'd been doing. No journal entries, no browsing history, no nothing. Feeling anxious, I thought about any other potential ways to continue my hunt for the truth. That's when something clicked. Like I said before, I sometimes saw Wallace talking to the janitor in the halls. He was the only person I had ever seen him speak with at length. It was possible that he knew something about Wallace's state of affairs. Later that night, I exited my dorm and wandered the halls. Eventually, I found Chuck, the janitor. I tried to be gentle when confronting him, as he had his back to me and was known to be hard of hearing. Still, when I tapped him on the shoulder, he jumped.
Holy cheeseballs, you nearly scared me half to death.
Chuck laughed through his bushy, gray mustache.
What can I do for you, son?
I told Chuck about my predicament and how I was concerned for Wallace, not having seen him in a while. Chuck's happy expression transformed into a look of unease and tension. He seemed to know a bit more than I did.
Well, here's the thing. Wallace is a good kid, and we do chat from time to time. I happen to know where he might be, but I wouldn't feel comfortable blurting out the details of his social life to anyone who asked, even if you are his roommate.
Social life? Wallace didn't have a social life. I pressured Chuck into letting me in on the secret. I really laid it on thick, expressing a great deal of concern for Wallace's well-being. Being the nice old janitor that Chuck is, he eventually gave in.
Okay, I understand. Just please don't tell him that I told you, okay?
I nodded, eagerly waiting for him to reveal Wallace's whereabouts.
Wallace has been feeling really down lately. He's got no one to talk to but me. The kid wanted some friends, people that he could hang out with and talk to, you know?
I listened closely for the details I so desperately sought after.
So Wallace went on something he called, what was it? The Deep Web? And there he found a group of people. They called themselves the Clan of the Red Wolf or something like that. They invited him to one of their meetings, and that's probably where he is right now. He seemed pretty excited when he told me about it. In fact, it's all he's been talking about for the past week.
There. That was it. That was the bit of info I needed. The key to finding Wallace. I thanked Chuck and gave him a goodnight wave as I ran back to my dorm room. From the sounds of it, Wallace got himself involved with another group of people who shared in his interests, and eventually they invited him to hang out in real life. I had their quirky name, the Clan of the Red Wolf, and that's all I needed to find them on the deep web myself. Soon enough, I would be able to find my missing roommate. It took quite a while, but I finally managed to find a deep web forum pertaining to the so-called clan. It contained nothing but a description and a series of videos. Here's the description as it appeared on the site. Welcome to your new belief system. We are the Clan of the Red Wolf, and we're here to help. There are 7 educational videos on this site, each tailored to a specific belief that we want to share with you. You are asked to watch these programs to understand our doctrine. If you make it to the last one, you will be invited into our den. Good luck. The summary was bizarre, but nothing less than what I'd expected. Scrolling further, I noticed that all the videos were titled similarly. Day 1, Day 2, and so on. Naturally, I watched them. The whole series reminded me of old war propaganda. It was made in the style of a vintage cartoon, starring a wolf as the main focus. Not a normal wolf, but a cartoon caricature version of one. Picture a character similar to Wile E. Coyote. In each video, the wolf learned a new clan value from the campy male narrator. Not unlike old cartoons, the wolf comically goes against the narrator's wishes and suffers the consequences before learning his lesson. Every video ends with the narrator saying, "Join the pack. You never have to feel alone again." I guess that was the selling point for Lonely Wallace. I will share with you a bit of the transcript from each video, along with any points of interest. Video 1. Wildlife. Treat flora and fauna with dignity and respect. They're people too. Trees provide you with the air you breathe, and animals share the earth with you, keeping you from being alone. They deserve more than you ever will. Wolf relieves himself on tree. Tree falls on top of him, crushing his head and revealing his blood and brain matter inside. Video 2. Thicker than blood. Your blood is the most important material in your earthly vessel. The clan requires a sample upon joining our order. This is a requirement from all pledges. Our blood must flow as one for us to work together and save the planet. Wolf enters a room full of cloaked figures, presumably clan members. All members are in line, giving blood samples. The wolf refuses to have his blood drawn and walks away. A cloaked figure sneaks up on him and slices his throat with a dagger. Video focuses on the wolf bleeding out for a few moments before fading to black. Video 3. Obey or suffer.
Remember what happened to our friend when he didn't give his blood to the cause? He didn't obey our order's rules, so he had to suffer the consequences. Remember, the clan's laws are important. You must obey or perish. Trust me, it's worth it. Shows the wolf bleeding out again, only now a few cloaked figures are on top of him, stabbing his corpse repeatedly. Video 4, Vow of Secrecy. The clan of the Red Wolf is often misunderstood. Because of this, it is important to never tell anyone of our existence. Under any circumstances, you may only speak about clan activities with other clan members. Break this rule and you will perish. Wolf is shown talking to his wolf pals and showing them his new cloak. A cloaked figure walks into frame with what looks like a semi-automatic weapon and opens fire. The wolves fall to the ground, dead. The cloaked figure gives a thumbs up before the video ends. Video 5. Learn and understand. If you're allowed into our inner sanctum, you will be greeted with knowledge. We abide by the word of the Red Wolf, and you will too. You will be expected to learn and understand his teachings, otherwise you will fail, not only the clan, but the entire world. Wolf is seen in a classroom environment taking a test of some sort. He turns it in to a cloaked teacher and receives an F. The entire class points and laughs at him, and then pulls out a plethora of medieval weaponry from their robes. They then proceed to close in on the wolf. The wolf swallows the lump in his throat before the video ends. Video 6. Tasks and Rituals. As a new recruit, you will be asked to carry out various tasks ranging from the mundane to the fantastic. Most of these missions will involve fetching ingredients for our rituals. As boring as that may sound, it is the most important thing you can ever do for the clan. Rituals are what give the clan power. Without this power, we cannot hope to rid the world of what plagues it. Wolf fails to bring ingredients to clan member for the ritual. Jump cut to Wolf being sacrificed on a black altar atop a pentagram, carved into the floor. He is beaten, cut open, and eventually torn apart by his fellow clansmen. Video 7. Mortals. When accepted as a full-fledged clan member, you are no longer considered human. You will be one of us. From that point forward, you are discouraged from any and all human interaction, unless it is deemed necessary to the cause. Humans are vile, filthy, disgusting, and dangerous creatures. We seek to exterminate them once and for all. Any human who knows of our existence and isn't deemed worthy enough to join must be killed. Nature is your only friend. Wolf is walking down a Main Street-like environment and can be seen waving to everyone he sees. He comes upon a clan member who then pierces his gut with a long blade and tosses him aside in the road, where he is then run over by numerous cars. The content of the video was incredibly jarring. I almost couldn't believe that such a cult could actually exist, let alone that Wallace would join them. He must have been really lonely. The last video exited with the same "Join the Pack" spiel, and then faded out to a screen with a series of numbers. I assumed this was my invitation into the den, perhaps an encrypted set of coordinates leading to the clan's lair. That, I thought, must have been where Wallace had gone. I wrote down the code and immediately started doing some research to begin cracking it. Just as I was in the thick of things, something hit me. One of the videos stated that you couldn't talk to anyone about the clan under any circumstances, but Wallace talked to Chuck. That didn't make any sense. Wallace was a stickler for rules. Another fact hit me. The video stated that you could only talk about clan activity with other clan members. What if Chuck was one of them? Chuck could be stationed at the college to recruit members, and he simply nudged Wallace in the right direction. He could have been playing dumb with me when I questioned him. So either Chuck was a clansman or Wallace broke a cardinal rule. Neither theory held much water. If Chuck was a member, then why would he have told me anything without either recruiting or killing me? And if Wallace was so eager to be accepted into a strict cult, then why would he obey their wishes? I couldn't make sense of either angle. I eventually gave in to the notion that perhaps Wallace simply disregarded the rules in lieu of his excitement. He was finally going to have friends, so he had to tell someone. This didn't completely sit well with me, but I had to get back to cracking the code. I didn't have time to dwell on uncertainties. Just then, there was a knock at my dorm room door, followed by a voice.
"It's Chuck, the janitor. I'm here to tidy up your room."
Chuck never cleaned dorm rooms. That wasn't part of his job. I'm all set, I yelled, hoping he would leave me be. The knocking ceased, and there was a long stretch of silence, followed by a soft, metallic creak. The doorknob was turning.
Hello everybody. Before we get into the story, I wanted to let you know that I recently joined the Chilling app. And the Chilling app lets you listen to thousands of hours of scary stories by narrators like Swamp Dweller, Autumn Ivy, and more. With the app, you can choose to listen to the story by itself, or you can turn on background ambience like rain or nature sounds. And Chilling is going to be doing a giveaway until December 9th, where you can win a PlayStation 5, 2 games, and some Chilling merchandise. They're also working on the Chilling 2.0 app, which will feature things like horror movies, shows, and more. They are also doing an investment campaign with Republic, and recently passed $100,000 in investments. So if you're interested in that sort of thing, I'll leave links in the description so you can check out everything I mentioned. With that said, I hope you enjoy the video. When my mother was buried, I watched as every single shovel of dirt was tossed into her grave. Once the 2 groundskeepers had finished, I stepped onto the soft soil and spit on her headstone. I was glad that she was dead. The whole reason that I had attended her funeral was to see with my own eyes that she really was. I don't care if that makes me sound like a bad son, or spiteful, or maybe simply petty. My mother deserves every ounce of venom that is in me. It's because of her that I grew up without my father. Unlike her, he was a good person, the kind that seemed to be missing in today's world. In the spring, he would take me to see baseball games, and in the fall, it was football. He didn't do it out of any love of sports. He did it because he knew that I was obsessed with them in a way that only children can be, and he wanted to spend time with me while encouraging my interests. Nothing came before his family. Not his work, not his own desires, nothing. To this day, I've never met his equal. It's because of my mother that my twin sister is gone. If you're not a twin yourself, you won't understand this. Not fully. But losing one is like having part of yourself ripped away. It creates this hole that's never filled. More than that, though, she was incredible. Smarter than me and more talented at most things. Although she surpassed me in so many ways, I was never jealous of her. It wasn't her and me, it was us. I lost the best part of me when she died. My mother had everything she could have ever wanted. Wealth, power, a husband that placed her on a pedestal above all others, and children that wanted nothing more than to please her. And yet, she wanted more. More and more and more. If nothing else, my mother was a woman of excess. Having everything worldly, she instead turned her attentions towards the otherworldly. I'm sure that it doesn't come as a surprise to anyone here that there are items and objects that defy our limited understanding of science and the world around us. Some people call these things magical, others call them haunted. Some even say that they are cursed. No matter what you believe them to be, we all know that they are out there. The greatest of these objects is the Fata Machina. In Latin, it means the destiny machine. From the front, it just looks like an old human skull that is missing the jawbone. The bone is brown from age, and carved along the surface are hundreds of small symbols that join together to form a whole that looks like a map drawn by a madman. Legend has it that the skull belonged to Adam, the first of God's human creations, as well as the first man to have sinned. I don't know if that's true or not. It's the back of the skull where things get strange. Instead of being solid bone, it's constructed of a highly intricate clockwork-like metal device. Tiny gears can be manipulated using a series of dials and levers, which in turn cause plates and rods to change positions. There are millions, if not billions, of possible combinations. I'm sure someone can work out the exact number, but it really doesn't matter. What matters is that the Fata Machina is a key that unlocks reality. It creates openings between places in our world and gateways leading to others. Imagine being able to stand up from your chair and simply take a step forward to be in the middle of Nepal. You could take an instantaneous trip to Bermuda, or, if colder weather is more to your preference, visit an outpost in Antarctica. How about stepping foot on a world countless light years away from this speck of dust we call Earth? Maybe journey to an alternate reality where up is down and down is up. If you could appear before whatever creator you believe in and speak to them, would you? That's what the Fata Machina does. It presents you with endless possibilities. There's a catch, of course. It seems like there always is. To open a doorway, you have to find the right combination. You have to adjust the various dials and levers to the correct position. Each door has a different combination. There's no way to know what combination unlocks what door except for trial and error. There aren't many stories about the Fata Machina, as it's been a closely guarded secret by everyone that has possessed it. Everyone that has heard about the device knows one particular legend, though, and I suspect that the reason you are here is because of that legend. The Fata Machina is supposed to be the only key in existence that can open the way to the Garden of Eden. If you're not caught up on your basic Sunday school, the Garden of Eden is, according to the Bible, the place where all life on Earth began. It is home to many wonders, with two in particular standing out from the rest. 2 trees grow in the garden, the tree of knowledge of good and evil, and the tree of life. Eating the fruit from the tree of knowledge of good and evil bestows you with the collective wisdom of the world. You essentially gain knowledge and understanding of everything that has, will, and can happen. It's as close to omniscience as a mortal being can come. The tree of life, that's the real prize, isn't it? One bite of its fruit grants you everlasting life, not just immortality either. It gives you eternal youth at your absolute best. You're immune to poisons and toxins and every affliction. You will live a perfect, unending life until our universe is a distant memory. If you ate from both trees, is there really a difference between what you would become and a god? It was the legend of the Tree of Life that drove my mother's obsession with the Fata Machina. All of her wealth and possessions would mean nothing if she died just like everyone else. She refused to believe that there was an obstacle that even she couldn't overcome. I'm not surprised that she managed to obtain it. When my mother wanted something, there was nothing that could stand in her way. She was a force of nature. I don't know exactly how she came to possess it, but I wouldn't put anything past her. I imagine there's at least one body buried in an unmarked grave somewhere due to her actions. From the moment her assistants put the black box containing the Fata Machina in her hands, nothing else mattered to her. She locked herself in her study for days at a time as she tried combination after combination, carefully logging each attempt in a leather-bound journal. The only time that anyone saw her was when she emerged to eat or, on rare occasions, go to sleep for short periods of time. My father tried his best to coax her out of her obsession. I've never understood why, but he really did love her. My sister and I said that we did, and I think there was some kind of connection there, but he actually felt that way about her. He was concerned for her well-being and did everything that he could to distract her from her work. Ultimately, his efforts were in vain. I don't know how many successful configurations my mother discovered during this time. The vast majority of combinations don't do anything. Only specific ones will unlock doorways. She might have failed to open any, or maybe did find some and simply didn't share them with us. For 5 months she worked in solitude while the rest of us had no idea what she was doing. On a cold fall night in late October, however, there's no doubt that she successfully unlocked a doorway to another world. I had no way of knowing most of what I've told you up to this point when it was actually happening. I was only 12, and I'd never even heard of the Fata Machina. I've learned most of this from reading her journals and through putting together pieces myself. All that I knew on that particular night was that I was suddenly sitting up awake in my bed in the middle of the night in a pitch-black bedroom. My room had never been that dark before. There was always at least some light that managed to make it through the curtains during the night. Sometimes it wasn't very much, but there was still something. On this particular evening, though, I was surrounded by pure blackness. I'm not sure how long I sat there, staring into nothingness, before I noticed the voices. They were extremely faint, barely qualifying as whispers, and there seemed to be dozens of them. I strained my ears in an attempt to figure out what they were saying. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make out the words. Or maybe I could, and I just didn't understand what they meant. Even though I didn't comprehend the words themselves, somehow the messages they were conveying were clear. I'm not sure how to explain it. On some level, I just knew what the voices were telling me to do. They put thoughts into my head that never would have come to me under normal circumstances. I felt a powerful urge to listen to those whispers and do as they instructed. What they were saying made so much sense. Life was hard and lonely and full of disappointments. Trying to continue on with it was pointless. The only thing that made sense was to not play along with such a bad cosmic joke, to tie my bedsheet around my neck in the way that the voices were directing me to do so, and put a stop to the endless cycle of pain and disappointment. I think if I were any older, I would have done just that. At my age, though, some of the concepts the voices were communicating to me were things that I couldn't fully comprehend yet, and it was that confusion that kept me from totally accepting what I was being told to do. The whispers changed their tone as they became frustrated with my disobedience. The sound suddenly stopped, filling the darkness with silence. For the first time since I had woken up, and probably for the first time in my entire life, I felt fear. Real, palpable fear. There was something in the room with me. I couldn't see it or hear it, but it was there. It was this kind of pressure that was coming from behind me. It loomed over me and gave off this sense of total malice. It was angry, and it was going to take that anger out on me. Without even realizing what I was doing, I jumped out of bed and blindly ran in the direction that I thought my bedroom door was in. I was fully in the grip of panic, and that panic continued to rise as I kept running and running. I ran much farther than I should have been able to in that small bedroom. Long after I should have reached a wall, I slammed hard into something solid. I had finally gotten to the door. I twisted the knob and flung it open, hurrying into the hallway before closing it behind me. Before I even had a chance to turn away from the door, I noticed that the hallway was much colder than the bedroom had been. The change was a shock, and my skin immediately began to prickle. There was an odd burning sensation in my feet. I looked down and found that it wasn't being caused by something hot. Instead, I was standing in at least an inch of snow. I turned around and looked up towards the hallway ceiling. Thick, white flakes of snow were falling from it. Forgetting my fear for a moment, I stared up at the indoor snowstorm in wonder. Eventually, I shivered as the cold snapped me out of it. I looked around the hallway. All the lights were turned on, but instead of their normal warm white, they glowed a dim blue. The walls were covered in sheets of ice. Jutting out of the walls near the top were long, thick protrusions that tapered out to sharp points towards the middle of the walkway. They were nearly as white as the falling snow. My eyes fell on a section of wall near me. There was something behind the ice, something that unnerved me even though I couldn't immediately identify it. I stepped closer to get a better look. It was a growth that spread across the majority of the wall, a pinkish, flesh-like mass that resembled raw flesh. I looked back up at the protrusions. I was standing inside of a giant frozen rib cage. I hurried down the hallway with my arms wrapped around my chest in a futile attempt to stay warm. My bedroom was in a different section of the house than the others. When my sister and I had turned 8, we had been given a choice as to which unused bedrooms we wanted. We had chosen ones on opposite sides of the house, with hers being located near my parents' room. We had always been close, but we both agreed that we needed some space between us or we would drive each other crazy. The hall led into the entry. This section of the house was in a completely different state than the frozen hallway. It was much warmer and there was no snow or ice. The lights were also their usual color. There were, however, more bone growths. They weren't ribs, but were instead 4-foot-tall teeth. They were cracked in many places, and many were covered in brownish stains. They stuck out of both the floor and ceiling at random intervals. The floor itself felt soft as I slowly walked across it. It didn't look any different than it usually did, but the texture had the consistency of a firm yet wet sponge. Each step was disgusting. I started to get a bit queasy. I saw movement out of the corner of my eye. I turned my head toward the tall staircase leading up to the second floor. A scream welled up in me, the pressure of it so strong that I thought it would make my chest burst, but it remained trapped inside of me. At the top of the stairs, surrounded by the same pink growths that I had seen in the hallway, was a giant eye. It was so large that it took up the entirety of the second floor landing. Its iris was black, and blood-red veins stretched across its milky surface. It rolled around wildly as if it was in the throes of madness. I involuntarily took a step back. As I did, the eye swung downwards in its fleshy socket so that it was staring directly at me. Its gaze was so intense that it locked me in place. I felt so small, so weak as it examined me intently. Something began to drip from the eye's iris. At first, I thought that it was some sort of fluid. When one of the drops pushed itself up off the floor on spindly legs, however, I knew that wasn't the case. Small creatures were falling from inside the eye. Each looked vaguely like a centipede with wispy, tentacle-like appendages extending from their black-shelled bodies. They swarmed down the stairs at me. The eye's spell was broken. I hurried toward the long corridor that contained my sister and parents' bedrooms. The creatures began to make chittering noises as they reached the bottom of the stairs and skittered after me. I made it into the hallway and struggled to close the heavy wooden door that separated it from the entryway. I barely managed to get it shut in time. The creatures continued to make odd sounds on the other side of the door, but they made no attempt to break through. Everything that I had been through collapsed in on me, and I started to cry. I was still a kid after all, and no kid is prepared to go through something so horrific. Hell, most adults aren't either. I slumped down on the floor and held myself as my sobs robbed me of my breath. It took some time, but I eventually got control of myself. I wiped the tears from my eyes and stood back up, feeling more exhausted than I ever had. I still needed to find my family. This hallway looked the same as it always did. I wondered if whatever had taken over the rest of the house hadn't reached here yet. Whatever the case, I was just glad that I was safe for the moment. My parents' room was the closest, so I hurried over to the door and opened it. There are two images that will always be burned into my memory. No matter how many years pass, I can always see them in perfect clarity. They'll be with me until I die. This was the first of those images. The bedroom was bleeding. Thick blood was running down the walls and pouring off the ceiling like crimson waterfalls. The floor of the room was submerged in it, and it washed through the open door and out into the hallway as it covered my feet up to my ankles. In the center of the room, sitting on his knees with the blood flowing down around him, was my father. He was dressed in his pajamas and robe. His hands were stretched out to his sides with his palms upward like he was holding two invisible objects. He was moaning. His eyes were wide with fear. Standing behind him was a figure in a black robe. Its body was completely covered, and a ragged hood made it impossible to see its face. Paying no attention to me, the figure reached out its right arm. The robe slid away from the fingers slightly, and I saw that they weren't fingers at all, and were instead 3 delicate needles. Slowly, the needles pushed into and through the skin of my father's neck. My father gasped, but remained still. The figure tugged the needles back, and a small sliver of skin peeled away from the neck, while still remaining attached by a tiny flap. Using both hands, it pulled on the sliver over and over again. The skin began to unravel from my father's body. I don't know of a better way to put it. It came off like a pulled string unwinding a ball of yarn. My father didn't move, but the look in his eyes and the few sounds that escaped from his open mouth conveyed the immense pain that he was feeling. When roughly half the skin had been removed from his face, he finally saw me standing in the doorway. He tried to speak, but no sound came out. I got the message, though. I could see it in his eyes just as much as I could read it on his lips. Go. I did as I was told. I slammed the door shut and quickly backed away from it. I I was a scared child. What could I have possibly done to save him? Logically, I know that the answer is nothing. That thing that was killing him ever so slowly couldn't be stopped by a mere 12-year-old boy. That's the logical answer. Logic isn't much comfort on the nights that I lie awake in bed, remembering how I left him to die alone. Directly across the hallway was the door to my sister's bedroom. I stared at it without making a move towards it, my shirt and sweatpants soaked with water, sweat, and blood. I didn't want to go inside. Something bad was waiting for me in her bedroom. I was sure of it. It was something that I had been feeling since I left my own room, but I hadn't been able to focus on because of everything that had happened. I don't know if I believe the stories about twins having some sort of psychic connection. As one myself, I was never able to finish my sister's sentences or know what she was thinking. I didn't know when she was in distress or hurt when I wasn't around. Maybe some twins have that kind of connection. We didn't. What I do know is that there's a kind of bond that I've never had with another person. I didn't even realize that bond existed, not consciously, until that night. The only reason I noticed it then was because it was gone. My sister was dead. I couldn't explain how I knew that, but I did. I refused to believe what I knew, however. I felt this deep need to prove myself wrong, to show myself that she was alive and well. Putting aside all my other feelings, I clung to that stubborn need to not accept the truth and marched over to her bedroom door. I hesitated for just a heartbeat before I opened it. I couldn't enter the room. A few feet inside the doorway was a translucent red substance that filled the entire chamber from floor to ceiling. My first thought was that the room had been filled with some sort of liquid, but it didn't drain out through the now open door. It instead remained still. While it wasn't completely transparent, it was clear enough that I could see my sister suspended inside of the substance. She was floating just above her bed. Her arms and legs stretched out to the sides. Her eyes were open and staring off into nothingness. That is the second image that I will never forget. I couldn't look away. I tried, but my eyes remained locked on her. Even when her limbs began to slowly separate from her body and move off in opposite directions, I just kept watching. It wasn't until after the pieces had broke apart and completely dissolved that I closed the door and stepped away from it in a daze. There was one more door in this part of the house. It was at the far end of the hallway. I turned my head towards it. It led to my mother's study. I started to walk towards it. It wasn't a conscious decision that I made. I think I put one foot in front of the other out of need to put some distance between me and the bedrooms. I didn't want to be anywhere near them, and it would be some time before I was willing to really examine what I had lost. I reached the halfway point when I heard a noise behind me. I turned and found that the door leading into the entryway had been opened. Stepping into the hallway was something that I couldn't comprehend. I need you to understand what I mean by that. When I say that I couldn't comprehend it, I'm not saying that it was frightening or that I wasn't sure what I was looking at. I mean that it was impossible for my mind, or for the human mind in general, to process and understand the being that was in front of me. It was large enough to fill the world, but at the same time small enough to interact with the tiniest of particles. It had both presence and absence of existence. The entirety of the being was a contradiction that somehow created harmony. Out of everything that I had seen that night, or whatever in my life, this being terrified me the most. It was like I had known on a primal level that it existed my entire life. This was death, and I was nothing before it. It didn't make a move toward me. I couldn't even be sure that it was paying attention to me. Why would it? A single mortal life wasn't worth the attention of the end of all things. Not sure what else to do, I continued towards my mother's study. After every step, I would look back over my shoulder, but the cosmic entity remained still. I reached the door and hurried inside. The study was large, one of the largest rooms in the house. Bookcases lined the walls, and display cases containing rare items were scattered throughout. In the center of the room was a wide oak desk. Sitting in a tall leather chair behind the desk was my mother. Her long hair was disheveled, and she looked older than I'd ever seen her. She didn't look up as I approached. Instead, her eyes remained locked on the object she was holding, the Fata Machina. It was operating. There was a white glow coming from the inside of the skull's eye socket, and I could hear the whirring of gears inside the machinery. I could feel a pulsating pressure emanating from it. My mother looked up at me, and our eyes locked. It was in that moment that I understood that she had done this. It was her fault that my father and sister were dead. I also knew, while she hadn't wanted them to die, she also didn't regret the decisions that she had made to bring us to this point. The manifestation of death entered the study behind me. I didn't turn around to look. It wasn't there for me. It went around the desk and seemed to regard my mother closely. She hadn't moved an inch, and she didn't even flinch when it reached out and touched her on the forehead. She gasped, but otherwise didn't respond. It could have ended her right there. There would have been no effort needed to snuff out a single candle when it was used to extinguishing entire stars. It chose not to, however. It simply tapped her lightly on the head. With that done, it turned and flipped the lever on the Fata Machina. The glow faded from the device's eyes, and the whirring of the machine stopped. The death manifestation disappeared, and the world inside of the house returned to normal. The night of horrors was over, and all that was left for me was a lifetime of unforgotten trauma. The bodies of my father and sister were never recovered. They disappeared along with everything else. They are still officially declared missing by the authorities. Most people believe that my father simply took my sister and left with her. Until recently, my mother had been living in a mental hospital. Death's touch hadn't killed her, but the touch of such a being isn't meant to be experienced by a human. It drove her mad. She spent the remainder of her days ranting and raving in a private room, locked away from the rest of the world. It was a strangely fitting fate, given that she had caused everything because she searched for something to set her apart from everyone else. I haven't been able to forget what happened. God knows that I've tried. No matter how many bottles of alcohol I drink or syringes of questionable drugs I inject into myself, the memories remain. I lost everything that mattered in a single night in the worst way imaginable. There's nothing that can comfort someone when they've witnessed something like that. A month ago, my mother died. It wasn't peaceful. The doctors told me that she choked on her own tongue during one of her fits. I can't pretend that I was upset about it. Everything that she had and owned became mine. The house that's fallen into a state of disrepair, the various properties that she had purchased over the years, stacks of boxes filled with trinkets and heirlooms, everything. Those boxes include a small black one containing an old skull with clockwork-like machinery attached to it. So, that's what you folks are bidding on this evening. The Fata Machina, the key to unlocking universes beyond imagination and realms pulled straight from the depths of nightmares. I can't say for sure which you'll unlock, but I can tell you with absolute certainty that one way or another, it will change your life. Just be prepared for the possibility that something may come through to you instead of you going to it. I also have a second item available to the person who wins this item. Sealed inside this envelope is the exact configuration that my mother used the night that she unknowingly sentenced my family to death. It is for sale to the auction winner for $50 million. I know that's a steep price. I also know what you're thinking to yourself right now. Given the staggeringly high number of possible configurations, it's almost impossible that you'll stumble across the same combination that my mother did. Why pay so much money when you can take a microscopic risk instead? That's not the right question to be asking yourself, though. What you should be asking yourself instead is what you would give to keep hell off your doorstep. Answer that question, and then we'll talk. Let's get the auction started. I'm going to pass things back to Mr. Pembroke, your auctioneer this evening. Good luck to you all, and you can't say that I didn't warn you. Hello everybody, I hope you enjoyed the story. I wanted to mention a few things. So, as some of you know, I've recently had some hard drive issues. I ended up losing all of my past narrations and music and everything, but I got a new hard drive. I got everything, all my tools and everything reinstalled, and I'm going to be working on some new music. For those of you wondering, I do still have your hard drive, so I do have the option to do data recovery at some point in the future, but it's kind of expensive, and I don't necessarily have to have those files right now, so I'll just keep it around as like a backup option. But yeah, this is my first video up since needing to redo all of my production and everything, so I hope you like it. Please feel free to give me any feedback. I have some longer stories I'll be working on. I'm going to be doing The Whistlers, and there's this series that I started back when I first started called Tales from the Traveling Salesman that I'm going to be redoing. I really like that one. I've been wanting to do it for a while, so I'll be working on that, and you should see that soon. And oh yeah, I have that Coyote audiobook by J.M. Nelson, which is up on Audible. It's about 11 hours long, so if you're interested in checking that out, I will leave a link in the pinned comment in the description. And with that said, I hope you all have a good evening. I was 7 when my father died, and 10 when my mom remarried. Living in rural Midwest, there wasn't a lot a woman with no family or friends could do to survive on her own, and not a lot of men wanted to take a widow as his wife. I rather think that's why she married such a rude little man, and why she never stood up for me against him and his despicable sons. Alfred was a widow too, eager to dump the responsibility over his children on another woman, and have intercourse again. He repeatedly said that in front of us boys, and I hated him from the moment we met. He looked at my mother like she wasn't a person, but a property to serve and please him. But at least he wasn't particularly violent, and usually just mocked everything I said, or left me alone. So he was nowhere near as bad as my stepbrothers. Abel and Christian weren't only poorly behaved boys, but also horribly rude to my mother and downright mean to me. At first, they would only call me a sissy and throw away my clothes and vandalize my stuff. I liked to draw, but apparently that was too feminine of a hobby. But as their father validated their actions, they would always come out with new ways to torment me. Not a year had gone by since we all started living together, and I was always covered in cuts and bruises, brushed off by my stepdad and neighbors as boys will be boys. Was I a girl, I could at least find a little comfort in tucking myself in the safe kitchen with my mother, where I'd learn early to expect nothing in life but a long day of chores, ending with a half-drunk, stinking man shoving himself in the bed by her side and expecting to be entertained. But as a boy who didn't fit in, I had to be alone and helpless outside. Both Abel and Christian were older than me, 2 and 3 years respectively. I was one of the youngest and weakest kids in the neighborhood, an easy target. The other boys mostly ignored me or half-heartedly bullied me to avoid getting on my stepbrother's wrong side. The girls didn't come out to play often, either because they had to help their mothers at home or because whenever they left the safety of their houses, Abel and Christian tormented them. They threw mud at them, destroyed their dolls, twitched their braids until they cried. The adults said dumb shit like, "Oh, that's how boys show they care." So the girls mostly heard it inside the houses, safe and secret. As any boy who wasn't deemed manly enough, I craved their company and hoped they would invite me in, but I wasn't girly enough for them to take interest in being my friends either. To be fair, I was raised with their 2 worst nightmares, so they thought it was a matter of time until I was like them. Girls learn painfully early not to let a fox enter the henhouse. That was the state of things when my stepbrothers found the well. Like any pair of troublemakers, they loved exploring farther than the other parents considered healthy. The fact that they spent long hours in the woods gave my mother and myself some peace of mind, while their father was proud because his boys were so brave and mannish. Christian and Abel came back later than usual that night, dusted and sweating, while the rest of us were already having dinner. The duo cackled loudly about some awesome thing they found. My mother served them while remaining silent, knowing that it was unthinkable to tell them to wash their hands or shower before joining the table. "Elliot, come with us tomorrow." Abel called me by my name, something almost unprecedented. Being the younger of the two, his tactic was to pretend he was actually a nice boy under his siblings' bad influence. Not knowing what to say, I nodded. I barely slept that night, not because I was looking forward to the little trip or even afraid of it, but because they wouldn't stop whispering to each other and laughing, and unfortunately, we shared the same bedroom. It was a good 45 minutes walk, and I was on the edge the whole time, trying to predict if they were going to shove me in the creek, tie me to a tree, or just start beating the shit out of me, but they weren't interested in repeating old deeds that day. They were incredibly well behaved the whole way there, which only increased my panic. Finally, we ended up in a little opening, with yellowed underbrush and a large, round and flat rock that looked like a giant lid. I barely had time to see the hole beside it. "Look what we found, sissy," Christian announced as the two of them immobilized my arms and legs and threw me in a dark pit, their laughter echoing as I fell. I think I might have hit my head and passed out, because the small circle of surface above me seemed too hot and bright when I opened my eyes again. Adjusting my eyes to the darkness, I realized the pit was an abandoned well, thus the big lid. There, my only company was murky, stagnant water, cobwebs, and a weird plant that looked like some sort of giant fungus or misfit bush. I cried for what felt like hours until I realized I was stuck there until my stepfather missed me long enough to look for me, and then I cried some more. I was sure I was going to die there. Starved for company, I started talking to the plant. "You must have been alone here," I remarked. It could be my imagination, but I swear I saw it moving a little branch, like it was nodding. "I guess I'm a misfit bush like you." I never realized how much I had in my 11-year-old's chest until I started talking alone inside the well. How I missed my father, how it was unfair that he died on duty and his boss didn't do shit for us. How I hated to see my mother crying because we were starving. How I hated to see her crying now because she found a way to provide for me, but her life was miserable. I drank the murky water from my cupped hands and resumed my monologue, and when I looked up again, it was pitch dark outside. At first, I only felt mosquitoes biting my arms and legs, but as the night grew colder and stiller, little creepy crawlies started moving through my limbs and inside my clothes. I screamed to no one until my throat was hoarse. "Elliot, are you there?" An unfamiliar adult voice broke the immense blackness and startled me. I must have passed out from hunger, exhaustion, and panic combined. Waking up was horrible because I was back to feeling bugs and worms crawling over my face, making it itchy, gooey, and repulsive. "I'm here," I repeated weakly, hoping it would be loud enough, and soon someone shone a flashlight on my face, followed by a rope. "Oh, thank God. Tie it to your waist very tightly." The man instructed me, and I gratefully did it. The moment he fished me out of the well and I got to breathe air again was the best of my life until then. The man was in his early 40s, a redhead with a respectable mustache that looked half familiar. He carried me in his arms, strong and gentle like a father, remarking how I was swollen from the mosquito bites and that I needed a good bath and some bandages. And then I'd be good as new. He took me to his house, and one of the girls I watched from afar and wished to be friends with opened the door.
"Dad, thank God,"
she exclaimed, hugging his neck. She was a redhead like him, and I knew that her name was Mia.
"Will Elliot be okay?"
I wasn't. From that moment on, I was emotionally and physically scarred for life. Still, I appreciated her concerns toward me, and even the fact that she knew my name. Turns out that Mia heard my stepbrothers maliciously laughing about leaving the sissy in the hole to rot, and waited until her father came back to ask him to help me. It was only thanks to this good family that I survived. Zach, her father, was a really nice man, but he didn't want to stick his nose in another family's affairs. He helped me rub some ointment on the mosquito bites, fixed my dislocated shoulder, and even stitched an ugly, infected cut on my leg that I barely realized I had.
Dad is used to helping the cows give birth, so he's pretty much a doctor.
Mia explained, her beautiful hazel eyes sparkling. She was around my age, and you could tell that in a few years she would be the prettiest girl in town.
I'm sorry your new dad and brothers are so mean. And I'm sorry I didn't invite you to play. The other girls are afraid of all boys.
I nodded sadly. Then, Mia's mother sent me to sleep in a blissfully clean bedroom, where I wished I could be a girl so my bedroom would smell this nice. And by morning, Zach took me home. Of course, no one gave a shit about the incident. Abel and Christian looked disappointed when I returned home relatively safe. My stepfather said something like, boys will be boys. Your son needs to man up. And my mother lowered her eyes. And of course, they did it again a few weeks later. I didn't sheepishly accept their ill-intentioned invitation, so the two, almost twice my size each, gagged me and carried me all the way there. The second time, however, was different. There was rain the whole night, and the well had turned into a puddle. My stepbrothers threw me there, remarking that they would come back near the nightfall so I wouldn't bitch about it again. I removed my gag and was ready to start crying at the unfairness of it all, but something caught my attention. The misfit bush was completely different. It had long and soft leaves that spread gently over the bottom of the pit, light green and almost glowing. In the middle, tiny beautiful flowers like I'd never seen had bloomed. They were deep magenta and emitted a faint golden radiance. Instead of an ugly shrub, it was now a graceful, unique plant, almost otherworldly. Hey, you look so good. I complimented it, and its leaves moved in a curtsy way. It could have been the wind, except there was no wind down there. Is it because of the rain? The little tree openly nodded. Can I do something to keep you this way? I asked, and it nodded again. Then one of the leaves pointed to the water. Of course, I'll water you. I didn't really think it was odd to have a plant talking back to me. I always heard that God works in mysterious ways, and that was certainly a mysterious but very effective way to ease my suffering. I talked to the little tree for hours, it always nodding, shaking its quasi-arms yes or no, pointing at things or making simpler mimics. Noticing how long its arms were, I asked if it could hoist me all the way to the surface. It gestured yes, then suggested I should keep it a secret from my stepbrothers. I accepted the advice and patiently waited until they came back to fetch me. The next day, I woke up earlier than everyone, grabbed a few snacks and bottles of water, and headed to the clearing. The morning coldness that precedes the sun hadn't dissipated yet when I slowly climbed down the well, its old walls full of loose bricks. But soon my friend noticed me and stretched its botanical arms to help me, and in less than a minute I had reached the bottom. Good morning. I brought you some water, I announced and started pouring it carefully. The well was still pretty damp, but both the leaves and flowers had lost most of their exuberance. The tree glowed a little brighter, and we spent the day chatting. It didn't take long to come up with elaborate codes to help it communicate better. My best friend craved my attention as much as I craved its company, and we got along perfectly, learning from each other about the world and about ourselves. These moments became so pleasant that I started to lose track of the time, until one day I ended up staying after the sky outside had turned as black as the walls of the pit. Still, no insects or vermin assaulted me. It took me a few days to realize that my friend was capturing and eating them. Every time it did it, it was a little bit stronger. So, it's a carnivorous plant, huh? I thought to myself, my young brain far from understanding the future implications of it. Time went by faster and less painfully than before. I named my plant friend Ceres, after the Roman goddess that nurtures the soil. Ceres agreed to the name and seemed satisfied with having a sense of identity. Using the codes I came up with, Ceres told me amazing stories of very distant times and how it ended up dormant inside the unused well for decades before I showed up. My body was weak but stealthy, so I'd been able to sneak to my secret getaway unnoticed for months. My stepbrothers didn't bother looking for me, finding new targets for their never-ending aggressiveness, and limiting themselves to make my life miserable only during the hours we spent in the house. Especially Christian were worse than ever, the puberty hormones hitting him like he hit me and the other weaker kids, his own brother included lately. By his 15th birthday, he was thrice my size, nightly getting shit-faced with his dad, and had forcibly kissed 3 girls in our neighborhood. He wouldn't stop at that. It was just another day of me hanging out in the pit with Ceres, but when I heard the screams nearing me, I felt like a heaven-sent someone with a divine purpose bigger than myself. Ceres lifted me up quickly and carefully, and I watched in horror and disgust as Abel gagged Mia, who already had her hands tied and a bloody wound on her neck. Still, she wasn't only screaming for help, but also bravely putting up a fight, kicking and fussing despite the fact that her perpetrator had a knife and had used it already. But it didn't stop Christian from tearing apart her clothes, his obscene masculinity exposed and ready to violate her. They weren't farther than 150 feet from me, so it was a no-brainer that I should go and help, even if my only tactic was to take two Goliaths by surprise and give Mia time to flee. Shocked and disgusted as I was, I still felt grateful that the devils had chosen a place near my well for the horrific deed. I silently leveraged my whole body from the well, then started running, the damp grass stifling the sound of my footsteps. Abel gave up on trying to gag her. "Bro, this is too much. I don't want to do this," he announced, and was immediately punched in the face. My younger stepbrother fell to the ground, whimpering and holding his left cheek, exactly as I charged against Christian, unarmed and thin, but full of rage and purpose. Out of sheer surprise, I was able to knock him down and punch his throat once before he reacted and threw me over his shoulder. He then started stabbing me. Mia screamed louder, and even Abel begged his brother to stop. I thought I was going to bleed to death when I saw a long, slender leaf extending like rubber, then grappling Christian's ankle, then another, and another, and another, like tentacles. In a matter of seconds, his legs, wrists, and torso were completely, irresistibly restrained. Christian barely had time to fight back as the long limbs of my best friend engulfed him, and even if he had, I suspect it would be fruitless. He then was pulled to the dark pit and disappeared in an instant. I heard the distinctive crunch of broken bone before blacking out. I woke up to Zach's concerned face. Mia was in a bed next to me, a huge gauze around her neck, but her eyes were open and she looked healthy.
Abel brought us here,
she explained simply. After that day, neither of my stepbrothers were seen again. I like to think that Abel, who had repented and stood up against his brother, left to pursue atonement. As for Christian, when I was finally well enough to roam around, I went to the well, and Ceres was lavisher than ever. I wish my story ended here, but that's not how life goes. After the disappearance of his two sons, my stepfather unleashed all his rage on my mother, and we ended up finally leaving, wounded and humiliated, fleeing in the middle of the night like we were the ones in the wrong. The two of us lived in shelters for women, moving from city to city for around 3 years. As I grew into a teenager, it became harder and harder to get admitted, and it wasn't uncommon for us to sleep on the curb. This broke her, and she turned to addiction, spending what little we could scrap from odd jobs on booze and coke. Feeling like I had nothing else to lose, I decided to come back and ambush Alfred, hoping that Ceres would dispose of him. Despite being short, my former stepfather was a stubby and heavy man, and I was just a scrawny 15-year-old, so I had to be cunning instead of using brute force. The details don't matter. This is not the story about how Alfred disappeared and how Ceres had double its size when I saw it again. We returned to the house, now just the two of us, and I hated myself for not having this idea earlier. My mother was fading. With my return, Mia and I finally became good friends, due to the traumatic and unexplainable experience we shared, but never talking about it again. She eventually asked me out, but it was around the same time that I was starting to realize that girls weren't for me. And life was hard for a gay boy with a dying mother, so I relied on my best friend more than ever. Every time Ceres started to wither, I fed it someone new, desperate to not lose it. At first, I went after the real bad people, rapists, murderers, but as my mother's state worsened, I became so desensitized to killing, so bitter and hopeless that soon I didn't bother looking for them anymore. When I finally lost her, I lost the last undamaged bit of humanity I had in me, too. I threw the doctor that refused to treat my mother because she was a crackhead in the well, and the gravedigger who suggested I just dispose of her like roadkill because an addict wasn't worth a proper, expensive burial. I threw cheating boyfriends and fake friends, rude neighbors and bosses who fired me, people who badmouthed my deceased mother, and anyone who caused me the mildest inconvenience. I threw every single source of hatred and despair I ever had, like it would get rid of my pain. Obviously, it didn't, and Ceres grew too much, reaching the top of the well and continuing to spread until it filled the whole clearing with its exuberant leaves and tiny flowers. But being 100 times bigger than its original size, I had to feed it more often. It started demanding more human meat, more human wickedness. Afraid to lose the only being that ever stood up for me, I fed it nearly anyone. Innocent children, forlorn old people, unsuspecting travelers. How many times can you do justice with your own hands until you become like the ones you despised? I had enough. Today, I'll feed Ceres one last meal. Myself, after setting my body on fire. And we'll be best friends until we die. I vividly remember the day Duke disappeared. My family was spending the day at the lake next to our little bungalow at a quaint property in northern Ontario. All four of us were swimming and splashing around in the warm lake water, attempting to quell the blistering August heat. Our only neighbor for miles, an old retired police officer named Benny, was smoking on his patio. I waved to him, and he waved back. We were in the dog days of summer, and I was just glad to be in the water. Duke loved the water as much as I did, and was still very energetic, being a large, middle-aged mutt. We would often throw frisbees and sticks off the dock, where he would take flying leaps into the blue-green lake. That's exactly what we were doing when he vanished. As I was drawing back my hand to throw the frisbee for Duke, who was anticipating a throw and getting ready to run, he suddenly whipped his head to the woods. I too looked back at the rows of towering hardwoods and conifers, scanning them to see what Duke was looking at. It was nothing, at least to me. What followed was a blur. Duke suddenly bolted for the trees, barking and snarling, all while we were screaming his name. I screamed at my parents to get out of the water and help me chase him. I even saw Benny spring out of his rocking chair to help us. I ran as fast as my 9-year-old legs could carry me into the dense forest, twigs and debris snapping under my feet. But you can only get so far in flip-flops before you trip. I tumbled to the ground, screaming and crying after accidentally scraping my leg against a sharp rock. My mom consoled me while I caught a glimpse of my dad running through the woods. It was a while before my dad and Benny came back. My dad had a somber look on his face. He didn't have to tell us what we already knew, but Benny looked shaken. I'm sorry, folks, but he ain't coming back, he said shakily. He took off his faded baseball cap respectively and patted me on the shoulder before trudging up the hill back to his house. My whole family missed him, but to me it felt like a part of me left when Duke did. He had been my best friend since I was 9, and I even had a small photo album packed with pictures of the two of us. For a while, every night before bed, I would sift through the laminated pages of the photo album, reminiscing about good times and praying that someday he would come back to us. Deep down, I knew he wouldn't. A few months after Duke disappeared, my dad arrived home from work with a surprise. It was another dog. It wasn't elegant and athletic like Duke was. It was one of those tiny, white yappy ones with crusty red goop around its eyes. My parents fell in love with it. Princess, they called her, but I didn't. I simply referred to her as the dog. I was bitter. So bitter because I'd interpreted my dad's gesture of kindness as his own confirmation of Duke's absence. In time, I did grow to tolerate her. I had to admit she was good company, and it was cute when she curled up by my feet. Life was going normally for us until Duke came back. It had almost been a year since Duke had disappeared. On this particular day, we were all cooped up inside, courtesy of the rain. I was engulfed in my book when suddenly I heard a bark. Not a high-pitched yap, but a deep, booming bark. I put down my book and rushed to the back door where I had heard it, Princess scuttling at my heels. When I peeked through the window, I nearly fell over. It was Duke, somehow. By this time, my parents had arrived. My mom rushed past me and whirled the door open, while my dad and I hung back, mouths agape. As my mom hugged Duke, I couldn't help but notice something off. I'd spent countless hours spending time with him and sleepless nights poring over photo albums. I'd familiarized myself with every spot, marking, and quirk of Duke's fur. One of his most striking features was a black spot over his left eye, which had appeared in almost every one of the photos. But standing here was Duke. His eye spot was now on his right eye. As a matter of fact, his whole pelt seemed to have been flipped. He was missing his collar, and he was skinnier than when we'd last seen him, but it was him all right. Well, that's what I'd thought. The first red flag was how Princess reacted to Duke. She was a yappy dog all right, but when she saw Duke, she went ballistic, spitting and yapping like we'd never seen before.
Princess barks at everything, remember?
My dad told me, sensing my discomfort.
She's probably just barking because she smells like the forest.
And with that, he went outside to greet Duke. The barking must have alerted Benny, and he went outside to see what the commotion was. Once he saw what was going on, he darted back into his house and audibly slammed the door. When my parents came back inside, I tentatively stuck out a hand for Duke to sniff. He didn't wag his tail like I expected him to. All he did was quietly sit down. Then, he heard Princess yapping from the other side of the room. His head swiveled and he lifted himself and padded confidently towards her. Before long, he had her cornered. All he was doing was standing and watching her, yet Princess's eyes were bulging as she howled and yapped. A sense of dread was beginning to creep up my spine, but before anything happened, my dad whistled and Duke lifted his head. With one last glance at Princess, he slunk away. The sense of wrongness didn't alleviate for the rest of the time Duke was with us. The second red flag was that Duke didn't eat the food we put out for him. Granted, it was food intended for small dogs, but it was still the same formula. Dogs are wired to eat everything they can get their paws on anyway, so even then it wouldn't have mattered. Not once did I see him eat. Every time we let him outside in the woods to relieve himself, he came back 20 minutes later, his white muzzle stained pink. I found it odd that my parents didn't think he was at risk of running away again, but since he didn't run, I never brought it up. They spent all their time with Duke, petting him, coddling him, attempting to feed him, and playing with him. All this while completely ignoring Princess, as well as my objections. Something's different about him, I brought up during dinner one night.
That's nonsense. What are you talking about?
Said my dad.
He's a good old Duke.
He looked at the dog as if searching for approval. We ate the rest of dinner in silence. As the summer went on, Duke seemed to gain more and more influence over my family. At this point, it was just me taking care of Princess. It was up to me to feed, walk, and take care of her now, as my parents had completely neglected her. This dog wasn't the Duke I used to know. Every time he walked into the same room that Princess was in, she would scuttle away in fear and into my arms. I took to always being in the same room as Princess, just as a precaution. From what, I didn't want to admit, but deep down, I think I knew. One day, Benny approached me while I was walking Princess.
Are you doing okay, kid?
Yeah, it's... I trailed off. Benny bent down to meet my height. His friendly blue eyes clouded with concern.
Be careful, kid. If you need any help, I'm right up here.
Without another word, he turned and walked back into his house. When I came back from the walk, my mom announced that we were going to the store. Dad had figured out that Duke liked raw meat, and we had run out of it. As a matter of fact, we had run out of all other food in the house. But of course, in order to enter the grocery store, we needed to leave the dogs alone. I wanted to stay home and look after Princess, but my mom wasn't having it.
I don't know why you always insist on being around that dog. It's not healthy.
Look who's talking, I muttered. We're going to buy a bunch of raw meat for a dumb dog. For that, she slapped me. Tears sprung from my eyes. For that, she slapped me. Tears sprung from my eyes.
Don't you dare speak about Duke that way.
She huffed.
Get in the car.
Without another word, I did as she said and got in, leaving Princess behind with the dog. I couldn't stop thinking about Princess as my parents cleared out the raw meat section. The drive home was nerve-wracking, and the walk up the driveway to our cottage was dreadful. I could hear the whimpering even before the door was open. Heart in my throat, I whirled the door open and screamed. Princess was under the kitchen table, leg bleeding profusely. No, it was gone. One of her legs was just gone. Curled up on the carpet was Duke, muzzle stained red. The rest of my family walked in.
Oh, the mess you've made! Bad dog!
My mom said as she scolded Princess. She gave a pathetic whimper in response. And this was my breaking point.
Stop!
I wailed.
Are you guys blind? He tried to kill her. She needs to go to the vet.
Yeah. Duke, I have a snack for you. His ears shot up as my dad ripped open a package of ground beef. My stomach growled. I hadn't eaten all day, and the only food we'd brought was meat for Duke. I was livid. This damn dog was taking them over. I didn't feel safe anymore.
I'm leaving,
I announced.
I'm taking Princess with me.
Tears were streaming down my face, even as no one acknowledged me. I packed a few belongings and grabbed a towel to wrap Princess in. I remembered what Benny had said to me earlier that day, and I knew what I had to do. As I trudged down the dirt trail to Benny's house, thoughts collided into each other in my mind. Why were my parents ignoring me so much? Why didn't they care about Princess? Did they even love me anymore? The last one made me cry even harder. I reached the faded red door of Benny's house and knocked. He appeared a moment later, and when he saw me holding Princess with tears streaming down my face, his breath hitched.
I knew this would happen,
he muttered gravely under his breath.
Get in the truck, kid. We'll go get your dog some help.
He unlocked his truck without another word, and I climbed silently into the back seat. I watched the cloud-dotted sky turn into pale shades of pink and purple as we sped down the bumpy road. After a while, we arrived at a small house, which seemed to have been converted into a veterinarian clinic. Benny took Princess in his arms and rushed in, yelling for help. I followed along slowly and sat down in the waiting room, sad and defeated, but too tired to cry anymore. After a lot of frantic pleading, Princess was to receive emergency care. A woman in a teal veterinarian's uniform carried her away. I sprung out of my seat.
Let me go with her,
I begged. Benny guided me away.
She's gonna get help now, kid. It's in God's hands now.
I plopped back down and curled into a ball. Benny patted me on the back. A somber silence had appeared between us when I broke it by asking Benny something that I hadn't got a chance to before. Benny?
Mm-hmm.
What did you mean when you said you knew this would happen? He tensed up. A guarded look crossed his face, then one of guilt. He exhaled a melancholy sigh.
Well, you see, kid, you know why I live alone?
He asked. I shook my head.
Well, I had family too once. Marjorie and my son James.
A sad look crossed his face.
You remind me of him. We had a dog too, a beautiful pointer named Max. James loved him, so he was all tore up when he went running away. But one day, about a year later, we find him standing at the front door. Something's wrong in those woods. It changed Max. He wouldn't eat the dog food we got him, only raw meat. James was happy to see him, but Marge was happier. I found it strange because the night I brought Max home from the pound, she yelled at me like she never had before.
Benny chuckled wistfully to himself.
Well, since I was busy patrolling all day and night, I didn't notice as much as I should have. James kept missing school, and I noticed he was thinner. I told Marge that she had to take care of her son, but all she did all day was spend time with that dog. I tried to do the best I could, but I was a terrible dad, a terrible husband. I should have helped my wife. I should have protected James.
He exhaled. I'm sorry, I said quietly, not knowing what else to say. Benny shook his head.
I ain't finished yet. You see, one day, me and my partner get a call. Some neighbors had called about a disturbance at my address. My partner was in the driver's seat, and I was the first one to get out of the car. When I walked in the house, I saw my boy in the middle of the kitchen, dead. The dog was eating him. Instinctively, I shot the dog. That's when Marge turned around with a knife. She lunged at me, and I shot the fatal blow. All 3 members of my family, dead in one night. My mouth was wide, and the full weight of his words weighed heavy on me. Was that the future of my family? Benny, that's terrible. I'm so sorry. I looked up at him to see a single tear trickling down his otherwise stony expression. I failed James as a father.
I can't do the same to you, kid. After his story was finished, I felt my eyelids start to droop. I leaned on Benny's arm. Good night, Benny. He was staring straight ahead, face emotionless. Good night. When I woke up, the first thing I noticed was how much my back hurt from sleeping on a chair all night, but I wasn't cold. Benny had put his tattered flannel jacket over me as a blanket. I sprung up from my chair and yelped at the receptionist. Where's Benny? She jumped in shock.
He went to go do some errands, he said.
She got up from her chair and picked up a few items.
Take this, dearie. You must be starving.
She placed a buttered bagel, a blueberry muffin, a banana, and a bottle of apple juice on the table next to me. She was right. I was starving. Food always tastes the best after you've been deprived of it. I ran my fingers over my ribs. I could feel each one protruding from my chest. This was the first time I had been full in ages. The receptionist had informed me that Princess had made it and that she was recovering. When I saw her for the first time, my heart exploded out of love for Princess, and I hugged her gently. I smiled, and she licked my face. I didn't know where else to go, so I played Scrabble with the receptionist for the rest of the day. I got to meet a fat cat named Mr. Cuddles, a rabbit named Twix, and I got to eat a hamburger for lunch. But all throughout the day, I kept wondering when would Benny be back. At 3 p.m., my question was answered. As Benny stumbled through the door, there was blood on his clothes. A couple of police cars were waiting outside. Let's get going, kid. Although I didn't get the full story immediately, I came to know the full extent of what had happened eventually. Even though he wasn't part of the police force anymore, Benny still had connections with the department and to the people who know what happened to his family. He gathered police officers and went to my house, where they found Duke eating the carcasses of my parents. Benny shot him dead. I wept profusely for my parents, not for how they were to me in their final weeks, but for the people they once were. Benny assured me that they had loved me. There were not many people at the funeral, mostly townsfolk. Seeing as I didn't have any other relatives, the court placed me in the custody of Benny after a lengthy court process. A few years later, he officially adopted me. Princess came to live with us too. Benny was proud of me when I went off to police academy, when I got married, when my wife and I had a child. After Benny passed away, we held a small funeral for him as per his wishes. Life is generally good to me. I have a wonderful wife and an amazing daughter. Sometimes, on the bad days in the dead of night, I thrash in my sleep as visions of dead dogs and screaming people writhe in my nightmares. But when I wake, I look at my daughter sleeping in her cradle, and my wife hugs me back to sleep. And I remember that everything is okay now. You're 240 feet underwater, floating in darkness by the entrance to a deep cave. Before it stands a sign with large block letters and a simple warning. Stop. Prevent your death. Go no further. Though eerie, you're an experienced individual with a license as an advanced open water diver with several trips within caves. You proceed, ready to map out, thus far, unexplored regions. Only a Trimix tank and a mouthpiece keeping you from an unpleasant demise. Proceeding within, you are shocked by the overwhelming darkness. You turn on your flashlight, which gives you a good view of the clear waters, but it also creates a bizarre sense of being trapped within the narrow passages. A line has been attached by the entrance, serving as a passive guide into the network before you. The plan is to extend deeper into the network of caves, but should you lose it, there is no calling for help, no turning back, no hope. You'll get trapped, panic, and inevitably drown. Despite this, you keep moving, deeper and deeper into the darkness. You eventually reach the end of the marked path, not even noticing the slight decline leading even further into the depths of the ocean. After 30 minutes in the cave, you check your residual pressure gauge, estimating the time you have left before surfacing becomes an absolute necessity. Within your Trimix tank and a reserve, you have just over 2 hours underwater. 1/3 was reserved for the journey downwards into the cave, which happened so far without incident, leaving a generous margin of error. The second third is being spared for the upward trip, with a last third saved as a reserve. Then, you glance at your dive computer, which lets you know that the depth has increased to almost 300 feet. Surprised, but not worried, you attach another point of the line, ensuring an easy trek back to the surface. Below you lie a ground void of all life, just fine dirt and sand dragged in by the current. But while fishing up the line attachment, your tool slips, sinking down towards the sand. You react instinctively, pushing towards the bottom just a tad harder than intended. Though you're still in control, your sudden movement dislodges the dirt from the ground, causing a sudden silt out. Left blind, your heart starts to race and your respiration rate quickens. Adrenaline is the culprit, but you need to get it under control, lest the air in your tank run out prematurely. Falling back on your training, you know you just need to find the line and pull yourself back to clear waters. You reach out your hand, knowing you left the line right above you, but there's nothing there to grab onto. The horrific realization does nothing but deepen your panic. You push upwards, frantically searching for your only rescue, but the network of caves is far more complex than you first anticipated. You end up swimming further and further away from the exit, away from the one guide you had. Minutes pass, ticking down with the pressure gauge, counting away the oxygen left in your tank. By some miracle, you manage to escape the silt cloud. You can finally see, and just for a moment, you start to calm down. That is, until you realize that you haven't the faintest idea where you are. You peer down to notice you only have 1/3 of your oxygen left, the last third you so desperately need for the ascent. Being nowhere near the exit, surviving has become a statistical impossibility. Though you're technically still alive, your death has been marked as a fixed point in history. It's only a matter of time before your air runs out and you drown, cold and alone in the depths of the ocean. These are the harrowing experiences turning many a diver away from the dangers of the deep waters. And the few lucky enough to survive such an incident would most certainly swear to never set foot in the ocean again. But among those, a select few react with the exact opposite response, gaining a profound attraction to the concept of diving, needing to prove themselves against all odds. After surviving one of these cave incidents years prior, my soul was bound to the depths. In response, I took up rescue diving, swearing on my own grave to protect others from suffering the same horrific fate. Hey mate, ocean's that way, David pointed out as we headed in the direction of Darwell Woods.
Yeah? Well, I'm just a pilot. Take it up with the team leader.
The man shot back, barely audible over the sound of the helicopter rotor whirring above us. Below were endless fields of green, with a dense forest just beginning to appear on the horizon, a spectacle to be witnessed from such a height, but in spite of its beauty, I longed for the dark depths below. David turned to the rest of us, lowering his voice in annoyance. Is he serious? Did he see us bored with diving gear? What does he think we're doing?
There's water in the woods too, David. If the kid is drowned, it's up to us to retrieve the body.
If the kid has drowned, it's no longer an emergency.
Andrew chimed in. Though callous, the man had a point. We'd been scooped up as an emergency response team, hearing the news of a young boy that had gone missing in the center of Darwell, presumably trapped underwater. Though details were scant, I too wondered why we were heading for the woods. It was an area I knew intimately through many excursions over the years, which is why I knew the place had no large bodies of water, lakes nor rivers.
What do you think, Rick?
Maya asked, pulling me out of my deep contemplation. Well, I'm just trying to figure out where we're supposed to dive, and how deep the place could possibly be to warrant a dive team.
There aren't any lakes in Darwell Woods,
Andrew explained confidently.
Lived around these parts all my life. Never seen a damn lake. We're going somewhere else.
He'd caught our attention, because though we'd explicitly been recruited for a rescue dive in an area with no oceans nor lakes, Andrew didn't seem all that surprised.
Oh, man of old age and great wisdom, please share with us your nuggets of information.
Andrew, being his usual self, didn't even acknowledge Maya's quip. He just looked at each of us as if asking a wordless question uttered only in silence.
We're not just recreational divers. Hell, we're not even open water divers. We are cave divers.
He then turned to me with a half smile on his face.
Or what do you think, boss?
Though the thought had crossed my mind, it wasn't an idea that sat easy with me. A hidden cave in the forest might have gotten waterlogged during one of the many recent storms, but the aspect of an unexpectedly drowned cave came with many unforeseen risks, such as strong currents, mudslides, and cave-ins. And while I had no trepidation swimming around underwater caves, one caused by flash floods sent shivers down my spine. We'd been flying for an hour before we reached Darwell Woods, gliding through the air at a low altitude, heading for a set of given coordinates in the dead center of the forest. I started to wonder how we could possibly land in such dense vegetation, but as we neared our destination, a large opening I'd never seen before revealed itself, one practically designed for aerial rescues. Small figures started to appear amid the trees, wearing bright, reflective vests. A couple of them came running out into the clearing, waving at us to put the helicopter down. After a rough landing, we were met with half a dozen rescue workers. We stepped out with our tanks of various gas mixtures, wetsuits, and masks, met with almost relief by the crew greeting us. Who's in charge here? The crew turned to a scruff-looking, middle-aged man who promptly introduced himself as Graham. He shook my hand and thanked us for coming, before gesturing for us to follow him towards the objective, situated half a mile within the forest. Luckily, the team helped us with the transportation of our heavy equipment, allowing us to gather strength for the mission. Once we started walking, Graham finally started to shed some light on the situation.
We were called 2 days ago after a 10-year-old kid went missing while camping in the woods with his parents. Leaving no trace behind, his parents had no choice but to seek help. But with no signal reaching this far into the wilderness, his dad decided to sprint the entire distance, until finally coming upon a small town, where he borrowed a landline to call us. By then, of course, nightfall had arrived, making the search almost impossible. Having no luck recovering the kid's tracks, we figured he'd been snatched up by some predator or fallen off a cliff. It wasn't until the break of dawn that we realized how close to camp he actually had been.
Once we'd reached the rescue site, we were met by 24 rescue workers and evacuation equipment. A pile of dirt stood in the center, left behind as they'd been digging down for something I could only assume was a thus far undiscovered cave.
Turns out, the ground around these parts is riddled with underwater rivers, creating a massive network of waterlogged caves, one of which the kid accidentally stepped into through a 2-foot wide hole hidden beneath some shrubs. A hole just large enough for a skinny kid to slip into, but too small for a grown adult. Now we've been working on expanding the hole for our team to go down and extract the boy, but...
That's all very unfortunate, but where do we come in? David asked impatiently. He came across rude, but I could tell he was just nervous about the aspect of diving into waterlogged caves created by strong currents. It wasn't a situation we stepped into lightly. Graham stopped dead in his tracks, annoyed by the interruption.
If you'd let me finish,
he almost demanded. David looked at me for confirmation. I just gave him a gentle nod. It was a polite gesture to make him shut up, and command he diligently followed.
To better assess the area we were about to enter, and to get proof of life, we sent down a camera attached to a rope. The hole extends 27 feet below ground in a narrow tunnel, before opening up into a massive chamber, which extended another 50 feet down into a large pool of water, which depths we're unsure of.
And the boy?
He survived the fall, and had even managed to swim to a small plateau along one of the cave walls. He's been sitting there for more than a day, waiting for our rescue.
Graham went on, but didn't seem relieved by the statement. You're not happy about finding him alive?
Well, we were ecstatic, but that deep down we had no means of communicating with him effectively, and expanding the hole to be large enough for an adult to descend through would take hours. So, we pulled the camera back up, and packed up a survival kit with water, food, heating blankets and the like. We left him alone down there for another hour and a half while preparing it all, before sending it back down alongside the camera and a walkie.
And I kept pushing, noticing a prominent feeling of unease in his voice.
The boy was gone.
Gone? Gone where?
We don't know. The water levels hadn't risen, and there were no other visible ledges to hold on to. It was as if he'd entered the water again just to drown. All he'd left behind was the backpack he'd worn during the fall.
Before Graham continued, he was approached by one of the rescue workers, who announced that the expansion had been completed. The hole now stretched 4 feet wide, more than enough for us to descend with diving equipment, but the hope of finding the boy alive was all but lost. Graham, when did you last see the boy?
4 hours ago. That's when we requested the rescue divers.
Pardon my bluntness, but what makes you think we can save him at this stage? He paused, scratching his head in uncertainty of what he was about to say next.
The ground below is highly porous, as I said, and we suspect there are several other chambers connected by a network of caves. Our main theory is that the kid slipped into the water, got caught up by the current. If he was lucky, he might have ended up in another air-filled chamber.
I wouldn't bet on it.
Maybe not, but until we have a body, we're going with the assumption that he's still alive. So the question is, are you up for the task?
I turned to my team, standing stoically behind me. Apart from Andrew, neither of them wished for this particular job, but none were willing to back down from a challenge, dangerous as it might be. Alas, with the limited information we had, it was my task to decide whether or not we'd risk our lives for a boy that almost certainly had perished in the waters below. As bleak as the situation might seem, as long as a sliver of hope remained, we had to try. We'll go down. A glimpse of relief appeared in Graham's eyes as he gestured toward the pile of dirt lying next to the hole into the abyss.
Right this way.
We promptly gathered around the 4-foot wide hole in the ground, which extended down into an impossibly dark abyss. For a moment, my thoughts wandered to the young boy, whose name I hadn't even bothered to ask. To me, he'd just been another body to recover. But a part of me inexplicably clung to hope. I felt as if he still survived down in the caves, surviving the elements against all odds, in the dark, alone, cold, and afraid. Rick? You ready? I nodded, making sure my equipment was firmly secured to my person, before getting ready to attach myself to the harness. A metal tripod stood above the hole, with a winch ready to slowly lower us down into the cave with our diving equipment and body cams.
I'm going in fast,
Andrew announced, grappling his harness to the cable. While Andrew was the oldest, and by far the most experienced member of the team, he wasn't the leader. It was a fact he was prone to forget. Unwilling or ashamed to take orders from a younger man. We locked our eyes, silently battling over control, but he stood firm, patiently waiting for me to comment on his insubordination.
Just making sure the place is safe before you descend, boss. You'll take the lead from there.
He half suggested, half ordered. Go ahead then, I said, knowing an argument would do little more than delay the already sensitive mission. Once Andrew had vanished into the darkness, I followed suit. The winch whirred to life, slowly lowering me into the hole. On the way down, my equipment gently hit the edge of the rocky wall, causing me to squeeze my body tighter around the cable. I took a deep breath, preparing to be swallowed by the ground, the first bout of worry setting in my bones. Within a minute, I'd been completely engulfed by darkness. I activated my flashlight, inspecting the rocky surroundings that seemed to narrow in around me with each descending foot. Though not a claustrophobic person underwater, the bizarre echoes reverberating through the air-filled caves sent shivers down my spine, every whir of the winch and every crumple of rock loudly shooting through the air. Then, as I finally passed the threshold into the chamber, the walls expanded in all directions. I exited the narrow tunnel to find myself suddenly hanging in an enormous void of complete darkness. Below, I heard a soft splashing sound from Andrew moving around in the water, 50 feet below. Andrew? I called down. How's it looking down there? No response. The splashes had already fallen silent, which meant he'd descended underwater to inspect the area. All without waiting for the rest of his team.
Annoyed, but not surprised, I spent my remaining descent scanning my surroundings. The space felt impossibly large, too large and wide for my beam to hit all edges of the cave. Even the plateau lining the water's surface lay shrouded in darkness, only visible due to the reflective surface of the boy's backpack. And as I got a tad further down, I noticed Andrew's nitrox tank and mouthpiece also resting on the plateau. "Andrew?" I called out, realizing he'd gone under without his diving equipment. The distraction was enough that I couldn't prepare myself for the impact with the ice-cold water, which sent a shockwave through my body, even with the wetsuit protecting me. I quickly detached myself from the harness and swam towards the plateau, searching the depths below for Andrew's flashlight. Just as I started to worry, Andrew emerged from below the surface, jumping onto the plateau with ease, turning to me with his trademark smirk plastered across his face. "What the hell were you doing?" I asked, as relieved as annoyed by the man's antics.
Sorry, boss. Just assessing the caves,
he said in between breaths. "You were supposed to wait," I explained firmly.
Just trying to save us some time,
he shot back. Putting aside the disobedience, I refocused on the task ahead, trying to avoid another staring contest with a man too stubborn to be reasoned with. "What did you find?"
2 tunnels. One on the east side, one on the northwestern edge. Both extend further down below. There's a mild current pulling between them, leading into the northwestern tunnel.
Anything else?
Yeah, some small animal carcasses scattered around. Victims of the hole, I suppose.
As Andrew described the situation, Maya and David both descended into the waters, gently splashing into it.
"Damn, it's cold,"
Maya exclaimed, rushing over to the plateau. We gathered around the solid surface. Andrew repeated what he'd discovered.
"We're gonna head down the northwestern passage, follow the current to find the kid. Just follow our regular protocol, and we'll be back before dinner."
"So you're in charge now?" I asked, immediately ashamed that I let him get to me. He glared back in return, enjoying the fact that he could get a rise out of me. Truth be told, there was a reason I'd been hired as the diving leader over Andrew. A reason from his past he didn't know I was privy to. One I struggled with all my might not to reveal to him. "Whoa, a dick measuring contest?" David asked, trying to break the tension. "Should I get a ruler or should we focus on the job? I'd get a ruler to be honest, but I left it on the chopper. So in the interest of saving time, maybe we should get going." Using David's joke as an excuse to break eye contact with Andrew, I returned my gaze to the water and sighed. "Fine, what Andrew said. I'll take the lead. Never break line of sight, you got it?"
"Yes, sir,"
Maya said, none to follow her example. With that, we inserted our mouthpieces and dove under the surface. In the darkness, our flashlights were the sole method guiding our way. The water was perfectly clear, allowing our beams to hit the bottom on each side. Only when shined directly into the tunnel did the reach of the beam prove insufficient. The animal carcasses Andrew had described were mere skeletons without even a hint of flesh left behind, but they didn't appear all that old, as if something had fed off the meat and left the bones behind. Though a peculiar thought, I had no way of communicating it with the team, except to point and gesture, which wouldn't have served any purpose but to worry them further, so I ignored the sight. Leading my team into the northwestern passage with Andrew swimming by my side. Withstanding the current proved to be an easy enough task, and I turned around frequently to make sure the team didn't split up. Maya swam in the middle, with David at the back, carrying the end of a line still attached to the plateau. Should we end up getting lost, we only had to follow the cable back to safety. After a few minutes, following a gentle descent, the passage took a steep dive into the abyss. From there, it split up into several smaller tunnels, with the largest of them all being the only way to head straight down. The current we decided to follow, of course, took the path downwards. I glanced at my depth gauge, which displayed a depth of 32 feet. It reassured me, knowing we still had almost 100 feet to work with before being forced to ascend. We paused, with the rest of the team turning to me as they awaited orders. I nodded, turning to dive down further as the depth gauge counted up. We moved with the current through the descending passage, ignoring any diverting tunnels, twisting and turning into a messy network of caves. We only stopped once every so often to attach the rescue line along the wall.
At 70 feet down, I noticed something different hanging alongside the otherwise lifeless cave wall. A deep red vine clinging to the crumbly wall's surface, with small roots digging into the side, resembling blood vessels. A sort of plant I'd never before seen, existing where no life was supposed to have developed. I pointed to the thing, more curious than anything, but the rest of the team seemed uninterested, all eager to keep the descent going. Once we reached 80 feet, the pit finally turned horizontally with a slight downward slope. Several side passages extended on each side, some even returning back up into dead ends. More vines hung along the walls, each bigger than the last, stretching out from the tunnel we were following. Wondering how its surface felt, I decided to touch one of them. It was squishy, but rough, like hundreds of threads tied together, akin to exposed muscle. It twitched in response, releasing its roots from the walls and retracting ever so slightly. I realized then that it wasn't a plant, but some sort of fleshy appendage appearing to feed off the wall. While distracted by the odd growth, Andrew had taken the lead. He delved further into the tunnel with Maya and David in tow, the latter just giving me a quick glance to ensure I didn't fall too far behind. Having no voice to order a halt, I had no choice but to follow behind. By then, we had already been in the water for 40 minutes, carefully following the main current through the network of caves. 1/3 of our allotted time had passed, though finding our way back would be an easy task. With a safety line guiding our way, we weren't about to turn back anytime soon. On the chase to take the lead from Andrew, I realized just how narrow the passage had gotten. Even if I sped up, I had no way of getting past the rest of the team without risking getting stuck, so I was left in the back, waiting for a path to open up once again. Distracted by the increasingly claustrophobic cave, I failed to keep a close eye on the depth gauge. With the slope going at an almost invisible decline, I didn't really think much of it. Not until I started to notice the first signs of nitrogen narcosis. An undying feeling of anxiety not warranted at that stage during the mission. Unknown to us, we'd managed to reach a depth of 150 feet, a fact the rest of the team hadn't appeared to notice, despite our many experiences with exactly such situations. I reached out to touch David's foot, only to notice him getting pulled away by the increasing strength of the current. Then, the passage came to a sudden end, leading into another pit in the ground, one which Andrew dove headfirst into, going deeper into the cave. I tried to brake, hoping they'd notice, but the current pulled me in as well. It plopped us into a large underground chamber. Once more, I felt as if we were floating in a void of vast darkness, with the bottom of the room endlessly far below, out of reach of our lights. We were now 200 feet below the surface, with God knows how much space beneath us. On the roof above us, I noticed how thick the growths had gotten, turning from vines to massive stems with dark veins running along them, leading deeper into the caves. They pulsated along the wall, sucking the little nutrients they could from the walls. I waved at the team, starting to feel the effects of nitrogen narcosis take a hold of my body. Where the rest of the team might have felt a drunken sense of confidence, I was suffering the opposite effect. I wanted to abort the mission and return to the surface, but Andrew was fixated on the idea of reaching the cave's end. He gestured to a point far off on the other side of the chamber, where the current seemed to be leading us. There hung a faint light emerging from another opening in the cave's walls. Though within reach of the remaining air we had, it meant a further descent of about 50 feet. It was a risk I wasn't willing to take without suitable gas. While Andrew kept wordlessly insisting, Maya and David drifted to my side, both realizing the dangerous situation we were about to enter. If we kept diving, we risked getting disoriented enough to lose our orientation, ending with the four of us drowning in a cold tomb. Knowing he stood no chance of convincing us, Andrew started following us back up to the hole in the chamber ceiling, where we'd secured the last line attachment. But before we could reach the hole, David, too, noticed the bizarre growths on the walls. He got closer to inspect them, reaching out his hand and gently touching them. In response, a dozen smaller roots detached from the wall, but instead of retracting away like I'd witnessed in the shallower parts, these roots reached for David, rapidly wrapping themselves around him.
With Maya and Andrew already swimming through the exit in the ceiling, they didn't notice David's struggle. Large amounts of dust and dirt emerged from the crumbly walls where the roots detached, causing an instant silt out. I tried flashing my lights at the rest of the team, but the emerging fog was too thick for my beam to penetrate, so I pulled the knife from my belt and started slashing at the vines wrapping around David. The growths were easy enough to cut through, but the sheer number of them made it a futile task, and with more emerging, pulling David further down into the depths, I knew I stood no chance of saving him. Still, in absolute desperation, David latched onto my hand, pulling me down with him. Again, I tried to cut the vines away from him, but in the chaos, I managed to drop my knife, letting it sink into the infinite abyss below. Getting a final glance at the depth gauge as we got pulled down, I realized we were just shy of 300 feet below the surface. Nitrogen narcosis had become an absolute certainty. I felt my body grow weaker, terror setting in my soul alongside a sense of absolute hopelessness. I could tell David was experiencing the same effects because his grip slowly loosened, finally letting go of me before the creature snatched him away towards the light in the wall. There I hung in the void, no longer knowing which way was up or down. I could feel my mind quickly fading away, darkness occupying my peripheral vision. I knew then that I was going to drown. But then I felt something wrap around my arm, reaching out through the cloud of silt. Not a vine, but a hand, pulling me away. Too confused to understand, much less fight it, I let my mind slip into a deep state of sleep, no longer worried what would happen to me. Seconds, minutes, even hours could have passed before I finally regained consciousness. I was still underwater, being dragged through narrow tunnels, with the depth gauge showing a slowly decreasing number on my wrist. I looked up to find Andrew pulling me by the arms, dragging me back to safety. Once we finally breached the surface, Maya and Andrew wrapped me in my harness and attached me to the cable. As I ascended up from the cave, I started to regain my senses. I wondered what I'd seen down there, if it had been a product of my feeble mind in the depths, or if it had been real. But David had been taken. That wasn't a hallucination, and I failed to save him. The rescue team in the forest immediately tended to me, but the nitrogen narcosis had caused no lasting damage. And as the rest of my team reached the surface, the initial despair and confusion had turned to something else entirely, an incessant feeling of anger. "You killed him," I mumbled, still too weak to shout. Andrew approached me, bent down to my level, and spoke in a hushed tone. "What was that?" "It was your fault. You killed David." I let out an accusation directed at him for failing to check his depth gauge.
"I just saved your life,"
Andrew said as he helped me up on my two legs. "A life that wouldn't have needed saving if you just let me take the lead."
"I was trying to find that damned kid."
I paused, noticing a crowd of people gathering around us. Though they hadn't yet heard the content of our argument, it was easy to notice the animosity between the two of us. I leaned in closer, lowering my voice to a mere whisper. "You know, this is why I'm in charge. Don't think for a second that I don't know about your past reckless behavior. This is what happens when you're the one in charge."
Stop it, please,
Maya said, coming between us.
What happened to him? Where's David?
Ending our standoff, we both turned to Maya, neither sure how to explain why David hadn't come back with us. I began, still not entirely sure what I'd experienced down in the depths. The growths, he was taken by them.
What?
Maya asked, confused.
David got lost in the silt out. I couldn't find him. He must have followed the light in the depths, thinking it was one of our flashlights.
That's not what happened, I shot back, almost yelling. These things down there, they wrapped around him and pulled him away. The rescue team stood idly by, staring at us in disbelief. None of them had realized just how deep the caves were, much less could they comprehend the horrors that existed within the network. Though I must have come across as crazy, I no longer cared.
It was a hallucination caused by the nitrogen narcosis,
Andrew responded, but his usual confidence seemed just a tad faded. With him diving into the silt to save my life, he too must have seen the tendrils wriggling around. He just wasn't ready to admit it. Even so, I paused to consider the fact that David might just have drowned. I looked to Andrew, clear doubt filling my eyes, a fact that just strengthened my own resolve.
It had to have been real.
I made a mistake.
Andrew finally admitted.
I didn't notice the decline within the cave. And because of that, David got swept away.
He went on, directing his attention to the entire rescue operation in a ruse to regain some control of the situation.
We're not giving up, because amidst the chaos, we found an air pocket just 50 feet deeper than we managed to get. If David truly did follow the light, he might still be alive. Hell, with the current leading directly past it, I'd bet on the kid being in there too.
Whatever Andrew was playing at, it didn't put me at ease. Down at these depths, there was no way either of them had survived. Even if the light did emerge from an air pocket, who's to say it held breathable air?
It's not over yet,
he said as a final note before leaving the crowd behind to get more equipment. What are you doing?
Getting Trimix gas.
For what purpose? Anger arose within me. As if David's death hadn't been enough, Andrew still seemed to intend another futile dive into the horrors of the depths. But it wasn't until he confirmed it before a whole new world of fear came crashing over me. And as he spoke these words, I realized that our nightmare was far from over.
What do you think, Rick? We're going to get David back.
Do you actually think David's still alive?
Maya asked as I strapped on a fresh tank of Trimix gas. Though slightly heavier, it would allow us to reach far greater depths within the cave without running the risk of nitrogen narcosis. Not a lot of time had passed since our quick ascent back to the surface, and though it hardly sufficed for a second dive, we didn't have time to waste. I'm sorry, Maya, but I don't think so. I saw him get taken.
By what?
There was something else down there in the water. I couldn't tell you what it was, and I'm not sure I even want the answer to that question. Maya turned to Andrew for confirmation. He strapped some tape around his knee, which ached after the rapid ascent. He'd wounded it 2 years prior due to an air embolism caused by a rapid ascent. He was eavesdropping on our conversation. He noticed Maya's trepidation in returning to the depths, worried more that we might perish in the effort.
It'll be fine,
he said with an odd sense of confidence.
I wouldn't ask you to do this unless I truly believed David was alive. Just let me go first. If something goes wrong down there, just turn back and leave. Don't risk your life on my count.
Though the words felt genuine, they weren't directed at me. There was still a prominent sense of resentment hanging in the air between the two of us, but having no choice but to work with me, Andrew attached himself to the cable without further quarrel and initiated a second descent into the depths below. Once he was out of sight, Maya got ready to follow, purposefully placing herself between Andrew and I in a futile attempt at preventing further conflict. I pushed her aside, not ready to let her descend unless she knew the exact risks involved in the mission. You don't have to do this, Maya. I can do this alone with Andrew. She shook her head.
David was my friend too. If he's alive, I have to try.
I understand, but this is going to be dangerous. I just need you to know that, I explained, noting her use of past tense in describing our lost crewman.
Of course I know. David wouldn't have gotten lost if it wasn't dangerous. I'm aware of the risks. Rick, just let me go.
I couldn't stop you even if I tried. I chuckled, trying to brighten the mood, but Andrew is going first on this one. I just need you to watch out around him. If he tries going too deep again, don't follow. It's not worth the risk. She gave me a gentle nod before attaching herself to the cable. A second descent had started, and she kept eye contact with me up until the very moment she got enveloped in the darkness. I was the last in line, being spared the struggle of leadership following my nitrogen injury. Still, I followed the two of them down into the caves, not sure if any of us would ever return. Hit by the freezing temperature of the water once again, I let out a few gasps in shock as I prepared to submerge. I quickly inserted my mouthpiece, letting the Trimix gas fill my lungs as I dove under. Attached to my belt hung the end of the safety line we'd attached during our prior trip. Through it, we'd be able to send our video and audio feed in lieu of wireless connections. Though direct contact remained impossible, at least the surface crew should know what happened to us should we fail to resurface. We followed the northwestern passage again, quickly descending with the aid of the safety line, not needing to think twice about the paths we could take. But Even though we'd been down there only an hour or so prior, the atmosphere within the tunnels had noticeably changed. The same fleshy growths we'd encountered last time had reached much shallower parts of the cave. Worried, I pointed them out to Maya and Andrew, signaling as best I could to not touch them under any circumstances. They both nodded in agreement, and we carefully proceeded downwards into the pit. The narrow corridors preceding the open chamber were completely entangled in the growths, narrowing the lumen even further, as if the walls were progressively closing in on each other. It made it almost impossible to traverse without disturbing the vines, causing us to graze them on many occasions. Luckily, the smaller ones just retracted into the wall without prompting an attack. It appeared that only the thick, well-developed growths maintained the ability to harm. Even so, total avoidance remained our chosen strategy. Next, we delved into the open chamber. As before, the vast emptiness hung below us, a harrowing sight without a visible end. Transfixed, I felt shivers crawling down my spine, wondering what kind of nightmares existed in the depths. Checking my dive computer, I noted that we'd returned to 200 feet below the surface. Had we still carried nitrox tanks, we'd have started to experience the advanced stages of nitrogen narcosis, but with Trimix, we still had quite a distance to go. For now, we remained safe. At the front of our pack floated Andrew, unimpressed and unbothered by the abyss below. His mind was fixated only on the strange light emerging from the hole in the wall, but at least this time, he waited for the rest of us to follow him deeper into the caves. He would frequently turn around and wave for us to hurry up and join him, never straying out of sight. Though I appreciated the sentiment, I wasn't sure if it was a strategy of self-preservation or teamwork. But as I made my way towards the opening, something down in the depths caught my attention, just barely visible from the absolute deepest part of the chamber. There, several hundred feet below, I noticed several cold blue lights dangling in the water, almost dancing around each other in a captivating symphony. A loud rumble emerged from their origin like an ancient voice crying out into the void. I glanced at my team, wanting to wildly gesture and announce my discovery, but my body refused to cooperate, paralyzed by the distressing sight below. The more I stared, the more I felt my body succumb to an unknown force. I tensed up, frozen from a sense of dread that only increased the further I descended. While Maya and Andrew had headed straight for the cave, I fell behind, unable to drag my gaze away from the depths. I started to sink, so desperately trying to fight back, but instead of fearing my incoming demise, I felt oddly relaxed, almost welcoming death as a dear old friend. My depth gauge counted up, quickly reaching 300 feet, 310, 320. In mere minutes, I'd be overcome with narcosis, leaving my body forever in the depths. But before reaching the point of no return, both Maya and Andrew rushed over to pull me back to shallower parts. Breaking the line of sight with the lights, I finally snapped back to attention, trying to convey what I'd just seen with body language alone, but it was no use, and once I glanced back down, the lights quickly faded away. I had been lured in by their glow and would have diligently sunk to my death if not for the quick intervention from my team. Confused, I tried to refocus on the mission. I followed Andrew back towards the opening in the cave wall, ready to figure out if the place truly held an oxygen bubble that could have kept David and the young boy alive. Gone were the claustrophobic halls of the northwestern passage. Instead, we followed the current into a large tunnel filled with beautiful warm light. It emerged from plant-like structures on the wall, stems extending with yellow bulbs at the end, each bulb covered in villi wriggling around the water, snatching up small particles. Like the vines on the wall, their touch resembled that of exposed muscle, clearly a part of the same ecosystem as the flesh vines. We hovered in place, all in awe of its beauty. Though seemingly harmless, we tried our best to refrain from touching them, though an occasional graze still occurred without consequence. For a moment, we just existed in their world, experiencing a delightful sense of peace, as if the dangers of the depths no longer posed a threat. But with our residual pressure gauge slowly ticking down, we decided to keep moving, floating through the brightly lit hallway. The malignant vine still existed among the lights, but appeared to be held back by the glowing bulbs. Only a few dared to stretch out into the tunnel's lumen, looking for anything that might float by. In the distance, an odd reflection appeared on the cave ceiling, one we immediately recognized as the water's surface. Against all odds, an air pocket had formed in the waterlogged caves, existing in almost impossible conditions, but whether the gases within were breathable was a question left unanswered. All we could do was pray as we proceeded with haste, clinging on to the slim possibility of David still being alive. But something happened as we neared the surface, a change almost imperceivable at first, as if the lights were starting to dim. Maya was the first to take note, turning around to assess the situation. Sure enough, the bulbs that had basked us in warmth only moments before were starting to retract into the wall, causing the cave to progressively darken, and as they pulled back, the vines started to emerge en masse. Within mere seconds, the cave opening had completely closed up by the sheer number of vines blocking our only escape route. With each passing second, more of the bulbs folded in on themselves, allowing more vines to fill the lumen. Only then did we realize that the entire passage was about to close up. Either we breached the surface immediately, or we'd get entangled in the flesh-bound organism. Panic rising within us, we quickly swam for the surface, which was still some distance away. All the while, the vines grew thicker and more numerous, moving toward us at impressive speeds. Andrew led first, glancing back at us to make sure we hadn't fallen behind, but in doing so, he hadn't noticed vines appearing directly in front of him. Too slow to react, he was grabbed by the appendage, which subsequently started wrapping itself around his shoulder. He pulled his knife out and swiftly slashed through the vine, to which the rest of them responded by sending dozens, all of which wrapped around Andrew. I rushed over to him, pulling out my own knife, slashing at the flesh, but there were just too many of them. And before long, I too was trapped in the entanglement, immediately immobilized by the vine's surprising strength. Maya remained as the sole free diver, but the vines were quickly reaching for her too. One of them managed to get a hold of her head, ripping out her mouthpiece in the process, which vanished in the chaos. Running out of air, Maya panicked as she desperately searched for it on the floor, but it was no use. Using the last of my mobility, I pointed to the surface, signaling for her to leave us behind and save herself. She locked eyes with me, shaking her head, and started pulling on the vines with her bare hands as they slowly tried to squeeze the life from us. It was futile. Sorrow filling her eyes, Maya was left with no choice but to rush for the surface, not knowing if the air above could even sustain human life. The tendrils wrapped tighter around us, some starting to stab through the suit, digging into my flesh. I wanted to scream, but I fought to keep my mouthpiece in place, lest I drown in the hellscape I'd voluntarily entered. But with the pressure building up around me, the pain growing in intensity, I felt myself fading away. The last thing I saw before finally losing consciousness was Maya escaping up into the air pocket, the only one not ensnared. All that would follow was eternal darkness. It's an odd sensation to feel your life slipping away. I had expected flashes to appear before my eyes, filled with highlights and mistakes from a life gone by, but instead, I was left with only a single thought occupying my fading mind. Had I chosen the right way to die, or should I have spit out my mouthpiece and let the cold water take over my body? As a diver, I was well acquainted with the concept of drowning, and as horrific as the idea might be, it's a risk you take each and every time you dive beneath the ocean's surface. You're trapped underwater, knowing that the minuscule amount of air left in your lungs amounts to the very last breath you'll ever take. Even should you welcome your premature death, your body fights it with all its instincts, down to the very last second. It refuses to let you inhale, tensing up to prevent water from entering your lungs. You start to notice the oxygen in your blood diminishing, replacing by an unrelenting feeling of sheer panic as your muscles start to burn and your mind turns hazy. Little by little, you fade into the darkness, left only with the knowledge that you're about to die. Then, as you finally fade into an unconscious haven, the true nightmare begins. Your body falls back in pure instinct, making one last attempt at gasping for air, except there is none to be found. You open your mouth, pulling in the icy water encasing your body, knowing fully well that it will only hurt you more. This is the point where your experience might differ, as 1 in 10 people react violently to the water entering their bodies. As soon as it hits your larynx, it closes up, refusing to let neither air nor water inside. Those are the people that suffocate, drowning without a single drop of water touching their lungs. The remaining 9 and 10 people suffer a different fate, allowing water to wash inside, causing an immense feeling of burning on every surface the water touches. A jolt of adrenaline is released, your body's way of begging for you to keep fighting the inevitable death, and only then are you finally allowed to slip away, sinking into unknown depths as your body ceases to function. Burdened with this intimate knowledge of drowning, I had chosen to keep my mouthpiece, allowing my death to come from ensnarement. Had I made the right choice? Death should have already taken hold of me, but yet my spirit remained firmly locked within my body. I opened my eyes, not sure how much time had passed, wondering how I hadn't yet succumbed to my captor. The passage had long since fallen dark in lieu of the glowing bulbs, leaving only the beam from the flashlight to light up the wall before me, where a dozen vines floated in the water, content to have caught its prey. A shadow appeared before the beam, one not recognizable by my tired eyes. It was only when it came right up to my face before I realized it was Maya. At first, I thought I was dreaming, my dying mind hallucinating an impossible rescue, but there she hung, wearing a mouthpiece, cutting me from my entanglement. Several of the vines had already dug themselves into my body, and though Maya tried to pull them out, they refused to budge. She could only cut them away, leaving their stems still ingrained in my body. How she managed to extract me without waking up more of the appendages, I didn't know, but she had managed to free both me and Andrew, getting both of us up into the air pocket above.
It's safe. You can breathe here,
she said as she pulled out her mouthpiece. We had been pulled up into an air-filled chamber, covered in a much denser set of the same fleshy growths. Maya stepped between them, making sure not to touch their hostile appendages, but without water surrounding them, they appeared more docile, making a few attempts at latching onto us. How did you... I began to ask, not needing to finish the question before Maya gestured to an air-filled passage extending deeper into the air pocket. Before it lay pieces of diving equipment, identical to ours. It was David's, but the man himself was nowhere to be seen.
It was fused with the vines. I had to cut it all out. I just took his mouthpiece and came back for you.
What about David?
Maya shook her head.
I don't know. But it doesn't matter anymore.
What do you mean?
It took me over an hour to get you loose. Even if we find David, we won't have enough air to get back to the surface. We're trapped.
I glanced at my residual pressure gauge, and sure enough, only 1/4 of the gas remained. Andrew confirmed. None of us had the faintest chance of getting back to the surface. We were starting to realize that though we had survived the attack, we'd been tossed into a different kind of tomb altogether.
What about the crew? David clearly made it up here. He might have followed the path to another exit.
Though hopeful, it wouldn't be a likely situation, seeing as we hadn't died immediately from decompression. The air held the same atmospheric pressure as the water, which meant the air inside the cave had no connection to the air on the surface. The question was, where did the oxygen come from, and how long would it last?
I don't know where it leads. I was busy saving your sorry asses.
An act I greatly appreciate, but...
Andrew started, only to be cut off by a pained groan. What's wrong?
Oh, the vines,
he said, inspecting his wounds. There were large holes covering his suit where the vines had penetrated, but despite the many wounds, there was a surprising lack of blood. Upon closer inspection, we realized that each hole still had pieces of the organism stuck inside, seeming to have fused with the surrounding skin. Checking my own body, I realized that I too had patches of flesh that didn't belong to me, fused to my skin. What the hell is this shit? I asked. Andrew didn't respond, seemingly intrigued by the injuries we'd sustained.
So that's how it is,
he muttered to himself. What was that? I asked, but got no response. We're alive. Let's focus on that, I said. Andrew just nodded, unbothered by the strange growths attached to his body.
So, do we have a plan?
Not really. But we also don't have any options.
Except for following the cave. We glanced at David's abandoned diving equipment, wondering why he'd left it all behind. If the man had attempted to traverse the cave, the question remained how far it extended. Whatever the case, it was our best and only possibility, and though our chances of survival remained slim, we clung on to that hope for dear life. I attached the safety line from my suit, letting my camera transmit the last bit of footage before going dark. Though not improving our chances, I felt slightly better knowing that the surface crew knew what had happened to us. At least our story would exist to be told, and it might prevent others from meeting the same tragic fate as us.
Well, here goes nothing. Who wants to go first?
With nothing more than our flashlight to guide our path, I took the first steps into the dark passage. Like the waterlogged tunnels below, the walls and floor were covered in the flesh-bound growths, ready to ensnare us by the smallest provocation. Though more docile above water, we refrained from coming into contact with them. Maya pushed her way past me, quickly assessing the many wounds that covered my body.
You really thought I'd let you go first? You're a mess, both of you in fact. I'm taking the lead on this one.
I glanced back at Andrew, who seemed surprisingly content with the idea of someone else leading the charge. He just nodded in agreement, rubbing the foreign flesh fused to his body. A knot formed in my stomach as soon as we entered the passage, only to immediately realize that it sloped downwards, as we were forced further down into the abyss. With no way of knowing the exact gas content of our surroundings, we had no way of knowing how the increase in pressure would affect us. Maya led the group with purpose, marching on without hesitation into the deeper sections of the passage. Though narrow, it was tall enough for the ceiling to be obscured in darkness. Andrew moved at a slower pace, purposefully falling behind to get a moment alone with me, so that he could ask about our shared experience in the entanglement.
Does it hurt?
I hadn't thought about it since we started walking, but as I focused on it, I realized that the immense aching I'd felt less than an hour prior had completely vanished. Actually, it doesn't. I let out, surprised.
But you feel something, don't you?
Puzzled at first, I tried to focus on any changes in my body. Only then did I realize just how healthy I actually felt. Despite the many cuts, stabs, and bruises, I didn't feel wounded. Quite the opposite. I felt stronger than usual, amped up like my body was running on pure adrenaline, but without the accompanying jitter. I just stared back at Andrew, speechless, to which he responded with a subtle smirk.
Interesting, huh?
Interesting isn't exactly the word I'd use. But Andrew didn't stop there. He seemed almost gleeful to be infected by the foreign tissue, as if he held answers that I wasn't privy to. It creeped me out, but I couldn't deny the physical comfort I felt with the creature existing within me, as much as the thought itself disgusted me.
What do you remember from the entanglement?
I don't know. I passed out. I only woke up when Maya had freed me.
I didn't,
Andrew said, almost proud.
I was awake for the whole thing.
What did you see? I finally caved and asked. He shot me a smile, one with genuine happiness, rid of all malice.
Something beautiful.
What was it? He'd gotten me genuinely curious, with a side of anxiety prevalent in my chest. The way he spoke just felt off. It lacked the fear that should have been present considering the dangers we were in.
If I told you that, Rick, you wouldn't believe it. But once you see it for yourself, you'll understand what I mean.
With that cryptic statement, Maya had noticed our hushed conversation and paused to interact.
What are you two on about?
Nothing. I automatically responded, worried she'd think we'd gone mad. A question I was starting to ask myself.
Well, save your breaths for walking. We don't know how much oxygen this place has.
Fair enough,
Andrew said, continuing to appear unbothered by the situation we found ourselves in. We must have walked in silence for half an hour before the cave finally opened up into another large chamber. Like the rest, the floor, walls, and ceiling were covered in small growths, interspersed with small, dimly lit plants. In the middle of the room lay another bizarre structure, a meat flower stretching up with flaps of flesh and a crown of tendrils. Something was occupying its middle, an object we'd only recognize once we got closer. It was David, lying lifeless in the middle, his body dissected and hardly recognizable.
Oh, God! Dad!
Maya let out, rushing to his side. I joined quickly after, but Andrew remained in the back, staring at the remnants of what had once been his colleague, showing no form of distress. He's dead, I let out, stating the obvious. His body had been torn to pieces, most of his face removed and his innards absorbed by the fleshy structures. Several of the appendages appeared to have dug into his body, as if trying to connect with him. In the process, he had bled out, at which point his body had been mostly digested and absorbed by the organism. There was nothing left to be done for him.
What the hell is this place?
Maya cried. Having sensed our presence, the tendrils still attached to David's body started to let go. At first we didn't notice, distracted by the loss of our friend, but sooner had they let go than they'd chosen new targets. With Maya being the closest to David's remains, she'd become the primary object of their desires. It was a fact I realized all too late as the tendril struck at her, just barely missing as Andrew jumped in to pull her away.
Watch it!
He yelled as he pulled her to the floor with him, just nearly dodging the appendages. Maya, while still gasping for air in panic, remained unharmed.
You alright?
He asked as he lifted her back to her feet.
Yeah.
She said in shock.
Thank you, Andrew.
Don't mention it.
I remained by the strange growth in the middle of the room, staring at the wriggling flesh that had tried to murder Maya, yet had left me be. Andrew might have saved her, but had made no attempt at removing me from the situation, as if he knew only Maya would be at risk. To test the theory, and in a moment of profoundly stupid bravery, I took a step closer to the tendrils. With that, they stopped wriggling, just turning to me as if inspecting my body. I moved closer, allowing them to get a better grasp of who and what I was. They seemed oddly interested in the parts fused to my body, carefully inching closer without striking out violently.
Rick! Get away from them!
Maya yelled, moving to physically remove me, only to be held back by Andrew.
Let me go!
No. He needs to do this.
Andrew explained confidently. But their argument didn't even faze me. I was too hypnotized by the tendrils before me. I felt drawn to them, connected by an unseen force, as if letting them touch me was my one true destiny.
Rick! Rick!
Maya kept yelling, punching Andrew to no avail.
He'll be fine. Trust me.
Then it connected, attaching itself from the cut wounds still attached to my wounds from the entanglement. Within an instant, I felt my mind dissolve from my body, leaving it behind as I entered an entirely new experience of life itself. Gone were the physical boundaries of my human form, joining forces with the organism within the cave. I could feel every inch of the cave around me, see through my eyes on the wall, each harvested from those unfortunate enough to fall victim to the vines. Miles and miles of twists and turns, hidden below the entirety of Darwell Woods, stretching far beyond. It was all there for me to see. So much death, so much life, a fragile equilibrium under the threat of an unknown, evil entity so far away. In the span of just seconds, I saw thousands of images of thousands of places, all within the cave, entire ecosystems existing in a parasitic symbiosis. Death and life merged to one, and then I saw the depths, the same pit I had seen in the underwater chamber, extending endlessly far into an infinite abyss. Down there, even I had no sensation. Yet there was something else, unknown, existing in the depths. The same blue lights I saw before, and they terrified me to my very core. My mind moved back to the air-filled caves, spiraling down, observing each inch in mere seconds, and amidst it all, I saw the child, hidden in the deepest pit of the cave, trapped in the fleshy growths. That's where my domain ended. A part of the hybrid I stood no chance of accessing, controlled by a creature far stronger, more ancient than anything known to man. But despite it all, I knew exactly where to find it. As abruptly as the journey had begun, I felt my mind retract into my body. The tendrils detached, and I fell, powerless on the floor, gasping for air.
Welcome back,
Andrew said, not surprised in the slightest. I saw him. I managed to get out between breaths.
What? Who?
The boy. He's alive.
Where is he?
The center. He's at the center.
I let out, still struggling to breathe. Confused, Maya looked to Andrew for answers, but even he didn't seem certain.
What's he talking about?
I actually have no idea.
Once I'd gotten my breath back, Andrew and Maya helped me to my feet. It took a while, but I slowly started to feel at home in my own body, as if the excursion through the flesh had been nothing but a dream, but only leaving hidden knowledge not meant for mankind. Is this what you meant? I asked Andrew. Is this what you saw in the entanglement? He shook his head.
What I saw was a mere glimpse compared to you. You've been chosen.
Chosen for what? I asked, annoyed at the constant riddles.
I have absolutely no idea. That is a journey for you alone to find out.
I'm not here to find myself, Andrew. I'm here to save that kid. I saw him. I know where he is.
How is that even possible?
I don't know. It's like these things showed me. I could feel everything while connected. It was weird.
And you can lead us to the center?
I can.
What are we waiting for? Lead the way.
Andrew went on, just a tad too enthusiastic. Nevertheless, we started moving. With a freshly printed map of the place ingrained into my own mind, I knew each twist and turn we had to follow to reach our destination. It was a trek that would take hours, down to extreme depths that we might not be able to withstand, but we had to try. I took the lead, unnaturally energized by the connection I'd felt. Andrew was just as excited, walking by my side, while Maya grew weaker, the first to experience the signs of increased pressure. Why and how Andrew and I could withstand it was only explained by the fused growths to our body.
What did it feel like?
Andrew asked once we'd gotten ahead of Maya. Strange, I said, not wishing to delve into the subject any further.
Do you understand it now? What this place is?
I don't care what this place is. All I care about is getting that kid and getting the hell out of here. Andrew paused, staring at me with a semblance of shock in his eyes.
Are you sure you want to do that, Rick?
Do what?
Leave. Because I don't think you do. I think you understand the importance of this place. And having seen what you saw, there's no going back. You are one with this place. Just like me.
Though I couldn't understand what he meant, I did understand exactly how he felt. Since escaping the clutches of the entanglement, I had lost all sense of fear of the place we stood within. I felt at home, as if I finally existed in a place I belonged. But it was a feeling I couldn't accept, and one I had to push aside if I wanted to stand any chance of saving the child. Did you know that would happen to me when you let me connect with the tendrils? Or did you just let me dive in to see what would happen?
You already know the answer to that.
Then why pull Maya away? Hell, why didn't you dive in yourself?
Because Maya would have died, and I wasn't chosen. But you already knew that. Why are you trying so hard to deny yourself this? Why are you so desperate to leave?
Andrew argued. Before I could answer that question, Maya interjected.
I know I'm slow, but I'm not deaf or stupid. So I have to ask, have you fucking lost your mind? You want us to stay down here?
Andrew turned to her, sighing carefully before answering the question.
I'm not asking you to stay, Maya. And once we reach the center, you have my word. I'll do everything in my power to get you back home. But I'm staying. And I think Rick will too once he comes to his senses.
Is he serious?
Maya asked me, gesturing to Andrew. I don't know what he is, but I'm not staying in this hellscape. Now, stop with the chatter. I don't want to hear another word, I ordered. Andrew lifted his hands in defeat, keeping his mouth shut. With peace finally present in the cave, we could proceed further into the depths. As we walked, I'd glance down at my depth gauge, which rapidly counted up to well over 500 feet. At those depths, any gas resembling trimix would have caused severe narcosis, which meant the gas filling the cave must have been closer to Helix. But with our voices not taking on the comedically high pitch caused by helium inhalation, the composition remained unknown, able to keep us alive despite the pressure. But with Maya growing weaker, the trip was taking far longer than estimated. The only bright side was that it gave us time to think and observe our morbid surroundings. I started noticing pieces of human and animal anatomy spread across the walls. Eyes, ears, organs, vessels, all seemingly extracted as spare parts for the cave wall.
Is that a gas tank?
Maya asked as she noticed a bit of metal sticking out from the wall, partially submerged beneath the flesh. Looks like it, but it's a model from several decades ago.
1974 to be exact.
Andrew chimed in, pointing out some text written on its side.
So I guess we're not the first ones down here.
But hopefully the last, I said, hoping to end the discussion. Let's keep moving. With the increasing depth, the growths on the wall grew thicker, covering every inch of visible surface. It squished beneath our feet as we progressed, periodically trying to snatch onto Maya while leaving Andrew and me alone. We'd been integrated into the symbiotic system, recognized as part of the cave, but Maya still hadn't been connected, a process she stood no chance to survive.
Hold on a moment.
Maya said, out of breath. The pressure was getting to her, a process she was desperately trying to fight without success. She sat down on the least dense part of the cave, trying to catch her breath as the vines reached up to grab her.
How far is it to the center?
Andrew asked, showing genuine concern towards Maya's condition. This passage takes us straight to the center, only a 15-minute walk left, I explained, gesturing to one of the many tunnels in the wall.
And that's where we'll find the kid?
I nodded.
What exactly are you planning to do when you find him?
What do you mean?
You want to free him, right? How do you intend to achieve that, seeing as he's been merged with the flesh, reaching a stage far beyond whatever happened to us in the water?
We'll use Maya's knife to cut him loose. It worked for us. Andrew sighed, not convinced of my plan.
I'm not sure I can let you do that, Rick.
What the fuck are you on about?
Do you really not see what this place is after all this time? If you free the boy without a replacement, everything in these caves is going to die.
I locked eyes with the man, wondering if the last bit of humanity he held onto had vanished from his soul. Let it die then, I said as coldly as I could. Maya struggled to get back on her feet, discomforted by the conversation. I let her get behind me, getting ready to proceed into the cave before Andrew kept the argument going.
I won't let you do it. I just can't.
Well, fuck you, Andrew. Stay as long as you want, but we're saving the kid and getting the hell out of here. I turned my back to him in protest, proceeding deeper into the cave. I made sure to let Maya get some headway, but as I took my first step into the narrower passage, I felt a heavy hit to the back of my head. Sent pummeling to the ground, I was dazed by a newly formed wound on my head. I turned around on the ground, met by Andrew standing above me with a knife in his hand. He'd hit me with its handle, attempting to stop me without actually murdering me. I thought you dropped that in the cave, I said, more surprised than afraid.
David didn't need his anymore, so I got a spare.
Reacting quickly, Maya launched at Andrew, punching him in the face. Though it connected, the punch barely moved him. He just remained in place while Maya threw another punch, one that did little due to her weakened state.
There's no need for that,
he said calmly, but she struck again, this time getting blocked. Andrew grabbed Maya by her neck, pushing her against the cave wall, covered in flesh. Upon making contact, dozens of vines started to wrap around her, causing her to sink into the wall, only until her head was visible. All the while, she struggled to get free to no avail.
Relax, Maya. They won't hurt you. I made sure of that. I promised to get you out of here once we reach the center, and I'm a man of my word. I won't let anything down here hurt you. But I can't let Rick destroy this place.
Leaving her entangled in the wall, he approached me, now wielding his knife with intent to kill. He held the knife close to my chest, bending down on one knee next to me.
If this place dies,
he began, but it was a sentence I didn't let him finish. Instead, I kicked him in his weakened knee, instantly sending him groaning to the ground. Still dazed, I got to my feet, jumping on top of him to stop him from rising. Though much larger than I, he was in too much pain to fight back. Punching him in the nose, I managed to get him to drop the knife. For the next few seconds, we rolled around on the ground while I tried to get the upper hand. But once the shock from the pain had worn off, Andrew quickly regained control. He punched me in the face a couple of times before diving for the knife on the ground.
I don't want to hurt you, Rick, but I will if I have to,
Andrew said, pointing the knife back at me. I charged at him again, grabbing onto his knife-wielding arm. I tried to tear it from his hand, but he wouldn't let go.
Last chance!
He groaned in the struggle, but I refused to let up. He started pushing it towards me, slowly but certainly inching its way towards my guts. I felt the blade tear through the suit and cut into my skin. The adrenaline coursing through my veins wasn't enough to fight the shock of having a piece of metal stabbing through me. I felt my grip on Andrew's arm weaken, and before long, I fell limply to the ground, unable to fight on. He loomed over me as I pressed against my wound, feeling the warmth of my own blood pour down my abdomen as I slowly bled out.
I didn't want this, but you left me no choice. Fuck you!
I shot back, using what little remained of my strength. My vision started to blur, and the pain just kept worsening. I felt the ground beneath me start to move, tiny veins pulling their way up my body. A sharp shock shot through me, and I felt the appendages dig their way into my wound. I screamed in agony, but alongside the pain, I felt something odd begin to take hold around me. I could feel the room, each and every tendril. I waited, almost hoping for Andrew to finish the job by slitting my throat, but he seemed frozen.
Stop it!
He let out. I tried to focus my vision, just barely seeing Andrew getting ensnared by the growths in the cave. They wrapped tightly around his legs, growing upwards at impressive speeds. Along the way, they dug themselves into his flesh, causing him to scream. He fell to his knees, allowing further growths to dig themselves into his torso, tearing him apart from the inside. His cries turned to gargles as blood filled his lungs, and within seconds, he had been reduced to a pile of mangled meat, fusing with the cave walls.
Rick!
I heard Maya yell, the wall around her retracting as she was freed. Then the tendrils released from my wound, pulling quietly back into the ground, leaving me with a gaping wound in my abdomen. I had been spared, even saved by the same monstrosity we'd been fighting, but it was a rescue that would be short-lived, as blood continued to pour onto the ground.
Oh, my God!
She let out as she realized how badly I was injured. I'm fine, I lied. Help me up. Trying to conceal the pain I was in, I let Maya pull me up. Before us lay an unrecognizable mess of human remains that had once been Andrew. I bent down, muttering a few profanities as I picked up the blood-covered knife.
The cave,
She began, trying to comprehend what had just happened.
Why would it save you?
I don't know, but we have to keep moving. We don't have much time. Come on, it's not far. Weak, but unwilling to surrender, we proceeded through the last set of tunnels toward the heart of the cave. The passage twisted and turned before finally ending in a massive chamber lit up by thousands of glowing plants. In the middle stood a large, flesh-bound monolith, pulsating akin to a beating heart. At its base hung the small body of a young boy, fused with the flesh. No sooner had we entered than I fell to my knees, weakened by the blood loss. I struggled to get back up, noticing the connection I had once felt to the cave start to fade. In the presence of a new, far stronger being, I was being discarded.
Is he alive?
I nodded, though appearing dead, I had felt his life surging through the flesh. What remained was only the question of how to release him.
What now?
We'll cut him free, I said. As I uttered those words, the ground beneath us abruptly woke to life, wrapping around us in an instant. We tried to fight it, but in our collective weakened state, we didn't stand a chance. After all this, we'd reached the end, only to be effortlessly neutralized.
Do not touch the child.
What the hell was that?
I am the warden of this domain. You do not belong here.
Let us go!
Maya argued as the ground started swallowing her knife.
Let you go. You have no power here. With what can you bargain?
The child in the flesh spoke in unison with the walls, his tiny voice barely present. I stopped fighting, knowing any form of protest would be futile.
But this one is different. It has been assimilated, yet it does not understand.
The warden said, referring to me. While I couldn't understand what he meant, the more flesh wrapped around us, the more I could start to feel the cave's skin within my mind again, its vast intelligence, its emotions, its memories. What is this place? I asked, sounding surprisingly calm.
This is the Bastion of Life.
The warden explained matter-of-factly.
You call this life? All the people that had been killed, and for what? We saw the bodies!
Killed?
Your feeble concept of morality won't serve your cause down here. Those dead were the sacrifices needed to keep the depths quiet. We required their flesh. We required their knowledge.
The emotions within the being were foreign, most of them not following concepts known to mankind, and though the sensation overwhelmed me, one emotion stood above all, prominent in each corner of the cave. Fear. Why are you afraid?
We fear the lights.
What lights? These plants?
We fear the lights in the depths, looming beneath us, and soon they will rise.
A flash of the waterlogged chamber emerged in my mind, filled with blue lights hanging hundreds of feet below. Even when connected to the flesh, I could not access that region of the cave, as if it was a separate entity to the organism itself. But what they are, and why the warden feared it, remained an unanswered question. But with time running out, and the life slowly draining from my body, my thoughts turned to the child, and how we could free him. The warden needed a suitable body to keep the place alive, as Andrew had said, and each life taken in the name of the cave had been to find one strong enough to sustain the place without perishing. Those who were incompatible had only been absorbed as spare parts, victims of a dire necessity masked as evil. Then I realized why the cave had saved me over Andrew, because my connection to the place stood unparalleled. I was chosen. With that realization, I felt the flesh loosen around me. I fell to the ground, free, as did Maya. She gasped for air, finally able to take a deep breath, free of the constraints.
Why did you let us go?
She asked, surprised, but it was a question I already knew the answer to.
Rick?
I stared at the child, knowing what choice I had to make. Someone had to take his place, and the person could only be me. If I gave myself to the cave, it would let the child go. Maya, I need you to get the kid out of here.
But I don't... What's going on?
I'm staying.
Are you insane? You can't!
It's the only way the warden will let the child go. Someone has to take him back home.
I don't even know how to get back out.
Don't worry about that. This place will show you the way. Tears filled her eyes, both from fear and sorrow.
I can't just leave you.
I gestured to my wound. I wouldn't make it back even if I wanted to. In the end, Andrew had gotten exactly what he wanted. I was staying. I reached out to hug Maya, whispering that it would be all right. She didn't respond. She just held on to me in doubt. For a while, we stood in embrace, before the warden spoke up for the last time.
This place can sustain your mind, but your body will perish. Be quick before that too is lost.
The flesh loosened around the boy, letting him fall limply to the ground. Where the tendrils had been fused, mere marks remained. He was unconscious, but definitely alive. Feeling my body surrender under its own weight, I stumbled over to the fleshy monolith, grabbing onto it as I gave Maya one last glance. Then, I connected, my body slowly sinking into the organism, becoming one with it. With that, I gained full control. I could open a path back to the entrance. I could keep them both alive as they were transported to the surface. Maya lifted up the boy, looking me in the eye as my body started to disintegrate. In only a minute, the person I had once been would be fused with all those lost in the cave. But it was something I could gladly sacrifice, knowing they were getting back home. Using the last of my voice, I just asked Maya to tell my story, to let the world know that parts of me still exist, and to leave this place alone. After all, the evil committed was little more than an act of desperation to keep a far greater threat from emerging from the depths. But even though I am staying back to fight an unknown enemy, I have a feeling this nightmare is far from over. I will do my best, but a time will come where this place will fall, and once it does, the world as you know it will cease to exist. Proxima Centauri is a low-mass star that is part of the southern Centaurus constellation. The star is 4.24 light-years away from Earth. If you had a powerful enough laser, it would take the beam of light 4.24 years to get to the star. When you look up at the star, you are actually perceiving it as it was 4 years ago. The current fastest-moving object, made by man, is the original Voyager probe. It is traveling over 35,000 miles per hour, and even at such an extreme velocity, it would take thousands of years to reach the star. The only practical way to get there is via faster-than-light travel, or FTL for short. According to Einstein, a fundamental rule of the universe is nothing but light itself can go that fast. The year was 2037, and that was the year we broke that rule. But at what cost? My name is James Anderson. I've been in the Air Force for 15 years, and it's always been said I was the best man they ever had. 2 years ago, I got an invitation from NASA to take part in a groundbreaking project. NASA was always a dream of mine. As a boy, I had always dressed up as an astronaut for Halloween and read basically all of the books on them and the history of spaceflight. Joining the Air Force was the next best thing, and I ended up enjoying it a lot. I was stationed at Edwards Air Force Base as a test pilot for experimental fighters. The director of the project went by the name Dr. Robert Butler. Robert was a tall, ginger man with a brain that would make even Einstein envious. Robert was the person who personally invited me to partake in his project. I accepted almost instantly when he called, and we set up a meeting to discuss details. The meeting place was a nondescript office building in the middle of Bethesda, Maryland. Robert's office was probably the cleanest room I'd ever been in. He had a huge mahogany desk with a computer monitor that spanned almost half the desk on the corner. Behind him was a bookshelf full of books and miniature model aircraft. A pleasant autumn aroma filled the air from the incense he had burning on the other side of the room. Robert sat me down with a handshake and started. "Hello, James. Thank you for meeting with me today." Thank you for having me. I'm excited to explore the opportunities in front of me," I responded eagerly. "Let's get the formalities out of the way so we can get down to business. I need you to sign a non-disclosure agreement, as this project is classified, top secret." Robert slid me a thick document. As I suspected, it was the aforementioned agreement. I had signed thousands of these in the past, so I knew the drill. It basically said that if you discussed the project with anyone outside its scope, it was considered treason. I promptly signed the document with the expensive fountain pen he had on his desk, half expecting him to leap out of his seat, telling me it was a display piece only. He didn't. Passing the documents back to him and returning the pen, I thanked him and asked, "So, what is this groundbreaking project you speak about?" "Are you familiar with the theoretical physicist Miguel Alcubierre?" Robert asked with a curious expression. "I have read about him. He theorized a way to travel faster than light, but that theory was disproved a long time ago," I retorted. Robert sat back in his chair and went on. "What if I told you we recently revised his work and put it into practice?" Another question popped into my mind. "Miguel's FTL engine required significant power to function. Nothing in the world can create that much energy." "Yes, James, legitimate question. The scientists at the CERN Large Hadron Collider have been able to find a way to produce large amounts of antimatter. We have produced enough for a trip to Proxima Centauri and back with a little extra," he answered. "So you've built a ship?" I asked. "Yes, we're calling it the Trieste, after the submersible piloted by Jacques Piccard that dove into the deepest depths of the ocean. It seemed the most appropriate," Robert replied. I was humbled to be a part of something so much bigger than myself. I would have a chance to shape the future of mankind and affect many generations ahead of me. My heart started beating rapidly as I inquired, "How fast does it go?" "According to our calculations, the Trieste has a max velocity of 32.47 times the speed of light. And you're going to be her pilot," he answered, as if waiting for this question the whole time. Before I could ask the date of the flight, he handed me a contract that outlined the whole project. Upon signing the contract, Robert set me up with living accommodations and held out his hand. I shook it and left to move into the apartment he provided for me. After I settled in for a week, Robert invited me back to a spacious conference room to meet the others who would join me on the pioneering flight. Robert called 4 people into a line, each at the top of their respective fields and eager to change history. The first I was introduced to was engineer Dr. Pravina Cook. Pravina designed and helped construct the reactor and FTL drive. She was a shorter woman, maybe just over 5 feet, with long dark hair, in her 30s. What she lacked in height, she makes up for in intelligence. The next person I was introduced to was Dr. Haruto Moon. Dr. Moon was a medical doctor. He was tall, with short hair and a suit. Haruto was recently in the running to become Surgeon General, so NASA jumped at the opportunity to invite him. Then I met the chief scientist, Dr. Elizabeth Murphy. Elizabeth was one of the most beautiful women I have ever set my eyes upon. Her eyes were like diamonds. My gaze was transfixed on her smiling face before the man next to her cleared his throat. I snapped out of it and shook her hand, and his. The man was the commanding officer of the Trieste, Colonel Edward Thomas. Thomas didn't look anything like the colonels I've worked with over the years. He was short and thin, so not very intimidating. I showed him proper respect nonetheless. Before our handshake was finished, he leaned down to my ear and whispered, "I saw how you looked at Elizabeth. That's not what this mission is about. So if you would kindly keep your dick in your pants, this will all go over smoothly." I nodded before joining him in the line. Robert handed us each a glass of champagne and gave a toast. "To New Horizons." We all clinked our glasses and socialized. The next day was orientation. We all met in the same conference room. It was that day I finally got to see the Trieste. Although it was only a render on the wall, it looked like I was looking at the real thing. At the front of the craft was a large spherical command structure, probably where we controlled everything. Behind the sphere was what looked like a communications array. Then there was the reactor, sandwiched between 2 vast rings. The rings were the main component of the FTL drive. Behind that, at the direct aft of the ship, were the main engines for standard propulsion. Flanking the reactor were 2 cylindrical tanks for the fuel. One had antimatter, and the other tank contained matter. Those 2 substances emit vast amounts of energy when combined. The reactor controlled that and converted it to energy. Robert began by explaining why he chose Proxima Centauri. As you may already know, Proxima Centauri is the closest star to Earth other than the Sun. This makes it an excellent candidate for this project. That's not the only reason we chose it, though. For a little over 40 years, that star has been emitting bursts of ultra-high energy radio waves. When analyzed, the signal is random in nature, basically bursts of static. Don't stars emit all kinds of waves? I questioned. Yes, James, you are correct. The remarkable thing about these ones is they happen every hour on the dot. If that wasn't strange enough, every burst is completely identical. The room fell silent as everyone was in a state of shock. Robert chuckled. That was my exact reaction. Your task is to travel to the star and use the equipment you bring along to study it and find out what causes the signals. I smiled when I saw the joy on Elizabeth's face. Stars were her area of study. Robert began answering more questions we had. Some important particulars stood out to me. The Trieste is still under construction in orbit. It will take 1.5 months to reach the star at max speed, and we are scheduled to depart in 1 year after vigorous training. Our orientation ended, and we went home. NASA put my body to its extreme upper limit over that year. I had never been tested like that, not even during my time in the Air Force. In one of the simulations, they put me in a chair attached to a spinner that spun incredibly fast to simulate G-forces. Another time, I was put in a chamber for several hours under high atmospheric pressure to see how I responded to change. After many tests like this, my shipmates and I were ready to go. Launch day had arrived. This was a top-secret mission, so the trip to the Soyuz rocket that would take us up was oddly void of reporters. I didn't have anyone to say bye to, which was one of the reasons I was selected, as there was every chance the ship could just explode. The Soyuz rumbled to life as it violently carried us up. I had never been so uncomfortable in such a comfortable seat. Eventually, the rumbling stopped, and I felt weightless. Moments later, Elizabeth screamed,
Look!
I looked out the window. Before me was the Trieste in all her magnificence. It was surrounded by the scaffolding used to help in the construction. The capsule docked with the ship and we boarded. Before me was the command center and the finest technology that humanity had to offer. At the front was a single grand console, my console, used for navigation. The ship, oddly, had gravity, although I didn't know how it worked. I hiked across the spacious room to my console so I could examine it. To my left was a small joystick like you'd find on an arcade cabinet. It was used to control the thrusters that steered the ship. There was a camera system there so I could see where we were going. Directly in front of me was an extensive celestial map so I could see where we were and plot courses. Overlaying the map were the controls for the FTL drive, which were simple. Pravina handled the complicated aspects naturally. Finally, to my right was a simple throttle for the main engines and a multifunction display for factors like power levels and velocity. Colonel Thomas said, "All right, everyone, to your stations." Pravina and Elizabeth took their stations on either side of me. Elizabeth's station allowed full access to the sensors and scanners installed on the ship, which she used to study Proxima Centauri. We spent a couple of hours preparing as the scaffolding around the ship was taken away. Robert called over the radio.
All right, everything looks good from our end. Proceed whenever you're ready.
"Thank you, Robert. We will contact you when we are in position to go lightspeed," replied the colonel. "James, take us out." I tapped on my console, firing up the engines, and the ship gained speed. We could not perceive it, though, due to the artificial gravity. The ship needed to be far away from Earth in case of a disaster. On one camera, it gave me a view behind the ship, and the Earth was visibly getting smaller. Eventually, we got out of range. I cut the engines and let the Trieste coast. "We're in position, sir," I informed Thomas. He relayed the information to control. "This is it, people. Charge the rings, James," he instructed. I started the charge sequence, and the ship began to hum as the rings roared to life. Looking at the readout, I read 2 minutes to charge. 2 minutes to charge! There was an atmosphere of anxiety and excitement. My panels turned green as the coils finished charging. The colonel knew this and had a seat. After the click from his harness, he addressed the crew. "Whatever happens, you have all done this country proud. James, engage." I had the biggest smile on my face as I nodded and did as instructed. We heard a loud burst of energy. Colors dazzled our eyes as we gazed out the front window. What followed was unnerving silence. I came to my senses and studied the panel in front of me. "Holding steady at 24.5 C. We're stable," I exclaimed. A wave of relief washed over all of us before we started celebrating. What I saw out of the window is hard to explain. It was like we were flying through a blue tunnel of light. Pravina promptly checked the drive for any issues. She found none. We all congregated in the mess area for a meal while Dr. Moon examined himself and the rest of us for any negative effects of our transition to lightspeed. To his amazement, we all looked perfectly healthy. Dinner was disgusting freeze-dried chicken, or what looked like chicken and tasted like rubber. Despite the horrible cuisine, we were all happy as could be. To us at the time, we just made history. It was the life goal of every human being. We were proud. Soon, it was time to sleep for the long trip. The pods were programmed to wake us up 5 hours before we reached Proxima Centauri. Pravina checked over the systems methodically before getting into her pod. She didn't want there to be any problems while we were sound asleep. As my pod closed, I felt claustrophobic before gently drifting into a deep slumber. I awoke seemingly minutes later to a blinding light. Dr. Moon and Elizabeth, with those beautiful eyes, were standing above me. She smiled, saying,
"We're here, James."
I slowly sat up and got out of my pod. The 2 other crewmates were awake as well. Dr. Moon gave me a pill to help me recover from the extended rest, and I got out of my pod. Thomas asked me where we were. The trudge to my console was a little awkward as it felt like I was learning to walk for the first time again. The console read an ETA of 4 hours, 13 minutes, and 53 seconds. I turned to Dr. Moon. "I thought we were supposed to wake at 5 hours, not 4 1/4. "You're right. We had a little trouble with your pod. It wouldn't open."
he replied with a concerned expression. The crew and I spent the remaining 4 hours checking systems and getting food in our bodies. It was fish this time, equally rubbery as the chicken. Eventually, it came time to shut off the engines as we had arrived. There was a blinding light out the window. I was looking at another star. It just sunk in, the gravity of what we had just accomplished. I don't think I was the only one with that feeling. Thomas yelled an instruction. "Bring us into orbit of the star, James." With a permanent smile on my face, I acknowledged and used my console to fire up the engines and put us into orbit. "Are we able to filter out all the blinding light?" Thomas asked. Elizabeth spoke up.
The window has one. I'll activate it.
My heart hit the deck with an audible thud when she activated the filter. I observed the star being covered in green, vine-like structures. It almost seemed organic. Proxima Centauri looked alive. It was visibly throbbing. I was terrified at the sight. "What the hell? That's not what a star is supposed to look like," Thomas said, shocked. Elizabeth tapped her panel with determination. She concluded with the spectrographic analysis that the star was indeed organic. There was nothing in her analysis that pointed to it being a star of any classification other than the blinding light that it emitted. How could we not have seen this with our instruments from Earth? I concluded it was somehow able to trick them from the vast distance. Elizabeth noted with a puzzled expression.
I don't understand how this is possible.
"How long until the next radio burst?"
5 minutes.
She replied as she checked her panel. As we waited, I was a nervous wreck. 5 minutes came, and the radio pulse did as well. I felt a slight tingling sensation, but it was harmless. We were monitoring the signal, and it was the same as previously recorded pulses, according to Elizabeth. "What do you make of all this, Dr. Moon?" the colonel asked without diverting his gaze. Moon didn't respond. I could hear soft, high-pitched wheezing coming from his direction. The colonel noticed too and turned around. Dr. Moon was completely motionless. Assuming he was just daydreaming, Thompson said, "Dr. Moon!" What happened next was the most disturbing, frightening thing I've ever witnessed. That was saying something coming from a soldier like myself. Moon started convulsing violently before slowly changing into something. His arms, his legs, his fingers, his toes and neck all grew to double their length. Sharp teeth descended from his gums, and existing teeth broke into sharp points. His jaw disconnected from his skull, giving him a gaping, terrifying maw. One of the panels behind him gave a reflected view of his back. His back split apart, exposing his spine, with each vertebrae having long, jagged spikes protruding from them. The same sort of spikes were also protruding from all the joints of his body. His skin turned a dark green color and was ripping apart, exposing bone and a powerful muscular structure. There was nothing recognizable left. I sprinted at Elizabeth and grabbed her arm as we raced to safety. Pravina followed, but Colonel Thomas, rest his soul, wasn't so lucky. Moon, or what we thought was Moon, lunged at him with a high-pitched, unnatural screech, thrusting both arms into the colonel's chest, aided by the spikes that grew on his knuckles. Thomas didn't make a sound, just went limp, with his arms dangling below him. His motionless body was lifted off the ground. I winced with horror. There was an explosion of blood and gore as the creature separated its arms, ripping the already deceased Colonel Thomas in half. His blood-soaked insides were scattered all over the room. In all my years of military service, I'd never seen anything even remotely more disturbing. With no time to mourn our fallen comrade, we moved into the mess hall and closed the door, locking it. The two girls were sobbing. None of us wanted to talk about what just happened or what caused it. Pravina noted, still sobbing.
We need to kill it!
Nobody ever thought to pack weapons on this ship, as it was a mission of exploration, and this occurrence would never show up in any manual. The three of us collected ourselves, and I cracked open the door. Moon was pacing around the room and noticed me. He produced another loud screech and charged at me. I got back inside just in time, and he started banging on the door relentlessly. Try and find something I can use as a weapon, I said frantically.
We may not need one. The main airlock is the room with it. There's a console in the communications room opposite this door that can open it.
Pravina said, still shaking with fear.
I opened the door, and the creature was in the middle of the room, standing above the colonel as if it was admiring its kill. I threw a piece of metal past it, and the creature jumped at where it hit the ground. I gathered up all of the strength and determination I could muster and bolted for the communications room. The creature saw me and got within inches, but I made it and sealed the door behind me. Moon, as if he knew what was about to happen, pounded much louder than before, almost desperate. I used the auxiliary console to increase the pressure and blow out the airlock. The environment outside the door sounded like a wind tunnel. The pounding ceased. I could hear it frantically claw at the ground before it flew out helplessly. I resealed the airlock and pressurized it. Upon opening the door, both the creature and the colonel were gone, with deep claw marks in the ground and around the airlock. To my horror, I looked up and it had completely trashed the command deck. All the consoles were destroyed with no way to use them. We were dead in the water with no way to control the ship. They both took on my shocked face when presented with the carnage. "Can we activate the drive from the reactor room?" I asked Pravina.
Yes, but we would have no navigational control.
She replied skeptically. With haste, we made our way to the reactor control room. The room was dissimilar from the rest of the ship. It had an industrial design. Pravina did her magic to try and charge the rings before another burst. There was no way to know which one of us would change into that thing. Her fingers tapped away at an inhuman pace. She froze.
No!
What? Elizabeth and I responded in unison.
The rings aren't charging. The creature must have hit one when he flew out of the airlock,
She said with a defeated look on her face. I felt as if the entire universe was trying to kill us. The three of us went to a window. We were shocked to discover that there was a deep gash on the side of one of the rings. That meant the only chance we had was the main engines. We could get far enough away and try to fix the rings with a spacewalk. We had no way of knowing how far away the pulse had an effect and wasted no time starting them up from the reactor room. Pravina put all available power through the engines, including the power from life support. 30 minutes later, we were going fast enough that I could perceive the organic star drifting away slowly. There was 15 minutes until the next burst. The three of us took shelter with nothing left to do and separated ourselves with doors between us, just in case we were not far away from the star. The engines were still going. We were keeping in constant contact using the intercom system. Elizabeth monitored for the burst. The three of us had never been so scared in our lives, as we now knew what was potentially about to happen. Our fate was inevitable. The burst came and went. The two started sobbing again. As far as I could tell at the moment, we were all safe. I broke down with relief, as it was one issue we no longer had to deal with. One of them stopped crying. "Elizabeth?" I called out.
I'm here, James! I'm here!
Elizabeth cried. That same screech came out of the speakers. It was so loud, my eardrums were in searing pain. I called for Pravina. It was already too late for her. She was in the pod room. Elizabeth was the only thing on my mind at that time. I had a clear path to get to her. She was in the communications room. I went over and joined her there. We had an hour left. The two of us knew there was no chance of repairing the ring without Pravina. Pravina started pounding on her door as the transformation was complete. I'm recording this from that room with Elizabeth. I don't know if my story will reach Earth. Even if it did, it would be too late for us, as it takes a whole 4 years with light-speed communications. We are just too far away. Pravina just busted out of the pod room. She knows where we are and has been trying to get to us. I don't know how long we have left. I don't know what will get us first, Pravina or the next burst. All I know is I don't want to die in either fashion. I'm contemplating evacuating the air from this room. Elizabeth agreed and started sobbing uncontrollably. The air is getting thin. Humans can survive about 6 minutes without oxygen. It is an agonizing death, but it is far better than the alternative. I do not regret going on this mission. Neither does Elizabeth. We are fortunate to make our world proud. If you are hearing this message, please stay away from Proxima Centauri. It is not what it seems. The room is now completely void of oxygen. Elizabeth has gone unconscious. I'm devastated, but I know I won't be that way for much longer.
Only one thing left to do. Send.
Hello there. I guess you could say I'm recording this as a cautionary tale to those who plan on studying abroad in the future. I don't mean to discourage you from going in the first place. It's more like I want you to be aware of this, so that something like this doesn't happen to you. I guess I should explain a little bit. Last summer, I was selected to participate in the study abroad program that would be centered in Rome for several months. Like anyone would be, I was elated. I had never been out of the States before, so this was going to be a real adventure for me. In the weeks that followed, I happily packed anything and everything I could fit in my suitcase. I will be the first to admit that I had definitely overpacked for this trip. I was nervous about leaving my parents for the first time, but I was also excited for the newfound freedom I would have while in Europe. Before I knew it, my parents were dropping me off at the airport, and I was boarding a 19-hour flight to Rome. Despite being long and tedious, the flight wasn't all that bad. When I exited the airport, I was greeted by the program supervisor and several other students who would be studying with me. They were all about the same age as me. From there, we went to our mandatory orientation meeting, and afterwards, we went to pick up our apartment keys. In the months that preceded the trip, we were responsible for getting to know our would-be roommates as well as finding a place to stay that we could all afford. There were 3 girls I would be staying with. They were all nice enough and made an effort to make me feel welcome, though I will admit it's a bit hard to get close to a group of pre-formed friends. But despite my slight alienation, it seemed that things were all going to work out well. All of us were on a similar budget plan, and by that I mean none of us really had much money to spend. Because of this, we were all on the same page while searching for the cheapest apartment we could find. After several days of searching, we stumbled across an ad for an ancient apartment located above the Campo di Fiore. That was a prime location, and we couldn't believe that it was still available, no less listed for an unbelievably low price. This immediately set alarm bells off in my head. The place was enormous, yet the rent was cheaper than the much smaller apartments in far less desirable parts of town. However, reason never really wins out in a group of excited young women. They had already made up their minds, and if I would be staying with them, this was my only option. We each received our own set of keys as well as a map with walking directions. Because of its prime location, it really didn't take us long to get there. The Campo was amazing. During the daytime, it was filled with a vibrant market, while during the evening, it was lined with lively street performers. All of the apartments surrounding it looked to be ancient, so ours really didn't stand out all that much. After circling the square 3 or 4 times, we finally noticed the number nailed to the front of the massive old door. This would be our home for the next 3 months. I fought with my keys for a moment until there was an audible click of the heavy lock. The thick old door swung forward with a screech. We were then met with a long winding staircase. We all looked at one another and groaned. None of us had accounted for the fact that the building had been constructed before elevators were common, so 3 sets of stairs and countless complaints later, all 4 of us, with luggage in hand, stood outside of our new front door. Once again, I reached for my set of keys and fought with the stubborn lock. As soon as the front door was opened, there was a stampede of young women trying to claim the best rooms. Being a 3-bedroom apartment, it meant that 2 of us would have to share. I personally didn't really care, so I let the others battle it out. When the dust settled, I found that I would be sharing a room with a girl called Samantha. That was fine with me. Samantha was nice enough, and she was also very quiet. My ideal feature in a roommate. Over the course of the rest of the day, we ran around exploring our new home. There were 2 bathrooms, a full kitchen, and a living room with an ancient TV. Once again, I began to feel uneasy.
Just how was it that we were able to get all of this for such a low price? But before I could finish the thought, I was interrupted by a fit of loud squealing. My initial reaction was to panic. However, I soon learned that all the noise was from excitement. Down at the other end of the hall, near the front door, apparently there had been another part of the flat that we had missed. I followed the noise until it led me to a long, dark hallway. There, at the end, behind a group of squealing women, was a washing and drying machine. For those of you thinking, what's the big deal? I should explain that these are incredibly rare in Rome. Generally, exchange students have to wash their clothes by hand in the sink before hanging them up to dry. What was a luxury item like this doing in such a cheap apartment? Just as the screaming quelled, it picked right back up again as the girls noticed a door adjacent to the washing machine. Beyond that door was a master bathroom. It had a balcony, a clawfoot tub, and even a bidet. The girls immediately starting over whose bathroom this was going to be. I didn't really see why we couldn't share, but apparently the others were dead set on having ownership. As it turned out, it ended up being my bathroom. Stephanie had made a logical argument that because she and I had to share a bedroom, while the other two each got their own, it was only fair that she and I got to share the master bathroom. And I'll admit that at first, I was actually kind of excited. It was, after all, a really nice room. However, over the course of the next several weeks, I began to grow more and more wary of the room. I didn't know how to put it into words. It was like every time I went into that room, I could feel something's eyes on me. And the voyeuristic element wasn't really what had me so unnerved. It felt like whatever was watching me was angry, that it didn't want me there, and that it wanted to hurt me. I began doing everything in my power to avoid the room. I asked Alicia if she would mind if I were to use her restroom occasionally. I made up an excuse about how it was far more convenient, since her room was so close, while my bathroom was at the other end of the flat, at the end of a very long hallway. She happily agreed, though, when I told her that she could use my bathroom anytime she liked. This worked well for a while. For about the first 2 months of my trip, I was able to completely avoid the eerie room. It wasn't until the final month that everything began to unravel. One night, as I prepared to brush my teeth, I found that Alicia was already occupying her bathroom. I could hear giggles coming from down the hallway. It was clear both Stephanie and our other roommate were both getting ready for bed in the master bath. I decided that since there was strength in numbers, it would be alright just for tonight. So I made my way down to the large bathroom, where I joined the boisterous girls in brushing my teeth. They were in the midst of some conversation when Lindsay, our other roommate, had broken into such a furious fit of laughter that she had to lean on the wall for support. But suddenly she jolted upright, as if she had been shocked. We all looked at what had caused her reaction. There, on the wall, about the same level as the bathtub, was a tiny door. None of us had noticed it because it was the same color as the walls. The landlord had even painted over it. Naturally, this made me a bit nervous. Whatever it was, the landlord clearly didn't want anyone opening it. But, as usual, throwing all caution to the wind, Lindsay reached for the handle and began tugging with all her might. Stephanie clucked her tongue in disapproval before pulling out a small pocket knife. She began delicately carving along the seam of the door. I wanted to beg her to stop, but I really didn't have energy to argue that night. So, within a few minutes, Lindsay had yanked the little door open with a loud crack. It was a crawl space. It was fairly large. My guess would have been you could fit at least 3 or 4 people in there. I was rather curious as to why the landlord would have sealed up an empty little room. While I thought about this, Stephanie and Lindsay began calling for Alicia to come see their new discovery. She was just as excited as they were when they first discovered it. However, as could be expected, this excitement waned over time, and eventually the crawl space was just turned into storage for a few towels and laundry baskets. In the following days after the unsealing of the crawl space, things started to go from eerie to downright terrifying. Annoyingly, Alicia had changed her nightly routine so that I could no longer use her bathroom in the evenings. Once again, I was back in the large bathroom. All the while, the feeling that I was being watched growing worse and worse.
I began to get so paranoid each time I went into that room that I would literally jump at the slightest noise of pipes settling, and as soon as I was finished, I would run at full speed down the hallway and close the door behind me. For some reason, I seemed to be the only one feeling this way. It's not like I could have told the girls either. I was already enough of an outcast as it was, so I just kept to myself and hoped it would go away eventually. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. One night, as I was getting ready for bed, I found myself alone in the bathroom. As I stood in front of the mirror brushing my teeth, something set the hairs on the back of my neck straight up. There was a faint rustling noise, not the kind that would have been caused by my roommates at the other end of the flat. Any noises caused by them would have to have been quite loud to reach me all the way at the end of the long hallway. No, this noise was very faint. The sound of someone gingerly shifting things around. I stood completely silent, terror filling me. The soft rustling noise was coming from inside the crawl space. I turned on my heels and ran down the hallway to grab the attention of my roommates. I tried to explain to them what happened, but all that came out were incoherent murmurs. Eventually, I managed to stutter. Something's in the crawl space. They looked at me with fear and confusion in their eyes. As a pack, we moved together down the hallway into the bathroom. I nearly fainted when I saw the tiny door hanging fully ajar. Though this discovery filled me with horror, Alicia immediately pointed to the balcony sliding door. Stephanie had left it open to air out the bathroom after having taken a shower a few hours ago. She peeked her head out the door and pointed to the slanted rooftop adjacent to ours. There was a pigeon's nest occupied by a few birds. The girl surmised that a pigeon must have found its way in and was the cause of the disturbance. They all had a good laugh as we made our way back to the living room. I pretended to shake it off, but I knew it was not a pigeon that caused the rustling noise. First off, the tiny door had been shut all day. None of us really cared to leave it open because it smelled quite musty inside. And secondly, the door had been shut when I left the bathroom. I'm certain of this. Yet there it was, wide open when I returned. You're not going to tell me that a pigeon knows how to and is capable of opening and closing a door all by itself. It was at this point that I began to suspect that something was terribly wrong with this apartment. When I got back to my room, I pulled out my laptop and called my best friend via Skype. She had always been the skeptical and methodical type. However, she also kept an open mind towards things that were hard to explain. I decided that out of anyone, she was probably the best to talk to about my situation. As I expected, she was initially quite doubtful, though she also agreed with me that a pigeon was quite likely not the source. She asked me if I had any photos of the crawl space. She said that if she could see it, that would help her understand a little more clearly, and possibly help her to come up with a more logical explanation. Relieved at her willingness to at least hear me out, I reached for my camera and made my way back down the eerie hallway. When I arrived, I found, to my relief, that the door was still closed. I stood in front of it for a moment, gathering my nerves before finally pulling the little door open. Despite the clutter left inside by my roommates, it was empty. I snapped a quick photo before closing the door once more and running back to my room. I immediately plugged my camera into my computer and uploaded the photo. When I finally opened the image, I was petrified by what I saw. There, in the upper right corner, was a face baring its teeth at me. My whole body began violently shaking. Dear God, that thing is in our home. I muttered to myself. Fear began to overtake me. Someone had sealed whatever it was inside of that crawl space, and we had let it out. I was so absorbed in my panic, I didn't even notice when my roommate returned. She was so blissfully unaware of the imminent danger we were in, yet even if I tried to warn her, she would not believe me. I was at a loss of what to do, and finally decided that I would deal with it in the morning. Though not by a large amount, I did feel braver in the sunlight. From there, I attempted to get some sleep, though, for the first time ever since being there, I closed and bolted my door before getting into bed. Stephanie eyed me suspiciously while doing so, but I just told her jokingly that Lindsay had been sneaking into our room the previous night and had been stealing my Nutella. She laughed heartily, shaking her head before settling down for the night. I will admit that the only reason I was able to find any sleep that night was because of her presence.
Something about not being alone can give one a sense of false security. It was about 2 in the morning when the sound woke me. I'd always been a light sleeper, so the faint noise was enough to stir me. It sounded like a door being pushed open at the other end of the flat, followed by footsteps. But these weren't just normal footsteps. They were far too fast. It sounded like someone was running at full speed from the foyer to the living room and all about the apartment. But these weren't heavy footfalls like the kind you would expect from a running person. They were light, almost unnaturally so. So I got up and stuck my ear to the wall behind me that separated Lindsay's room from mine. I could hear her faint but steady breathing. She was clearly asleep, and it wasn't her. I then crossed to the other side of the room near the door, and once again stuck my ear to the wall. Alicia's snoring was quite audible. There was no way it was her. I slowly began to grow fearful as I turned in a last resort to see if Stephanie had perhaps gotten up, but I could plainly see her resting form silently rising up and down. A shiver went down my spine, and I nearly screamed when I realized that the footsteps had come to a stop outside my door. Despite all the lights being out, I could clearly see the looming dark shadow of a form through the tiny crack at the foot of my door. I dared not move. Whatever it was just standing there, waiting. Then, to my horror, my doorknob slowly began to jiggle. Gently at first, but then growing violently at the realization of it being locked. The noise of it eventually woke my roommate. She sat up, blinking in confusion. That instant, the jiggling of the doorknob stopped. She asked me what the hell I was doing and if I knew what time it was. I told her that it wasn't me. I told her that whatever had opened the door to the crawl space the previous day had come back, but she just furrowed her brow at me and said that I needed to get more sleep. The next day, I made an appointment with my program supervisor. I told him that I just needed to go home. He tried to tell me that I was just homesick and that it would pass, but I insisted. He eventually gave up and let me call my parents. They were confused but understanding. They were able to change the date of my return flight to the following morning. I really wanted to get out of there that day, but understandably, that was the soonest they could manage. Unfortunately, this meant that I would have to stay one more night in that apartment. When I returned, I tried to tell the others of what had been going on. I knew I was going to be getting out of there and would be out of danger, but I was still immensely worried for their safety. But none of them took me seriously. They looked at me like I was crazy. They didn't say anything, but I was sure they all thought I was going home because of some sort of mental breakdown. At that point, there was nothing I could say that would convince them. So that night, I locked my door and hesitantly went to bed. And right on cue, once again around 2 o'clock in the morning, I was awoken by the rapid footsteps scampering around the apartment. I could hear the door to the bathroom begin to creak open, followed by the door at the end of the hallway. The footsteps grew louder and faster as they moved through the apartment, and finally, once more they came to a pause outside my door. I could hear breathing this time, slow and heavy. I sat up in a panic, and to my horror, I saw that Stephanie had forgotten to lock the door behind her after getting up to use the restroom. It was right outside of my door, and I didn't know if I had time to jump up and try to lock it before the thing realized there was nothing blocking its way. I hesitated a moment too long, and by the time I had sat straight up in bed, the handle slowly began to turn. I froze in terror as the door creaked open, revealing my tormentor. It stood there ominously in the doorway, staring me down. Its eyes protruded slightly from its skull and gave off a very faint bluish light. It didn't appear to have a nose, only slits where the nostrils should have been. It had the teeth of a man, but had no lips, giving it the impression of an eternally toothless snarl. Its grayish-white skin was waxy and stretched tight over its bony face. The rest of its skeletal form was hard to make out, as it was almost entirely enveloped in shadow. After pausing for a moment in the doorway, it began to head towards me. As it moved, its body let out sickening cracks. I sat there, still petrified by fear, until it had made its way to the foot of my bed. Its heavy breaths were deafeningly loud. I don't know how Stephanie slept through it. The air had begun to smell sour and stagnant. With frightening speed, it jolted to the other end of the bed, mere feet from me.
I gagged at the smell of it, like sulfur and rotting flesh. Slowly, it unfurled one of its elongated and gnarly hands and proceeded to reach for me. Not until it was several inches away did I finally find my voice. I screamed as loud as I possibly could, and it halted in its tracks. Stephanie shot up from her bed, visibly frightened. The creature hunched over on all fours and fled from the room with unsettling movements that recalled those of a spider. A moment later, Stephanie switched the light on and looked at me furiously. She demanded to know what the fuss was all about. I told her exactly what had happened, but she just called me a nutcase. The taxi came to pick me up early the next morning. The sun had not even risen by the time it arrived. None of the girls came to see me off, but I expected this. After loading my luggage into the trunk, I climbed into the back seat of the old cab. It had driven right through the square and was sitting at the base of my apartment. When I leaned to look out the window, I could see where my room had been. My face contorted into a mixture of panic and concern. There, looking out of my window, was the creature. Its unblinking eyes bore into me, and its lipless mouth curled into a snarling grin. Before I could say anything, the cab driver had taken off, leaving that hell house far behind. I tried to warn them. I really did. I did everything in my power to try to warn them of the danger they were in, but none of them listened to me. There was no way I could have stopped what happened after I returned home. You see, several weeks after returning to the United States, I received a phone call from the program director. He informed me that a day after the program ended, all 3 of my past roommates had been reported missing. The authorities had no idea just how long they had actually been gone for, as they were only recently discovered to be missing when the program director went to check on them after none of them made it to the end of the program wrap-up meeting. They assumed it had been at least a week or 2, since all the food in the apartment was expired. There was no sign of forced entry, and no valuables were missing. The only notable detail mentioned in the report was when they arrived on the scene, there was a strange little door hanging ajar in the bathroom. When they approached it, they were met with a powerful odor coming from no visible source. The official report has them declared as missing, but I know that they're all dead. I know that I'm incredibly lucky to have made it out with my life. I think the only reason I'm still alive today is because I fled thousands of miles across the ocean. Despite their unwillingness to listen, I still feel an unimaginable amount of guilt over what happened to those girls. That's why I'm recording this now. I may not be able to go back in time and save them, but maybe I can prevent this from happening to you. Please, please heed my warning. If you ever get the opportunity to study abroad, keep this in mind. If it seems too good to be true, it probably is. And whatever you do, don't stay on the 3rd floor of the ancient yellow apartment complex above the Campo di Fiori. There's something there. Something evil. I drink not because I like alcohol, but because I've recently seen the horrifying underbelly of the world, and I can't go back to the blissful ignorance in any other way than through the bottom of a bottle. I can't sleep either, so I'm recording this to hopefully get some of the poison out of my head. It began with a picture. I'm nobody special, don't get me wrong, just the opposite. Not a detective, not a cop, nothing like that. I was just a senior in college with an office job lined up, and I only had to coast out until the end of the year. All that free time made me vulnerable to questions. The question, and the picture that came with it, would have just flowed past my mind like every other bit of internet flotsam, if not for that peculiar state of aggravated bored I found myself in that freezing February afternoon. 2 local girls had recently gone missing. That much I knew. My year-older friend worked as an intern at the city's news channel, and he told me that nobody could make heads or tails of what had happened.
Look,
he wrote in an email.
Someone at another news group sent us this. The cops found 2 pictures uploaded from their phones after the last time anyone saw them. They're hoping somebody can identify this guy. I remember rolling my eyes. That was not the first time he forwarded me chain emails full of internet meme bullshit. He was a sucker for clickbait. The pictures were the typical scary type, taken in darkness and limited in scope such that nobody could really discern beyond, "Look how weird this is." The first image was taken from directly behind the head of a man with short brown hair, close enough that the flash illuminated his intermittent scalp in bright white. He appeared to be somewhere dark and slightly foggy. Over his shoulder, a brandished knife could be seen, held forward for some unknown reason. The second image was of a man laying face down in a hotel bed, surrounded by empty liquor bottles and scattered pills. From his disheveled and sweat-matted short brown hair in the shape of the back of his head, it looked to be the same man. Convenient that his face was hidden in both shots, I remember thinking. Behind him was a peeling hotel wall and a mirror that somebody appeared to have spit on. In the mirror, it was possible to see the man's left arm, held out in such a manner that he was taking the picture himself with a cell phone. Given the context, I guess the photo belonged to one of the 2 missing girls. I tended not to believe things like this, because they never turned out to be anything. The 2 girls had likely snuck off to spring break, and this was some sort of prank. Absolute worst-case scenario, this was some drunk frat guy they'd hung out with. And let me guess, I wrote back to my friend. An expert thinks this guy was dead when he took the picture of himself. Ooh, spooky, right? He's definitely recently dead based on the way his limbs are behaving in that picture, and the discoloration and slight bloating of the skin. But that's not it. It's totally possible to put your camera on a timer and take a picture later, so they thought this was a suicide until they noticed something. Look closer, by his right hand. I enlarged the image on my monitor and realized there was actually something in his hand, but it couldn't be. I printed out the photo to get a better look, and it was what I'd suspected. The exact same photo we were looking at was in the dead man's hands. An aging clock on the wall had the same hand position in both images. He had, in his hand, a picture of himself, dead. Apparently the same photo he had later taken of himself by using the camera's timer. I emailed back. What are we looking at here? Nobody knows, man. But they crowdsourced finding the wallpaper, and they figured out which hotel it was taken at. Crowdsourced? Yeah, a new technique. They make some clues public and let thousands of people see it online. Eventually, someone recognizes the clue, and they've got a lead. It's a hotel in Brazil. February was almost over, and spring break was nigh. Holy shit. I had an opportunity to do something weird and crazy and prove to my friend that this clickbait stuff was stupid. Dude, I'm gonna go there. Where? That hotel. You're not serious. Why not? I got my passport because my mom pestered me to do it last year, and I've got the money to fly down there because of my summer internship. If there's nothing to see, I'll just hang out on the beach and have a normal spring break. I can give you the specific hotel, but are you sure you want to do that? That's like crazy. The peculiar mix of aggravated boredom and intrigued indignation brewing in me compelled me to say yes. I'd seen so many ridiculous internet myths in my time online, it seemed an incredible opportunity to debunk one. I'd never really left the country before, of course, but I fought down the nervousness and did my best to research everything I could. The hotel was near a popular tourist destination, so it wasn't like I was going somewhere horrible. The beaches were beautiful, if nothing else. The trip by plane was disarmingly familiar. Civilization, air conditioning, and safety shrouded me all through the flight, landing, and disembarkation. I waited for my bag while a bunch of people stood around checking their cell phones. Just like home. And it didn't hit me that I'd flown to a foreign country and continent until I barged through that last glass door and smacked right into a brutal wall of humid heat. Christ, it was straight winter back home, and here it was legitimately late summer. I'd chosen my initial clothes poorly, and they immediately became sweat-soaked drapes in a taxi that had no air conditioning. As high as the prices were in the hotel gift shop, and as mass-produced and bland as they were, I bought lighter shirts and shorts and then sought refuge in my room. I sat by the wall air conditioning unit until I'd recovered. Then I looked around my room. My friend had given me the right info. The wallpaper was the same pattern from the photo, and the bed, mirror, and clock were all the right design. Did a guy really commit suicide in this hotel under mysterious circumstances? The nearness of it sent a biting, air-conditioned shiver down my spine. Scary images sent in email chains online were supposed to be stupid myths, not something from a specific real place. Once acclimated, I fought the churning fear in my stomach and forced myself to walk down to the lobby. I had pictures of the two girls on my phone, and I was debating whether to ask the concierge about them, but I didn't have to. The photos were already on a bulletin board by the front desk, amongst others. The concierge that I'd been considering approaching instead approached me when he saw me studying the pictures. "Recognize someone?" I remember laughing nervously. "What? A tourist?" "Yes." Well, I figured I might as well try, or else my friend would mercilessly tease me about flying all the way down there for nothing. I touched the pinned papers. "These two." "Ah." The older Brazilian man sighed. "They went on a hike and never returned. He waved his hands for a moment before seeming to settle with a sigh on a less accurate word. "Jungle. It eats people here." That was something more than the gossip back home about this incident. "A hike?" "Yes. Many trails here have beautiful sights. Calm and peaceful belies the danger beneath. Do not go swimming. The currents are swift. Do not climb. The rocks are loose and the trees untrustworthy. Do not stay after dark, for the, He pauses again and appears to frown at having to use the same word. "The jungle. It eats people." I finished for him. "Is it safe to go alone during the day if I stick to the marked paths?" He glared, but drew lines for me on the local map to show me where the girls had said they were hiking. "I don't want to put your picture up here too," he said. "But the policia did not go looking, just gave us these papers. We do not risk our own to find foolish tourists. It's possible those two are still alive if the jungle did not find them at night. Hurt, maybe. It's sad." I gulped, but put on a brave face. What was I doing, and why? I clutched the local map and adjusted my backpack as the concierge went back to his duties. I should have just gone home. I remember thinking I wanted to go home, or hell, even just go to the beach. But presented with a stark, cold fact like that, the police didn't even look. It felt impossible to go sit at a bench and ogle women while two girls were possibly dying at the very same time. There were some guides for hire outside of the hotel, but I felt less safe with a stranger than by myself. I couldn't stop thinking about tales of guides tricking people into captivity and selling their organs on the black market. All I had to do was walk a few paths, right? It was stupid. I knew it was stupid. The guide saw my direction, listened to my insistence on going alone, and looked at me as if I was a dead man. When they saw I was serious, one pressed a survival knife into my hand and shook his head when I tried to pay him. I accepted the gift and put it in my backpack before heading down the long dirt road toward the tourist hiking paths. This wasn't like the small trails around hotels and campgrounds back home. The jungle here was not a mastered entity, and life was swarming everywhere. Thick clouds of insects hovered together only to be scooped up by flocks of little birds, or perhaps they were bats. I wasn't sure. It was humid as hell and stuffy under the thick canopy of gloom and green, but I'd somehow stumbled my way into a mission and couldn't turn back without hating myself. A creek a few feet wide presented itself a few steps off the path, and I nearly went over it to splash and cool myself down before I remembered the concierge's warning. I took a long stick and lowered it in only to have the branch jerked out of my hands. The creek was a few feet wide but impossibly deep, and the current under those placidly flowing bubbles was murderous. If the girls had fallen in here... No, their phones had uploaded photos after they disappeared.
whatever had happened, it had not involved instant death. Where would they would have gone? For hours, I followed the path they'd indicated to the concierge until I reached a fork in the narrow, overgrown trails. One path followed the black line he'd drawn, and the other led to what looked like a gorgeous waterfall basin. Never in my life had I experienced such a strong, fatal instinct. They'd gone the less traveled path in hopes of taking gorgeous pictures for their social media, thus possibly it was death by Facebook. Another 20 minutes of exhausting hike later, I found that the wide, round basin was accessible down a steep scree and then along a slope of crumbling, root-sprouting dirt. I ever so carefully picked my way down and then nearly stumbled over a shoe. It was a dirty, black sneaker, and I picked it up to examine it. Jumping back and letting out a short scream of shock, I threw it down to the ground. It had a foot in it. A goddamn foot. Holding back overwhelming revulsion, I peeled back the tongue of the sneaker to confirm that it was a female foot. Oh God, I can still remember how it smelled. I can still remember the swarming flies and the budding maggots in the stump of red flesh. Yes, they were dead. Christ. I leaned back against the root-sprouting dirt wall behind me and tried not to throw up. I'd come all the way here to find a rotting foot? This was why the police hadn't looked, why they never looked. They were right in assuming anyone that didn't come back from this horrible tangle was just plain dead. I checked my cell phone, no signal, of course. I couldn't see the sun through the maze of greenery above, but my phone said it was getting late on the schedule I'd set for myself. Dusk would be coming, and it would be time to head back. Even though I'd ignored the warning about climbing, I intended to heed the one about avoiding nighttime. Every single bush out here hid something alive, and I didn't want to see what might emerge in the dark. And then, I heard her. It was the faintest echo through the dense foliage, but I was dead certain that it had been a hopeless female shout. I shouted back half a dozen times, even screaming till my throat was raw, but she didn't seem to hear me in return. Or maybe she was incapable of shouting again. It hit me. One rotting foot didn't mean they were both dead. They could have both been alive, for all I knew, and the foot was just the result of some injury or animal attack that had left them stranded and hurt out here. Shit. If only I'd gone home 30 seconds earlier, I would never have kept looking. The waterfall above was beautiful, but austere. There was no climbing up that way, which meant the girls had likely followed the resulting narrow river if they were unable to climb back up the scree I'd just come down. Judging my footholds and handholds, I clambered along the clean rock, thankful to be out of the tangle for a time. The progress wasn't hard, just precarious, and I guessed that someone could do it minus a foot if needed. Eventually, the terrain became more like a canyon with a river at the bottom, and I was forced to lift up onto dirt again. Here, I found an animal trail splitting off in 3 directions. A cell phone with a cracked screen lay half buried. I brushed it off to discover that it still had some battery power, and that it was not password protected. The text messages were mostly mundane conversations from the owner to her friends. The most recent ones were variations on help and "Are you getting this?" based on frustration from the lack of signal out here. There was no information there about what had happened, but then I checked the pictures on her camera. Beyond all the typical selfies and photos of the airport, the flight, and the hotel, there were a few of the jungle I'd just traversed, the waterfall basin, and then the very path I was standing on. The next picture seemed to be taken from hiding. Between the leaves, the image showed a man brandishing a knife and peering into the underbrush opposite. I still couldn't see his face, but he was dressed in local wear I recognized from the shop. Had he seen the girls at the hotel and followed them out here? From the back of his head, it was the same man from the suicide picture. This was serious. I needed to be ready for a fight, or to run. Suddenly tense, I put my backpack down, hid it under a few bushes, and withdrew the survival knife the guide had given me. With the knife out and at the ready in one hand and the cell phone in the other, I swiped slowly through the photos.
The next few were on the trail I was on, and I followed it step by step, retracing the path the girls had gone. The man was not in these pictures. They seemed to be photos of landmarks that might help them find their way back. Many were blurry and had been taken in haste. No doubt they'd been running. I couldn't shout anymore either, not without potentially revealing my presence to that man. Had he cut off one of the girl's feet or something? How had her foot ended up back by the waterfall? Swipe. There's the rock. Swipe. Okay, there's the bend in the path. Swipe. There's the arranged stones to make a direction when no other landmark would suffice. A few more swipes, and I was back where I started. The animal trails split off in 3 directions, and I could hear the river out beyond the trees. So they'd come full circle by accident, realized they were lost, and then what? Dropped their phones here in frustration? Or had they run into the man with the knife and gotten caught? If there were 3 paths out of here and 2 looped to one another, that meant the middle one had to go elsewhere, right? I heard a noise behind me, whirled, saw nobody, nothing. I stared out into the jungle as dusk swept a dim shroud between the trees. I'd stayed too long, and night was almost upon me. I had to go home. What was I going to do? Fight a knife-wielding madman in the dark? I could get the cops and bring down the cavalry on this shit. And then, I heard her. It came from down the middle path. God damn it! As it became harder and harder to see, I crept down the middle path, my knife held forward. If there was someone out there, I would only have a split second to strike back or run. The only advantage I had was that they had no idea I was there, and it was as hard for them to see me as it was for me to see them, as long as I only checked the phone intermittently to keep the light minimal. Swipe. A picture of the middle path in gloom. Alright, on a night sometime earlier this week, they'd gone this way. Had they again looped back somehow to drop this phone? I swiped ahead a few times to see multiple shots of the path I was on. I stopped at a shot of the knife-wielding man from the side. All that could have been seen was a silhouette in deep forest dusk. Looking at the shot disturbed me. Was I witnessing the events leading up to someone's murder? I swiped back to the path shots and continued following her trail. When I reached the spot where the man's picture had been taken from the side, I heard something crunching out of the darkness. I froze for what felt like an eternity as dusk began to approach night. All my senses told me that something was out there. Something was waiting and watching with malicious intent, perhaps even with glee. I could feel it. An absolute darkness fell. A change came over the humid and dense air. The birds went quiet and my ears stopped hearing their shrieking calls with a sudden internal echo. I thought I'd gone deaf for a moment, but I could still hear my own breathing. Moving step by step back down the path and behind a boulder, I got out the phone to light my way and check further pictures. I turned my head slowly to try to get a beam on the screen in the absolute silence. It sounded closer somehow. This time it came from the opposite direction, a little further away. That one came from right on the path ahead, exactly where I'd been about to walk before the sensation of being watched had stopped me in my tracks. It was the same scream every single time, the same intonations, the same length, the same emotion. I swallowed down panic. That girl had died days ago, and someone or something was using her last scream to toy with me. It was insane to think, but it was the only conclusion. Swiping all the way ahead in the pictures of her phone, I found a photo of an arm over a face. A man was wincing against the flash of the camera. Had they used the flash as a weapon to blind him? I held my arm up as a series of flashes erupted right in front of my face. I couldn't choose a direction. I ran. Somehow, someone or something had snuck right up in front of me, and somehow... It was impossible, but pushing down the trail, I ran in absolute terror until the scream erupted a few feet ahead of me. It was loud this time, painfully loud, and I sliced at empty darkness. The light from the phone showed nothing ahead, just unmoving leaves and fronds. I held the knife forward with no idea what I could even do with it, until a series of flashes went off right behind my head. Was it behind me? I ran for my life, down the dirt, climb along the river canyon in the dark, leap up the scree, sprain my ankle. That's what I remember. Limp along the path I'd come down earlier that day. I'd lost my backpack and the map inside it. I thought I could remember, but the jungle transforms at night. All the landmarks I looked for were impossible to find in darkness, and I knew something was out there hunting me. Obviously, because I'm recording this now, as I said, to get the poison out of my head, I made it out of there, but not for nearly a day. I spent that night crammed into a small rock hollow, with stones piled up to block the entrance, and only enough space for my knife to stab out. All night long, from right outside my hollow. Laughter and random bits of conversation mimicking what the two girls had said to each other before danger had found them. It stalked and watched them for hours before night had fallen. A foot. That was all that was left. A foot severed by powerful jaws. When dawn finally rolled around, my sleepless body practically dragged itself out of its own accord. I don't fully remember what happened when I returned to the hotel, but they took care of me, and I did not tell them I found her cell phone. And you know what? It's been 5 days, and I'm supposed to fly back to the States tomorrow night, but I happen to know I will never make it. I sit in my hotel room and stew in my own nightmare. I can hear it calling from the deep of the night. It's out there mocking me still. Waiting, because it knows I can't escape. All of those pictures were taken before they ever happened. All part of the horror in the jungle, where time knows nothing of the strict structures of civilization. I only came out here because of that last picture, the only one that hasn't come true yet. How messed up is that? So I sit here, clutching the copy I printed of that last photo, and I drink. And I take pills to try to knock myself out before it comes for me. I'm not killing myself, I just don't want to be awake when it happens. It's creeping closer now. The cruelest part of this is the clock on the wall. I know the exact moment as it ticks closer and closer, second by second. Another swig, a few more pills. It slithers up around the bottom of the clock now. The bottom of the basin. The bottom of my heart. Numbing. He said it. I didn't listen. Jungle wasn't the right word, but he straight up said it. He told me directly. It eats people here. I died for the first time on the 18th of August, 2006. It wasn't a particularly pleasant death, nor was it one that I expected. It was simply the random act of violence that destroyed my life, and it came out of nowhere. We were just relaxing at the pub, enjoying a few drinks after a busy day at work. It was my turn to buy a round of drinks, so I was trying to get the attention of the bartender. I felt someone punch me in the side. At first, I thought someone had just hit me, but then I felt the warmth and the rapid stream of blood pouring down my shirt. I realized then and there that I'd actually gotten stabbed. As far as I can remember, it wasn't even that painful. Still, my legs gave out under me and I collapsed to the floor. Even then, I worried about ruining my expensive suit, ignoring the fact that I might be dying. Oncoming death is funny like that. Everyone thinks they're the exception, that they'll get out from whatever horrible situation the universe has thrust upon them. At least, that's what I thought, as the life drained from my body. The world around me just faded to black, and before I knew it, I had just died. Then there was the void. At first, it was little more than darkness, only broken by weird shapes and colors in the distance. As I regained a sense of my surroundings, I was dragged toward a new world.
one without pain, suffering, or death. All there was were people on a journey to different destinations. Whether they had all died like myself, or if they weren't born yet, I didn't know. All I knew was that I wasn't afraid anymore. The worries, the anxiety, and all my fears had been left behind. A light appeared in the distance, endlessly far away. I knew that would be my final destination, my final purpose in the brief life I'd led. Unfortunately, I never managed to get that far. I was jolted awake in my own bed, soaking wet from sweat and shaking like a maniac. My hand reflexively clutched my side to cover up the wound I'd sustained, but it wasn't there anymore. In fact, I didn't have a single scratch on me. Had it all been a dream? My phone lit up on the bedside table. I picked it up to find dozens of text messages and missed calls.
Hey man, we're at the pub. You coming or what?
The first message read, sent at 9:43 p.m.
Hey Rick, where the hell are you?
The second message said, sent at 10:23 p.m. Then there were a couple of phone calls and another message.
I guess you fell asleep, or maybe you're getting lucky. Whatever, I'll buy another shot in your honor. Happy birthday, Rick.
Then I had over 20 phone calls and a singular message that sent shivers down my spine.
For fuck's sake, pick up the damn phone. Something happened to Danny.
I immediately called back. My fingers were trembling from both anticipation and from the memory of what had happened only a night ago. Even if my death had been little more than a nightmare, I knew for sure I'd met up with my friends at the pub. The phone rang 3 times, then Jake picked up.
Rick, is that you? Where the hell are you?
Jake asked in a panicked, tired voice. I don't know what happened. I guess I fell asleep? I half-asked, half-stated.
Danny got stabbed last night,
Jake said without listening to my explanation. Stabbed? How?
I don't know. Some nutjob just walked up to him and stabbed him in the side.
I almost dropped my phone in shock. Danny had been attacked just like myself, in the exact same place. 1,000 thoughts rushed through my mind, but worry quickly became my main concern. Is he alright?
He's still in surgery. They're only letting his wife know about... Oh, wait, here she comes.
Jake put his phone down, but I could still hear the muffled sound of their discussion. Danny's wife seemed upset, but I couldn't make out the words. Jake? I asked.
He's dead. Danny's dead.
The next few moments turned into a blurry haze of information. We'd all known Danny since we were kids, and now he was just gone. The murderer never even made it out from the pub. Apparently he got shot by one of the patrons as he tried to attack another guest. Still, I just couldn't shake the feeling that I was supposed to die that night. Regardless of what happened, the time marched on without answers. Some of our coworkers quit after Danny's death, trying to hopelessly move on. I didn't blame them. I also needed some distance. I never even told them what I'd experienced that night. It wouldn't have helped them anyway. A year passed, and I hardly spoke to any of my friends. I started to get some semblance of normalcy in the wake of Danny's death, but that would all come to an end on the 18th of August, 2007. By the time day had given way to night, I'd almost finished the bottle. Even as a rather large guy, the alcohol had hit me hard. At around 9 o'clock, I just passed out in bed, awaiting a horrible hangover in the morning. I only awoke around midnight when I heard the front door forcefully break open, followed by footsteps and whispers. I tried to get up, still drowsy from alcohol. As I took one step out from my bed, I slipped and came tumbling down to the floor. I produced a massive crash, loud enough to alert whichever intruders had broken in.
I thought you said no one would be home,
a man stated angrily.
Don't worry about it, I'll go deal with it.
The footsteps moved quickly in my direction. I tried to lock the door, but they were too fast, kicking it open and knocking me back to the ground. A masked man entered my room, holding onto a gun. He only spoke a single sentence to me before pointing the weapon at me and pulling the trigger.
You should have stayed quiet.
Unfortunately, the man had a horrible shot. He aimed at my head, but it hit me in the throat instead. There I lay, drowning in my own blood as I desperately gasped for air. I couldn't crawl away, and I couldn't call for help. I died on my bedroom floor,
on my own birthday, just as I had a year earlier. Once life finally drained from my body and the god-awful pain ceased, I was back in the world beyond. I walked through the same colorful dimension that lay just on the edge of life. I admired the shapes and colors as they passed. In the distance, I saw a tree with branches stretching endlessly far from its trunk. From each branch dangled a person, real but not existing in our world. I wanted to visit them, but that wasn't my destination, because just like before, I would wake up in my own bed, unharmed by the events from the previous night. My phone buzzed, and I was filled with an unfathomable dread. I still couldn't quite believe it, but I started to understand that someone would take my place in death. Hello?
Rick, it's Dad. Your mother, she passed away last night.
A lump formed in my throat. I knew what was coming next, but I had to ask. How? What happened?
The police say it was a burglary gone wrong. I don't know. I was working late. I should have been there.
The discussion trailed off from there. My dad was distraught and could barely form coherent sentences. He blamed himself for not being there, but I knew the truth. It was my fault. During the next 2 months, he fell into deep depression. I couldn't blame him. He just lost the love of his life. I moved in with him just to help him pick up the pieces. He put on a strong face, trying his best to keep the ship afloat, but I could tell how close he was to just breaking down.
If only I'd been there.
It wasn't your fault, Dad. Had you been there, you might be gone too.
You don't know that.
But I did know. Because the burglars weren't ever supposed to visit my parents' house. They were supposed to kill me. I had to come clean. I had to let him know the truth, but how could I? Half a year passed, and the secret ate at me. After everything that had happened, I still didn't know how to explain it. Still, I decided it was time to share my curse. Dad, can we talk?
Yeah, what's going on?
He asked with a worried expression on his face. He knew me well, and he could tell a heavy burden was weighing me down. I started by telling him about my first death, down to the smallest detail. Of course, it matched everything that the people had witnessed in the pub that night, even the location of the stab wound. I told him Danny had taken my place in death and that I felt guilty. Naturally, he was skeptical at first, but then I told him about my mother. I didn't spare him any details. I told him where I'd gotten shot, that the door had been broken down, and that there were 2 robbers. Every detail matched perfectly down to the letter. I'm so sorry, Dad. It was my fault. I killed her. He just sat there in silence, processing what I had just told him.
It wasn't your fault.
I was confused. There wasn't a single ounce of anger in his words, only overwhelming empathy. How can you say that? She didn't have to die. He mulled over his next words carefully before speaking.
You didn't do anything wrong, Rick. You just went about your life, and these things happened to you. I don't know why you've been brought back, or even how, but you're not to blame for what is done to you.
So, you believe me? I asked. He nodded and embraced me in a hug. Suddenly, I wasn't alone in the world anymore. Someone knew what was happening to me. What if it happens again?
Then we'll get through it together.
He stood by these words, even as my next birthday rolled around. That death was more tame. I slipped in the shower and broke my neck. The last thought that went through my mind as I left the world for the 3rd time was, how cliché. Once again, I awoke in my bed. I called out for my dad, making sure he was still alive, horrified that he might have taken my place. I couldn't even breathe until he came rushing to my side, asking what had happened. I broke my neck, but I'm fine, I think. It took a while before I figured out who had taken my place that time. But once I heard that my boss had died, something broke inside of me. He was the kindest man I'd ever met. And just like myself, he'd slipped and broken his neck. That was the final straw. It wasn't some bizarre coincidence I could brush off, nor a premonition. I decided then and there that I couldn't live with the responsibility. I had to put a stop to it,
even if it meant giving up my own life. I figured that if I took control over my own fate and killed myself outside my own birthday, maybe I could prevent more people from dying. First, I left behind a long letter to my father, explaining why I'd chosen to leave. I couldn't face him in person. I knew he'd just try to talk me out of it, but it was something I had to do. I couldn't allow any more people to die on my behalf. Alas, fate is a fickle bitch. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't end my own life. I tried hanging, but the rope broke. Then I tried to shoot myself, but the gun jammed. When that failed, I tried to drive my car into a tree, but somehow I survived that as well. Any attempt was met with failure. All I could do was wait for my next birthday and let someone die in my place. No matter how many times I tried, I couldn't die. I was a slave to destiny, and it was destroying me. In 2009, I was hit by a drunk driver, and my girlfriend took my place. In 2010, I drowned, and my kind neighbor had to go through that death. In 2011, I died from a brain aneurysm, which ended up killing my aunt. And so on and so on. Each year I'd die, and a person close to me would take my place. I kept trying to find a way out, but fate wouldn't have it. Years went by, and on the 18th of August 2019, I would die for the 14th time. I'd already fallen sick a week earlier, much to the doctor's confusion. According to each and every laboratory value, I was fine, yet I kept getting sicker. My father and I both knew my time was near, but we also knew I'd be forcefully brought back. Then, at midnight on my birthday, my heart just gave out. I was jolted awake in my own bed, and the sickness was little more than a distant memory. "Dad?" I called out. No response. I got out of bed and called his name again. I was met with silence. I didn't have to call a third time. I already knew what had happened. I carefully walked into his room, horrified at what I knew would come. He was dead, just gone from a heart attack. He'd taken my place, and I could do nothing to save him. The funeral came and went in a blur. The only noticeable thing was the missing seats from the people who had passed before him. Some of them had lived their own lives and died as nature intended, but a number of them were supposed to live on. Instead, they'd just taken my place in death. I inherited a number of things from my father. Among them, I found a letter addressed to me. It looked rather worn, so I could tell he'd written it a long time ago.
Dear Richard, today is your birthday, and it has officially been a year since your mother passed. While I miss her greatly, I'm thankful to still have you around. I know that if she was given the choice, she would want you to live. I feel the same way. We both know that I might one day take your place in death. Never doubt that I would happily give my life if it means that you may live. You didn't choose this curse, so never blame yourself. Just do what every person is supposed to. Appreciate the people around you, because you never know what day might be their last. I love you, Dad.
Since I read that letter, I've been looking for a way out. My father might want to stay behind, but how can I live on, knowing that I'm taking someone's place? I've long since left town, living by myself in a cabin somewhere away from people. Hopefully, if I have no one left that cares about me, people will stop dying. At least until I can figure out not only how to die, but how to actually stay dead. I'm sorry.
Hey everybody. So you all seem to enjoy on the last video how I included my thoughts at the end, and if you want to hear what I thought about this story, stick around to the end of the video. I'm excited to see what you all think of it as well. And this story is connected to another story I've done, which is called If You're Armed at the Glenmont Metro, Please Shoot Me. Now you don't have to have heard that one to get the events that happen in this one because it does explain them. But if you are interested in hearing that story, I will leave a link to it in the pinned comment. No person, well actually, no living thing, has experienced more suffering than clinical trial subject S-47. S-47 was a healthy male who volunteered to be a test subject for a trial of a drug called Mentinovix. Mentinovix typically yields mild improvements in memory and cognition. S-47 had a different reaction to the drug. I'm the research scientist who administered the dose of Mentinovix to this poor man, and I consulted with his doctors in the ER after he was found crumpled under a bench at the Glenmont Metro station. I have first-hand knowledge of the devastating trauma that a Mentinovix cross-reaction can produce, so I couldn't understand why someone would beg me to put them through what S-47 had experienced. Then, I took the drug myself. Mentinovix is essentially a calcium ion accelerator paired with a protein that binds to certain dendritic neuroreceptors. It makes signals flow faster through the brain, a lot faster. When I administered a mental speed assessment to subject S-47 30 minutes after I gave him 25 milligrams, he was able to perform incredible, inhuman mental feats. He finished a 50-word word search in 3 seconds, solved a maze drawn onto a poster-sized paper in 2 seconds. His mind worked fast enough to catch thrown Cheerios with chopsticks. Mentinovix had pushed him well into the superhuman range of thinking speeds. His mental speed was still accelerating when he left our offices. I told him to enjoy the extra time he would seem to have, since, to his super-accelerated brain, minutes would seem like hours. At the time, I thought S-47 would view the drug's effect as a positive thing. I pictured him at home, happily speed-reading through books he wanted to find time to read. That's what I would have done, or so I thought. It didn't occur to me that from his point of view, just getting home from our office would seem like it took days. He must have experienced hours of perceived time just in the elevator from our office. A day waiting for the next train, and another day crammed inside a crowded and smelly metro car. If I'd thought of that while he was still in the office, maybe I wouldn't have just sent him on his way with nothing more than a Mentinovix trial pamphlet. But what happened to S-47 was much, much worse than experiencing the equivalent of days on the metro. 19 minutes after I sent him home, I got a call from the ER at the White Oak Hospital. A man had been found behaving bizarrely under a bench in the Glenmont Metro station. By the time he reached the ER, he was unresponsive. Personnel in the ER found the Mentinovix trial pamphlet in his pocket and called my lab. I took a blood sample and ran an engram decay. I'm oversimplifying the neuroscience here, but basically, the cells in a conscious brain continuously make new connections and tear down existing connections. The new connections represent learning, and the torn down connections represent forgetting. When we sleep, cerebrospinal fluid washes away the metabolic debris from this activity. The test I ran measures how much engram decay, and forgetting, has happened since the last sleep cycle. Engram decay is a good way of measuring the equivalent duration of consciousness, how long a patient has perceived they have been awake. We use this in the Mentinovix trials to measure the acceleration in thinking speed. More engram decay means the subject has perceived a longer period of consciousness. S-47's engram decay results were incomprehensibly large. I ran the sample 3 times to make sure nothing was wrong with the lab equipment. I got the same result each time. Subject S-47's brain had run so fast that in the 90 minutes between leaving the lab and winding up in the ER, he had perceived 8 million years of consciousness. The man had been awake so long, in his perceived time frame, that he had forgotten everything, literally. His mind had been running so fast that even the nearly instantaneous act of blinking would be perceived as thousands of years of darkness. From his massively sped-up perspective, his view of the metro station from under the bench must have been an eternal, unchanging scene. The near-complete lack of mental stimulation he experienced, and the 8 million years of perceived time were utterly devastating. His brain tore itself down in an act of forgetting. The ER sent me an fMRI scan. His cortex had no activity. His gray matter was essentially a collection of disconnected neurons. At the time, we had no way of knowing what caused this extreme side effect, but we noted that his blood work showed that he had recently taken a sleeping aid. We guessed that the 25 milligram dose of Mentanovex, already unusually active in this subject, interacted with the sleeping drug. I compiled everything I had on S-47 into a report and sent it to the head office. The company published an adverse drug reaction bulletin, and the Mentanovex trial was put on indefinite hold. I never learned what happened to subject S-47. 2 months later, I was in my office preparing for a trial of a new blood pressure medication when the receptionist called.
There's a woman here to see you.
Then he whispered.
She said she didn't need an appointment because of who she is.
I met my unexpected visitor in the lobby, a woman in her late 30s or early 40s. She wore a black business suit and had a ratty red Jansport backpack slung over her shoulder. She introduced herself as soon as I walked into the busy lobby, as if she already knew what I looked like.
My name is Helen Kazin. I work for the Department of Defense, and I need to talk to you about Mentanovex.
As soon as we got to my office, she pulled a stack of papers from her backpack and dropped them on my desk. It was the Mentanovex Adverse Drug Reaction Bulletin.
I need you to do this to me.
You want me to induce the worst adverse drug reaction I've ever heard of? In you? On purpose?
The bulletin says that a high dose of flumenzenil could potentially reverse the reaction. I want you to induce the adverse Mentanovex reaction in me, and when I give the signal, administer flumenzenil to slow my mind back down.
The bulletin says potentially. Could potentially. That's 2 weasel words in a row. The bulletin has a mandatory future research section they needed material for, so they put in the only wild-ass idea they had. In reality, nobody knows how to prevent, induce, or reverse this reaction.
I'm okay with uncertainty.
Why would you want to do this to yourself? For what purpose?
Science. I want to watch someone die. With my own eyes. In extreme slow motion.
I thrust the bulletin back at her. Whoever you are, Miss Kazin, your idea of what science is and mine are profoundly incompatible. I won't help you destroy your brain. I won't participate in what sounds to me more like a satanic death ritual than clinical research. 6 weeks later, I found myself escorted through security in building G-164 at Aberdeen Proving Ground. My escort, Dr. Helen Kazin. Those 6 weeks opened my eyes to what a truly well-connected person can accomplish, no matter how demented their goals. Dr. Kazin had somehow gotten a national interest exemption to the Mentanovex ban. I received the original document, signed by the director of the National Security Council herself. Frankly, until then, I didn't even know there was such a thing as a national interest exception to a restricted drug. Helen had also somehow influenced the directors of the huge pharmaceutical company that developed Mentanovex. The CEO phoned me and asked me to participate in Dr. Kazin's important experiment. I asked her if she knew exactly what Helen was doing. She said she had no idea and didn't care, and just told me to give her whatever help she needed. The way she said it made it abundantly clear that I was not to ask any questions. Of course, I did have questions. Why do I have to participate in this was at the top of my list. But I already received a counseling letter from HR complaining about my lack of judgment for letting S-47 go home while he was still in the grip of Mentanovex. I felt pressure to lay down and go with the flow. And that's exactly what I did. Helen met me in the lobby of the massive office building. When she visited me at my office, she wore a black business suit. Today, she was wearing a white lab coat with Kazin embroidered above the pocket.
Thank you for coming. I trust you have the drugs?
I showed her what I brought, a 100 milligram vial of Mentanovex HCl. She had requested the Mentanovex be compounded in an injectable form, and a box of Ambien pills. I also had a single vial of flumazenil, which, according to the hastily written adverse reaction bulletin, could potentially reverse the Mentanovex cross-reaction with Ambien. The guard in the lobby gave me a red badge displaying the letter E for escort required, and Helen led me into the offices beyond. Helen's office was a windowless chamber with a floor-to-ceiling whiteboard covering all 4 walls and even the back of the door. Equations and strange diagrams featuring stars, circles, and what looked like electrical engineering symbols, or maybe ancient runes, filled the whiteboards. Helen watched me gape at the weird symbology that surrounded us. She laughed.
It's just math. These
She pointed at the markings that looked like ancient runes.
are just stochastic tensors. The whole thing is just a giant probabilistic differential. Never mind.
She thrust a clipboard of paperwork at me.
Sign these, please. They're non-disclosure agreements.
I worked through the paperwork while Helen rummaged around in the piles of binders and boxes in the corner of her office.
You can wear this.
She said and handed me a lab coat. I handed her the signed paperwork and put on the lab coat. You're going to destroy your brain, you know. The patient who had the cross reaction was left with a completely unconnected cortex. There's no coming back from that.
Thank you for your concern, but I have a plan.
I sighed. This was really happening, and I was a part of it. What's the plan?
I'm going to pre-dose with the sleeping aid. I will also take 50 milligram of dexamphetamine so I don't fall asleep. Then we wait.
Wait for what?
We wait for the test subject to die.
When Helen visited my office and told me she wanted to watch someone die, I thought she was a lone lunatic. Someone who did their own research. You know what I mean. I was completely wrong. Whatever Helen was up to, it had the full support of important people. The head of the friggin' NSC signed the National Interest Exemption memo, and apparently, it is in the national interest to overdose Helen on an experimental psychoactive drug and let her watch someone die. Is this an animal study?
The test subject is a human with a terminal disease. He volunteered to participate in this experiment.
She turned to her desk and sorted through a stack of papers and folders. She found what she was looking for and handed me a green folder.
We have Institutional Review Board approval for this. I know it's a little unusual, but everything that we're doing today is approved.
I remembered telling Helen that her experiments sounded more like a satanic death ritual than legitimate science. Now, in Helen's office, with the walls full of strange mathematical symbols and diagrams of stars inside of circles, the same thought again occurred to me. Despite all the trappings of authority and approval, I could not see how this ludicrous experiment was legitimate science. The phone rang. Helen answered with a terse,
Yes?
Whoever was on the other end of the call spoke briefly.
We will be right there.
Helen said and hung up the phone.
We have to go to the capture chamber. I will explain the plan in more detail when we get there.
We marched out of her office, Helen in the lead. We wound through the halls of her second-floor office suite, then into the stairwell. We descended 10 floors, through the fire doors at the bottom of the stairwell, then into another security vestibule. More checking of IDs, more signatures on sign-in sheets. I put my phone in a small cubby. I was given a second badge that read, Detain and blindfold if unescorted. Then we passed through a glass-enclosed, one person at a time man-trap and into a long corridor. I read the signs on the doors we passed. Some were normal basement corridor sorts of things. Electrical, custodial closet, HVAC. Then the signs got weirder. Pharmacy, theology, hospice. We stopped at a door fitted with a small sign that said, Capture Chamber. Helen entered her code into the keypad lock. I heard the lock click and open, and I had a sudden flash of fear, panic almost. The feeling was more than just a strong distaste for whatever Helen was doing. I sensed that whatever was behind the door was wrong. Not just ethically wrong or scientifically misguided, but cosmically wrong and dangerous. Helen held the door for me, and I entered the room in which I would spend the next 120 years. The capture chamber was a gigantic space, like a Walmart with all the shelving removed. A flawless white tile floor reflected the ranks of hundreds of fluorescent lights that hung from the ceiling 50 feet above us. A hospital bed was positioned in the center of a raised circular platform in the center of the room. Even from the door, a good 150 feet away, I could tell that there was a patient in the bed. A vital signs monitor stood to the left of the bed. A man sat in a metal folding chair on the right. The platform was surrounded by heavy machinery. Huge cams mounted on shiny stainless steel shafts were linked to a maze of interlocking rails that surrounded the bed platform. A tangle of brightly colored cables wove through the equipment like tree roots or caterpillars, giving the apparatus the look of something organic. Another raised platform stood outside of the ring of machinery. Instead of a bed, this platform held a black leather reclining chair that was oriented so that whoever sat in it could observe the test subject. At least 24 computer monitors were mounted on a metal framework surrounding the chair. Helen led me to this second observation platform.
The test subject
She pointed at the patient in the hospital bed.
Stopped oral intake 6 days ago and lost consciousness 36 hours ago. We are monitoring his respiration and mandibular movement. We believe he will die in the next 2 hours.
Who is the man sitting next to him?
That's his son. Our protocols specify that the terminally ill test subjects must be comforted by one family member. Because both the test subject and the family member must have top secret clearance, finding test subjects that match the protocol criteria is quite tedious.
Something about the way she said this suggested she thought having family members present was a waste of resources. We climbed a short flight of steps to the observation platform with the leather chair. The chair faced the center of the platform with the hospital bed, where the test subject lay dying. 2 huge mounting stands holding 12 computer monitors each stood to the left and right, framing the view of the hospital bed. The monitors flashed and flickered patterns that appeared to be random noise. Helen walked to the leather chair, and I stumbled behind, slack-jawed, trying to make sense of this bizarre experiment, or whatever it was. Helen continued talking to me, oblivious to my confusion.
I'm going to predose with the Ambien and dexamphetamine now. The dexamphetamine will counteract the Ambien, so I should have no problem staying awake. We will wait until his respiration slows to be 6 breaths per minute. Then, you will inject me with 40 milligrams of Mintonovix.
She sat in the chair, a surprisingly ordinary reclining armchair.
Please put the drugs here.
She gestured to a small table to her right that held a tall glass of water and a prescription bottle labeled dexamphetamine. Bolted to the left arm of the chair was a gray metal box that held a small garden of switches and lights. A large, red mushroom-shaped button labeled Dose Now stood above the others.
Once the test subject dies, and I have observed what I need to see, I will press the Dose Now button, and you will immediately inject me with 200 milligrams of flumenzenil.
She pointed to her left shoulder. A small square of fabric had been cut out of the lab coat, exposing her shoulder.
This is where you will inject the Mintonovix. You will inject the flumenzenil directly into my neck. I will need it to act as rapidly as possible.
Helen, did you actually read the bulletin about S-47? He perceived being conscious for 8 million years. His mind was gone when he got to the ER, completely devoid of cortical connections. His suffering was unimaginable.
I've done the math,
she replied testily.
With the dosage I'll receive, I expect to experience only 300 to 500 years of consciousness. It should be a nice break, frankly.
A nice break? Nice? 500 years. Years of just sitting in this chair watching a corpse while these monitors flash noise at you?
Those monitors are displaying reading material. That one.
She pointed to the upper left monitor on the right side bank of crazy
villain.
flashing
I'm not
screens.
Judging.
Is displaying Wikipedia pages at a rate of 500 per second. The one next to it is scrolling through 20,000 works of English literature at 500 pages per second, and so on for the rest of the monitors. News archives, scientific publications, social media, and so on. We bought special monitors with a 500 Hz refresh rate just so we could display information fast enough.
I stared at the 2 banks of flashing screens. I couldn't perceive anything but painfully bright flickering. You're going to read for 500 years while you observe that poor man over there?
And catch up on a few emails.
She rotated a computer keyboard out of a slot in the arm of the chair.
Let's get ready, shall we?
She produced a headset from the pocket of her lab coat and put it on her head.
This is Helen Casey. This is the audio record of Observation Activity 54.
Observation 54? How long had she been watching people die in this bizarre room? Helen continued talking into her headset.
Current time is 14:23.
The
I am
battle starts
predosing
in
with 1
5,
Ambien
4,
and 50 milligrams of
3,
dexamphetamine.
2,
She popped an Ambien out of the blister pack
All you need
and
to do
downed
is
it with a
capture the
swallow of
mission
the
area.
water.
Got it?
Then she took 2 pills from the
The
dexamphetamine
souls
bottle
of
and
the
swallowed
worthy may
them.
find their
Now,
way to Valhalla.
She said, turning to me.
We wait.
She pressed a few keys on her keyboard, One of the monitors in the right bank of screens stopped flickering and instead displayed a standard computer desktop background.
My prey.
Helen clicked on icons and slid windows around the screen. When she was done, the screen held 3 windows. At the top of the screen was a data script slowly updating graphs of what I assumed were the patient's, test subjects' vital signs. Blood pressure, respiratory rate, blood oxygen, and so on. Below that was Helen's email box, 1,478 unread items, and a word processing window open to a blank page.
I understand that once the Mintonovix kicks in, audio energy will be attenuated to the point where I cannot hear anything. I will not have enough fine muscle control or breath control to speak, so I will type my observations and anything else I need to communicate here.
She moved the mouse cursor to the word processing window.
Please keep an eye on it as we proceed. It will be the only way I have to communicate.
We waited. Helen ignored me while she read and wrote emails. The patient's respiration slowly decreased. I wandered off the platform to get a closer look at the machinery surrounding the patient.
Stay away from that area!
Helen shouted at me.
I'm going to start the capture sequence soon, and there are a lot of mechanical hazards present when it's operated.
Feeling a little like a chided child, I sauntered to the short flight of stairs leading to the platform of the hospital bed. Aside from Helen, the dying man and his son were the only 2 people in the huge room, or chamber, or whatever. The test subject was an emaciated man who looked to be at least 90 years old. He slept, rather, he was in a state of unconsciousness, but did not look at all restful. His bony, withered body barely made a dent in the soft mattress of the hospital bed. Bruises up and down both arms betrayed a long battle with disease that required a lot of intravenous medicines. Hey, I said to the son, a middle-aged man sitting next to the patient. He looked up from the book he was reading. Before he could speak, Helen shouted across the chamber.
Let's try this again.
No communication with personnel on the test subject platform.
The patient's son rolled his eyes and whispered to me, Helen's a bit of a stickler for protocol. I nodded in agreement and wandered back towards Helen on the observation platform. I walked about, examining but failing to understand the machinery surrounding the test platform. I stared at the flashing banks of screens, trying and failing to perceive even a single screen of content. I stood behind Helen and surreptitiously read a few of her outgoing emails. Subject: risk analysis of portal capture experiments. Subject: military benefits of applied theological research.
After all these years.
Subject: time card failed floor check. Helen glanced back at me with a glare that clearly communicated she did not appreciate me reading emails over her shoulder.
Get ready.
I returned to strolling about the perimeter of the room. An hour passed, and then another. I thought about Helen's plan to spend centuries of perceived time in this room. I had only been here 2 hours, and I was desperately looking forward to getting the hell out. To spend multiple lifetimes here, to look forward to spending lifetimes here, was a...
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
I don't think I could handle the pressure of the Dark Force. Our prey is in the open.
We need to capture this location.
Our foes may be near.
What are you doing back here, man? What's the fucking objective?
Don't back down until this is...
The mission area is yours to capture now.
My mission isn't over yet. We need to capture this location. Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
I am ready to put on a show.
My mission isn't over yet.
I'm hit! Cover me!
Armed and dangerous! Much better. All eyes on these coordinates.
We are undefeatable! Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
About time I got a shield.
Control seized!
That's how it's done.
Control lost! They almost got it!
Got one.
In his final moment, did Magneto feel regret?
Can't see me!
Yo.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh my god! Yo. Oh my god, no, these fucking suck! Hey, pussy ass, look at one.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
We are Venom. You are insignificant. We no longer fear the fire. The end is coming.
Charge! They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
People are scared of you? You're nothing compared to what I've seen in Limbo.
Oh, really? Pop over to Clintar sometime and then run your mouth. Unlikely. We are symbiote non grata on Clintar.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1! You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
If it's Power Fisk is after, I'm glad to give him a healthy dose of mine. Help! So cold! You think I'm afraid of being hurt? Got you!
Martial law in effect. Unauthorized.
Heads up, bad guys. Hey, watch out.
So cold. I found my weak spot.
This second, I can't ran away from the group.
She was not on even time.
I'm too vulnerable.
We are undefeatable!
Initiating surveillance mode. Martial law in effect. Unauthorized.
Here's how you
Surveillance mode. Martial law in effect. Unauthorized entry.
I'm too vulnerable. I'm vulnerable.
Oh shit!
Only 60 seconds left.
extra protection.
We have returned.
I got it right.
Ultra Ring Supreme.
The final 10 seconds! Another epic victory! Big win! The right heroes could make all the difference.
You are insignificant.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Ready to rock, sis?
You know me, Johnny. When I'm needed, I'm there.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The Fantastic Four is my family. They'd be able to meet at any.
Here comes trouble. We need to stop that vehicle in its tracks. They waited halfway! Stop them! Better stop that vehicle!
Friendly. Why'd we stop, Spider?
There's still a chance to stop them!
A little help, please.
Hello?
You stop them in their tracks! We are undefeatable! Spider mode! Invisible? You stop them in their tracks!
Ready to go full
Bright like a star! I am ready to put on a show!
You're up, little one.
The final 10 seconds!
Portal.
Shields up! We are undefeatable! Going to overtime! Fire mode!
We have returned.
They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them. You're up, little ones.
Just what we needed.
Better stop that vehicle! Disappear!
Magneto!
They've made it halfway! Stop them! Better stop that vehicle! Extra strength awesomeness!
Yo, Penny is every time I have a Penny just
I'm counting on you, friends.
You can't get rid of us so easy.
No pressure from the front line.
Shields up!
They just
Here comes trouble!
By the eye of Agamotto!
Fire mode!
Back to full strength.
Only 60 seconds left!
Poor sweet child.
This should help.
Heal! Double KO!
Where's my team?
We are undefeatable! The final 10 seconds! Disappear! No winner yet. Going to overtime! They hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Oh my god, look at that.
You can't get rid of us so easy.
Nice to know I haven't lost my hunter's instinct after all these years.
Already get shot.
Better stop that vehicle!
That's
Berserker!
Don't give them another inch! Or else. Only 60 seconds left. Time for a blow-up! Shield!
Magneto! By the eye of Agamotto!
Undefeatable!
Power beyond sight!
Down to 30 seconds.
I should have protected
No winner yet. Going to overtime. Disappear!
Fear Magneto!
Another epic victory! Big win!
Football 2 boards. How the fuck did you find that? I literally just saved the game. Yeah, if I was on Venmo,
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You are insignificant.
Meow.
You know me, Spidey. I like to play with my prey.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Guess it's up to us to save the universe. About time I had the chance to show what I can do.
You seriously think you can just switch sides as the world's about to end? You gotta be kidding.
Look who's talking. I may be a criminal, Frank, but I'm not a cold-blooded killer like you.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Pop back up under their noses.
Query. If robots chose to rise up against their a little luck.
That definitely hurts.
Double KO! That's 3!
Could have been luckier. That's one less life. Feeling luckier.
Mark my prey! You're halfway there!
Feeling luckier. Mark my prey. So stealthy. No. Spider nest is tough to go. Guess I'm not so unlucky after all. Hook, line, and tracer. Careful, Ty. Hook, line, and tracer. Sorry, Panther. Love the jungle.
Hostiles up front.
Let's make a deal. You crossed my path!
Stay close, Herbie.
You're all mine! Gotcha! Better already.
I'm just dying.
It's spider time!
The sneaky from the luck wasn't on your side. Hook, line, and tracer. Double KO. You're all mine. Feeling luckier. Let's make a deal.
Tremble before Bath!
Hook, line, and tracer. Spiders everywhere. Not the handsome ones either. My fortune's rising. So stealthy. You're all mine. Better already. Could've been luckier. Help.
Hey, team! Enjoy the amplifier!
Off my prey. Hook, line, and tracer.
Only 60 seconds left.
I'm doing this my way!
Spiders everywhere! And not the handsome! You're all mine! Well, who do we have here?
Us against the world!
That's unlucky. But still. Could have been luckier.
Down to 30 seconds.
Hook, line, and tracer!
Get that vehicle moving again! Final 10 seconds!
You crossed my path!
No winner yet. Going to overtime!
Unlucky. See the time's up! Mark my prey! Do better.
Vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Hey, man!
Mark my prey! Strike! Mark my prey!
Double KO!
My fortune's rising!
You're halfway there. Keep going!
Mark my prey!
That's 3!
My luck's improving!
Destination Avengers Tower. Move out.
Let's make a deal. Hook, line, and tracer!
There! Don't turn back now!
Unlucky, but still.
I'll patch you up.
Better
spiders.
Co-op time!
My way.
Let's make a deal. Tracer. This cat has claws.
Double KO!
You put up a hell of a hunt, Elsa. Be proud.
Only 60 seconds left. Wow, 4 in a row. Wow. 6 in a row. Way to go. Unbelievable. Gotcha. Unbelievable.
We can't all land
The
on
vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum. Unbelievable.
That definitely helps. Hey, feeling luckier. Deliciously dangerous. You put up a hell of a fight. Lost my prey.
That's it. Don't let anything stand in your way. Double KO. This cat has claws. So close. This is your big chance.
Lost my prey. Lost strike. Let's make a deal.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Oh shit. That shit fucking hilarious.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
You are insignificant.
What's going on, guys? It's Jeb. So Call of Duty and Infinity Ward just ended up dropping the MW4 multiplayer trailer. Now, we've seen gameplay and stuff from this game overall, but Modern Warfare 4 is right around the corner. We've seen, we'll have to see if there's any like that for a new season or something. I couldn't believe the colors look good. Nothing is worse than playing a Call of Duty game that is terrible for thumbnails or screenshotting the game, and it's just, you have to color correct it and stuff like that to make it not look like an orange mess or like this weird looking low vibrance but high saturation. You get what I'm saying. It's a very
think
there's
that
some
being
Call
the
of
living
Duties that look
embodiment
really
of
weird. I
famine
love
might not
this
be
logo.
ideal,
These guys are on the other
Jubilee.
side of the door, about
It's
to
a lot
breach,
better
and
than
they
a
have
constant
these
craving for blood.
tripwires that
battle
we've
starts
seen
in
before. You
5,
attach one end to the
4,
wall and then the
3,
other end to the wall
2,
or the floor or
1.
whatever, and it'll stretch between those
All you need
two
to do is
points. I'm
capture the
curious if you
mission
can do
area.
anything
Got it?
crazy with it. Obviously, this seems like more than one is set up here. No idea how far the actual wires themselves can go. Do they cover like a 10-meter area, 5 meters? How far is it? And then he's got this ugly ass, I don't even know what the, got shotguns again, jumps over a vault. We got the assassination. Then we got what looks like an EMP effect, I guess. So the running in here got this train map. I've seen this train a few times. Actually, this might be a different train. I saw this one train that was actually running around the map. As soon as it swaps over to this scene, he pops it, you see it lit up, and then he pops it, turns it off, and you can see this white, like, outline thing fly across everything. I'm pretty sure this is the EMP thing. You pop this, you get free points. We also got, like, this drone thing I really hope is terrible all the time, because anytime drones are strong in these games, they're really annoying. Most of the time, they're dog shit, but hybrid scope here, he's got the big thing, he always does the swap there. No one's ever really moving like this with this kind of sight. Very rarely actually see people use these hybrid sights, but they always do this. Every single time they show these, this guy's flying into the fucking wall, swaps over. No one ever does that in game, but this area looks cool as well. Lots of sparks and stuff. The area looks like sensory overload with all the water and everything as well, but colors look great. The shadows don't look too dark or anything like that. Visibility seems good so far. There's this weird animation the guy does. This is a different weapon than the one that he's using right here. He runs up right, oh no, never mind, he's swapped. I don't know if shotgun secondaries are a thing in this game, or if this is supposed to be some kind of kill streak, but he pulls this out after using this hybrid scope thing, swaps over, already has it. This looks like a secondary shotgun. Probably not good. If this shotgun can kill this guy from this distance, yeah, this will be a problem. It's just a cutscene though, no big deal. Pulls up the secondary, shoots, a little animation. We got the thermal scope there. Boom. Guy's running up on the side of him. He's got a weird spring-loaded knife thing, so he pulls him out and then fires it out. So when he ADS's here, what's this look like? Okay, I mean, it's not the slowest, it's not the fastest either, but looks smooth. Clear picture, ADS is in, it's fast enough, that's for sure. I don't know if this is considered like a full-blown sniper rifle or not, or if it's got like a weird marksman rifle kind of thing going on, but kill streaks, we got more kill streaks over here as well. We got like the Wall-E looking thing. These are notorious, I've never used these, but these are almost always notoriously annoying in every single game that they're in. We'll have to see how you can deal with them in terms of like the EMPs and how much explosive damage is this and that. Also, how Flak Jacket works. Is Flak Jacket more powerful? Is it just a single damage clamp? Is there overall reduction? How does Tac Mask / Battle Hardened work in this game? Because I was just playing MW19 and there's Battle Hardened in that game, and you can get stunned in the game and it only reduces the amount and the effect of the stun. It doesn't make you immune to it. Whereas like in BO1, for example, you're basically immune. You'll have a small effect, your character will get disrupted for just a moment, then you immediately regain control and you're almost never completely blind. Whereas in MW19, the flash will still go through, the stun still goes through, you still deal with the effect, but it's reduced. So it feels really lackluster, because you're still dying to stuns and shit. Does this cute little animation where he goes from a smiley face to an angry face and he starts shooting, gives it a little personality, I guess, whatever. Got the minigun on that shit. This guy is picking up a riot shield from the ground. Now, I don't know if this is an actual, like, third-person animation or something. Usually in Call of Duty, when a player, like, walks over something that they're going to pick up, it usually will just, like, appear in their arms and they'll do, like, a weird little equipping animation. Usually your character is not reaching down like this whenever they do that, so I don't know if this is like a, oh, you can see the classic, like, weird, I don't even know what to call this. You see all these dots here? Every single time there's, like, motion, or even sitting inside of the shadows on all of these Infinity Ward games, there's a bunch of these little dots. It's a smeary, blurry mess. I can't stand this. I can never get this to go away, even when I was messing around with all of my settings. I was actually gonna mention it when I was playing MW2, I think it was. I was like, dude, why the fuck does it look like this? I changed the anti-aliasing as much as I could, any of the blurring, any of it, and it just, I can't make this go away. I hate how this looks. Anyway, this animation is a little odd. Yeah, these guys die and fall onto the ground. I don't know if these are like regular people in multiplayer. This is a multiplayer map. Is there like a whole long animation whenever you go and pick this shit up now, or what? I don't know if it was made just for it. Now he's got the riot shield. Guy fires a rocket. Rocket lands basically to the side of him over here, and he still survives. He is taking damage though, so it's hard to tell. Is he taking damage like around the riot shield, maybe in the foot or the side or something like that? Or is it possible that the bullets are actually going through the riot shield now and kind of doing damage? It's not permanently unbreakable, basically. We've heard about this for a long time, about having breakable riot shields, and I don't really recall any game where the riot shield is actually breakable yet. It's always been a thing since like MW2 people talking about you need to be able to shoot through. I don't know if this is the case still yet, though. So you're able to go and slam it down, mount it, and then use it as cover. Very typical, nothing too crazy. Pulls out his own launcher. Free fire launcher. He shoots and it just explodes everywhere. I don't know if this is a kill streak or what. Like a war machine kind of thing. Reloads, shoots it again, and then he just unloads an entire magazine into this guy's chest. This magazine is giant. I don't even know where the fuck this is going to. We got a moving train on here. Got a couple more weapons over here. These guys running down the middle. Oh, this is the guy with that weird war machine looking thing again. Okay, so it is all explosive and shit. Throws an explosive on the train, and the train goes by and blows up. You got some jets or planes or whatever the fuck flying over. This is probably like some Warthog, kill streak or some shit like that, where you take control, you go fly into the cockpit, flies over the map, does a couple passes, and you get the shoot. Pops in, we got this classic shotgun. Boom, blast him. Cool little animation with the shell. Calls it a kill streak. I don't know if that's like an AC-130 kind of situation or what. What the fuck? I don't even know what to call this. It drops down parachuting missiles, and you get to shoot from the parachute. We got kill block. This is probably the thing that I'm going to be playing throughout the entire grind. I imagine this is likely the fastest way to go and get it. Hopefully there's going to be like a hardcore kill block and all that stuff as well. I imagine though, there's apparently like hundreds of combinations that you can do. I have a feeling that there's going to be a situation where there's a certain combination that is like absolute dog shit, and you're just kind of rolling the dice every single time you go and join a kill block game. Now, it's nice to be able to keep people on their toes. It's complete brain rot, so it's nice to actually have the small map, something that's actually changing all the time, so it's a little less brain rot. You got Crash, it looks like Crash anyway. It's definitely a lot smaller in scale, though, it looks like, because I'm pretty sure this right here is definitely not this close. So even though it is taking those parts of, like, specific maps, the scale doesn't seem like it's one-to-one, so it's definitely not going to play the same. Get that cool effect when he starts shooting. You can see through the smoke now. That's the new thing. We've seen this in multiple games, though. It's not really revolutionary. It's cool, though. Cool little transition. We get this little scan through the wall. Where did that come from, though? What did he throw here? He spawned in. Paused. What the fuck is that? It sticks into the ground. I don't know if that's like some kind of charge thing, or if that is actually what scanned this guy through the wall. I don't know if somebody else scanned him, or if that thing that he threw down is what's scanning him here. It doesn't seem like it's a live ping, it's more of a snapshot of that exact moment. Yeah, so when he's going by, you don't see him moving or anything. We've got this really weird looking sniper rifle here with this. I kind of fuck with it though. And comparing the ADS speed to the other sniper rifle we ended up seeing, it's definitely a little bit slower, but it's a bit more of a chunky scope, so it's expected to be a bit slower. Climbs up, cool transition. What the fuck? I thought this was a death machine. It's like a shotgun. Ground War is coming. Now, I remember everybody playing Ground War pretty early into MW19. This is before Warzone dropped, I'm pretty sure. I remember how that was like a fear dream, actually. All I remember is people glitching under that one staircase. That was really fucking annoying. I remember all the memes of people running up all the stairs, 20 flights of stairs in some building, just to randomly die to some shit. Now, obviously, the design was really not that great for multiplayer, especially. I would argue that it wasn't very good for Warzone either, but no zip lines, no like parkour ways up into windows and shit. Nothing. You were at the mercy of them. They don't have to move. Looking at this map, if they do have Ground War, I imagine, would this not be the new Warzone map? Usually, yeah, Ground War uses the new Warzone map. Yeah, I mean, this looks like a Warzone map, no? Got the big trees over there. Maybe not.
Nowhere yet. Going to overtime.
Nuclear Protocol. Oh, shit. No fucking way that's the animation. I mean, yeah, it looks like Call of Duty. I've been through every single stage of grief, man. I've faced 10 years, and I've genuinely enjoyed years. We'll just have to see what kind of year this one is. Tekken has an update tonight. Hopefully they actually have some balance changes in there. That Halloween game is coming out in a couple weeks as well, and I'm really excited for that. Yeah, let me know what you guys think about everything here. And yeah, it's been Jeb, guys. Later.
Holy shit, DPS.
Alright, what's going on, guys? It's Chev, and welcome to Modern Warfare 2 Remastered Campaign. Every time I throw the word campaign in there and I can't say multiplayer, it hurts me a little bit inside. I made a video basically saying, hey, if the video gets 30,000 likes, fuck it, I'll do a playthrough on this game. I mean, the playthrough isn't that long. It could be like 5 hours. I've seen other people do it in like 4 hours, 3.5 hours, other shit like that. It all really depends. I don't really remember all of the things that happened in this whole story. I remember a whole lot of different little events and things like that. Definitely remember No Russian. I remember, you know, the cliff mission with the ice and shit like that. The underwater thing where you're assassinating people and shit like that. The breaching mission. But past that, I don't really remember that much. All the details, all the characters, and all that other shit. So, yeah, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna fucking... Yeah. Alright, new game. This game is a fully remastered version of the original campaign from Modern Warfare 2. Some players may find some game content in one of the missions disturbing or offensive. Would you like to have the option to skip this? I will not be offended. 40 minutes, an hour, some shit like that. Hearing all of the original voices and the music and shit, even when I was just sitting in the menu. So nostalgic. Everybody's like such big fans of all the characters on this game. I remember a character from Call of Duty 2 Big Red 1 named Brooklyn. That guy broke my heart when he died. Spoiler alert. Everybody else, I mean, I know the details and shit, sort of. I know the names and all that shit, how big of a deal they are to people. But 5 years later, when they went through all the events of the original MWR, or COD 4, now we're here. Moscow, Russia.
The more things change, the more they stay the same. Boundaries shift, new players step in, but power always finds a place to rest its head. We fought and bled alongside the Russians. We should have known they'd hate us for it. History is written by the victor, and here I am thinking we'd won. But you bring down one enemy and they find someone even worse to replace him. Locations change. The rationale. The objective. Yesterday's enemies are today's recruits. Train them to fight alongside you. And pray they don't eventually decide to hate you for it too.
I mean, that's all you can do, though. It's really just hope. I mean, there are a lot of good people out there. People just don't like it. You just don't get the right impression. You don't agree on something. Circumstances, all sorts of shit. I mean, the Rangers, dude, that logo is so familiar to me.
New badge hitting the pit today, so I'll send you the best I find.
New badge. Yeah, well, unfortunately, I'm not going to go through that obstacle course very well, so I might not make it onto the squad to begin in FaZe Clan, but I can't complete these little obstacle courses. I can't do it. I hate this shit. I end up shooting all the wrong targets. I shoot everything that moves. It doesn't matter.
No offense, but I see a lot of you guys firing from the hip and spraying bullets all over the range. You don't end up hitting the damn thing, and it makes you look like an ass. Private Allen, show them what I'm talking about. Grab that weapon off the table and fire at the targets behind you.
Alrighty. All the
Trying to make a point. Just fire from the hip.
My bad.
See what I mean? He's spraying bullets all over the damn thing. You've got to pick your target by aiming deliberately down your sights from a stable stance. Private Allen, show our friends here how the Rangers take down a target.
I like how they have the translator here. I never noticed that.
Thanks so much.
That's all.
Sensitivity feels really weird.
You want your targets to go down? You gotta aim down your sights.
This feels so different from Modern Warfare that we've been playing this year.
Aim down your sights, then pop in and out to acquire new targets. Show them, Private. If your target is close to where you're aiming, you can snap to it quickly by aiming down your sights.
Snap off. It always kind of throws me off. Here they come. See, that's what people actually think real aim assist actually is. They think you're actually auto-aiming, this aim snapping. That's not in multiplayer. People are fucking crazy. That feels so awkward to me. I hate that. I like how they have the translator here for a couple of the soldiers that don't speak English. It's a good detail. I like that.
Note that frags tend to roll on sloped surfaces. So think twice before tossing.
Yeah, and they're also heat-seeking on this game.
Thanks for the help, Private Allen. Now get over to the pit.
Yeah, no problem.
General Shepard wants to see you run the course.
Are all the new guys gonna see me do that? I'd rather not. I remember this, I remember just seeing these guys play basketball in the original, and I thought this was crazy. The fact that, like, there was just this environment of soldiers that are just chilling around, playing some fucking basketball and shit. I just tried to tackle this for him. Welcome back to life.
Her General Shepard wants to pull the shooter from our unit for something special.
Oh, I'm gonna inspect the fuck out of an intervention once I get it. It's a pretty well-known fact that guns do feel a little bit different in campaign. They even sound different.
That's amazing!
Pussy, I'm better than you. I'm a multiplayer in the fucking CD, dude. Did I win? Okay. Regular. Sick, that's what I played. I always hated those obstacle courses. I hate speedrunning shit. Hey, you might be able to speedrun, but what can you do in actual multiplayer? Right, so we're basically through the tutorial now. Now the real game begins.
We are the most powerful military force in the history of man. Every fight is our fight. Because what happens over here matters over there. We don't get to sit one out. Learning to use the tools of modern warfare is the difference between the prospering of your people and utter destruction. We can't give you freedom, but we can give you the know-how to acquire it. And that, my friends, is worth more than a whole army base of steel. Sure, it matters who's got the biggest stick, but it matters a hell of a lot more who's swinging it.
That's true.
This is a time for heroes. A time for legends. History is written. Let's get to work.
I've heard that a lot. Team player, day one. RPG! Yeah, I think that this is definitely made on the Modern Warfare Remastered engine for sure. I would argue that this doesn't really look as good as what we're playing right now, but it looks good. I mean, look at Shepard, man. It looks good. Definitely better than the original, that's for sure. The campaign, it's kind of a well-known fact that campaign, all the weapons and things like that, they all kind of act differently. There's different sounds, the aim snapping is kind of weird. Can you turn off aim snapping?
Copy, over. They're pushing the bridge layer. Beat them back. They're going for the bridge layer. On the bridge, 10 o'clock high. Take them out. Up on the bridge, port side.
Double 1-1.
How is that thing still going?
Burn building grid 252171. I need you to level that building. Now copy over. Solid copy. 2-1. Rolling it now. Target acquired.
Look at the aim snapping. You see this? I'm not even pressing anything. I can just do this and it's following him. You cannot do that on multiplayer. I swear to God.
Move it.
Looking pretty good, man. This really does remind me of just MWR. I mean, it's MW2R. But okay, I'm in.
Which building is it, sir?
It's that tall one at 1 o'clock.
Hey, which building?
I really literally have PTSD from all these big fucking buildings. I can't do this. I just immediately thought of Tovorsk, and I know that there are players sitting up there. Look, they are sitting up there. It's no different. See, now why can't I do that in fucking in Battle Royale? This shit is stupid as fuck. Let me blow the building up so I can get these freaks off the top of it. Straight up gargoyle Gregs.
We're not clear to engage unless they fire.
Don't sneeze.
This place is dead.
I mean, he just fucking blew it up.
Overlord. Hunter 2-1. We're passing Tunnel Harvey. Cross Street Elizabeth. Roger that, Hunter 2-1. Proceed with caution.
Okay.
Alright, stay frosty, you guys. This is the Wild West. Roger that. Watch those alleys.
What the fuck? Do you have nothing in your house?
30-foot mobiles. Balcony, 12 o'clock. Probable militia. Are they on? Negative. They're just watching us.
I bet they're scouting us. But that don't mean we can shoot.
Why does this guy have an RPG?
Can you see him? Can you see him?
I don't see Jack. All Hunter Victor. This is Sergeant Foley. Prepare to engage. We're taking sniper fire from multiple directions.
Yeah, they're ready to ambush us. I just saw like 3 guys with RPGs behind us. Back up. Just go. Faster.
We're getting spread out.
How many RPGs do you people have? Who funded this shit? Oh my god, what the fuck? These guys got like 80 RPGs. We can't win this fight. It's over. I'm coming. I'm in.
Is everyone all right?
I'm good. Ow, fucking pussy. Oh shit. Everything feels so weird. It's not how I imagined the game to feel for some reason. Has Call of Duty always felt like this? I think I got spoiled by Modern Warfare or some shit.
Give me that 100-1.
Die already. My bad. Ow. Who is shooting me, man? You fucking camping little rat players, man. I instinctually just picked up an MP5 because I felt like it was good. Holy shit. Modern Warfare really fucked me up. There's no way you didn't hear all that fire downstairs. Sorry. Sorry, dude. Oh, I remember how strong the melees are on this game. I do. Stay alive. Hello? Guys? Oh, my bad, done. Who am I following? Come on, Foley, I'm ahead of you. Ain't I a private? You're a sergeant. Push, pussy.
I think I saw one run into that classroom.
Where haven't you seen all of these guys? They're everywhere. We good?
102-1 actual, this is Overlord. Send traffic.
The school is secure and hostiles are withdrawing from the area. We're just mopping up now.
Solid copy, 102-1 actual. Proceed with caution to the rally point. EPWs may still be in the area, over.
Roger that, Overlord.
Okay.
Thanks for the tip.
I don't remember a single thing from this. I don't remember this at all.
Let's get to that rally point.
I'm gonna piss so many people off, that's for sure. You should have seen how much I died in the Modern Warfare shit. I keep trying to Am I seeing shit or did that guy just teleport? How did you survive a grenade? My bad. I don't know anyone that could take multiple bullets and still manage to get up somehow trying to fight. I would have just played dead at that point. I'm bleeding everywhere. I'm just gonna play dead until they pass me. Then I'll get up and run away from my life. Probably abandon ship completely.
Private Allen, you'll be taking orders from me from now on. I'll brief you on the chopper. Let's go.
Battalion is Oscar Mike!
Shepard, you're looking extra saggy, dude. No offense. You know, shit happens. It's not your fault, but, sheesh. Years are kind of tough, huh? Alright, we're at the CIA now. Joseph Allen, that's us. PFC. No idea what that means. Tracking us. Status reassigned. We're in the middle of the
How do I
ocean.
look? Like one of the bad guys. Perfect for your
What's that
undercover
look like?
assignment.
So Makarov is the prize.
Makarov's no prize. He's a whore. A mad dog killer for the highest bidder. Just remember your new identity. It'll keep you alive. Welcome to 141. Best hand-picked group of warriors on the planet.
It's an honor, sir. When do I meet the rest of the team?
Roach!
They're on a mission recovering a downed ACS module behind enemy lines.
Their feet wet?
Imagine they're just about freezing right now.
Located soap roach. Ah, it's this mission. Where exactly do you keep these cigars at?
Break's over, Butch. Let's go.
Dude, he's so fucking cool. That's a long way down. You wouldn't catch me climbing none of this shit. I don't give a fuck what
Stay
you
here
order
and
me. You
spawn.
can discharge me.
Wait for my go. All right, the ice is good. Follow me.
Okay. Oh, God. Oh, I hate this shit. Oh, God. I'm catching up to you, don't worry. Oh, the ice is cracking. I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. Please just let me up, let me up, let me up, let me up. Oh, we're good. Alright, we're good.
Good luck, mate. I'll see
No
you
more
on
of
the
that
far
shit.
side.
Good luck. So what happened? Oh, I thought he actually fucking died.
Hold on! Don't let go!
I'm trying. Get me! Shit! That was a struggle. I thought. What am I doing wrong? I'm pressing the... I don't really understand the mechanic. I'm just hanging on to both of them and I just spam the one that will let me swing. I'm not really understanding it. Why is everything so much harder than I remember? Ooh, got a tack knife. Oh, I haven't seen this in so long. ACR. No recoil. So beautiful, just how I remember it. Sort of. A little bit stiffer.
Heartbeat sensor. You should be able to see me on the scope. That blue dot is me. Any unrecognized contacts will show up as white dots. Roach, these Muppets have no idea we're here. Let's take this nice and slow. You take the one. On three. 1, 2, 3.
A little early for me, sorry. Not like he would have noticed what that was. Great beard, though. I mean, wait, they're the same guy. Is this the same guy? I think it is. We'll look past that. That guy, twin brother, I guess.
You take the one on the left.
Sorry, I'm not. He saw me. I'm killing them both. The captain probably. He's so pissed off. He's like, this fucking guy. He's sitting here taking all these bills and shit while I'm trying to give orders. All right, I will follow behind you slowly. I'm sorry. The guy saw me. It's like, I'm not gonna let him sound the alarm. You're both dead now.
Storm is brewing up. Let's split up. I'll use the thermal scope and provide overwatch from this ridge. Use the cover of the storm to enter the base. Okay. You'll be a ghost in this blizzard, so the guards won't see you until you're very close. Keep an eye on your heartbeat sensor.
All right.
Good luck.
If this works anything like how it does in,
Hide. You've alerted one of the guards.
That's okay.
There you go.
We're good.
There's a truck coming. Stay out of sight.
really can't see shit. It is whiteout conditions in this bitch. I see nothing but shapes. Oh my god.
Drone's coming. There you go.
Where am I supposed to go? I could just run.
I'm running. I'm seeing some activity on the runway. Looks like 20 plus foot mobiles headed your way.
No, you ain't.
Heads up, trucks just stopped. That's the fueling station. 4 tangos just got out and they're looking around.
That's cool.
I'm picking up more radio traffic about the satellite. Stand by.
Okay, I'm just gonna lay here. They'll never
Sounds
find
like
me.
the satellite's in the far.
Gonna lay right next to this missile. It's a good idea. I'm just crouching around them. Not even gonna bother fighting. I don't even know why they're all standing out here. This is miserable. I don't know what has thermal, but
southwest corner of the runway.
I'm here. Shut the fuck up. I'm here.
Took a scenic bit, eh? Let's go.
Yeah, that's funny to say. You're the one that sent me to do the hard job while you sat here next to a dumpster where you belong. Oh, shit. I remember this scene. I thought this shit was so cool how the walker even reacted to it. It's so weird, man. I don't know how else to explain it. I feel so fucking old. Alright. I don't know what the fuck this is.
Go upstairs and look for the ACS module.
The what? Oh, they got heaters up here. Okay. I was gonna say, it seems cold as fuck in this place. I thought I was gonna look up and get shot.
Roach, I've been compromised. Keep a low profile and hold your fire.
Do I go out? Okay, oh, hey, yo! I was here! You guys sold me! That's not even fair! I knew you guys didn't play by the fucking rules. Why would I listen to you? I might as well just shoot you all. Okay, I'm just gonna walk out, not do anything. They literally just execute him when I walk out. Throwing a grenade at all of them do something. Because you guys think you have a fucking plan. You think you got us. That's funny. Watch it. Oh, okay, they're invulnerable. So what am I supposed to do? Just hide? I'll stay right up there. Whatever.
Roach, I've been compromised.
Oh, did you take the scenic route, McTavish? I'm not coming out. No, you didn't. No.
Very well. I'll give you 5 seconds before I execute your cobra.
Kill him.
5, 4.
You won't. I don't believe you. There's no way, bro.
Roach, go to plan B. 4, 3, 2,
1. I had no idea we did that.
Stay close and hug the wall.
Good one, Major.
We're covered and cross the tarmac to the southeast. Roach, follow me. Let's
Shoot him
go.
in his ankles if he wants to camp.
Head to the MiG. I'll cover you.
So I had this idea for a series. I'm going to teach you how to play the game. I'm going to teach you how to do things. So you are educated about it. okay? It's important. At this point in time, Magneto is the most broken tank in the game. As a Mag player, I love playing Mag, and I will teach you why I like playing Mag, and I'm going to teach you how to make you love playing Magneto as well, okay? But I'm going to go through the basics of Mag. I'm going to go through the teams. I'm going to discuss the team-ups. I'm going to discuss Magneto. I'm going to discuss his abilities, and we're going to go into a game, and I'm going to walk you through every single decision.
Or villain. I'm not judging.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the channel, and today we just gotta jump right into it here because Modern Warfare 4 is officially done. It's over, it's finished, and Call of Duty as a whole is likely going to be right behind it. Just 20 minutes ago, at the time this video being recorded, Activision did the unthinkable. They actually addressed classic matchmaking and the entire rug pull, and if you can actually believe it, they say it's been going great. The new matchmaking has been fantastic for everyone.
Hi everyone, cool to me down, Dano here on the internet's away by what this album has to offer, without question, which is why I'm feeling a decent too strong 9 on...
Get ready!
And it's going to be the standard moving forward. I wish I was kidding. I wish I was lying, but it's what they said, and as a result, Modern Warfare 4 is completely freaking fried, man. I ask you, dear viewer, have you heard literally anything positive about that classic matchmaking update in Black Ops 7? On all accounts, time to match takes twice as long, nobody backfills, and every lobby disbands. It feels genuinely like the old Modern Warfare 2019 style skill-based matchmaking, and nobody is a fan of it. At least with Treyarch's open matchmaking, it was a little bit better. It wasn't like the old days at all. We're witnessing the old days with the ports of Black Ops and Black Ops 2 right now, but at the very least, open matchmaking was a step in the right direction. Well, according to Activision and their data, this new matchmaking is doing wonders for the COD franchise right now, so without further ado, we need to take this straight to the horse's mouth and see what their PR team took over 3 weeks to come up with. We understand there are still open questions around matchmaking and some confusion about what we've shared, so we've gathered some more details to shed light on where things stand going into the MW4 beta. Short version, the initial batch of data is showing strong improvements with the system. I can't believe they actually fucking said that. Here is what we're seeing. First, players are sticking around longer and playing more matches. There's no way that's freaking true, by the way, but since Season 5, quit rates are down across every skill group. For more than half of players, they dropped 41%. I wonder if they're talking about like the bottom 50% of people out there and their protected brackets and everything when they said that. I'm really not sure, but search times are also down versus Season 4. What are they saying here? Average ping has improved too. Of course, time of day, location, and your connection still impact your experience the most. Now we gotta stop right there, ladies and gentlemen. There's so much more that they've talked about, but we gotta take this one slot batch at a time. Search times, according to Activision, are down and average ping is up. Like, did the exclusive base literally show the difference between match time on his main account versus his bot account? It's horrendous now, right? Like, didn't Butters just the other day say it takes about 3 minutes on average for her to find a match, sometimes up to 7 minutes? Who the fuck are they talking about here? Like, seriously, universally across the board, everybody has been experiencing worse connection, way longer queue times, and disbanding lobbies with no backfilling. Everything we've been experiencing is the literal opposite of what they're saying here. Like, am I going crazy? This makes sense to me. They go on to say, we know some players like open, but the issues were clear. For 80% of players in Black Ops 7 from launch to Season 4, open versus standard saw 32.7% higher quit rates. Seems unlikely. 14.4% fewer kills per minute, 5.3% lower win rates, and 59.2% more not fun ratings. On Nuketown 24/7, quit rates jumped 141%, while most competitive players were leaving 1 in every 3 matches. Quit rates skyrocketed and it was disruptive across every skill group. Oh boy. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not even sure where to begin with this one right here. So, apparently, for 80% of players, meaning probably the bottom tier players upward, they were quitting more, getting less kills, and winning less. I don't know how that's even possible because there's a win in every single match, you know what I mean? Like, are they claiming that the top 20% of players are just winning every single game no matter what, and somehow everyone else is like losing every single match? Like, the math is just not mathing here. But the worst part, ladies and gentlemen, is Activision are talking out of both sides of their mouth right here, and believe me, I can prove it. Because you see, last year with Black Ops 6, we didn't have open matchmaking like in Black Ops 7. We had good old-fashioned skill-based matchmaking and nothing more. The exact same system that Activision is trying to bring back once again. Well, wouldn't you know it, what they're describing right now with all those quit rates and all that stuff and everything is exactly what was happening back with regular skill-based matchmaking. In fact, I'm going to let Nero from May 28th, 2025 take over and describe to you exactly what Black Ops 6 was really like, and let's compare that to what Activision is saying about this standard matchmaking. It wasn't even remotely close, and 6 people backed out of that lobby. Now, for posterity's sake, let's go ahead and run that back just one more time. Activision does not want people backing out of matches, and they want a variety of outcomes, but every single match I played today was the exact same. Whether I won or lost, the match was a blowout. People were backing out left and right, and since Activision and some of the contrarians on the internet love their precious data so much, let's go ahead and take a look at that data. If we add up all the people who quit today and divide that by the 5 matches I played, that comes out to 7 quitters per lobby on average. 7 people, ladies and gentlemen, that is more than an entire team. That is more than half of each of the 2 teams, but wait, it gets even better. Adding up the playtime in each of my matches, interestingly enough, it came out to 36 minutes and 36 seconds in total, and like before, we found that we had 35 quitters in that time, which comes out to somebody backing out in my matches on average once every fucking minute, dude. That is insane. Like, backing up here, guys. Am I going crazy? 35 rage quits in 36 minutes, and Activision thinks that is good. And mind you, I'm not talking about some outlier here, man. This is literally just my first 5 games in about a month's time. This is literally just firing rage 24/7 at 4 p.m. Eastern on a fucking Tuesday. Do you guys see the hypocrisy here? They claim that with open matchmaking, rage quits were up 33%. Meanwhile, in Black Ops 6, with full-on skill-based matchmaking, we had somebody quitting out of every single lobby once every minute. With like 35 people quitting out of 5 matches with an average of 7 rage quitters every single game. How can you say that standard matchmaking, which nobody fucking played, by the way, who are they trying to kid here? Nobody played standard matchmaking in Black Ops 7. How can they say that matchmaking was better for keeping people together?